Chapter 51. The smell of incense has dissipated, but with the support of the talisman, the zombies outside will not rush in all at once. After ensuring the temporary safety of the outside, Ji Qinchin continued to float in the air and watch the performance of this world. However, the world was crumbling. The signals of collapse became more and more frequent, and the scene change would not exceed 2 hours. Mom and Dad, aren't you going to pick up your brother from get off work today? Little Ming, we can't go today. Your brother was attacked by a patient. I heard that the man suddenly mutated during the operation. In the boutique, the original clerk suddenly looked hideous and pounced on the companion next to Lan Ming. In the Western restaurant, the person sitting opposite her just drank a glass of orange juice and turned his head to pounce on the little girl. Lan Hai was shocked and rushed to the man in a hurry. Unexpectedly, the other party's teeth scratched Lan Hai's skin, and Lan Hai mutated instantly. In the cinema, the scary faces of zombies appeared in the beautiful fairy tale. Just 2 seconds later, these guys rushed out of the screen and rushed towards Qin Yin and Lan Gusheng. One by one, the originally warm scenes took a sharp turn for the worse at Lan Ming's happiest moment. In the end, the little girl was just strolling on the street with her mother, but the passers-by around her turned into those things in an instant. Her face was extremely pale. The scene collapsed again and returned to the small Western-style building. Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? You don't look good. The morning sun shone on the dining table, and Lan Hai handed his sister a glass of milk with a worried look on his face. No, I'm fine. Lan Ming answered like this, but the thick bruises under her eyes did not convince her at all. Seeing Lan Hai's inquiring look, the little girl was so restless that she gulped down the milk and said, I go see if Mom is awake. Then she ran upstairs. Upstairs, there was a slight noise in Qin Yan's room. She worked until very late last night, so she should be resting at this time. This was originally an excuse for Lan Ming to escape, but the sound inside made Lan Ming want to open the door. Slowly turning the handle and looking out, Lan Ming saw the empty bed and the person sitting at the desk. The man's hair was much longer than Qin Yan's, and he was holding a book in his hand, but Lan Ming could clearly see at a glance that there was no writing on the book. The cover of the book was the one that Lan Gusheng had just given her as a birthday gift not long ago. There is no content because you don't know what the content of this book is, right? The man closed the book with a smile and looked at the little girl who was stunned. But you didn't deny the reality completely. Qin Yin and Lan Gusheng will still protect you when danger comes, and Lan Hai is still the good old optimist. You have constructed an illusory and beautiful world, but you are clearly aware of the actions these people will take. The only thing you want to change is what will happen next. Sister Shuang Shuang. Lan Ming shouted these words in an almost inaudible voice. You know I will come, and you know that all this is just an illusion, but you choose to stay here. Build this world you want. I'm sorry, I just missed them too much. The small Western-style building collapsed, and only colorful circles of light wandered in the pure white world. Lan Ming was awake when she had this dream. As Yuan Fuyan said, the little girl knew what she was doing. If this matter is divided into stages, in the first stage, Lan Ming was designed to have superpowers. The superpowers brought back her most terrible memories, causing the extended mental power to attack her own origin, and the little girl had a mental breakdown and almost died. Until Bondi's success was evenly matched with that superpower, she restricted those things that attacked Lan Ming's original mental power, allowing Lan Ming to recuperate in a small piece of pure land. After the origin is stable, you can try to gradually defeat those mental powers that are against her. But the other party is smart here. He knows very well that when the origin is severely traumatized and brings back the worst memories, the self-generated healing scene will be what the subject wants most. For anyone, this is a fatal temptation. They are intoxicated and can't tell the truth from the false, and constantly paralyze themselves to escape from reality. They even consume more origins without hesitation, just to make this place fuller and more continuous. In the end, she successfully died of rest and recuperation, which can be described as gentle and cruel. But Lan Ming was a little special. Her mental strength was at the same level as the other party, and her supernatural power was even stronger than the other party. So after the initial attack stopped, she could clearly know that this beautiful world was just a dream. She could see and distinguish, and knew what she should do when she came to reality. It was because of not wanting that she kept suppressing the truth in her cognition, trying to indulge in a momentary dream. Greed and responsibility fought in an invisible place. So the world collapsed and reconstructed from time to time. After all, she was just a little girl who had just turned 12, and it was inevitable that her emotions would prevail at this time. Ji Qinchin was quite satisfied when he realized this. The little girl she liked didn't need to be saved by outsiders, but just needed someone to knock her head and tell her to get up and work. So Ji Qingshan was willing to give her a good sleep until the alarm went off. For example, now. Your mental strength is running out. If you stay any longer, you won't be able to deal with the rebellious energy outside. If the zombies outside are not dealt with, Lan Meng will still be devoured by them even if she wakes up. I don't want to rush you, but you have to give me some evidence to prove that you can get out. Instead of getting deeper and deeper here. I know, Sister Shuang. Lan Meng is not stupid, and a few words are enough for her to understand Ji Qingshan's underlying meaning. After a long time, as if she had finally made up her mind, she looked up at the person opposite and said, "Can you accompany me to the amusement park for the last time?" Me? It was a bit surprising that Lan Meng's request was to go with her. Yeah. Okay. Miss Ji nodded, and in her consciousness, the amusement park was rebuilt. But this time she used her mental power. Why is it an amusement park? Lan Meng did not ride those exciting rides like last time, but just bought a bucket of ice cream and ate it slowly under the shade of the tree. Ji Qingshan watched, bought the same ice cream, and sat next to the girl. Because I couldn't come before. My mother likes exciting rides very much, but the other 3 people in the family don't dare to. I have always wanted to try it, but every time I play, I will feel uncomfortable for several days, so they won't let me come. But now it's all in a dream, so it doesn't matter if I feel bad. Did your parents get into trouble at the beginning of the apocalypse? No, in fact, when I met you, it was only 5 days after their accident. They were plotted against by others while they were looking for supplies. Dad turned into a zombie first, and when he was still sane, he asked Mom to kill him. But who knew that when he was doing it, he was attacked by another zombie. When he came back to us, I found that it was too late for me to use my superpowers, and she committed suicide. Where is the person who plotted against them? I don't know. I heard from Mom that it was a friend. I don't know what happened later. If he is still alive, remember to kill him. Well, what? Sister Shuang, your way of comforting people is really special. But if it is, I must kill him. By the way, Sister Shuang, you have been watching my past for so long. Can you also reveal a little about yourself? My story. Ji Qingshan was a little helpless. The little girl had already seen from the words just now that she had come in early. It would be fine if she didn't get caught if she pried into other people's hearts for so long, but it was really embarrassing to be exposed. Okay, what do you want to ask? You can only ask 3 questions. So many, I thought there was only one. No more nonsense. Okay, Sister Shuang is the best. Why were you there in the first place, and your body was covered in blood? I was plotted against by someone. Alas, who is the other party? Sister Shuang, you are so powerful, how could he plot against you? I was deceived by mistake. I don't know who it is, but I know the scope. I will settle accounts with him when I find him. What about the second one? Then can I ask why you have 2 names? Which one is the real one? Ji Xuan was my nickname before, but I don't use it anymore for some reasons. Your question. Ji Qingshan looked at Lan Meng strangely, and felt strange about her second question, but she gave him the opportunity, so he didn't say much. What about the last one? Sister Shuang. Lan Meng's voice suddenly became smaller. Do you have any family? Family? Probably not. My parents passed away a long time ago, and now I can't remember what they look like. My master is still alive. But those 2 are often missing. As for, I have a younger sister, but she got lost when she was very young, and I haven't found her since. It's hard to say whether she is alive or not. Ji Qingshan paused and continued. Okay, the questions have been asked, and my mental strength has returned a lot. Go and subdue your rebellious brothers. We have to go out. Okay. The rune disappeared with the sound, and the zombies outside, bearing their fangs and claws, rushed towards Lan Meng like jackals that finally saw meat. They didn't realize that the knife and the fish had already reversed. After the origin stabilized, the zombies were no longer a threat to Lan Meng. These seemingly ferocious guys passed through her body, and turned into white airflow to merge into the origin. Half an hour later, all the split mental power was absorbed by the little girl. Ji Qingshan's spiritual body returned to her own body, when most of the split body disappeared, and made an okay gesture to Bondi, who was guarding the original place. 5 minutes later, the girl on the ground opened her eyes. 3 hours have passed since Ji Qingshan entered Lan Meng's consciousness. Sister Bondi, thank you very much. She showed Bondi an oversized smile. No, it's my duty. Fuyun said that the symptoms of the poisoned people have been significantly alleviated. It is estimated that everyone will be fine tomorrow. Seeing Lan Meng successfully wake up, Bonnie thought that Ji Qingchen would have a lot to ask her, so he planned to leave after reporting the situation. Wait, call Fuyun over, as well as Xiaomo and the others. Since everything is fine, it's time to settle the accounts. Ji Qingchen stopped her. Chapter 52. These are the people who went out in the past few days. And here, they came back the day before the virus broke out. When Yuan Fuyun handed the list to Ji Qingchen, the people Miss Ji was looking for were all here. The list was very detailed, including the time of entry and exit of everyone and the people who went out with them. Mu Chu, is it possible that the person sneaked out? CE, it's unlikely. If he sneaked out and was caught, he couldn't explain it. And even if he had a different mind in the shelter, how could he be sure that he could find a boss to join forces with? I am more inclined to believe that he was deliberately used by someone after he went out. But there is only one traitor, and there is no one who went out alone on the list. Find someone to ask them if they have any companions left alone after leaving the shelter. Or, Yuan Fuyun looked at Ji Qingchen, waiting for her to give a solution. No need, the person has been found. Miss Ji seemed to have just come to her senses, but what she said was shocking. Found it, boss, what kind of black technology are you using again? Hearing this, Ji Qingchen suddenly smiled, and a card in the tattoo started to spin. A daughter plant pushed Ji Qingchen's hair aside, with great effort, and poked its head out from her shoulder. I am a plant, not technology. There was silence for 2 seconds, and then the girls present showed surprise, and tried to touch the little flower that was shaking its head. Sister Shuang, can they talk? Can those on the city wall talk too? The heart-to-heart talk in the dream made Lan Meng bolder in front of Ji Qingchen. She had long been curious about Miss Ji's awesome plants. Well, but if you want to chat, just find peas and corn. Others are not very normal. Ji Qingchen answered, thinking of, rose is yandere, willow is cleanliness obsessive, potato is dull, coriander is perfectionist, ginseng and ginger are sloppy, bitter gourd is an air conditioner maker. I regret that I let the cards' personalities develop too much, so now these guys are chattering there when I don't care, and Ji Qingchen can't complain. But this is still very attractive to others, who have never experienced chatting with hundreds of mouths. The eyes of the people around them suddenly lit up, and they were waiting for the time to find plants to practice. C even rubbed the soil ball directly with his hands, and poked the little clay man with his other hand, trying to make it open its mouth to chat with him. Ji Qingchen couldn't see the future of 710 points at a glance. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked a certain strict and perverted daughter to come out to explain. Fortunately, these people were not completely without sense of propriety. After secretly making a plan to harass the plants, they focused on the matter at hand. Daughter lay on Ji Qingchen's shoulder and explained the betrayer's previous experience in detail. The man who did the trick was named Hu Weiming, who was once Li Da's subordinate. He was also an old acquaintance of Ji Qingchen, Lan Meng and Bondi. From his appearance, he was not a good person. However, he was extremely fence-sitter, so Ji Qingchen did not count him at the time. This was not the first time that Hu Weiming went out to cause trouble for zombies, but his bad personality was very unpopular. He also backstabbed his teammates. The people who formed the team just wanted to give an explanation to the manager, and basically did not seek cooperation with Hu Weiming after going out. It was nothing. Most people just wandered around the shelter, and didn't encounter powerful zombies. If you can't beat them alone, you can run away. Hu Weiming's supernatural glue road surface is quite good at dealing with zombies. Acting alone doesn't necessarily mean you won't get anything. After a few times, he gradually became bolder, and was not satisfied with the small soldiers around him. He wanted to go deep into the ruins to find big soldiers to try his hand. The following plot was very cliché. He overturned his car, and was beaten by the soldiers. When he was running around, he happened to meet people from other shelters. The other party rescued Hu Weiming. It's people from 069 and 401. The label on the leader said important people. They should have cooperated. And the zombies didn't seem to appear for no reason. They were waiting for another traitor to use them. And they should have chosen Hu Weiming long ago. Daughter said its own judgment. Yes, when the scene was shown, several smart people had already drawn a conclusion. The other side first rescued Hu Weiming, and then threatened Hu Weiming with the rules proposed by the world, that killing people in other shelters can obtain energy cores. As a typical fence-sitter, nothing is more important than his own life. Hu Weiming agreed very happily, and promised to satisfy them. Then what? They planted the virus in Hu Weiming, and asked him to take it back to 710 to spread it. And promised to give him the antidote, and a cup of energy core after the matter was settled. Maybe they can add some chips, such as making him the owner of 710 Shelter? After holding back for 7 days, CE finally had the opportunity to show his eloquence, so he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Is he sick? He suddenly asked Yuan Fuyun. Miss Purple Hair didn't really want to deal with this husky with its tail up in the air, but not denying his affirmation on CE's side, especially when this behavior happened to Yuan Fuyun towards him. Sure enough, a fool. He actually believed this fake promise, and counted the money for others after being sold. Is he still dreaming of becoming the city lord? Just kidding, I'm such a suave and handsome guy. Ouch. Boss, why are you knocking me? Did I analyze it wrong? You haven't finished your analysis? And if you think of the city lord, I can give it to you now. Ji Qingshan rolled his eyes at him. Isn't it been a long time since I met a fool and was excited? What do you mean I was wrong? I will never talk nonsense next time. CE, who knew he was in the wrong, smiled awkwardly, thinking that even if Ji Qingshan dared to give him the job of city lord, he would not dare to take it. Those 2 shelters want to attack 710 with viruses and zombies, and kill the people in them to get energy cores as rewards. Just like the people I met before. Yuan Fuyun, at least 1 head can be exchanged for 10 first-level energy cores, which is much more cost-effective than fighting zombies. Virus creation and zombie driving should be the abilities of 2 of them, and they are probably high-level. Now that the virus has been resolved and the zombies outside the city have been cleared, they probably know that the plan has failed. Will they come again? Yes. They originally wanted to launch a sneak attack, but were resolved by the city lord. But those people can't be sure how much we spent on dealing with zombies and viruses, and City Lord G did not directly detoxify. In their opinion, we should be seriously injured now. It is the best time to harvest. And there should be a mastermind behind them. Bondi suddenly spoke with some panting. Just now, she used her supernatural power to calculate several times, and finally determined the ambiguous answer. She raised her hand and pointed at Lan Ming. This mastermind is related to Ming Ming. Lan Ming, and me? Mouyue, is it the person who caused Ming Ming to fall into a coma? Yuan Fuyun, Psychological Department. Can you see the specific serial number? No. Bondi shook his head. It doesn't matter, this information is enough. Ji Qingshan put the daughter flower back into the tattoo. When the ultimate goal is within reach, but always a little short, the person behind it will sooner or later be unable to hold back. The only 2 shields we need to deal with now are those 2. The border of shelters 401 and 069. The shelters are not evenly distributed on the map. 710 is far away from its neighbor, but these 2 are almost adjacent to each other. The abilities of the 2 shelter owners are almost useless in the zombie carnival night. Tang Sun can only drive some low-level zombies. After a carnival night, the number of people in the 2 shelters barely exceeded 500. The total number is less than 1,200. The most fatal thing is that the defenses around the 2 shelters were completely destroyed, except that the central tower was no different from the surrounding ruins. They were harassed by zombies all the time in the few days after the carnival night. To survive in such a dangerous environment, energy cores are crucial. However, as Yuan Fuyun said before, the energy core benefits of killing zombies are far less than those of killing companions. In addition to their own ability adaptability, companions naturally became their target. It's useless to fight in the same camp, so they can't attack the people around them. But it happened that the 2 shelters were next to each other, and the 2 met by chance. After looking at each other's cards, they came up with a good solution. Exchange property. But the people who survived in such a shelter basically have good self-protection ability. After a few noobs were cleared, the others were difficult to deal with. That is, the electronic sound informed the world that there were more than 10,000 survivors in 710, and the 2 of them set their sights on this piece of fat meat. They also knew that the leader of a shelter who could save a shelter must be a big shot, and the chances of winning by force would not be great. After thinking about it, they decided to go undercover. The plan went smoothly. It seems that the capable leader is not in the shelter, giving them a huge opportunity. The virus brought by Hu Weiming has infected at least 8,000 people. Although no one has died yet, it is clear that those people have no strength to stand up. Tang Sun released the zombies to attack from the outside at the right time. Seeing the city wall crumbling, they were all ready to enjoy the fruits of victory. But the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. They seemed to have found a solution. My virus is weakening. The zombies attacking 710 disappeared in large numbers. He looked at Tang Sun. The situation changed so suddenly that it almost disrupted their position. The spikes they planted inside the other side were probably useless. What should we do? Are we still going to do it? Move? Of course we have to move. If we don't do it now, we will have no chance in the future. We have planned for so long. Are you willing to watch our efforts go to waste? Go contact the person who asked us to cooperate. Let's say that 710 is seriously injured now. This is the best opportunity. Yes, there are more than 10,000 people in 710. Even if 1,000th of them die, it will be enough for us. If we can trap the so-called important people and get the third-level energy core, our superpowers will definitely have a qualitative leap. After night fell, the world was silent. Ji Qingchen controlled the progress of Xingqi's treatment to ensure that the conspirators would not give up easily. What we have to do now is to wait, and maybe we can upgrade the shelter by the way. Didn't the electronic sound say that we should open up the territory first? I don't know how to count this opening up, and a group of zombies around have been cleared. If there are no zombies, it is considered as territory. It should be possible. There should be no ruins within the scope of the shelter. Miss G was so angry that she wanted to use EP51 to eliminate it directly. Well, who put this little thing again? A furry little ball appeared in Ji Qingchen's field of vision and gradually rose up. Looking carefully, this thing flew up by itself, using a pair of small wings that were completely disproportionate to its body. Ji Qingchen turned the little thing over. Common sense says that this is a hamster holding a big melon seed, but the end of the world is not within the scope of common sense. The little hamster's short claws struggled to pass over the melon seed that was half its size. Ji Qingchen took it and opened it, and saw a sentence written inside the hollow melon seed. 614 Someone is creating illusions. Please be careful. Chapter 53. In an inconspicuous corner under the city wall, the young man, with a ponytail, looked more and more nervous. 10 minutes had passed, and the little guy he sent out showed no sign of returning. What happened? He could feel that the little hamster that went out was still alive, but it just couldn't come back, and its breath was still coming and going. People are so fat, and they still make people work. The little wings are flapping like engines. A voice appeared from the upper side, which scared the young man. But when he looked up, he quickly reacted. The big words on Ji Qingchen's head were really conspicuous at night. But he didn't expect that people would come directly to him. 1399, or the owner. You are quite idle. Ji Qingchen waved his hand to let the rows behind him move away and make room for him to lean on. Put the little hamster that she had just flattened and rounded on a flower, warned the rows not to eat anything randomly, and then stuffed a corn into the little hamster. Are these plants your superpower? The pigtailed young man thought about how he was almost cut by the rose thorns hidden in the wall when he leaned against the wall before. He was still wondering why there were plants on the wall. Only when he saw Ji Qingchen's actions did he understand why he was discovered immediately. Nonsense, there were people's eyes on the wall. How could he hide? Well, tell me what you want from me. It's worth it for you, an owner, to run to someone else's territory in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid that I will exchange you for energy cores? You won't. After all, you don't even let ordinary people fend for themselves. As long as they don't oppose you, and don't make things difficult for you, maybe they can be rescued if something goes wrong. The ponytailed young man smiled meanly, and Ji Qingchen raised his eyebrows. So, not only are you not against me, but you also come here to deliver information. What do you want in exchange? Like you, I also want to save more people, but unfortunately my ability is really limited. So I thought I could deliver some information and try to see if we can cooperate. Greyes looked at Ji Qingchen pitifully with his peach blossom eyes, a bit like the hamster just now. The superpowers follow the original owner. It seems that not all derivatives have personalities like those plants. Oh, really? Unfortunately, you bet wrong. I'm not a good person. Seeing Greyes like this, Miss G suddenly became playful. With a gesture, the thorny vines wrapped around. Before Greyes could react, they surrounded him. The dense thorns of the rose stopped on the surface of Greyes' skin, and the sharpest one pressed against the pizza on his neck, ready to pierce him into a sieve at any time. No, boss, we can talk it out. I'm just a weak, pitiful and helpless kid. If you're not satisfied, we still have information BCDF. Greyes' body stiffened. Now he was surrounded by spikes, and could only engage in verbal battles with Ji Qingchen. So does this snake count? Ji Qingchen suddenly showed a weird smile, and picked up a light green cauliflower snake from his sleeve. Pinching it at the 7-inch position, the little snake wilts on the spot and coils into a spiral in Ji Qingchen's palm. Damn, is it so sharp? Greyes' mouth twitched slightly. The snake was originally his backup plan for escaping in case of failed negotiations. I didn't expect that he would be trapped by Qiangwei at the beginning, and the backup plan to save his life was pulled out by Ji Qingchen in advance. Without understanding Ji Qingchen's personality, without finding the right person, and being mistaken for a sneak attack, the negotiation is over. This snake is actually not very powerful. Its poison is very light. It can only make you dazed for 2 seconds at most. I just want to use it to escape. Trapped like a dumpling, Greyes tried to make a final struggle, but the more he explained, the more dangerous Ji Qingshan's eyes became. Cold sweat fell from his back, but fortunately, an angel appeared and saved him from the water and fire. City Lord Ji, there's a commotion outside. Yuan Fuyan folded his wings and landed beside Ji Qingshan. The owner of Shelter 1399 is here to deliver information. Yes. The man behind the scenes is from 614. Tell Bondi, didn't she just develop a curse function recently? Use it first. You can take people to deal with the two who are causing trouble now. Anyway, daughter didn't let Hu Weiming tell anyone before, so they don't know. I deal with this guy and come back soon. Okay. Yuan Fuyan has always been resolute and decisive. After receiving Ji Qingshan's arrangement, he flapped his wings and went to execute it. Greyes saw that his life-saving straw flew away in less than 2 minutes after it came. It's over. It seems that he is really messed up this time. He finally found out those things, and was ready to find a reliable ally to go back and settle accounts with those people. One careless move, and he got himself killed first. Greyes' eyes were filled with bitterness, and he gritted his teeth. That guy's ability was implanted through eye contact. He can control the onset time. As long as the implantation point is not used, it will always exist, and can be dormant for at least half a month. As long as the mental strength does not double, it will definitely be controlled. The mortality rate, after being controlled, is 80%. Since we have to send him anyway, why not give it a try with a broken jar mentality? Maybe if he speaks fast enough, death will come slower? That's it. No! These are all the animals that my ability can summon. A rabbit, a fox, and a panda appeared beside Greyes. The two behind him huddled together at his feet, and the most aggressive one was the rabbit. Ji Qingshan almost lost control of his expression. As you can see, they have no offensive power at all. I really just came here to be an ally and want to survive. Will there be a turnaround? After saying the last sentence, Greyes had closed his eyes. He had done everything he could. If it didn't work, he would just admit that he had lost and was unlucky. These are your B, C, D, E, F. It seemed like a century had passed when he heard the other side say this. TSK, what a pity, I don't have any vegetables. Do you want to eat peas? I eat everything. Greyes' mouth was turning very fast, and his brain couldn't catch up for a while. He didn't find anything wrong after answering. I didn't ask you. It seems to be food. Okay, your little guys will be in my arms for 2 days. If you don't have any information to provide, you can leave. Ji Qingshan took a piece of peas and handed it to the rabbit's mouth, watching the little fur ball quickly fall for it, jump into her hands, lie in her arms, and act like a spoiled child. The attraction of the god-level card's aura is indeed strong enough. Even the other 3 carnivores came over to have a bite. I'm alive? Greyes' CPU finally ran out, and he stared blankly at the furry ones hanging on Ji Qingshan, and then he realized the joy of being reborn. Although he lost all his supernatural products. I can go now. Or you can stay and help. And let me make it clear first, you can cooperate with me through intelligence, but don't expect me to help you manage the shelter, otherwise what's the point of having you as the owner? By the way, how many people are left in your shelter? 1,059. Well, the road is not safe at night. I still want to stay a little longer. Greyes' tail tone was raised high, and the strong feeling of weightlessness made his lower abdomen tighten, but fortunately he landed safely in just 2 seconds. Promising, supernatural powers are calmer than you. Indeed, the 5 little guys were nestled in Ji Qingshan's arms. The direct elevator to Willow just now did not affect them at all. Let's go. The front should have been hit. Where did you get the information about 614? I fought him. That guy caused trouble for the shelter, and it was Shakai who helped me wake up in the end. Shakai was the rat snake, which completely fell after eating the peas handed over by Ji Qingshan, and wrapped around Ji Qingshan's wrist like a bracelet. Haven't you evolved your ability? Greyes was reluctant to reveal such a principled issue related to saving his life, but now the principle was in Ji Qingshan's hands. I used some. Originally, there were only Xiaocong and Xiaobai, who couldn't stand the carnival night, so they had to use it. Although I feel that energy cores are not good things. At least they are far worse than your plants, and they don't like to eat energy cores. Greyes pointed at the animals. Honestly, how did you make the plants obedient? This group of people can't understand the instructions at all. Only Xiaocong is better. To be honest, if it wasn't like this, I wouldn't let it go to you. Are her plants easy to control? What the hell? If this group is free from restrictions, they will all have their own wild ideas. Except for the result, none of them are right. Maybe you can try to give them some simple instructions. Don't use energy cores if you don't want them to become black and bald. Miss G, who felt sympathy for her, decided to give the relative, who had just been threatened by her, some compensation. At that time, the zombies below had already encountered the plants. Although Tang Sun's ability had evolved several times, for now, he could only drive ordinary level 2 zombies. The plants were already very experienced in this. In addition, the few who came back had been fighting the magma people in the dungeon for 5 days, so they were also very good at dealing with this group. After a few rounds, the zombies didn't get anything good at all. What's going on? How did the combat power of the 710 shelter suddenly increase so much? They didn't even use the protective shield. What are those plants? They didn't have them when I came to see them before, and Hu Weiming didn't mention them either. The eyes of both of them changed. The angry look on his face made the younger brothers behind him dare not even breathe. A few days ago, Yuan Fuyun did not let the plants do too much in order to pretend that the shelter was in a shaky state, and to conceal its true strength. The third-level protective shield was always opened after it was fully charged. So when they saw the current situation, the two behind-the-scenes masters were very slow to react. However, misfortunes never come alone, and they were shocked soon. Oh no, the virus I arranged is also ineffective. How is it possible? Didn't that guy say that he has controlled the person who can treat the virus? The situation was completely out of their control. The two were shocked, and their control over their superpowers gradually fluctuated. Outside the city wall, the zombies that had been besieging the shelter with one heart and soul began to gradually split into two groups. Some continued to attack, while others rushed to a ruin somewhere in the back. There. Everyone on the city wall noticed this abnormality. Arrows flew off first, followed by air bombs and stones, blowing the troublemakers out in disgrace. We've been discovered. There weren't many people making trouble, and they had originally thought of using the virus to greatly reduce the opponent's combat power, and first obtain some energy cores to increase combat power. Now this plan has fallen through, with 100 against 10,000, and it's clear that there's no chance of winning. It's better to run while they're still far away. Dozens of people turned around and ran back the way they came. If they let them run away after seeing them, Ji Qingchen's life would be in vain. The red umbrella fell on a group of people's heads, and confused them, and turned around again. Like a zombie, he walked towards the shelter step by step. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. The people almost walked to the city, and were immediately tied up by the willow trees. Fuyun Ce, can you go down and tie them up? Tie them up? Yuan Fuyun nodded in agreement, and Ce looked outside. The 100 people were all tangled up in coils by the willow branches. They still had to go down? Couldn't they just throw them up? In doubt, he met Ji Qingchen's eyes, and immediately understood her idea. To lure the snake out of the hole, you need a bait. But does the city lord intend to go like this? Ce looked at the furry creatures in Ji Qingchen's arms. Well, their boss has the capital to be awesome. The soil clod landed with the two people, and the furry creatures climbed onto Ji Qingchen's shoulders very sensibly, giving her a free hand to tie people up. The willow branches slowly loosened, and the three of them took their weapons to make the powerful iron chains made by the two and were about to start, when they saw the 100 people in front of them suddenly release their superpowers together, break the willow branches, and pounce on them with hideous faces. Chapter 54. Humph, I thought it would take some effort. You are so careless that you come out. It seems that you just rely on luck to get to this point. In the 614 shelter, Yang Wanquan looked at those people controlled by him releasing their superpowers to bombard the three people below, and he smiled smugly unconsciously. Those two idiots didn't realize that they were making wedding clothes for others. Yang Wanquan likes this feeling of planning everything behind the scenes. Starting from that couple, whenever the trick was completed, those who originally looked down on him were stepped on by him, showing desperate eyes. This is really the most beautiful picture in the world. Although Ji Qingchen had given a hint, Ce was still shocked when the accident happened. Those days in the magma crowd were not in vain. The earth wall around him instantly wrapped him up, and then exploded outwards. However, these people are not low-level zombies without skills. Seeing the attack coming, several people with defensive ability quickly blocked in front, light shield to protect Ce from attack, and long-range attack began to be released. And the melee guys nimbly avoided the flying blades, and then moved forward. This caught Ce off guard. My God, help me. Although he screamed miserably, his superpowers were already ready. After commanding the earth wall to resist a wave of attacks, he quickly pressed his hands to the ground. The road surface became muddy in an instant. All those who could not fly were trapped in it. This was the inspiration he got from the way to enter the dungeon. After repeated experiments in the dungeon for several days, it was barely considered a successful development, because this skill attacked everyone present indiscriminately, including the two teammates. Fortunately, the other person who came down had already flown into the air, and was not affected by this. The feather arrows spread in the air, breaking through the defense from all directions, and shooting at the long range behind. Even if they didn't hit, they could stop attacking. As for Ji Qingchen, CE didn't believe that she would be trapped because of this. This was indeed the case. It's just that the other person didn't do anything. At this moment, Ji Qingchen was sitting on the willow branch, threatening Qiangwei. Don't eat, or I put them all together with you and the willow tree in the future. Old Ji, are you going to let these people go? And I stabbed them all. I licked their blood. I have other uses for them. And I said before that you are not allowed to eat anything other than zombies without my permission. Ah. Qiangwei hung her head. But she really didn't want to be nagged by the willow tree every day in the future, so she could only suppress her appetite again and again. Muttering quietly, since she's so pretty, why not relax the conditions a bit? Anyway, there's no difference between those people and zombies. Hearing this, Miss Ji flicked the rose lightly and warned again with her eyes. After all, it was her plant, so the rose could only talk nonsense at this moment. The people on the wall reacted and began to release attacks towards the people below. Although the situation seemed to be a bit disadvantageous, the people below would be fine for a while. As for the superpowers that tried to attack the wall, the white epitheliums bloomed in the air and dissipated them into dust. This was the effect Ji Qingchen wanted, to make the guy behind the scenes feel that he was about to gain the upper hand, but was always a step away, so that he could be induced to invest more mental power. However, one of them suddenly broke through the willow branches and attacked Ji Qingchen. Miss Ji frowned and was about to fry him with peas. Suddenly, she felt her shoulder lighten. A piece of snow-white fur appeared in front of her. The fox cub seemed to have grown up a lot. It jumped into the air and bit off the man's wrist. On the city wall, Greyas, who had just listened to Ji Qingchen's suggestion and was trying out a new method, was also stunned by the fox just now. He had never successfully driven this guy once. In the past, he relied on Xiaokai and Xiaobai to solve problems. But it seems to be the same now. After biting the man, the little fox quickly shrank back to Ji Qingchen's shoulder. No matter how Greyas commanded, he didn't want to pay attention. It can be called an unreliable model. Fortunately, the little white rabbit and the rat snake have long been accustomed to fighting. The small ball that was originally like a snowball swelled, and a 5-meter-tall rabbit crawled in front of the city wall, shaking its two huge ears to slap the things that flew over. The rat snakes quickly split up and swam over to those people to bite them. Their snake venom has a strong sleep-inducing effect. The group of people slowed down their attacks, and soon they were staggering and lying on the ground. Ji Qingchen was not surprised by this. Even if someone who can be a city lord relies more on his brain, his supernatural power cannot be just a few animals responsible for being cute. The snake tide is very different from the bean sprout like rat snake when the two of them confronted just now. Greyas really just wanted to escape just now, plus the information he provided, and the help in the battle situation. Ji Qingchen half believed what he said about cooperation. But now is not the time to talk about this. Bondi, can you come down? She called Bondi through the daughter flower. The other party responded quickly, chose the position next to Ji Qingchen, and slid down the willow branches. City Lord, what's the matter? She asked. Are you in good spirits now? The question was a bit strange, but Bondi answered truthfully, not bad. I just took a break. Then borrow it for a while. What? Bondi wanted to ask what he wanted to borrow, but the sudden dizziness made her lose the ability to speak instantly. But soon, she heard Ji Qingchen's voice coming from the consciousness space. Borrow your superpowers for a while. Bondi's eyes widened. Only then did she realize that she could no longer control her body. She was conscious and could think, but she couldn't command even a muscle. Don't worry, I need your superpowers to do something, but you can't do these things now. I do it myself for now. Even the calmest people would panic when encountering such a situation. Ji Qingchen habitually explained and released some comforting information. Bondi did not speak. Physiological tension was inevitable for her, but her supernatural power gave her a strong sense of crisis, and she could sense that Ji Qingchen did not have any ill intentions. She tried to convince herself to calm down. But without the defense of her mouth, her thoughts inevitably leaked out. How did you do this? Why do you say it's my supernatural power, but I can't use it myself? What does the city lord want to do? What does she want to do? Of course, she wants to give a big gift to the person hiding behind. However, Ji Qingchen has not had time to unlock the cards used for this function. It is too time-consuming to crack them one by one with a spirit body, so she borrowed Bondi's supernatural power. She slightly revealed the answer to the second one to Bondi. After all, it was very beneficial for Miss G that Bondi had developed more abilities earlier. It was just right to take this opportunity to let her feel it, which was a small compensation for scaring her. The control people had been trying to kill the two below, and they would stick to them as soon as they had a chance. Ji Qingchen deliberately did not let the willow tree beside him release to attack, in order to let these people gather more. It was almost time to return it. Bondi, now it should be said that Ji Qingchen's consciousness controlled Bondi. White mist appeared in her eyes, and a circle of mental fluctuations spread outward in a semicircle with her as the center. It included half of the crazy people. More than 40 polluted mental worlds appeared in front of Ji Qingchen. Similar to Lan Meng in a coma, but different. These guys did not create many attacking bodies, which happened to stimulate their madness to the greatest extent. In the conscious world, they attacked each other with a separated mental power, and in reality, they bombarded the people who were not controlled. Really, thanks to that guy for using this method. By virtue of Bondi's supernatural power, and the curse she had cast on the 614 owner before, Ji Qingchen effortlessly found the anchor points that belonged to the same person in the consciousness of these 40 or so people. The next moment, the black air spread wildly on all the anchor points. 614 shelter. Yang Wanquan felt the feedback brought by the supernatural power, and was looking forward to the arrival of 2 level 3 energy cores. Suddenly, he felt as if his head had been hit hard by a huge iron hammer, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground. He curled up into a ball, and rolled down from the chair in a mess. Everything was black in front of him. The initial pain was relieved after more than 10 minutes, and then the head kept dizzy, and from time to time, there was a needle-like pain. There was something wrong with the superpower, and Yang Wanquan's IQ did not drop. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he immediately wanted to cut off the connection with the superpower after he reacted. But he was dumbfounded by all this, and the superpower could not be disconnected. Before he could panic, the feeling just now reappeared again. Another long 10 minutes, Yang Wanquan's whole body was like being pulled out of the water, soaked in cold sweat. However, before he could come back to his senses, the consciousness space had begun to change. No, it's impossible. Looking at the deep pit, and the diffuse black fog, Yang Wanquan's expression changed from pain to horror. Of course he knew what this was. After all, from the end of the world to now, he has seen countless people lose their lives here. And now, he is also trapped here. Looking at the black fog gradually condensing in front of him, Yang Wanquan's face turned pale. Look at your neighbor next door, he is the first in the city without tutoring. What about you? I spent so much money, but in the end, you can't even get into the top 10. You are not talented enough to participate in this kind of competition. You can't even build a model. I heard that he looked at the test paper in advance last time, and he only ranked 10th. What are you doing in this project? You can even fill in the data incorrectly. Sorry, your past experience proves that you are not qualified for this job. Please, you have no car or house, and you still want to find a partner with an annual income of 300,000. This is a fantasy. Get lost. I don't like you. You are harassing me. I will call the police if you call me again. Sir, do you want our help? You look badly hurt. I tried so hard to please them, but they looked down on me in the end. Why, those people are so straightforward, and they are busy showing off when they have a little achievement, and people around them praise them. Why can they have such a glamorous life, standing on a high place and pointing fingers at me at will? When they have enough fun, they will give away things they don't need at will to disgust others. Why? Jealousy grew wildly in Yang Wanquan's heart, and he almost collapsed and attacked every figure that appeared in front of him. What a rotten person. It's a pity that she can return all the supernatural effects when she controls it, but with Bondi's current physical fitness, there will still be irreversible damage. Forget it, half is half. It's enough for that guy to suffer for several days. Too lazy to continue watching, Ji Qingchen rolled his eyes with Bondi's body. Return the body to Bondi. So when 2 familiar figures appeared in Yang Wanquan's consciousness, Miss G did not see them. Otherwise, the tragedy that followed might not have happened. Unfortunately, when Miss G, who was extremely unlucky, found out, there was no room for regret. She glanced at the survivors from 069 and 400 and one lying on the ground. Not all of them died, but they were planted with anchors and allowed to borrow their brains for a while, and none of them woke up. And even if they woke up, they would probably become mentally retarded after such a torment. Ordinary people didn't care, but even the owners of the two shelters didn't know whether their deaths would lead to the destruction of the two shelters. Ji Qingshan still didn't want those people in the shelter to wake up and suffer an unexpected disaster. The reward for killing people has been delivered. Ji Qingshan kept a part of it as a reserve for the shelter as usual, and the rest will be divided among the people who came tonight. Huh, I have a share too. Greyes looked at the bag handed to him, with clear stupidity in his eyes. You provided information and protected our city lord. Although she doesn't need your protection, it's good that you have this intention. You will also have a share of the things. Take it, the old man is very good. On the other side, CE, who was delivering things, finally found an opportunity to talk endlessly. Those who usually have a lot of opinions about this are far away and can't do anything. When Greyes fled away from CE's harassment range, Ji Qingshan just finished his work and returned the furry things that he had detained for a night to him. Although they didn't seem to be willing to leave. Yes, these are 5 gluttons. Ji Qingshan gave each person a corn. We can cooperate, let's set coordinates. It will be convenient for me to find you later. She looked at Greyes. She got a lot of information about the 4th level shelter from the electronic voice, including fixed-point transmission. And the coordinates of each shelter are only known to the owner. Okay. Your Excellency, the city lord really made a wise decision. Will people be assimilated if they stay with CE for a long time? Chapter 55. Aren't you going to cause trouble for that guy? Half an hour later, someone who had assimilated Greyes came to Ji Qingshan, who had just been free. His face was full of gossip. No way, he almost killed Xiao Mingming. It's not your usual style not to deal with him. The name was a bit disgusting, but CE said it well. Although he had just used those control people to cause a big trouble for Yang Wanquan, it was obviously not enough for Ji Qingshan. Although the following things were purely because Lan Meng didn't want to come out. If it wasn't for Bondi and Yuan Fuyun at the beginning, the little girl might really be dead. Of course, trouble is going to be found, but not now. On the one hand, Yang Wanquan is still trapped in a bad world by the backlash of his own superpowers. On the other hand, the stability and upgrade of the shelter is the current focus. Time will not stop if he goes out, and if he is robbed again, he will have nowhere to cry. Anyway, Yang Wanquan can't run away, so he can deal with him whenever he wants. There is also the Greyes who just left. Overall, his ability is not weak. But with a label on his head, it is a bit not good enough. Counting the blessing of the supernatural power itself, at most he is at the same level as Fuing and CE. And seeing that he, a shelter owner, came to Ji Qingshan for cooperation, and was fooled by CE, it shows that he does not have absolute dominance in the shelter. Such a person can calm a group of people who survived the zombie carnival night? It's a bit far-fetched. CE, who has been fooling Greyes, can also see this. So besides the hidden mastermind, his second interest is Greyes. There is nothing to do around, so CE began to make all kinds of wild guesses. Is there a possibility that he came to you to cooperate not on behalf of the shelter? He just wanted to find a backer for himself. The previous ones were all nonsense, only this one seemed somewhat credible. Ji Qingshan glanced at him, not wanting to talk nonsense with him. Since you like to meddle in other people's affairs, you should help Yuan Fuyun and others deal with the things in the shelter in the next few days. Aw no, boss. The man's face suddenly became bitter. You are obviously concerned about it yourself. And you sent that kid. The kid in CE's mouth refers to Su Yang. Since waking up from a coma, this kid's personality has been much more restrained. On weekdays, he either finds all kinds of strange ways to improve himself or goes outside the city to brush experience. The effort is worth it. Now he can completely blend himself into the color of the environment, and when necessary, he can change the form of his existence. In short, he is a good candidate for tracking. Why don't you plant daughter flowers yourself? Because daughter flowers hate the energy core aura on Greyes. Although the energy core aura on his body is not much compared to others, it has been a long time, and it will take more than one day to get rid of the influence. So I just sent out a biological tracker. Anyway, the daughter can exist on Su Yang. As for the coordinates, each shelter owner received a string of coordinates belonging to his own shelter after the zombie carnival night. At the beginning, Ji Qingshan and Dianxian had a long argument before they got some of the purpose of these coordinates and established a space channel. However, Dianxian clearly said that 710 at that time could not do this. So, if the shelter is upgraded to level 4, can this passage be made? Of course, if the electronic sound still doesn't give it, she can just clean up a few more zombies at her own expense. Level 4 Shelter. Ji Qingshan thought of the conditions given by the system to expand the territory. I don't know how big it should be. Miss Ji looked at CEE, who was reluctant to manage the work. He is proficient in earth elements, so how can he not be considered a good architect? If you don't want to manage things, then change your job and clean up the surrounding garbage to make a vacant land. This is still the previous one, choose it. CE didn't think about it, and chose the second one without hesitation, happily going to fool people to work with him. They are all people with superpowers, and it is still easy to clean up the ruins and garbage. CE led 100 people to work for most of the day, and the vacant land around the shelter has been extended more than 100 meters outward. The vacant land that has just been cleared has cracked soil, no people, and zombies occasionally break in. It's really a land reclamation. But it would be easy if the land was all opened. Ji Qingshan raised his hand, and the original circle of corn on the wall was increased by 1/3 and moved to the outer circle. 3 circles of coriander were wrapped around the gaps of the corn. The surrounding ruins became a place for roses to grow. The little guy especially liked this irregular terrain, and soon settled in clusters. But because Ji Qingshan cast an unfriendly look from time to time, he restrained his desire to bloom in all directions, and pointed the thorns outward. The willow tree was still planted next to the rose. Except for a few peas arranged in the outer circle, the rest were scattered in various inconspicuous corners of the shelter. The willow tree was still planted next to the rose. Except for a few peas that were placed in the outer circle, the rest were scattered in inconspicuous corners of the shelter. The same is true for the red umbrella. Now it should be called the gray umbrella. Mushroom cards can change color at will, but he is most satisfied with this red skin, which fully shows his danger. Poisoning cannot be too high profile. How can it be recognized at a glance? Ji Qingshan ordered them to change color after planting. Venus flytraps are planted in open places as much as possible, as the attack methods of these guys can easily cause unnecessary property losses. In comparison, the painting style of Land and Ginseng Ginger is the most normal. They themselves are not messy personalities, and Ji Qingshan lets them decide for themselves which inconspicuous corners to grow. Of course, except for roses, all other tall plants were hidden by Ji Qingshan. After taking over the shelter, except for the time when entering the dungeon, Ji Qingshan must plant her plants in it every day. Over time, the ecological environment of 710 has gradually changed, and green has emerged from all corners. Even without sunlight, it grows green. Not to mention that some people who are familiar with Miss Ji can occasionally cook a meal with some of them. Some of the unlucky ones accidentally let others see this. A few days later, some bolder ones secretly went to her people to ask about it. She knew it, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't stop them. They were just not allowed to pick plants on the road at will. If they wanted to get some to improve the food, they could ask her to exchange. The selection forms include but are not limited to energy cores, helping with order management, summarizing data, etc. When a certain amount is accumulated, you can take a plant back to plant. Of course, it is the mindless kind derived from the cards. This decision makes the whole 710 more full of life. Let some people gradually come out of the fear of the end of the world. There is almost no trouble in the whole shelter. The only one who is out of line, Hu Weiming, has been dragged to a group of people for education 1,000 times. Everything is moving in a good direction. For example, now. The electronic voice reluctantly announced that Ji Qingshan successfully expanded the territory, and the 710 shelter was upgraded. The 4th level shelter has a 4th level protective shield, which can be opened for 1 hour after charging for 1 hour. The range of the turret, 100 meters. Lethality, can kill 2nd level zombies. Unlock the 3rd floor of the tower, space teleportation. Teleportation requires knowing the specific coordinates. Consume 1/3 level energy core at a time. Entering the 3rd floor requires an additional 5 2nd level energy cores. It is similar to what Ji Qingshan expected. But it is not effective for a long time, and 1/3 level energy core is required at a time, which is a bit expensive. Sure enough, this world is a huge profiteer. As for the weapons provided by the 4th level shelter, Ji Qingshan took a quick look, and the things in the cabinet did not change much, but the power and range increased. Turning to the end, there was a delicate little mirror. When did the mirror become a weapon? Ji Qingshan was puzzled. Especially when he saw its price, a 3rd level energy core. The same price as the portal. What the hell? Void mirror, teleport any item to any location, probability. Well, it does look pretty awesome. If you are lucky enough, it is not impossible to teleport a starship here. But the problem is that Miss G has always had bad luck, and this thing is equivalent to waste in her hands. The upgrades of the remaining things were all within expectations. The only thing that seemed to be somewhat useful was the portal on the 3rd floor of the tower. I just don't know if this thing is two-way. If it's not that it can't be returned after it's transmitted out, it's also a headache. Of course, these troubles are limited to Ji Qingshan and several managers of the shelter. For ordinary survivors, the opening of a more advanced arsenal means that it is possible to fight against some second-level zombies. These days, many people have saved up their savings and are looking for weapons of their choice. As for the mirror and the portal, they haven't even seen a 3rd-level energy core, so it's good to look at it. Even if they have some ideas, they are immediately discouraged after taking a peek at the difficulty of the independent copy. At least now, they will lose their lives if they go in. The shelter was piled up and dealt with. In fact, there was not much at all. Yuan Fuyun and Bondi improved Miss G's shoddy policy and implemented it very well, and the people below did not do things perfunctorily. So in terms of time, Ji Qingshan actually only spent half an hour, and happily threw away the work. Start to enjoy the rare peace in the past 10 days. Anyway, the shelter has means of defense and attack, and is well protected by plants, so there is no threat at present, except for the world consciousness. Lying on the sofa exchanged for the energy core, Ji Qingshan thought that the next step should be to unlock sweet snacks such as oranges, bananas or sugar cane. There was movement from CE's daughter again. Miss G's originally relaxed eyebrows jumped, and her whole face suddenly darkened. Why does this person always get into trouble every day? Is he the reincarnation of a god? After the call was connected, Ji Qingshan's anger subsided a little, and all turned into resentment of not wanting to work. After all, a group of people with numbers 069 for 01 in the ruins in the distance were not something CE could take the initiative to do. Why are they here? To seek revenge for the boss who just died? Ji Qingshan was puzzled, but as the city lord, she always had to go and see such things. If it was really as described above, she would have to beat them up and throw them back. Chapter 56. When they left, they were stopped by Yuan Fuyun and CE. There were not many people. Ji Qingshan took a quick look. 069 20 people, 401 15 people. They didn't look like they were here to cause trouble. Judging from Tungsun's style, he could only bring his confidence. Those who stayed in the shelter at least had an attitude of not caring about it. Most of them had already formed many small groups fighting on their own. The purpose of these people was a little hard to guess. Soon someone told Ji Qingshan about the previous situation. In summary, it was just one sentence. These people hope we can take them in. Ji Qingshan looked at the 40 or so people who were being stared at by Chang Wei Hua, and helplessly held his forehead. This request was new. Over there, Yuan Fuyun hadn't reached an agreement with the people who came, so he pushed them all over when he saw Ji Qingshan. He made the situation clearer. These 40 or so people in front of him were indeed here to surrender. But it's not accurate to say they took them in. It's more like they hoped Ji Qingshan returned something to them. The leader didn't explain what it was for a long time. Seeing that another person had changed, the person who spoke looked embarrassed, thinking that he might have to repeat the long speech just now. He looked up and saw the label on Ji Qingshan's head. Hello, my name is Xiu Meyer. Did you kill them? Yes, what's wrong? Do you want to avenge him? No, don't get me wrong. We didn't get along anyway, so why worry about how to kill them? There's no need to offend anyone for this. The visitor waved his hands repeatedly. You originally wanted to kill them, but now you come to me because I did what you wanted to do and affected your plan. Ji Qingshan gave the other party a half smile. Xiaomir obviously didn't expect that these two sentences could still get information, and his pupils inevitably contracted. He smiled awkwardly and tried to make amends. Your identity is also quite good. You only brought a few people to the enemy's territory. It seems that for you, being known to come here is a worse choice. No, I just said a few words, and my secrets are almost exposed. Xiaomir shut up awkwardly, hoping that the information Ji Qingshan had obtained would stop here. However, he underestimated again. If you look at it this way, you are only one identity away from them. As you can see, I am also the owner of the shelter. What does this identity represent? I should be qualified to answer for you. Do I need to continue? No. What else can I say? They have been seen through from head to toe. So now, can you please tell me, Mr. Xiaomir, how do you plan to take control of the shelter? I don't know either. You don't know? Well, this shocked Ji Qingshan as much as time travel. He came to her without knowing how to take control. Isn't it a bit too hasty? with the others and Ji Qingshan guessing everything. Zyumir was too lazy to hide it. It's not right to say that he didn't know it all. At least he knew that the change of ownership of the shelter required killing the previous owner. This was what the electronic sound told him, and many important people in the two shelters knew it. But the electronic sound didn't say what would happen if the city lord was killed by another city lord. Because according to reason, if the city lord was killed, it would be a loss if he didn't take over in one go. Maybe the world consciousness didn't expect that there would be a weirdo, like 710, that didn't move for the energy core. Ji Qingshan looked thoughtful at this moment. Although she guessed it, other shelters knew the conditions for seizing power, but her subordinates had never heard of it. She also asked why she got the 2 strings of coordinate numbers after those 2 were done. It seemed that they had already regarded her as the owner. The world consciousness felt that the group below couldn't beat her, and didn't even remind her. She even worried about the survival of the 2 shelters in the future. Although this information was obtained now, the electronic sound was still annoying. Ji Qingshan stood there and pondered for a while, and suddenly came up with an idea that could piss off the world consciousness. Since you said that to seize power, you need to kill the person who has power, then let's have a fight. Among these people, only you and the one behind you seem to have some strength. You two can try together. The number above Xiao Meyer's head is 401, while the number on the other person pointed by Ji Qingshan is 069. This time, they initiated the action of looking for people. No, we are really not here to fight. Xiao Meyer is quite clear about the strength of Tung Sun. The 2 shelters are independent. Why haven't more than a dozen small groups united to kill them? Isn't it because of insufficient hard power? And those 2 were killed by Ji Qingshan alone, and they also had a group of strong younger brothers. Xiao Meyer asked himself, I don't think I have such strength. Maybe I can do it if I unite those people. This gap will only lead to a lot of trouble. Sorry, I don't like to return things I have. As you can see, I am probably the owner of 3 shelters now. Warning. Each person can only own 1 shelter. Sure enough, the next moment after he finished speaking, the electronic sound exploded in his mind. Then how do you say this matter? You set the rules yourself. Whoever kills the person will own it. For 01 and 069 are still alive, so they are not considered to have been eliminated by us. Before warning me, you might as well fight yourself. Warning. The electronic sound was confused for a while, and completely paralyzed. It is a blessing for it to encounter such an unconventional person, but if you really want to count, it is Ji Qingshan who is right. Ignoring the world consciousness that is playing a game with him, Ji Qingshan continued to say to Xiao Meyer, Anyway, this is the matter. If you don't want to do it, go back and tell them, and those who want to kill me and take the power are welcome at any time. If there is no one, it is assumed that you agree. The workload of Yuan Fuyun and Bondi will be increased. She will be responsible for suppressing them by force. Ji Qingshan did not hesitate at all. Xiao Meyer was also in a dilemma. He was not ambitious, and really did not want to be an enemy of Ji Qingshan. But power was still tempting enough for most people. It is certain that there are many people in 401 and 069 who will try. He was afraid that if they really started, peace would be impossible. This little thought could not be hidden from Miss Ji. With just 1 sentence, she reassured Xiao Meyer, Are you doing your own thing? When they came, I didn't think of destroying your shelter at once. This showed that there would be no collective punishment. At this point, Xiao Meyer was responsible for delivering the news, and the rest was for each small group to consider. Send the group of people away. Miss Ji had no time to rest. The conditions for the change of the shelter owner are undoubtedly very important clues. At this moment, there is a little clue to the speculation about Greyaz's identity. This guy will not just kill the previous one. On second thought, Ji Qingshan felt that it shouldn't be the case. This guy obviously doesn't have the courage to kill people. Even the poison of the snake is not lethal. It seems that there are many hidden secrets. I will check it out when the time comes. And the 2 shelters that have just been incorporated. The electronic sound was confused by her, and had already admitted Ji Qingshan's identity in a daze. But he insisted that the central tower could not be moved and could only be destroyed. Destruction is impossible. The entire shelter was built relying on the central tower. If it cannot be moved, it means that the shelter cannot be moved. The people inside must at least keep the tower. Ji Qingshan's idea of pulling people over was ruined. At present, if you want to go there, you can only teleport according to the coordinates, especially the waste materials. You have to find time to brush another dungeon, and get another shelter upgrade right back. She doesn't believe that the time and space channel of the 5th level shelter can be temporary. Thanks to the hostage exchange with Tung Sun, 069 and 401 have always maintained good contact. A small group of a certain department also spans both ends. The news brought back by Schielmeyer quickly spread in both places. Some people lie down and let it go, while others are eager to try. Fortunately, the distance between the shelters is not close, and even if someone is interested, no one will come in the first 2 days. Early in the morning of the third day, Miss G was looking at the pile of things sent by Yuan Fuyun in a depressed mood. She felt why there was a special ability to create paper and pen in the shelter. Suddenly, she felt the excitement of Rose. "Are you here? You are quite fast." Miss G threw down the documents and ran out under Yuan Fuyun's helpless gaze. The space fluctuated, and a sneaky figure emerged from the space crack. "Is this the place Schielmeyer is talking about? Why is there no one?" The young man in black clothes couldn't wait to find the target as soon as he emerged from the space. "Li Jisai, you are here to cause trouble too." A gloomy male voice appeared in the air. Li Jisai didn't expect that there would be someone who could match his speed, and he was stunned immediately. He looked up, and soon saw the people who came with him. There were at least 20 people sitting on the goshawk formed by the wind. "Claude, you are here as expected." "Of course, I am not a fool like Zumio. Who doesn't want to own the shelter? Even if the owner of Shelter 710 is powerful, she is only one person. We can kill her with 20 ants." "Huh? No city wall. Flowers? 710 is so leisurely." Claude and Li Jisai saw the pink roses surrounding 710. No one would be suspicious of a circle of harmless flowers. Claude drove the goshawk and rushed into 710. Shh, there was a slight sound in the air. However, this did not alert Claude. This shelter did not even have a protective shield, so he naturally did not believe that anything could stop him. "Boss, are we going?" Outside the flower wall, a male voice came from the broken space. "No, wait a little longer. A leader who can protect a shelter of 10,000 people cannot leave any defense here. I'm afraid that idiot Claude will be hit." "Yes, they are going to be finished." A clear female voice sounded in the ears of the group. Li Jisai suddenly felt his waist tightened, and the whole person was pulled into space by a distance. A yellow streak flashed in front of his eyes, and with a bang, the open space trembled violently. 17 people were blown away, and it took a while for them to get up from the ground in a dusty face. In the sky, a huge fly trap appeared behind Claude and his group. It bit the virtual goshawk with lightning speed. What? The attack from the void was too fast. Claude was already close when he found it. The huge shadow covered him, and he didn't even have time to jump. Without a drop of blood, 20 people disappeared. On the ground, before he had time to check the injuries of his own people, Li Jisai was already stunned by this sudden change. 20 people were eaten silently like this. What kind of monster is that? As for me, I don't like people flying around in my territory. You are still pretty good. The female voice just now sounded again, and Li Jisai's cold sweat fell from his back. He saw the person standing in front of him clearly. The long gray-purple hair was blown by the wind, and there was a dark tide in the purple-black eyes, looking at him with a smile. "Are you here to cause trouble? Your spatial ability is okay, but you can't use it now." "Wait." Li Jisai wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a strong force coming from his waist. Chapter 57. The willow branch drew circles in the air helplessly, expressing its incomprehension of its master's bad taste. 5 minutes later, Li Jisai lay on the ground and vomited all over the place. "Ugh. What is this? Ugh. You want authority?" After waiting for everyone to finish vomiting, Ji Qingshan walked over leisurely. No need. No need? Really? You brought so many people here? Don't you really want to try? Really no need. Let's go now." Li Jisai struggled to get up from the ground. Just as he was about to activate his superpowers to take his teammates away, suddenly, a cold light appeared in his peripheral vision. 5 bullets shot at Ji Qingshan and him from 5 directions. TSK. Ji Qingshan didn't even turn his head back, and the 5 pods exploded, smashing the bullets and flying towards the sneak attacker behind. Found it. The one who fired the cold gun quickly opened the shield. When the P exploded on it, fortunately, the attack power was not too strong. Go. After failing to sneak attack, these people were too lazy to hide and rushed towards Ji Qingshan from various locations in the ruins. The numbers 401 and 069 were intertwined, and dozens of superpowers were released at the same time. However, 1 second later, everyone's superpowers stagnated. The white epiphyllum bloomed in the air, like an eraser, disintegrating everyone's attack. The one flying in the sky was pulled down by the willow tree, and in a daze, the rose vines grew and swallowed everything. 5 seconds later, the surroundings returned to a dead silence. I said she was a bug. In the city, CE sat on the earthen platform, looking at the battlefield not far away. There were still people around who had not taken action, but after witnessing the scene just now, no one dared to act rashly. So you really don't plan to try? I've always liked people who don't mess around. The center of the chaos was very calm. Ji Qingchen stood there and continued to chat with Li Jiasai as if nothing had happened. Ah ha ha, that's it. Li Jiasai was about to cry. Sure enough, Xiaomir didn't hold back his fart. Luckily he was cautious, otherwise he would have died 100 or 80 times by now. I'm not interested in this power, or anything like that, really. Compared to life, it's really not important whether you have it or not. Don't you think so? The question was asked to the people who came with him. A group of people have woken up from coma. It's strange that those people didn't distinguish between friend and foe when they attacked just now, but these unconscious guys are fine. Most of them are awake now, and a group of people are nodding like crazy. There are very few fools who can survive until now. He saw Ji Qingchen's method just now. The other party had no need to avoid the person lying on the ground. Inexplicably, Li Jiasai felt that Ji Qingchen didn't really want to kill them all. Okay. Then you go back? Go back now. Li Jiasai nodded like a pardon. Just kidding, Ji Qingchen's ability is not something they can beat. Just look at the fate of the people around. Dozens of people, most of whom were sneak attacks, were killed by Ji Qingchen in a breath. The void fluctuated, and a group of people went in as if they were running for their lives. Boss, shall we go back and talk about this? No one dared to speak until they ran several kilometers. No doubt everyone was scared by Ji Qingchen's method. Bullshit. Will anyone believe this kind of strength? But it seems that her ability is plant, so she should be afraid of fire, right? Do you think she has no way to resist fire? And such a large sea of roses, can she burn it all? If you can't beat her, you can't beat her. Some gaps can't be made up by tricks. Besides, those people from 401 will not stop attacking us just because they are temporarily allies. How do you think you survived just now? You mean? The subordinate was stunned for a moment. She has no intention of killing us all, so it's better for us not to provoke her. In front of the sea of roses. Aren't you coming out? After a long time, Ji Qingchen raised his eyes and looked somewhere in the void. You are very strong. Are those plants your superpowers? After a long time, a thin man appeared from the air. Why didn't you take advantage of the moment to attack with those people? This way, your chances of winning might be much greater. Ji Qingchen did not answer the other party's question, but just looked at the man calmly. Because we can't win. Even if we fight together, we have no chance. After all, no matter how strong we are, we can't beat the zombies that night. What are you doing? The roses were wrapped around Ji Qingchen's fingertips, but Miss Ji still didn't make a move. I just want to fight with you. I don't want to get any benefits, and I'm not interested in those stones that were exchanged for human lives. Is that so? Ji Qingchen's smile was more real. Then come on. Okay. As soon as the word fell, the man's figure instantly became blurred. Ji Qingchen was very familiar with this look. Invisibility. Yes, the thin man's ability is the same as Su Yang's, which is invisibility, but this man is obviously more skilled in using it. And in terms of physical skills, he is far better than Su Yang. Since it's just a fight, there's no need for it. The surrounding plants did not move, and a short knife slipped from Ji Qingchen's fingertips. Ding! A crisp collision sound rang out in front of the two men. The opponent was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ji Qingchen to block his attack with just a knife. He clearly added invisibility to the knife. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Ji Qingchen's knife was approaching. Ding 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 ding. The collision sound was endless. In just 10 breaths, the two had collided nearly 100 times. You don't use superpowers? The thin man also found something wrong. From the beginning to now, there was no plan to hinder his actions. And now he has already fallen into a disadvantage. Battles require superpowers, but fighting doesn't. I haven't fought for a long time these days. After a crisp sound, the man's knife was neatly picked up by Ji Qingchen. You are the only one who can fight with me so far. The thin man didn't speak. In the previous confrontation, he had already seen the gap between himself and Ji Qingchen that could not be crossed. He really lost completely. The opponent did not use superpowers to defeat him who used superpowers. You sense my attack through the wind. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, sure enough, as I expected, it is almost impossible for anyone in this place to beat you. Those people are just asking for trouble. It is a better choice for you to take power. Ji Qingchen still did not answer his question, and only said after he finished speaking, "If you have nothing to do, please go back." She was going to go back to catch up on her sleep. In the following days, Ji Qingshan continued to receive various harassments. But if you say it is harassment, in fact, most people can't even get past the plant barrier. Occasionally, a few who sneaked in were dealt with particularly badly. Some people followed suit, and those too tried to use spies or kidnapping threats. However, people soon discovered that those who went only for Ji Qingshan, although they were covered in dust and tatters, at least returned intact. The survival rate of those who used dirty tricks or simply wanted to kill the 710 survivors in exchange for energy cores was 0. 10 days later, more than 900 people were chopped off in half, and the remaining 500 or so people completely recognized the reality. Occasionally, a few of them went to provoke the land just for fun. So far, Miss G's legal industry has increased again. Those who walked out of the line of life and death have good combat qualities. At least killing ordinary zombies alone is not a problem at all. Of course, the small groups that led people to find trouble did not know that their leaders were also entangled with daughter. On the 10th day, Ji Qingshan consumed 3 level 3 energy cores to take Yuan Fuyun and Lan Ming over. The channel is indeed two-way, but it takes 2 level 3 energy cores to transmit it back. Damn profiteers, after cursing the world, she found the leaders of the small groups who were subdued. First, I upgraded the 2 level 2 shelters and placed a circle of basic plants consisting of coriander, corn and willow. Then I moved the operation method of 710 over. Of course, it depends on them how to use it. The purpose is, the place is under my control. The rule that you can only kill zombies, and not human lives cannot be broken, and the lives of 512 people here cannot be lost. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want. The effect of giving a sweet date with a stick is that the people in the 2 shelters look at Ji Qingshan with clear eyes. The subsequent preliminary work of Yuan Fuyun and Lan Ming is extremely smooth. For level 3 energy cores are left for Yuan Fuyun and Lan Ming. Miss Ji returned to the shelter first. She felt pained by the passage being so long, and had to find a copy to get the upgrade right quickly. Speaking of this, Ji Qingshan remembered the information Su Yang brought with daughter 2 days ago. It seemed that a lot of interesting things had happened in Greyas, and it was related to the appearance of an independent copy. It was a good opportunity to go and find out now. Ji Qingshan simply packed up her things, came to the portal on the 3rd floor of the shelter, and threw a 3rd level energy core in. The silver light flashed and instantly sucked people in. It was just a pity that her remaining rest time was directly reset to 0. 10 days ago, Su Yang followed Greyas' request, and went to 1399 from a distance. The little guy was no longer the rookie, who would end his superpowers with a casual scare. After the carnival night, he still kept the good habit of finding someone to practice alone. This person was probably Ji Qingshan. If Miss Ji is not available, he will go out to find trouble with zombies. With this intensity of practice, both humans and machines can be somewhat spiritual. Su Yang was already enlightened, and the use of supernatural powers gradually became perfect, and his mental strength increased day by day. Now, not only did Greyas, who was 100 meters away, not notice the movement behind him, but even the zombies who occasionally passed by did not attack Su Yang. 2 days later, the destination was finally seen. Unlike 710, the area of 1399 shelter is much smaller. Su Yang estimated that it was centered on the tower, and extended about 200 meters. The city wall is lower than the original one, and it should have been rebuilt after the carnival night. What is surprising is that there are several decent teams patrolling near the city wall, and the order is actually well maintained. One of the teams spotted Greyas walking leisurely, and immediately showed surprise on their faces. The leader whispered a few words to his subordinates, and ran away in a hurry, leaving the rest of the team to accompany Greyas to the central tower. It was too far away, so Su Yang didn't see what they said specifically, and only controlled his supernatural power to squeeze into the shelter from the patrol blind spot. The shelter was not big, and Su Yang easily found the figures of those people. They were about to enter the central tower. The task given by Miss Ji was not clear, and Su Yang didn't know what method was needed to follow Greyas. After thinking about it, he still reported to Ji Qingshan and maintained his supernatural power to the central tower. In front of the central tower, someone came out of the tower in a hurry. The 2 teams were clearly separated, but all their eyes were on Greyas. However, the person on the left had uncontrollable greed and joy in his eyes, while the person on the right was puzzled and worried. "Oh, our city lord, you are willing to show up. We have repeatedly asked you to meet these 2 days, but Miss Luo, you always said that you were out. We thought that something big had happened to you, the owner of the shelter? Or did Miss Yu intend to sideline you and take power personally? Hilter, it's better not to impose your shameful thoughts on me. The woman on the right was obviously not a pushover. She glanced at the other person with her upturned phoenix eyes, pointing out Sima Zhao's heart without any hesitation. Now that the city lord is back, I guess you don't have to ask me for information every day. Of course, after all, I'm just too worried about the city lord's situation. There has already been a city lord who died unexpectedly here, and it's not good to have another one. Let's go! Seeing him leave with a group of followers, Luo Yu looked at Greyes deeply, and asked people to go into the tower to talk with a stern face. Things seemed to be getting interesting. At this point, Su Yang had to go in and join in the fun. Chapter 58. As soon as I entered the tower, I saw a little girl running out in a hurry. It seemed that she had just received some bad news, and her face was red with anger. Seeing Greyes, the little girl cursed, "Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to go somewhere else? Don't you know why those guys made so much trouble? Come back to give them gifts?" Greyes was about to say something, but the girl interrupted him. "Okay, you have to go out. I insist you are here. After all, we have to rely on the shelter. As long as you don't come out, those bastards of Hilt will not dare to do anything excessive. They bully me because I'm not a combat type, otherwise I will be beaten to a pulp sooner or later." These words were really out of place from a girl with a dull face. Greyes' facial expression seemed unnatural. He didn't dare to think about how much harm the next words would bring to him. "I don't want to leave. And I've been seen by him." He said so to the girl. As expected, the girl's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise, and then her eyes became even more angry. "If you don't leave, what do you want to do if you don't leave? Will all our efforts be wasted?" Xiaoya. This was too much. Even Luo Yu, who originally didn't want to care about the quarrel between the two siblings, couldn't listen to it anymore and stopped them in a deep voice. But Sangya's emotions had been aroused. How could it be so easy to calm down? And her tone became colder and colder. "You shouldn't have come back if you told me. Xiange and Mu Shu are still unconscious now. We finally made you disappear from their sight, and now you tell me that you plan to make everything go back to the starting point. Greyes, who are you being honest with?" Later, she almost picked up a stone next to her and knocked Greyes unconscious before throwing him out. "I didn't want to ruin the plan. I didn't go out to escape before." After a long time, when the girl had vented her anger, Greyes looked at her and said solemnly, "I swore to him that I would not let his efforts be taken away by anyone." "What? I didn't think about escaping. I'm sorry that some of my previous actions made you misunderstand. I went out to investigate the allies behind those people, and find a reliable ally willing to cooperate with us. After all, this place was left by him, and even if I died, I shouldn't let it disappear." After saying this, the others looked at Greyes in surprise. "I didn't expect that this boss, who was originally like a turtle, would have such thoughts. Are you serious?" His sister was the first to express her distrust. Greyes was particularly resistant to managing a shelter before. Since the previous owner died, he has been living a life of drunkenness and debauchery there. All the work is done by Luo Yu alone. He also has to suppress Hilt's power from time to time. Fortunately, the management method formulated by the previous owner is good, and now the shelter has not had any major troubles. Really, I will solve this matter. Besides, there are foreign aides. Greyes' eyes are exactly where Su Yang is. Has he been discovered? You are indeed a good tracker, but it is difficult to keep a distance in this tower, and their sense of smell is very sensitive. While speaking, Su Yang saw a rabbit hopping to Greyes' shoulder. The one with a keen sense of smell is this little guy. Ji Qingshan approved the cooperation with Greyes, and Su Yang, who was discovered, no longer hid. "Who are you?" Sanggye looked Su Yang up and down. The number above Su Yang's head was eliminated by Ji Qingshan with EP51 before departure, so she naturally couldn't get the answer. Still Greyes took over and said, 710 people. 710? The famous one. Due to the electronic voice revenge, Miss Ji and her deeds were broadcasted throughout the map. Isn't that famous? Will they agree to cooperate? Luo Yu had doubts in her eyes. A shelter owner who could bring more than 10,000 people alive and pass the level in advance must have his own strengths. But why would she help another shelter owner for no reason? Of course, we have all agreed. Aren't they all here? Sister Ji said cooperation, not help. She has something to deal with recently. If you die too soon in this trouble, she will be happy to reap the benefits. The two said almost at the same time. Isn't this just a coincidence? Greyes was embarrassed. The others looked at someone who had just been confident with a bad face. Grace held it in for a long time and blurted out, "She didn't help but asked you to come. That means she asked you to help." What a robber logic. Su Yang was speechless, but Ji Qingshan did say that he wanted to see if he could help 1399 solve the current problem alone. That must be possible. Su Yang thought so. Whether you help or not, you said before that you were investigating Hilt's allies. Sangya hated the other party very much, and naturally looked forward to what his brother said. Yes. I have found out who is behind this. Yang Wanquan, the owner of Shelter 614. But he should not be in the mood to care about this ally recently. This is our chance to get rid of Hilt. While speaking, Grace glanced in the direction of Su Yang. Everyone present was smart, and they probably guessed that it was Miss Ji who made Yang Wanquan not in the mood to make trouble. But they have never revealed any handles, so we can't deal with them legitimately. If they fight, their strength is not weak. Hilt's ability to stop time is difficult for us to deal with. What about inducing them to make trouble? For example, selling flaws to let him cause trouble for Grace, or if they are forced into a corner, let them expose their dirty thoughts in public. After all, he has been around Miss Ji for more than half a month, and Ji Qingshan has taken special care of him. A white piece of paper should be a little careful now. That's a good idea. I think about what to do. Then I make some preparations. I'm sure someone will break into my room tonight. Grace's words came true. At night, Grace's room. The lights were off, and there was only the breathing of the sleeping person in the silence. Something came in the night and merged with the darkness. It showed up in front of Grace's bed and raised the sharp blade in its hand. Puff. The dagger went down and screamed. But it was not the person on the bed, but an uninvited guest. His dagger pierced into the cotton pile. A small rat snake was wrapped around his wrist. Before he could react, a knife pierced his chest. The assassin didn't even see the person who moved the knife, and he lay down limply. It's okay, thanks to you, classmate Su Xiaoyang. When the assassin had no signs of life, Grace came out from under the bed with a dusty face. Beside him, Su Yang supported the assassin and sat against the wall. The little diamondback snake swam into Grace's palm and twisted toward Su Yang in a weird posture, as if to express gratitude. It's just a piece of cake. The city lord agreed. Su Yang's face didn't show much expression. Are you going to continue sleeping on the floor? Of course. Who knows if those people will come again? Grace is indeed a jinx. That night, 5 groups of people broke into his room one after another. In the end, Grace simply didn't sleep, and he and Su Yang leaned against Xiaobai's soft fur and waited for dawn. I'm sorry, I made you suffer with me. Are they Hilt's people? It's not that he didn't sleep all night, but from Ji Qingshan's attitude, Su Yang had guessed that this Grace had something worth her attention. Besides, the other party also clearly said that he wanted to see how he would deal with the current troubles. In this case, whether for himself or Ji Qingshan, he had to find out more. Yes, Hilt wants power, so he will naturally send people here. It's going to be very busy these days. It's just a pity that if we fight, we will fall into 614's trap. What does 614 want to do? Same as your city lord. He wants to control other shelters here, but he doesn't have Ji's ability, but his ambition far exceeds hers. He had to overthrow the people in other shelters. Unfortunately, there is still a gap. He wanted to use 069 and 401 to attack you, but Ji took away the authority of these 2 shelters. What are the benefits of getting authority? At least I don't know. If there is, your city lord should know it now. The 2 chatted casually. When a topic was over, they were both silent. After a long time, Su Yang suddenly said, "Your relationship with your friend doesn't seem to be very good." This time, Grace didn't answer. He sighed and hesitated for a long time, and said an answer that didn't sound like an answer. 1399 could have been better. But I can't do it. After saying this, Grace stopped talking and leaned on Xiaobai to close his eyes quietly. The next day, Grace's other teammates noticed that Hilt's eyes were a little gloomy when he appeared. The 3rd and 4th days were still the same. Su Yang followed Grace invisibly and helped him deal with some people. So, when there was no result on the 5th day, Hilt finally couldn't sit still. Because the people who gave up their positions to Grace had a particularly high status in the 1399 shelter, and Grace was someone he recognized. Hilt didn't dare to tear his face openly, so he had to pretend to recognize Grace on the surface, and then assassinate him behind his back. It had been a few days, but the person was still not dead, which made him extremely anxious. The allies had a period of time. He had lost contact with the other party. Hilt didn't know what happened to the other party. If he delayed any longer, the previous layout would be in vain. Hilt, who had been tossing and turning all night, and couldn't think of any quick and accurate plan, suddenly saw the necklace on the table. Next to it was the location information of an independent copy sent by his subordinates. Hilt showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Yes, how could he forget it? Didn't he use this trick to kill that guy before? Now, it's just a repeat of the old trick. The next day, he couldn't wait to pass the message to Greyes. And everything was as he expected. Greyes agreed to go. Why was there a little girl in the team before leaving? Chapter 59. The coordinates set by Ji Qinshan are the central tower of 1399, but it has not been upgraded yet, and the third floor of the tower is not open. The landing point of the fixed point transmission is on the second floor. Not many people came to the second floor at that time. Miss Ji was lucky not to run into anyone. Used daughter to locate Su Yang. She easily found Greyes and his group. Half a day ago, Hilt told Greyes and Luo Yu about the information of the independent copy, and sincerely invited Greyes to go with him. Because only the copy in which the owner of the shelter participates will 100% refresh the upgrade right. They have accumulated 0.4, and if they are lucky, they may be able to gather what is needed to upgrade the shelter this time. Greyes sent Hilt away with consideration and preparation. Now the two sides are maintaining superficial peace. Both sides know that Hilt wants to kill Greyes. At this juncture, the proposal to go to the independent copy is probably to make a fuss here. If we go, the enemy will be in the dark, and we will be in the light, so we can only passively defend. But if we don't go, Hilt will have to publicize this matter in the shelter. People are already full of distrust of the new owner. If this happens, Greyes' situation in the shelter will be very embarrassing. No, Hilt is clearly going to kill you in the shelter and take control. Independent copies are randomly released, and he will definitely be able to attack us when we are separated. Sun Gyal was the one who reacted most violently. Yes, nothing is more important than life. The black-haired man next to him, who had little presence, also dissuaded him. We were fully prepared last time, but still lost one person, and 2 people were unconscious. Now that we appear at the last minute, we can't find Hilt's way. You also said that he died in the dungeon. I don't want the shelter he worked so hard to maintain to be messed up by Hilt. And who said he was only allowed to ambush us in the dungeon? Independent dungeons are ever-changing, and we can also use the rules to kill those people. Are you sure? Last time, 5 of the 11 died, and 3 were seriously injured and are still unconscious. Luo Yu, who had just been silent, looked directly into Greyes' eyes. The other party responded with the same firm look. I'm sure, Greyes said. I won't let Lin's efforts go to waste. What's more, we also need a more advanced shelter to better ensure the safety of everyone. Okay, I get it. Let's discuss who will go. Luo Yu nodded and looked at the 7 people in the room. 6 of them had the numbers 1399 on their heads. Only one person huddled in the corner uncomfortably, maintaining his supernatural powers all the time. It was Su Yang. At present, only Luo Yu and Sang Gaya knew about the weird cooperation between Greyes and Ji Qinshan. The 2 of them were not opposed to this. Like Greyes, they also felt that a shelter owner, who was willing to protect thousands of people, was not a sinister person. Real cooperation would definitely be a good thing for 1399. Although the brain channel between Su Yang and Ji Qinshan was not discovered, Greyes also vaguely realized that the 2 had some kind of long-distance communication method. So in the past few days, he kept Su Yang by his side intentionally or unintentionally. Especially when it comes to Hilt and independent copies. Just like now. The shelter cannot be left unattended. Luo, Yu and Xiaoya stay, and 2 go together. I will go to the dungeon with Musong Xuela. You won't take me with you. Sun Gyal is very dissatisfied with her brother's decision. Your ability is greatly reduced in the dungeon. It is more useful outside. Greyes stated the facts objectively. Luo Yu, are 3 people enough? We are not sure how many people Hilt will bring. But Greyes shook his head, not 3 but 5? 5 people? The others were surprised. Greyes didn't explain too much, just said that it was a friend he met when he went out. Friends? People from other shelters? Except for the 2 who knew the inside story, the others were all on guard. If it was someone from other shelters, there was no guarantee that the other party had some intentions. Greyes, you were not deceived by someone, were you? Under that kind of rules, are you willing to bet on people's kindness? People from the same shelter may not let you go. Not to mention those who have direct interests. Xuelu, who had long light-colored hair, was the first of the 3 to raise doubts. The others seemed to want to say something as well. Greyes followed up with an ambiguous statement that he thought the other party was very reliable. He then stopped the others from continuing to explore. He left on the pretext that he wanted to prepare materials for the next dungeon. The remaining 5 looked at each other in bewilderment. Could he have really been fooled? Musong whispered. Not really. Although my brother is a saintly person who doesn't know the difference between the important and the trivial, he still has brains. It's hard to fool him with lies unless he is willing to take the bait. Xiaoya, let's go. We go, give Hilt a reply. Luo, you called the little girl away. There were 3 people left in the room. Then I leave first. You guys hurry up and get ready. By the way, take these things and give them to Greyas. My ability is not suitable for fighting. I can only guarantee your logistics in the dungeon. Tugu stuffed a pile of bread of various shapes, which was also his ability. After Tugu left, there were only 2 people left in the room. What do you think? After a while, Musong looked at Shuela helplessly. What do you mean? The other party asked him back. Independent dungeons. To be honest, I really don't want to go to that damn place again. We were almost wiped out last time, and it was Lao Lin who risked his life to send the 5 of us out. This time, we have to face Hilt's calculations and the friends that Grey has found from nowhere. I always feel that it's not going to be a good thing. It's been so long since the end of the world, and you still cherish your life so much. Shuela showed a strange look. If you don't do anything, you will die when the zombies come. It's better to find a way out. Independent dungeons are clearly given rules. Greyas wants us to go together, so let's go together. And I hate Hilt, it would be best if we can kill him this time. As for friends? Although the guy is sometimes a saint, he is not a fool. You can't blame him for your brother's affairs. Greyas, who didn't know that he was a saint in the mouth of his companions, had returned to his room. He called out to the dark corner. In the corner, Su Yang's invisibility was slowly lifted, and a figure appeared. He just figured it out after listening to the conversation between Musong and Shuelu. When will City Lord Ji arrive? Soon. As Su Yang finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. The door opened, and it was Ji Qingshan who walked in. And behind her followed Sangaya and Luoyu. Tomorrow? Ji Qingshan was asking about the independent dungeon. Yes. Greyas nodded. The label on Miss Ji's head was also removed by Epiphyllum. Sangaya and Luoyu thought she was the same as Su Yang, but now, after listening to the conversation between Ji Qingshan and Greyas, they suddenly realized that the person opposite was the famous person. Excuse me, can I ask why Miss Ji came here in person? Ji Qingshan's purpose could be guessed by everyone present. Luo Yu was worried about a shelter owner who appeared in their shelter inexplicably, and Greyas was determined to take people to the dungeon. I'm here to ensure that the partner will not lose any limbs, and by the way, kill some of Yang Wanquan's partners? Yang Wanquan. The 2 girls, who didn't know the whole story, were puzzled. It's the people behind Hilt that I mentioned before. Greyas added, I have been working with City Lord Ji to kill them for a long time. Yang Wanquan hurt my people, I have to cause him some trouble. By the way, I also want the right to upgrade the shelter. Ji Qingshan's eyes were a little frivolous when he said these words. Since the time has been set, let's have a happy cooperation tomorrow. Night. The wall of 1399 is not very high, which makes Ji Qingshan, who is standing on it, a little depressed. The key is that you can't use superpowers in other people's territory. Why did City Lord Ji agree to cooperate with Greyas? I don't know. When Luo Yu came to Ji Qingshan, he gave me the information, and I helped him this time, and we both got what we needed. As for cooperation, you think too much. It's not us who are cooperating, but all the survivors must establish cooperation. The zombies are not strong now, but no one knows what they will look like in the future. Thank you for letting me know. It may be a bit impolite to say this, but I want to beg you to let Greyas live. Xiaoya can't lose this brother. Luoyu said, bowing deeply to Ji Qingshan. Miss Ji slightly turned sideways, and only half accepted her greeting. I will try my best to keep everyone alive, but the probability is not 100%. But you said that? The one who died in the copy before? Ji Qingshan said vaguely, but Luoyu understood, and there was a flash of fear in her eyes. Greyas couldn't tell others about this, and Ji Qingshan actually saw through everything from her 2 sentences just now. Don't worry, I'm just checking the mental state of the partner to prevent the cooperation from ending. And if I have such a sister, I don't want to be separated from her. When the light gray sky that foreshadowed the morning appeared completely, the figures of Greyas and Hilt had already appeared outside the shelter. Rushed to the place where the independent copy appeared. It seems to reduce Greyas's vigilance. There are only 3 people on Hilt's side. And Greyas's side has almost twice as many people as the other side. Boss, what are you looking at? Along the way, Hilt's men looked at the 2 people who were farthest from Greyas, looking at them for no less than 100 times. Seeing that the woman in one of them was pretty, they thought that their boss might have taken a fancy to someone. Nothing? Hilt shook his head. He didn't say that he always felt that the strange labels on the heads of the two people were a little unfamiliar. But he quickly calmed down. Even if Grey's really found foreign aid, what would happen? Once they entered the copy, they would all die. What's up with the numbers above Ji Qingshan and Su Yang's heads? That has to do with the hallucinations caused by the evil poisonous mushrooms. It may be that the dosage is small, so Hilt didn't fall into hallucinations completely. But this is almost the same. After a day of hiking, the 8 people finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous ruin? Are you sure this is really an independent copy? Why is there no movement? Hilt asked his subordinates, and was angry when he saw the rubble everywhere in front of him. Independent copies need to complete specific conditions to trigger. Look for them, everyone. Half an hour later, nothing happened, and an hour later, it was still calm, which was completely different from the tense and exciting game before Muchusei and others entered the melting copy. Until Su Yang found a note in the ruins. Prosperity and end, which side do you choose? Chapter 60. Prosperity and the end, which side do you choose? Su Yang whispered the contents of the note. The next moment, the topography of the ruins suddenly changed dramatically. The earth trembled, and high walls rose from the ground. The figures of the 8 people were separated in this way. The small stream of water came from nowhere, and flooded over the soles of everyone's shoes. Ji Qingshan, Grey Yas and his party had all participated in independent dungeons. Of course, they knew this pre-challenge. The only one who was a little confused was Su Yang, but the connection between him and Ji Qingshan was not cut off, and he soon understood the general situation. The 8 people were divided into at least 3 teams. Beside Ji Qingshan stood Grey Yas and Musong. Su Yang was with one of Hilt's men, and they were wary of each other, and there was no conflict for the time being. And Shuela, whether he was with Hilt, the ambitious man, or alone in this strange maze, was the most pessimistic. Since it's a maze, find the exit first. Ji Qingshan instructed Su Yang, glancing aside. Greyas looked tense, obviously thinking of his companion's bad situation. Seeing Ji Qingshan looking at him, he didn't intend to hide. They are allies now. Can you talk to the boy? He asked. Yes, Shuela is not near him. Ji Qingshan nodded. I know. Greyas' eyes flashed with disappointment. The most urgent thing is to find the exit of this damn place first. The pre-challenge of the independent copy is not likely to be a good thing. The longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Musong's ability is a balance, or exchange. The exchange can be anything, as long as Musong consciously believes that they are absolutely equivalent. Greyas took the initiative to show his sincerity. He knew from the beginning that he could not be the active party in this cooperation. The paper strength of the Libra is quite strong, but it is limited to theory. After all, consciousness is not something that people can control. There is a probability of exchanging a human hair for a missile, and there is also a possibility of using 100 energy cores to get a piece of waste paper. It depends largely on luck. Musong, the owner of the superpower, is very clear about this, so more often, he chooses to give up this unlucky superpower and rely on hiding and skills to solve the problem. You should also guess Su Yang's ability. Invisibility, and a certain degree of breath hiding. As for me, you have seen it 10 days ago. The exchange of information has further trusted the two parties in the cooperation. In the final analysis, whoever can break the maze and enter the copy first is likely to gain more initiative. In addition, the water at the bottom of the maze keeps overflowing, and no one wants to be drowned by them. The 3 looked at each other, and tacitly looked for a way out of the maze. Su Yang was the same. The 2 strangers were wary of each other, but they did not delay looking for a way out of the maze. 10 minutes later, the water gradually flooded over everyone's ankles. In the resistance, walking became difficult. Ji Qingshan was distracted, and kept an eye on Su Yang's situation. 3 minutes ago, he separated from the people on the other side, at the previous fork in the road. Now, according to the perception of Daughter Flower, he and Ji Qingshan were getting closer and closer. Greyas had never been separated from Ji Qingshan, and he and Musong shuttled through this winding maze together. The memory of the 2 made the maze not difficult for them, but the scale of this place was not small, and it was estimated that it would take another half an hour to explore it clearly. Especially the underground water level has risen again. For a moment, Ji Qingshan wanted to use EP51 to get rid of these walls that were in the way. But who knows if there will be any more problems in the maze in the future. According to Melted Ruins, the pre-level of a copy will not be simple. There is no maze ceiling above their heads, so they will not be drowned here. But if this continues, they will not walk but swim in a while. In this way, if it is just a maze, they are afraid of sudden uninvited guests. Whether it is Grea's taming or Ji Qingshan's plants, at least for the cards that have been unlocked so far, water is not their home ground. But this is still the terrible end of the world after all, and Ji Qingshan cannot ignore the consequences of large-scale cheating with supernatural powers to overturn the table. Without the means of the carnival night, she still doesn't want to cause some trouble. Facts have proved that Miss G's luck has never been good. In the water, a seemingly harmless little fish swayed over. When it got close to Musong, it suddenly opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit his calf. Musong looked terrified, but reacted quickly, chopping the attacker in half with a knife. Piranha? Seeing Musong's movements, Grea's moved over curiously. Suddenly, the man was lifted up by the willow branches, and his voice suddenly rose. Before he could find Ji Qingshan to ask for an explanation, his light blue eyes glanced down and saw the dense black spots in the water, which were all piranhas rushing over. Xiaobai. As a person who could be the owner of the shelter, Grea's reacted quickly. Seeing a group of crazy fish in the water, a huge rabbit appeared instantly and carried the three people on its back. However, the environment here is no longer their home ground. The rabbit's ears slapped the water surface, and most of its strength was removed, so it could not cause any harm to the piranhas. Not to mention the rat snake, its small body would be drowned as soon as it came out. Ji Qingshan had never expected Musong's ability. She pointed to the direction of this place for Su Yang. Her fingertips passed over 2 cards, and willow branches were wrapped around Xiaobai's 4 legs, with 4 clusters of roses on them. Run. Ji Qingshan patted Xiaobai. After all, the current plants are terrestrial, and Ji Qingshan's consumption in underwater combat will be greater. She also has to make plans for the subsequent copies, and Hilt, who wants to sneak attack. If she doesn't directly destroy the stage, running is still the best strategy. Under Ji Qingshan's command, the white rabbit ran wildly in the maze. On the 4 legs immersed in the water, bright roses bloomed, devouring the lives of a group of piranhas. No way, Sister Ji, you're just requisitioning me. Grea's, who had come to his senses, was inevitably frustrated. Ji Qingshan snorted coldly and said lightly, "Then you come?" It's choking. Grea's knew it well, and he couldn't do better than Ji Qingshan. It's even more impossible to ensure that his Xiaobai is intact. After running for 2 minutes, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of everyone from the corner. At first, he was still confused when he saw a huge rabbit, but soon he became excited. Sister Ji. Su Yang rushed towards the rabbit at almost the fastest speed in his life. Ji Qingshan raised his hand and wrapped Su Yang with a willow branch and brought him to the rabbit's back. And behind Su Yang, a large group of piranhas swam over. This kid used his ability to hide his breath to make the fish from all directions gather behind him. Minimize the possibility of being besieged as much as possible. It's just that the rose flower digestion speed in the water is too slow. Such a large group of fish will take at least 5 minutes. I'm afraid that the fish will die and the flowers will be almost eaten. Let's change one. Small mushrooms grow in the water, instantly blocking the route of the piranhas. These brainless guys opened their mouths and bit, and after a moment, their heads tilted and their stomachs turned over. A crisis was resolved in this way. Musong put the half-drawn rune on his hand back into his trouser pocket, and his worries were reduced. He really didn't like his unreliable ability. It was naturally quite good for him that Ji Qingshan had a way to solve the current dilemma. Now, the piranhas are no threat to the 4 people. Ji Qingshan maintained the mushroom production. Grea's commanded Xiaobai to keep moving towards the exit of the maze. 23 minutes later, the number of forks gradually decreased. The water level in the maze continued to rise, and Xiaobai swam with the human on his back. Fortunately, there was no threat from piranhas, and it was only a matter of time to get out. Another 5 minutes passed. A huge door appeared in front of the 4 people. Is it here? Grea's was studying with Musong, and Hilt's voice came from behind the 4 people, interrupting their thinking. Grea's turned around and looked at him. There were Grea's and one of his subordinates, not the one Su Yang had met before. The 2 sat on a large wooden board, which was full of holes, probably caused by those piranhas. Hilt's clothes were also torn, and light red blood stains appeared in the light-colored places. It was enough to show the danger he had along the way. Seeing this, Grea's first thought was not to laugh. Instead, he was worried about his other friend Shuela. Although Hilt was not a good person, his strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, even with external help, Grea's would not be forced to seek help from other shelters. Now that he was forced into such a mess in this maze, Shuela would probably have a harder time. Or to say that they were now more relaxed than Hilt, half of which was due to Ji Qingshan. Feeling more and more uneasy, Greyas and Musong beside him looked anxiously into the depths of the maze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and finally in the 3rd minute, another person came out from there. His body was mottled with blood, but from his figure, it was clear that he was a man. It was another subordinate of Hilt, and the one who was with Su Yang before. But he looked seriously injured now. Hilt glanced at the man with a disgusted expression, but after all, he was his subordinate, so he threw him a bottle of medicine. Then he began to look at the huge door again. Another 2 minutes passed, and finally the person Greyas wanted to see appeared in his vision. Although Shuela's condition was not good, he was much healthier than the blood man who just appeared. There were many wounds on his body, but they were not deep. The slightly more serious ones had been treated. Rebirth. Shuela's ability is to restore things that disappeared within 20 seconds, including the body. The more things are restored, the more important they are, and the greater the mental power consumption. With all the partners gathered, Greyas' attention was also focused on the giant door. Under the gaze of everyone, a crack slowly appeared in the middle of the giant door. Then, a question carved with a knife slowly appeared. Where can I find the treasure? Option 1, Palace. Option 2, Cemetery. The two options were posted on both sides of the gap. Obviously, the two doors corresponded to two options. In the maze, the originally calm water surface suddenly rolled up, forming waves, and in the distance, huge black shadows approached rapidly. Obviously, they didn't have much time to choose. Sister, how to choose? Su Yang's voice appeared in the team channel at the first time. One person on one side, you choose. Independent copies do not need to cause large-scale damage right from the start. The words on the note just now are also like a hint. The problem should not correspond to life and death. One person on one side, if there are clues on both sides, they will not be missed. As for letting Su Yang choose, Ji Qingshan really doesn't believe in her unlucky luck. Let Su Yang choose. If there are many dangers behind one of the sides, it must belong to her. Well, then I choose the palace. Okay. Keep an eye on the situation. Ji Qingshan nodded, and his hand was already on the door belonging to the cemetery. On the other side, Greyas and Hilt obviously had the same idea as Ji Qingshan, and both of them asked a companion to make the opposite choice. Greyas pushed Musong over, and Hilt's side brought the curly-haired man with glasses, who had been with Hilt before and was not injured. This man's name is David, and his exaggerated muscles make it easy for people to think that his superpowers are related to strength. But Ji Qingshan felt a kind of gentle energy from him. People quickly stood in front of the corresponding door, according to the selection group. Blue light overflowed from the depicted options, quickly engulfing the visitors, and in the halo, Ji Qingshan saw Greyas move his mouth and silently said to her, "For the sake of cooperation, please help me take care of the people." He is quite awesome, but he is afraid of death. Chapter 61. When her hand was on the door, Ji Qingshan felt a huge suction force. Blue light flowed out from the characters on the stone door, and spread all over her body. Across the street, the figures of Greyas and Su Yang were no longer visible. I don't know if this independent copy is randomly teleported. Ji Qingshan thought about what Greyas said before he left, and her fingers gently stroked the hem of Musong's clothes, and the small daughter vines wrapped around it. It's just a pity that the daughter hated the deadly energy core on David and refused to go no matter what. As for Greyas, Ji Qingshan had planted them all at the beginning of the maze. The mental power connected to the plants on both sides, and the blue light covering her body seemed to be provoked by something, and a stronger mental force tried to cut off her control of the daughter. Especially the two people who used the energy core, the feedback was particularly strong. The doors opened at the same time, and the feeling of dizziness and weightlessness came, and the double stimulation tried to force Ji Qingshan to break the connection with the plants. She was not prepared in the last copy, which led to the loss of contact with Mu Chu, Fu Ying and the others. But after experiencing it once, Ji Qingshan would definitely not give this thing another chance. She peeled 2 sunflower seeds from the sunflower that curiously poked out its flower disc, and held them in her hand. A light green light spread from it, wrapped around the card, and forcefully blocked the mental power in the blue light, then rolled back and invaded the place where the blue light first appeared in an instant. Cough. In the silver-gray space, the person with half-closed eyes suddenly coughed violently, and most of the scarlet liquid in the goblet in his left hand also spilled out. The tingling pain in his mind took a long time to dissipate, and the person opened his closed eyes, and his gray pupils were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? Just through the projection. Could it be her? No, it's impossible. Even if it's her, it's impossible for her to recover without any movement. The man murmured, then suddenly crushed the goblet in his hand and stood up from the armchair. His fingers operated on the screen floating in the air. Soon, a silver hole slowly appeared beside him, and he stepped into it. At the end of the maze, Ji Qingchen's figure was finally swallowed by the light. Welcome Survivor Unknown Error. Welcome Survivor Su Yang. Welcome Survivor Greyes. Welcome Survivor Hilt. Enter the independent copy Lost Ruins. The cheerful electronic sound sounded in everyone's mind, followed by a strong sense of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, Ji Qingchen almost thought that his time had been reset. Under the black sky, there was a mess of ruins around, with only a few normal houses standing alone. Ji Qingchen subconsciously took out the card from his tattoo. Fortunately, there were no strange things in the first few pictures. She sat up and looked around carefully. As expected, it was still a random landing point this time. Neither Mu Song nor David were within her field of vision. Fortunately, the daughter flower was still connected. While Ji Qingchen was observing the surroundings, she divided her mental power to check the situation of the three heads. The place where she was seemed to be a small fishing village. The low wooden houses were shabby, and there were old fishing nets, and a few fish that had rotted for who knows how long in the corners. There were broken wooden boats floating on the sea, and there was a fishy smell in the wind. There was no sign of any living creatures. Mu Song's situation was similar. The objects were still the same, only slightly different in arrangement. Mu Song had also woken up, and was cautiously exploring the surroundings. The characteristics of the balance were destined not to be used for fighting. Mu Song was extremely afraid of death. After obtaining this useless ability, he practiced fighting every day. In his words, being tired was better than dying. In the fishing village at night, the sea breeze blew on the dilapidated houses, making a creaking sound, which intertwined with the sound of waves hitting the beach, forming a harmonious and strange movement. There was no breath of living people around, but there were always some unusual sounds in the wind. Mu Song noticed it, and so did Ji Qingchen. The salty smell suddenly became strong, and the sharp fish fins approached Ji Qingchen's throat. On the other side, a bloody mouth bit towards Mu Song's head in the shadow of the building. However, no one was frightened by this sudden attack. Ji Qingchen dodged back deftly to avoid the attack from the opposite side. A green light flashed in her hand, and a whip made of willow branches and roses appeared. When it intersected with the monster, it was entangled and thrown away fiercely. The knife-like willow leaves and rose thorns cut the monster's flesh, and the stench in the air became stronger. The battle at Mu Song's place was simpler and more brutal. The rocket launcher slipped into Mu Song's hand as soon as the bloody mouth approached, and he stabbed it into the mouth. With a bang, the monster screamed and flew backwards. Half of its head was blown off, and it looked like it was going to die. However, the battle was not over. The monster that had just appeared seemed to be an inconspicuous pioneer. The moment it was hit hard, the fishing village seemed to suddenly remove some kind of disguise, and floating shadows came out from all directions, surrounding the two attackers. At this moment, Ji Qingchen and Mu Song finally saw the monster clearly. Fish head, human body, dark blue scales, webbed hands and feet. Is it some new type of zombie? Rose had just drained the vitality of that thing. Ji Qingchen knew very well that this thing could be regarded as a substitute for zombies, and her card unlocking progress increased by a negligible amount. In this case, she naturally didn't have to worry. In an instant, huge corn rose from the ground, and the corn kernels slammed into the monsters rushing over, turning them into a pool of blood. Nearby, it was a battlefield of roses and willows. Dark green vines were entangled with these things, and pink flowers quietly bloomed, with a bit of enchantment and weirdness. Occasionally, some fish that slipped through the net were taken away by Ji Qingchen's whip. Mu Song was a little pessimistic. After all, he was only one person, and he didn't have any means of group attack. Even if he brought enough weapons, it would take time to release them. Fortunately, this person was quite skilled. He first used rocket launchers and grenades to blast a gap in the monsters, and then rushed to a flexible fish, shuttling between the gaps of these monsters' attacks. Melee rocket launchers can easily hurt oneself by mistake. Mu Song put away his things, holding a pistol in his left hand, and a long knife in his right hand to defend against the attacks of the monsters beside him. The hard scales of the monsters were quite tricky. Mu Song's long knife could only leave shallow marks on them, and the pistol did some damage. But as long as it was not a vulnerable place like the eyes, it would basically not cause fatal injuries. These monsters were not stupid either. Not only did they know to protect their weaknesses, But seeing that Musong's melee combat was so strong, they all began to stay away from him. In the dark night, something brushed Musong's cheek, leaving a bloody mark. The pattern of this thing remained on the retina, which was a nearly transparent scale, but the long-range attack was not the most fatal. 2 seconds after being scratched by the scale, Musong gradually felt that his body was becoming heavier and heavier. The scales were poisonous. Musong and Ji Qingshan, who had been watching the situation here, made a judgment at the same time. Miss Ji did not have such scales. It seemed that the monster was suppressed by her from beginning to end and chose to save its life first. Go to the corn. The poison made by the monster was quite overbearing. In just 1 minute, Ji Qingshan clearly felt that Musong's condition had declined a lot. The long knife fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and the scattered monsters pounced on him with their teeth and claws, mixed with those poisonous scales. When he heard this sound suddenly, Musong looked around without thinking to find the so-called corn. Ji Qingshan urged the corn to continue to grow taller, and soon a huge yellow object appeared in Musong's field of vision. Not to mention that the daughter flower was also frantically pointing the way in his mind. Throwing 2 more grenades to the side, Musong quickly moved forward according to the guidance of the daughter flower. On the other side, Ji Qingshan approached Musong while clearing the monsters besieging her. Finally, another group of monsters appeared in Yumi's vision. Ji Qingshan quickly locked Musong, who was in the front. Boom 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 boom. The corn cannon bombarded the fishman behind it, and a willow tree grew next to it, rolling up Musong and bringing him to Miss Ji. At that time, Musong could hardly see or hear clearly. A lot of exercise accelerated the blood flow, and his poisoning condition worsened. His face was gray, his palms were cold, his lips were blue, and he saw fish scales growing on his face and neck like the monsters. It was pitch black in front of him, and as his consciousness began to fade, he heard the voice that had just appeared in his mind for the second time. Swallow it. The spicy taste filled his mouth, and with a warm current passing through, the dark world slowly recovered, and the lost perception gradually returned. Musong opened his eyes a little tiredly, and saw himself hanging in the air by 2 willow branches, and below were monsters beaten to pieces by roses and corn kernels. Come and provide some combat power when you wake up. I know you have hidden a lot of good things. The voice and tone returned to the person who appeared in his mind before, and Musong looked at the person waving the whip below. Thank you. He was not stupid, and he immediately associated the cause and effect. He had no aversion to Ji Qingshan talking in his mind. If there was no such voice, he would have confessed long ago. Originally, I thought I had made full preparations for the dungeon. In order not to die, I bought a lot of goods in the tower. Who would have thought that I almost failed at the beginning? Musong was scared just thinking about it. No need to thank me, I come down to help. Ji Qingshan's relaxed attitude didn't seem to need help, but Musong still went down honestly. Ji Qingshan was not his mother, not even a companion. He just saved him out of conscience, and there was no reason to keep taking advantage. Another row of hot weapons appeared in his hand. This attracted Ji Qingshan's surprised eyes. This kind of space storage ability is not available in the world yet. Did Musong use his supernatural power to create it? The attacks of plants and hot weapons kept destroying the surrounding fish monsters, but these guys were like automatic replenishment, and they didn't decrease after half an hour. Ji Qingshan didn't care. At that moment, she could get the unlocking permission of another card, but Musong's reserve firepower was almost exhausted. Moreover, as more and more monsters died, the unpleasant smell in the air became stronger and stronger. It made people dizzy, and seriously affected their monster hunting. Could this thing be poisonous? When he had this thought, Ji Qingshan put 2 coriander mints on Musong and himself. Even if it didn't detoxify, this thing could be used as an air purifier. 10 minutes later. Musong's ammunition reserve was a little behind, and he looked a little ugly about it. He had to bring at least twice as many weapons next time he entered the dungeon, otherwise he would die easily. Fortunately, the monsters around seemed to have decreased. The originally dense encirclement could now see the broken houses outside through the gaps. What's going on? These houses seem to be moving. Musong rubbed his eyes, thinking that the high-intensity fight made him mentally exhausted, and he accidentally saw it wrong. However, there was no need to look outside at this moment. The ground beneath their feet suddenly became soft. Black lumps appeared on the dark ground, and something was about to burst out of them. Come up. Chapter 62. What? Musong's reaction was already fast, but Ji Qingshan followed suit and pulled him up to the sky with a willow branch, as if he was desperate. You can fly. Musong, who originally thought that commanding a group of plants to fight was Ji Qingshan's limit, looked at the distant earth in astonishment. On the ground, the corn that was about to be swallowed by the mud turned into a stream of light and flew into Ji Qingshan's tattoo. Mu Song had a willow branch wrapped around his waist, and the other end of the willow branch was held in Miss Ji's hand. And under her body was floating a human-sized, furry dandelion seed. If Lan Ming or Su Yang could see the scene, they would definitely recognize that this was the life-saving method that Ji Qingshan left for Lan Ming in the basement of the central tower of the 710 shelter that day, in the room that was converted into a dungeon by Li De. The cards that day were made by Ji Qingshan at 0 time. There were no other materials except dandelion seeds. They were very different from the god-level cards that Ji Qingshan had unlocked by killing monsters. The dandelions that were several times bigger in front of him also knew this. The furry seeds carried Ji Qingshan and Mu Song floating above the fishing village. There seemed to be a little bit of faint lights in the distance. Is there anyone in this ghost place? However, before Ji Qingshan could take a closer look, the abnormality of the fishing village became more and more obvious. The scattered monsters were swallowed by the floating ground, and there was no one left in the blink of an eye. The bulges on the ground became larger and denser. Puff. After a faint sound, the 10 largest bulges burst. The stench that had weakened due to leaving the ground increased geometrically. The most deadly thing was that a dark blue tentacle with blood-red eyes and dark red mucus attacked the 2 people floating in the sky. With a roar, the dandelion seeds floating in the air made a sharp explosion. 10 tentacles rushed towards her from different directions and rushed into the sky. Forgot that this guy was a coward. These strangely colored tentacles were enough to scare her to tears, not to mention that they had a bunch of bleeding eyes. Ji Qingshan patted the dandelion's fluff and threw this guy's independent consciousness back into the card. Then she pulled Mu Song up. Strike first. It's not known what these tentacles are for the time being, but it's obvious that this thing has a strong hostility towards her and Mu Song. I don't know what will happen if I just hide. When Ji Qingshan made up his mind to jump down from the air, a dandelion seed appeared and fixed Ji Qingshan below with the help of willow branches. 2 whips appeared in his freed hands, each wrapped around the nearest tentacle. The tentacles paused, sensing the attack of the rose, and their densely packed eyes suddenly widened, with more red oozing out of them. Ji Qingshan could sense the signal from the willow branches, and the corrosiveness of these things was not low. If it were an ordinary plant, it would have turned into slag by now. The tentacles thought so too. With the mucus oozing out, they joined the other 8 tentacles, and whipped towards Ji Qingshan more frantically. However, it obviously miscalculated. Ji Qingshan's pile of rare materials piled up the god-level cards. Combined with Miss Ji's own peak mental power, how could the plants of all be tofu dregs that would break at the touch? The dandelion behind him suddenly accelerated like a meteor across the night sky, passing through the gaps in the tentacles' attacks. The whip had a huge traction force, and the 2 tentacles slammed into the other 8. The same essence, 2 against 8 results in being cut in half, and then the large amount of venom sprayed out was all blocked by the protective shield formed by coriander and mint. It's not over yet. The tentacles are wondering why they hit their companions, and in their dense eyes, a common thing is magnifying. It's hundreds of green pea pods. The lethality of a pea pod is naturally not a threat to the tentacles, but there are a lot of them here. In the absence of a foundation, it takes a long time for roses to grow, and Ji Qingshan doesn't want to waste that time. Anyway, she pulled half of the stock of ammunition from the cultivation room of the base this time. In the huge sound, 10 tentacles exploded into a blood mist, and the residue fell to the ground and was absorbed by the soft ground. In the weird picture, 2 green light circles loomed. Be careful. Mu Song shouted from above, a bullet passed from the side, and a black insect screamed beside him. Good marksmanship. When the voice sounded in Mu Song's mind, he was stunned for a moment, but seeing the man on the ground dealing with those troublesome tentacles on the ground in just a few minutes, this was not something worth being surprised about. He didn't say anything, just tried his best to help Ji Qingshan. If Ji Qingshan was finished, he would die too. Mu Song didn't want to die. But Mu Song also saw that Ji Qingshan had anticipated the attack of this insect, but it was his own attack that surprised her. The surrounding willow branches changed direction in the air, and the sharp leaves cut the insects on the other side. Several more bulges on the ground were broken, and it seemed that this kind of insect flew out of them. Dandelion flew to Mu Song with Ji Qingshan, and willow branches surrounded them to cut off the flying insects. However, several more bulges with tentacles on the ground were broken. There were 20 tentacles attacking at the same time this time, and what was even more terrible was that they had to face the harassment of insects this time. Mu Song had no means to deal with the large-scale attack of the insects, and Ji Qingshan could not directly deal with the opponent in order to protect him. How much firepower do you have? When Ji Qingshan found that the peas and corn thrown from a long distance were either harassed by insects and could not be accurately exploded, or were flexibly dodged by the tentacles, he could not help but feel a little irritated. None of the destructive weapons in her pocket could be used, and none of the cards for attack and defense were unlocked. She could only rely on Musang to quickly resolve the battle, even though she roughly knew that the opponent's firepower reserve was likely to be at the bottom. As expected, Musang shook his head. Miss Ji became more and more irritated. Her intuition told her that the changes in the fishing village on the ground were by no means limited to this. The bulges were still appearing, and even the sea in the distance was giving off a restless breath. Could it really be that they could only be worn down bit by bit? Although with this strength, she could hold on for a few days and nights with her current mental strength, but when she thought about this mechanized thing continuing, Ji Qingshan was extremely annoyed. At most another 10 minutes, if it is still like this, let the corn explode again. Ji Qingshan just told herself this in her heart, and suddenly heard Musang's voice in her ears. I can fix my own. Huh? Ji Qingshan looked at him, and at first, he didn't understand what this man meant. Musang pointed to the stem under the dandelion seeds and continued, well, I can hold on by myself and not fall down, at least half an hour. As a person who is afraid of death, Musang has a natural intuition about the combat power of the people around him. As early as the first time he saw Ji Qingshan commanding plants to kill monsters, Musang had a clear understanding of the strength of the woman in front of him, which exceeded anyone he had ever seen, whether it was supernatural powers or combat literacy. At that time, Musang had a clear guess about Ji Qingshan's identity, the owner of the 710 shelter that was notified globally by the electronic sound. Only with such strength can it be possible to protect a shelter with more than 10,000 people. Based on this, and Grey's previous introduction to Ji Qingshan, Musang basically determined that their city lord had reached a friendly cooperation with this person. Grey's purpose was probably to deal with Hilt. Ji Qingshan's purpose was hard to guess, but it didn't matter. Anyway, this awesome person was on their side. And through Ji Qingshan's words and deeds, Musang felt that Grey's might have asked someone to take care of him. This is a good relationship. If he holds this tightly, he will definitely be able to maximize surviving from the dungeon. But clinging to someone and holding him back are two completely different things. Musang is afraid of death, but he is not stupid. Ji Qingshan separated a dandelion to carry him alone, gave up killing the tentacles directly, and stood beside him for 10 minutes, using only long-range attacks. It was to protect him from insect attacks, and was even more worried that Musang would not be able to stay on Ji Qingshan's high-speed dandelion while she was dealing with the tentacles. Yes, now he is a fragile skin that will fall apart after flying a few times in the air in Ji Qingshan's eyes. How can this be? He is just afraid of death, but there is nothing else to fear except death. To put it in an extreme way, Musang can give everything to keep himself alive. What's a mere flying man? They are safe now, but how long? Musang doesn't know how long Ji Qingshan can last, but such an attack is destined to not cause fatal damage to the opponent. If the number of enemies does not decrease, they will die. Because Ji Qingshan mistakenly thought that he was fragile, and finally both of them died. When Musang thought of this possibility, he felt like he was afraid of 10,000 maggots. No, absolutely not. The link of the daughter flower allowed Ji Qingshan to hear Musang's chaotic thoughts, and felt disgusted by this person's unreliable metaphor. But thinking that she really didn't have to be so aggrieved anymore, it was a good thing, so she didn't care about the disgusting words. Ji Qingshan used a willow branch to fix Musang firmly under his dandelion. It was like a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky, and the dandelion broke through the encirclement of insects at lightning speed. But it was still affected a little, and Ji Qingshan didn't use peas this time. Being brought to the top of a tentacle by the dandelion, Ji Qingshan hooked the tip of the tentacle with a whip in his hand, and jumped up on the dandelion with a force, using the whip as a fulcrum to wrap around a tentacle from top to bottom. The dandelion fell vertically, and caught Ji Qingshan when she wrapped around the root of the tentacle, preventing her from falling into the quagmire that swallowed everything. Then the whip wrapped around the tentacle in a spiral suddenly tightened. The sharp thorns of the rose, and the sharp willow leaves cut together, and the huge tentacle was chopped into a potato tower. Although this speed is not as fast as a one-time explosion, it is enough to clean up the first tentacles within 5 minutes. The tentacles that appeared later were also cut by Ji Qingshan as a dish as soon as they grew out. The most important thing is that she is now constantly moving at a high speed, and the swarm of insects behind her can't focus on the target attack at all. The only thing that made Ji Qingshan a little worried was Musang hanging below. Although he avoided the dandelion and her circling together, more than 20 free falls were not easy. Fortunately, the daughter kept reporting his situation. As Musong himself said, his body could last at least half an hour with this intensity. Finally, the tentacles underground were not able to replenish in time, and the swarm of insects that harassed them did not dare to approach because of fear. Ji Qingchen and Musong got a moment of respite. Miss Ji pulled him up and put him on the dandelion fluff. Looking at Musong's pale face, she stuffed him with a piece of ginger for fear that he was poisoned. The surroundings were rare and peaceful. They flew in the air, and the ground mud that had not yet produced tentacles did not take any of them. Wait, what is that? Ji Qingchen looked at the dark mud and suddenly raised a huge black wave, and the sea in the distance also changed dramatically. In the distance, 100-meter-high water wall pressed down on this small fishing village. Damn it, how can there be a tsunami in this broken place? Ji Qingchen's face was unusually solemn. Musong and she both wore the disposable protective shield given by the tower. But whether that thing can withstand the attack of 2 waves is definitely a question. Next time she has the opportunity to unlock the card, she must get the pumpkin head out first, but she doesn't know how damaged this guy is. She looked at the approaching waves and thought angrily, but her hands did not slow down at all, and Dandelion rushed out of the gap between the 2 waves at full speed. Chapter 63. However, the speed of the waves was still too fast. Dandelion was like a small boat, and it seemed powerless in the face of the huge waves. Seeing that there was only a thin gap between the waves and the black mud, Ji Qingchen's fingertips rested on the EP51 card, but his expression became solemn in an instant. These waves and black mud are all alive. It is normal for black mud to have life. Why does the sea also? The sudden disaster was really beyond her expectations. Ji Qingchen's hand was on the tattoo, and as he watched the world completely darken, a cold light appeared in his hand. However, before she could do anything, the moment before the wave hit, Dandelion and the 2 people on it suddenly became illusory. The change was very sudden, but for Ji Qingchen, who was highly nervous, it was not difficult to react. Dandelion quickly rushed to the sky, and at the same time, corn and bitter melon were stacked together. The blade cut his finger, and Ji Qingchen left his blood on 2 cards. Then, he could see a huge corn cannon piercing through the remaining waves. The moment the 2 touched, the surrounding seawater was covered with ice, forming a huge hole. The seawater above their heads had become thinner due to the rapid rise of the dandelion, and now it was only a few meters. When the dandelion was about to end its virtualization, it had already rushed out of the attack range of the waves with the 2 of them. At the same time, a huge corn cannon shell hit the sea surface in the distance. The freezing effect caused a deep pit to be blown out of the sea surface, making a huge roar. Along with the roar was a low roar. It really is life. The conjecture was confirmed, and Ji Qingchen rarely showed a sour expression. Isn't this endless? Bitter melon is used to attach resistance. Strictly speaking, it does not have the ability to attack with ice. Ji Qingchen's pure force catalysis, which is actually nothing to the card, but it consumes her own mental power. But there is no way, in order not to attract attention, the guys who can destroy the world cannot come out now. She doesn't have many choices, not to mention that it is difficult to unblock. Seeing the black mud twisting more and more violently, and the ice in the distance melting, another extremely high wave of water rushed towards them. Ji Qingchen didn't think about it, wiped the remaining blood on the dandelion fluff, and directed it to fly away from the sea. Seeing this, the black mud wanted to stop it, and send out those weird tentacles again. Ji Qingchen didn't care much. Musong's ability didn't work every time, and she would be in trouble if she was trapped here. Peas and corn kernels fell to the ground like they were free, rumbling like a symphony. Under such a fierce bombardment, the black mud finally retreated. When the waves arrived, Ji Qingchen had already flown far away with Musong. Even if the waves affected them, the disposable protective shield given by the tower could block them. The 2 went to the place where they saw faint lights in the sky before. Like Ji Qingchen, Musong was also quite surprised that there were still people living in this ghost place. But the 2 soon found out that they were wrong. 2 minutes ago, after getting rid of the attack range of the waves, Ji Qingchen's face eased. Seeing a patch of lights appear below, a closer look revealed that it was a small town. According to the experience of the few independent copies, you must find hints if you want to pass the level. Whether it is time or plot, you can survive better with clues. Ji Qingchen found a hidden place, let the dandelions float to the ground, and then put the plants away. Not far away, there was a low bungalow. Although the house was dilapidated, there was a warm light in the window. Go in and ask, she suggested. If possible, we can find a place to stay here. Looking at the deep night sky, we can know that it is quite late. Musong didn't say anything, but took a few steps forward. It didn't matter whether he asked or not, he had to follow Ji Qingshan closely. Beep beep beep. It's so late, and there are guests coming. After a knock on the door, the hoarse and unpleasant voice of an old man came from the room. Then, there was a rustling sound, accompanied by a creaking sound, and someone was walking towards the door. The old-fashioned door handle was twisted from the inside, and the dilapidated wooden door made a tooth-grinding movement. An old lady with a face full of wrinkles leaned on a cane and poked her head out from behind the door. She looked very old, short and wrinkled. The moment she saw Musong, an ugly smile appeared on her face. Musong felt something was wrong, his muscles tensed and he stopped. Ji Qingshan noticed something was wrong earlier than him. In the past minute, in the noisy movement, there was another dull, sticky sound, like someone dragging a tail on the ground. Get out of the way. After distinguishing these, almost the moment he saw the old lady, Ji Qingshan shouted at Musong at the door, and the peapod exploded against the door panel at the same time, and a strong force rushed Musong towards Ji Qingshan. Just a distance of a piece of paper, a dark red tongue passed by Musong's eyes. If Ji Qingshan had been a second late or Musong had not stopped according to his instinct, Musong would have been completely finished. From just now to now, what happened in this fishing village would have killed anyone else countless times. Musong, who was pulled back by Ji Qingshan, couldn't stop his fear. Why was this copy so difficult? Was it a dead end on the first day? The door panel of the house, which had long been overwhelmed, was blown up by Ji Qingshan. After a burst of smoke, a strange man with a fishtail walked out of it, with messy hair and sharp teeth. He was holding the skin of the old lady in his hand. Even though Musong was immersed in the fear of death, he couldn't help nausea when looking at the wrinkled human skin. The failure of the sneak attack made the mermaid very unhappy. He recognized Ji Qingshan as the one who made the food in his mouth fly away, and rushed towards Ji Qingshan without saying a word. The sharp claws rushed straight to Ji Qingshan's throat. Ji Qingshan was faster than him. The poisonous mushroom fell on his head, and the willow branch flew out of Miss Ji's hand, entangled the mermaid tightly, and quickly knocked her down. Before fainting, the mermaid tried to open her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. Go and see if there is anything else in this house. If not, rest here tonight. After kidnapping the landlord, Miss Ji naturally became the host. The mermaid couldn't wake up for a while. Ji Qingshan and Musong checked separately. There were indeed no other living things in the dilapidated cabin. They let the rose grow freely outside the house, and planted 2 willow trees. Ji Qingshan signaled Musong to find a place to rest. But misfortunes never come alone. This saying has been true since ancient times. Ji Qingshan had just arranged a batch of plants for defense, when the sound of fish tails dragging on the ground appeared outside the house again. No way, they are coming again. From the perspective of Willow and Rose, Miss Ji saw clearly that their house was surrounded by a circle of mermaids, approaching the cabin in a circle. Damn it, they are coming again. So she will have to spend the whole night fighting again, right? From the guy who was ambushing before, it can be seen that mermaids have high IQs, from the elderly to children, almost every age group. Each guy approaching this side held a spear in his hand. Ji Qingshan had seen the same one at the entrance of this cabin. Judging from the number, the residents of this village are likely to be these monsters. Hundreds of people surrounded this place in a mighty manner. Probably because of the mouth opened before the previous one fainted. They should have a special sound wave for transmitting information. But even if the news spreads, what can it do? Hundreds of mermaids are just like chopping melons and vegetables to Ji Qingshan. Even now she is injured. Ji Qingshan rejected Musong's offer to help. The virtualization when facing the waves just now was because Musong used his supernatural power to use all the protective shields on his body as bargaining chips to exchange for a chance to resist the attack of the waves. He got the exchange, but subjectively convincing himself that the two were equal took too much energy. It was indeed not appropriate for him to continue to solve the siege with Ji Qingshan now. Although he himself wanted to refute it. If you don't want to sleep, you can stay here. If I'm tired, I take you to the sky. The description was a bit weird, but Lu Ji proved with actual actions that Ji Qingshan would not let him continue to be stubborn. Besides, Ji Qingshan didn't have to solve those hundreds of monsters by himself. The roses had already covered the entire yard. As long as they dared to come in. It was not a situation. In her mind was the pitiful voice of Rose. Old Ji, I can't eat these things, they are not alive. Ji Qingshan was really full of questions now. A living sea, and a group of lifeless mermaids, and the monsters in the fishing village before were obviously not dead. But at this point, there is no need to entangle the nature of these things. The white epiphyllum bloomed and destroyed them. 1 minute later. The monster was gone, but the wooden house she was in shook violently, and the most shaky wooden boards on the wall fell off, and pieced together to form a new monster. At the same time, not only the wooden boards changed like this, but also everything in this town. Unless Ji Qingshan eliminated the entire town, monsters will continue to appear. It is impossible to eliminate the town. It is not about whether it can be done or not. At present, there are only 2 scenes in the copy that are about to be lost, and the clues are estimated to be only half. Destruction is not an option. After tossing for most of the night, Ji Qingshan was really tired. She was too lazy to continue to entangle, so she pulled Musang to make a dandelion and let it float in the sky. There was no danger now, so Ji Qingshan released the dandelion's consciousness. Put on the protective shield given by the tower. This thing is not good enough to resist the waves, but it is quite good for wind resistance and warmth. She and Musang leaned on a dandelion each. Underground, the town quickly returned to peace after they left. After a long time, Musang finally calmed down and found his own thinking. In an independent copy, you shouldn't set a losing game right from the start. Don't you think the things we encountered before were a bit too tricky? It seemed to be deliberately targeting us. Ji Qingshan didn't think it was tricky or targeted. After all, the living environment of Mr. C last time was not much better than this. Ji Qingshan completely believed that this was the bad taste of the copy, and they were just unlucky. But there was one thing that she was concerned about. This independent copy was divided into 2 places, so there must be some connection between them. Anyway, she had nothing to do now. She wanted to go to the other side, but was interrupted by the black mud attack. Now she could continue. The mental power invested in the daughter flower was amplified a little more, and Ji Qingshan clearly sensed the situation belonging to Su Yang. Chapter 64. How to say it. Ji Qingshan found that she was blind. To be precise, she was blind in the daughter. Although she could still feel Su Yang's presence in her breath, she could not see anyone visually. What happened? The previous shared vision was interrupted by the sudden waves, and now all she could see was darkness, which made Ji Qingshan a little confused. Fortunately, the daughter did not need to rest. Feeling Ji Qingshan's mental power, she woke up the confused Su Yang. Sister, you are here. Su Yang's voice was full of excitement. In one sentence, Ji Qingshan realized the problem. The speed of time flow on her, and Su Yang's sides was not the same. Roughly estimated, 1 day on her side would take 3 days on Su Yang's side. What kind of need is it to set different time flow rates on both sides of the copy? Ji Qingshan recalled the night of crisis that had just passed, and had a guess in his heart. If he was still surrounded by enemies in the next few days, it would be difficult to hold on for too long. On the other hand, this also confirmed Ji Qingshan's above speculation. The content of this side of the copy was much more dangerous than Su Yang and his team. As expected, he was unlucky from the beginning to the end. After silently complaining in his heart, Ji Qingshan continued to listen to Su Yang's story about his experience in the past day and a half as a pearl diver. The map of this copy was opened in an extremely wealthy coastal town. However, this town was a place where people relied on fishing for generations hundreds of years ago, and was extremely poor. More than 100 years ago, a resident of a small town accidentally fell into the sea while fishing. He thought his life would end there, but 2 days later, people found his traces on the beach. Although his clothes were tattered, he was not only sober, but also brought a small bag of bright and plump pearls. The man who escaped death made a fortune with this bag of pearls. He aroused the jealousy of the people in the fishing village. Some brave people asked him out and got him drunk, and asked him the source of the pearls, the seabed. According to the man, he felt dizzy after falling into the sea, as if he had really seen heaven, where large pearls were rolling everywhere on the ground. He just grabbed a handful, but when he woke up, he really got them. I should have brought a bag back at that time. The man said so. Of course, at first, no one believed this magical story, but there were always some people who were afraid of poverty, and dived into the seabed with a try mentality. They didn't see heaven, but they did find a few perfect pearls next to the reefs on the seabed. Everyone who went there got 2 pearls, and they made a lot of money after selling them. But this is not the most important thing. Now, everyone in the town knows that there are pearls on the seabed, so for more than 100 years, people have completely rewritten the fate of the town with these underwater treasures. And 1 day later, people accidentally discovered that this kind of pearl can be used as medicine, making people who have taken it younger and stronger, and there is a chance that they will get a qualitative change in some aspects. Some people are as strong as an ox, some can hear the voices of people hundreds of meters away, and some can fly in the sky. This magical pearl produced from the seabed is sought after by everyone, and almost everyone in this town has invested in pearl diving, and the youngest pearl diver is only 12 or 13 years old. TSK. Hearing this, Ji Qingchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was the same effect and the same means. It seems that no matter which dynasty or country from ancient times to the present, there will be a natural filter for this kind of thing that can improve the realm by lying down and eating something, and don't consider the hidden dangers behind it at all. I know what you want to say, Sister Ji. But I am sure that this kind of pearl is actually different from the energy core we see now. It is different from the magic crystal stone before. The daughter connects both parties, and this kind of cross-time and space connection is always more troublesome. Ji Qingchen had to invest more mental power to host the daughter, and therefore inevitably made his consciousness and the host of the daughter, that is, Su Yang, have a closer connection. Many thoughts will be sensed by him. The main content of Ji Qingchen and the other 4 people's experience in the Melted Ruins copy has been spread among the survivors of 710. This is not only a way to boost morale, but also to let more people know about the independent copy, so that they can be mentally prepared when they encounter it while cleaning up zombies. Su Yang naturally knows the function of the magic crystal stone. Different? How do you say it? Ji Qingchen became interested. This kind of pearl has limited improvement, and it is not addictive in terms of physiology. And the special ability they bring forth is more like that of Sister Lan Ning in my opinion. Anyway, it is not quite the same as mine. It is not addictive in physiology. This alone is enough for Ji Qingchen to determine that this thing is not the same thing as the energy core. She knows the nature of the energy core very well. How could it do such a thing of giving without asking for anything in return? The limited improvement further prevents people from relying on pearls all the time. In addition, what Su Yang said about the superpowers brought forth by pearls is similar to that of Lan Ning. Lan Ning's superpowers, to put it bluntly, are the potential that she already has that breaks through the constraints of the body, and is basically stimulated. It is completely different from the way that the energy core forces buying and selling, and drains life to get superpowers. From this point of view, although the pearl is more like an energy core in form, its function is more similar to the gravitational field used by the Alliance. It can be said that it has nothing to do with the energy core, or the more crudely made magic crystal stone. Ji Qingchen does not believe it either. Maybe this thing is their predecessor. No, maybe it is just an illusion. According to the virtue of the world, things are deliberately pretended to be harmless to let the survivors down. Now Ji Qingchen can't see the pearl itself, and Su Yang's current eyesight is not difficult to fool. Don't put it in your mouth if you don't find any side effects for the time being. Thinking of this, she hurriedly reminded Su Yang. This kid has a history of eating things indiscriminately. No. Su Yang hurriedly clarified. He was already scared enough about eating energy cores before. Although some of the excessive effects were caused by Ji Qingchen, the little guy didn't know. Now he dared not put this kind of sugar-coated bullet in his mouth no matter whether it was true or not. Ji Qingchen couldn't come over from the other side. If he got into trouble at this time, he would be finished. Seeing that the warning effect was achieved, Ji Qingchen changed the topic back in time, and then exchanged clues, indicating that Su Yang continued to tell what he had learned. The following story is quite cliché. After all, human nature is not satisfied. For more than 100 years, people have found out that the pearls on the seabed appeared out of thin air after a period of time, as if there was a pearl factory hidden on the seabed. In any case, pearl hunting is still very tiring. If they can fish out the thing that makes pearls, they will have a goose that lays golden eggs. Although this sounds extremely difficult, and although no one knows whether there is a so-called pearl maker on the seabed, people have long been unable to let go under the temptation of huge benefits. Over the past decade, there have been more and more explorers in the town. On average, 45 out of 100 people are pearl divers and explorers, and less than 1/10 are poor people who can only watch others helplessly because of age and other reasons. Of course, accidents are inevitable in such a high-risk profession. Every year, more than a dozen people fall into the seabed due to accidents, but the strange thing is that each of them will come back safely after a few days, and the words they say when they come back are the same as the person who died at the beginning, that they saw a paradise full of treasures, but after entering, they would fall asleep inexplicably and appear on the beach when they wake up. This made people even more crazy, and batches of explorers and pearl divers went to the sea to try to find the magical paradise that people talked about. And Su Yang is one of the explorers, or this is the identity that the copy arranged for Su Yang. So you are now in heaven? This dark place without any light coming in does not look like a city on the ground at all. Ji Qingchen's guess about this place is not a problem at all. When you woke up, you were there or? I just came in a few days ago. I am in an adventurer association. They will stop me from exploring the sea every once in a while. I set out yesterday, and was chased by a shark while diving. When I woke up, I was in this mermaid palace. Mermaid palace? Hearing Su Yang say this, Ji Qingchen somehow remembered the things he had just dealt with. But it seems that the mermaids living in this palace cannot be so ugly, otherwise Su Yang would not have said this so calmly just now. A map of the mermaid palace emerged from Su Yang's mind. This kid's memory is not very good, and Ji Qingchen can't see it too clearly, but even if it is a vague scene, he can see the mountains of treasures in it. So now? In a shell. The reason why everyone who comes here is unconscious is because of it. Fortunately, my mental strength is relatively strong, and I sensed something when I came, but the effect of this thing is too strong, I almost fell asleep just now. Fortunately, Sister Ji, you came. Is the function of the shell to make people in it fall asleep? It is indeed a very gentle and self-protective method. We were rescued by mermaids after the attack, and then put here. I guess they don't want humans to notice their existence. Rescue the drowning and injured people, and put them in shells to sleep, and then put them on the beach after their wounds are healed, which not only helps humans swim, but also covers their whereabouts. Su Yang's analysis is almost the same as Ji Qingchen's judgment. The mermaids in this place have a kind nature. They are willing to rescue humans, and even generously give pearls to humans. Su Yang saw pearls all over the ground here, and said that those fragments on the seabed have nothing to do with them. The tentacles don't believe it. Speaking of tentacles, Ji Qingchen's main consciousness narrowed his eyes slightly. The small fishing village and town scene in Su Yang's memory are exactly the same as the two places below. It's just that the town was originally transformed from a fishing village, and the two here exist independently. But even so, Ji Qingchen can say that it's bullshit to say that the two time and space lines are not related. In this way, the key to cracking this copy lies in these two completely different scenes. And according to the name, Lost Ruins, I'm afraid that Ji Qingchen's body is more important. But at present, the world on her side is either the roaring waves near the fishing village, or the twisting monsters in the town. The two loops can't find a point of entry, so they can only wait passively. In contrast, the things on Su Yang's line are much more flexible. In addition, there is more than one person who can be her eyes. Su Yang and Gray Yas were indeed teleported to different places. Su Yang, who has not yet gone to the sea to explore, has not found him after searching in the Explorer. According to previous experience, this person is likely to become a pearl diver or a mermaid. But the daughter on Gray Yas's body is not as willing as Su Yang, and Ji Qingchen needs some time to open the passage. If I guess correctly, this shell will only close when there is someone inside. Have you tried to deceive it by turning invisible and then go out? Taking advantage of this time, Ji Qingchen also pointed out Su Yang. Miss Ji is not a person who follows the rules. No matter whether his supernatural power is rigid or not, she has the final say on how to use it. Su Yang's eyes widened, and there were 6 big words on his forehead. You could also play like this. But he did not hesitate to experiment. 10 minutes later, Su Yang once again tried to hide himself as much as possible. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in front of him, and the mouth of the shell really opened. The little guy was so shocked that he almost exposed himself on the spot. He managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty, and slipped out while the shell was not paying attention. Almost at the same time, Ji Qingchen also established a passage with the daughter flower on Gray's body. Chapter 65. You are on land? Shuela is not here? In the empathy, daughter was exposed to the bright sunshine, and opposite was a blue sea. Oh Lord Ji! I knew you had the means to contact other people. How did you do this? Is it in the maze? It was not possible before. Then you must have contacted that little guy. Is he in the sea? What is in the sea? The palace of the mermaid? Ji Qingchen, She was sure that it was normal for this guy to play with CE, and these two funny guys were the same creatures. Ordinary people would be stunned for a while when they encountered this voice that suddenly appeared in their heads, but he was not used to it, and chatted with Ji Qingchen on his own. Gray stopped his humiliation in time after intuitively sensing Ji Qingchen's mood of wanting to beat him up. I asked Xiaoxue to investigate in the town, and I'm going to go to the bottom of the sea. The map is so big, the clues can't be in other places. Of course, the premise is that the place where I am is the map of the entire dungeon. Now it seems that it's not the case. Is Musong okay? It looks dangerous over there. Why do you say that? Simple. If I have a way to contact you, I will definitely use it as soon as I enter the dungeon to ensure that the information can be synchronized in real time. But you didn't find me until the second day. You must have encountered a lot of trouble. Is Musong with you? And that David. I haven't found any trace of Hilt here yet. Grey's analysis is quite accurate. Musong is fine. So what? What clues did you find this day? Ji Qingchen was too lazy to beat around the bush. There was a man on each side, so it was impossible for Grey's to refuse to cooperate under such circumstances. Sure enough, Grey's admitted it very readily. It was basically the same as what Su Yang knew, except for one thing. There is a story circulating among the pearl divers, and it is not known whether it is true or not that there are mermaids in this sea area. Because of this, he just guessed that there was a mermaid palace in the sea. And Ji Qingchen confirmed his guess. Ms. Ji's original words were, "I don't know if there are mermaids, but there is indeed a palace on the seabed, and people live in it. The key to this copy should be those mermaids. I tell Shuela and dive down to take a look in the afternoon. By the way, I have revealed so much information. As the other party, City Lord Ji, don't you want to make an exchange? What information do you want? A mutant copy map? Mutated copy map, you mean?" Grey's was shocked. He thought that the situation on Ji Qingchen's side was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. But even so, she could still take over her mental power and chat with him leisurely, and even connect two people at the same time. Grey's evaluation of Ji Qingchen was raised again. If there is nothing else, you can continue to investigate. I can see everything you touch. If something goes wrong, you can shout in your mind. Chatting always consumes mental energy more than simple observation. Seeing that there are no clues, Ji Qingchen is too lazy to waste his energy. Just when he was about to rest here, he saw Shuela's figure. "What's wrong, Xiaoxue?" Grey's asked her. "No, I just heard something, and I think it's necessary to tell you before you go down. It seems that there will be an inspection group or a tour group coming in a few days. I have observed that although this town is rich, there are few outsiders, perhaps because they are afraid of discovering the secret of pearl production here. The people who come this time may be an important breakthrough in the copy." Tour group? According to Shuela, this news was heard by her in a black workshop. Although it is not known whether it is true or not, it is unlikely that the copy will give useless information. It is necessary to clarify this sudden guest. Grey's also thought so. He asked Shuela to find out the other party's identity, as much as possible, and then decided to jump into the sea according to the original division of labor. But he was stopped by Ji Qingchen. "Su Yang is down there. It's not appropriate for another person to go down. And the news on the ground is more important." "Why?" "If you want the source of the clue, you can just tell me the way to divert your vision, and I put it on Shuela." Grey's couldn't understand Ji Qingchen's decision. This copy was obviously related to mermaids. In his opinion, the things under the sea were more important. "You have been to the copy before?" Ji Qingchen suddenly asked him. "Then what do you think is the relationship between the copy content and the copy name?" Grey's was awakened by a word. Thinking of the explosion that ruthlessly swallowed everyone, his face turned pale. "Explosive movement, this is the name of the copy." And in the last bomb performance, he watched the man who was blown off half of his body in order to stabilize the mission target, handed him the remaining past conditions, and then smiled and held his hand, stabbing the dagger into his heart. For a while, Grey's coughed violently. It took him a while to calm down, and he said to Ji Qingchen, "The name is the final outcome of the copy." "Yes. And the name of our copy is Lost Ruins, not Mermaid War or Mermaid Love. According to the general clearance time of the copy, is it possible that your world will become a ruin?" Ji Qingchen's voice was the same as before, and in fact, the two of them were now in sync, and she could clearly know what Grey's had experienced before. But for Grey's, no matter how much care others gave him for what had happened, it would only tear open the wound again and again. He had to get out of it on his own after all. Impossible. Grey's was certainly not a person who indulged in memories. Soon, those bad memories just now gradually faded away, and his answer returned to the calmness just now. After saying that, he immediately thought of something. "So the ruins are on your side?" "Yes. The dungeon map I meant is the town in who knows how long. I guess this is the reason why the dungeon is divided into time and space. What you do on your own map will probably have an impact here. If you want to really pass the level, you have to start from us." "I see." Grey's nodded, changed his equipment, and whispered to Shuela, and the two walked back the way they came. "I hope my ability to choose partners has not degenerated, and Grey's can find some important clues." Ji Qingchen fell silent, leaving only enough mental strength to support what she saw from the daughter flower. While she and Grey's were chatting, changes in another place in this vibrant world were also quietly happening. Undersea Palace. Su Yang finally got rid of the shell that had trapped him for half a day, and his eyes widened when he came out. The world in front of him was too dazzling. Although there was only a shell in the center of the room, the golden floor, golden walls, and the pearls of all sizes on it really made people stare. Su-Yang almost couldn't stop his hands from wanting to pull the bed. But the accident happened at this time. The shell finally realized that the pearl in its belly was lost. For a moment, a strong sound wave swept through it, and the mental power was stimulated. Su-Yang's face turned pale, and his invisibility disappeared immediately. His eyes went black, and he was about to fall. There was no way Ji Qingchen took over the body quickly, and asked people to stand against the wall. But the sound waves of the shell were not just attacks. When the sound of water came from outside the door, Ji Qingchen knew that the little guy was finished. Water poured in from all sides of the room, flooding the room in half a minute. Su-Yang's soul was anxious in the space of consciousness. Although it was rumored that mermaids were quite kind animals, he didn't care about the rumors at the critical moment of life and death. However, his body was quite calm at the moment, and he was not worried about anything happening to him. Of course, on the one hand, with Ji Qingchen's mental power and her proficiency in supernatural powers, it was not difficult for her to break through this level of obstruction. It would be enough to simply become nothingness for 5 minutes. On the other hand, Miss Ji really didn't need to use her supernatural powers at this moment. At the moment, when the water completely submerged the room, the shell that had just screamed floated up, swayed in front of Su-Yang, and swallowed him with its mouth. The moment the shell mouth closed, Su-Yang found that the air was full around him again. What's more amazing is that the outer skin of this thing slowly turned transparent, and he could now see the scene outside clearly. Su-Yang was finally not so nervous now. The sleepiness did not come like before, and 4 handsome mermaids with fish tails and human bodies appeared in his field of vision. It was quite consistent with the description of kind mermaids in those fairy tales of the Alliance. Common long hair, common handsome guys. Ji Qingchen did not see any malice on the faces of the mermaids, who swam over. But there was a bit of resentment. The one with blue curly hair at the head swam in front of Su-Yang, who was sitting in the transparent shell, opened his mouth, and the sound of nature came into the ears of the 2 souls. "Hello, human, sorry to scare you." "Good guy, this voice and appearance, tut tut tut, it really is a racial talent." If this is not an independent copy, Su-Yang would probably become a little fanboy. Mermaids have always been secluded from the world. We don't want the outside world to know about our existence. We occasionally rescue you who fall into the water. Originally, I wanted to send you back when you were well, but now I don't know what's wrong with this shell. For thousands of years, people on the shore seem to have known about us. In order not to further expose us, I'm afraid we can't let you leave like this. What do you want to do? This is not something we can decide. We have to take you to ask the king. This is the first time we have seen such a special situation, where the white jade snail suddenly malfunctions. The words were very sincere. With Ji Qingchen's experience, he could see at a glance that these handsome men in front of him really had no ill will toward Su-Yang. Since they would not do anything to him anyway, Miss Ji was too lazy to intervene. She returned her body with a pull of her mental power, and she did the same as she did to Grey's just now, leaving a small part of her mental power. Ask for more clues. Leaving this sentence, Ji Qingchen was speechless. Su-Yang sweated profusely. Although he was unwilling to admit it, everyone in 710 agreed that this guy's undercover skills were so bad that even Lan Ming was better at extracting information than him. Ji Qingchen saw all of Su-Yang's psychological activities, but she had no intention of paying attention to them at the moment. Above the ruined fishing village, the gray sky suddenly began to surge violently, and Ji Qingchen had just regained her composure. Beside him, Musang had already looked around. His face was terribly gloomy at a glance. What? Ji Qingchen also moved to the edge of the dandelion. When he lowered his head, he saw the blue-gray land rolling, and skeletons emerged from the ground. And in the sky, there was an invisible barrier slowly pressing down, forcing the 2 to land on the ground. Damn it, Ji Qingchen's pupils were shaking, and the skeletons on the ground were still emerging continuously. At this moment, she was thinking about whether to try to use epiphyllum to eliminate this thing in the sky. With a pile of things on the ground, it would be difficult to get out after going down. Chapter 66. Since leaving Melted Ruins, Yuan Shou seemed to have lost his destination again. He did know where 710 was, but the location he was teleported from was not only 1,000,000 miles away from that place, but also not far away was the entrance to another independent copy, where a team of people with the number 069 was heading. Although it was unclear how many independent copies that person had placed in this place, it was impossible to encounter them every day. Since he was here, it would not be too late to see what interesting things would happen here. Thinking of this, Yuan-jo was ready to follow in. However, after taking 2 steps, his hand suddenly touched the fabric on his body. Wait, he didn't seem to have changed his clothes since he came out of the melted ruins. Yuan-o looked down and suddenly saw the maid outfit with small lace on his body. Don't say, Ji Qingchen asked someone to get the largest size, which was unexpectedly comfortable to wear, and it was pretty good. It was not good at all. He walked all the way in this thing. Yuan-jo, who usually ran around without clothes, felt ashamed for the first time. Fortunately, he deliberately avoided the activities of the survivors, and only met a few zombies on the road. Yuan-o rushed out. He followed the smell, and killed the zombies, who saw his embarrassing appearance. He also unexpectedly got a well-preserved black cloak. He ripped off the hem of the skirt neatly, and Yuan-jo conjured up a small ball of water out of thin air, which condensed into a needle at the fingertips. He shuttled back and forth on the clothes, and changed a pair of shoddy pants. Fortunately, the thread on the clothes was strong, so it would not fall off and reveal some strange things. After wearing a cloak, Yuan-jo did the same thing, just like treating the molten ruins. Just like when he was in the dungeon, he summoned the entrance to the independent dungeon in front of him and jumped in. However, he regretted it 2 days later. If he had known earlier, he should have gone to the 710 shelter honestly. Currently, only 1/3 of the survivors in this dungeon have died. It's only been 3 days. Even if we can hold on to the end of the dungeon at the minimum requirement, it will take at least another 4 days. We should be thankful that we are not wiped out by then. We didn't prepare for any dungeons. TSK. He sat on the 2nd floor of the gloomy inn, watching the people below arguing out of fear. 5 people have died for following the rule of staying overnight at the inn. How can the rest still have no doubts at all? They are so stupid. Unfortunately, the people below couldn't hear his complaints. During their argument, the monster that had eaten 5 people before appeared again. People screamed like crazy. There were still 6 people left, and 2 strong men joined forces to push a little girl out. However, the little girl was not willing to be outdone. Her supernatural power bloomed around her, and she exchanged herself with one of them. Seeing that he was about to die here, the man was shocked and angry. He swung the chain in his hand, and tried to entangle another older woman next to him. Even if he died, he would take someone with him to be buried with him. Seeing this, the woman stopped pretending, and turned into a bat and flew away. Before leaving, she used her wings to block the sight of the people behind her, causing them to be caught without reacting in time. Guiyu, if you want to kill me, then you will all be buried with me. The man shouted so, and pressed a button just before the monster's fangs approached. Boom! Amid the huge explosion, the waves rose, and a transparent water wall around Yuan-jo isolated the outside world from harm. But the other people were not so lucky. Only the woman who was farthest away, and another strongman had time to react, and open the disposable protective shield to block most of the energy. Even so, they were blown away by the aftermath. Not to mention the others, who didn't even have time to defend themselves. 4 bloody figures fell to the ground, and it was obvious that they would not survive. Upstairs, Yuan-jo removed the barrier and put down the note in his hand that he was about to give them some clues. With only 2 people, both of them were injured. It was impossible to pass the dungeon. It would be better to think about the near things first, how to survive in the hands of this monster. Judging from the status, although the bomb exploded in front of him, he was the least injured. Only 1 claw was broken. It jumped to the ceiling nimbly, and observed what the 2 humans wanted to do next. Yuan-jo completely lost interest in staying. The 2 people opposite would not be the monster's opponents. He was not a lover of violence, and had no desire to watch such an ending. Yuan-jo opened a door at the edge of the dungeon map without affecting the main line, and walked out of the dungeon. He planned to have a friendly exchange with his zombie friends first, and then go to the 710 shelter to have fun. But there is a saying, you have to pay for having fun. This place is 180 miles away from 710. When Yuan-jo was halfway there and felt bored, he went to rob the zombie brothers. Who would have thought that there would be an accident here? He was inexplicably pulled away by a burst of blue gold light, and inexplicably felt weightlessness for a long time. After these things subsided, Yuan-jo was even more shocked that he couldn't move. Although he knew it was not caused by drugs. Because he couldn't take ordinary people's medicine, it couldn't be some kind of superpower. He didn't feel any superpower fluctuations from the surroundings. What was going on? He opened his eyes with great effort and anger. Even the pupils transformed by the soul shrank sharply. How did I get back here? Yuan-jo subconsciously wanted to slap himself to wake himself up, but when he was about to move, he found that he couldn't even move his hands. Surrounded by deep blue water, under his feet was a golden base inlaid with pearls, and Yuanzhou was an egg floating on it. A golden egg. The pupils reflected the dense crowd of people, and an unspeakable stinging feeling emerged. This was the second place on the list that he least wanted to see in his life. If there was a physical body, he would break his palm now. Why is it here? That guy actually made a copy of this place. Yuanzhou could hardly suppress the anger in his eyes. But when he looked closely, his whole body was shaking constantly. He never thought that he would enter this world for the second time in his life. That guy, he had an unprecedented desire to slice people into sashimi immediately, if possible. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was a soul that couldn't even escape. He was forced to be stripped and entered this world. Although he didn't know the reason, that person would bring him in. What other reasons could there be? He told himself that he would never be able to escape from that cage. Yuanzhou closed his eyes in despair. Black blood, chaotic and robbing crowds. Scenes began to pass in front of him. In the gray world, people used superpowers, held weapons, and poured poison into the ocean. In the ocean, the barriers were broken layer by layer, and disgusting magic patterns grew on the mermaid's white skin, and the scattered pearls were stained with blood. Someone was laughing wildly. The illusory vision suddenly became real. Suddenly, Yuanzhou saw two screens that would appear whenever she closed her eyes. Two figures were projected on the barrier of seawater in front of her. None of them were familiar, but the number on one of their heads looked familiar. 710, the woman's territory. Although the person with this number was a child who seemed to know nothing. Unless a special method was used like Ji Qinshan, the number on the head of each survivor could only be removed by death. Yuanzhou had never eaten the mushrooms that Ji Qinshan had made, so he could see it naturally. In a trance, Yuanzhou's mind reappeared the guy. She could have ignored that trivial matter and completed the task as soon as possible to break the dungeon, but she went to the trouble of spending extra money to save him. She obviously didn't need to take care of him after saving him, but she kept him by her side. Although she had a bad taste in dressing him in a maid outfit. But she was always willing to take him with her, a seemingly useless burden. And finally, the real ending. Being able to lay out such a big plan, solve the conspiracy, and take on the trajectory of a world to try to keep everyone alive. Somehow, Yuanzhou seemed to have a secret expectation in his heart. If it was her, would she be able to successfully resolve this copy? But ideas are just ideas after all. In just a moment, Yuanzhou suppressed it in his heart. Is there really a solution to the ending of this copy, or the incident at the beginning? Even if she was there, she would probably only be able to rush out from here. Not to mention that it involves the secret of that person himself. How could he let the person who came and go back intact? No, he must do something, even if it's just a change. Countless times of resistance before have long proved that if he blindly follows that person, he will only make him worse, but making changes can make him compromise. Yuanzhou took a deep breath and curbed the fear that was growing wildly in his heart. The copy will undergo certain changes based on real events, but this copy is too special for that person, and it is absolutely impossible for the entrance to know the truth. Therefore, there will be some measures to prevent it. I don't know what the so-called measures are, but it will definitely greatly reduce the possibility of passing the level. That time he could only watch and could not do anything, but this time he at least couldn't let the people who came and be ruined by the copy. After trying to calm down his emotions, Yuanzhou began to look for ways to get out of control, spells, possession, soul-splitting. He tried all the possible useful methods he had learned before. There was a good result. From the feedback of the soul, Yuanzhou could leave as long as he attached himself to other living people. He is currently in the center of the Mermaid Palace, and no one will come. But it seems that God has opened his eyes today. A guard team suddenly passed by him, and Yuanzhou quickly attached himself to one of them. Although he still couldn't control the body after the possession, he could still affect the original owner's thinking. For mermaids walked through the palace, but suddenly turned a corner and came to a row of neat houses. Yuanzhou knew this place. It was the place where people who fell into the water were rescued every time. Did you come here to find the little boy? The two screens were playing in real time, and Yuanzhou just saw Su Yang coming out of the shell. Invisibility type abilities? Pearl shells will indeed be confused by this. Thinking so. Then the leading mermaid came forward to negotiate with Su Yang. Su Yang agreed to the requests made by several parties quite straightforwardly. Yes, this little guy wants to go through the copy to collect evidence, and he can't wait to stay at the bottom of the sea for a while. As for the land, there is another one. Yuanzhou looked at the screen for a long time. The one on the ground was running around all day, either visiting the brothel or going in and out of various strange shops. The effect was particularly good. He also became familiar with many people in the town. Compared to this half of the map, on the other side, the descent of the sky barrier is not hindered by anyone's will. Beside him, Musong clenched his weapon in his hand, and his peripheral vision closely followed Ji Qingshan's actions. Let's go down. Just when the barrier was about to touch them again, and the distance between the dandelion and the ground was less than 10 meters, Ji Qingshan said so. Won't you wait any longer? Going down to face so many skeletons, flying in the sky, what if they disperse by themselves in a while? Musong tried to convince himself. What if the barrier doesn't stop? It's very likely that this barrier is going down before us. Don't you know the nature of this world? You won't stop until you achieve your goal within the rules. Instead of being forced to land, going down first can take the initiative. Ji Qingshan lowered the height of dandelion again. Chapter 67. The skeletons raised their heads woodenly, and looked up into the sky. The original position of their eyes was dark, and I don't know how they managed to stare at the difficult action. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. To the current 3 meters. Musong felt that his legs were about to touch some tall guys, and his expression became extremely wonderful. One hand held a gun, and stared at the nearest skeleton. How much ammunition is left? Not much, and the power is not great. Musong looked bitter. The inventory in his space was at the bottom, with 7 laser gun energy bars, for pistol magazines, 3 grenades, and a rocket launcher left. It was not enough for the group of skeletons below. Bring the space storage device over. Hearing this, Musong was stunned for a moment, but he thought that Ji Qingshan, such a powerful person, would not be greedy for his little things, so he took off the bracelet on his left wrist and handed it over. Good stuff. After getting the bracelet, Ji Qingshan saw that there was a space of 20 cubic meters inside, and he put the tattoo on his wrist on the bracelet. Green light flashed. Half a minute later, Musong was stunned to take the bracelet, and saw the P in the half space. It was the kind that Ji Qingshan used to blow up the tentacles before. Is that tattoo also a space storage device? Of course, Musong would not be stupid enough to ask such a question. Everyone has secrets, not to mention that Ji Qingshan is just helping him temporarily through cooperation. It would be too offensive to ask. Just throw it out, they will explode when they find the enemy. This is the instruction for using the P. After the explanation, the two stopped talking and just stared at the ground. Strangely, except for the 2 or 3 skeletons directly below who were still staring at the two, the rest of them no longer stayed, and shuttled back and forth in the town along the roads of all sizes. Some of them stopped in front of the dilapidated houses, communicating or exchanging items with the people inside. Some skeletons put unknown objects into their mouths, and some held up large bones to gesture. If they were not skeletons, this would be a pretty good morning market atmosphere, but the problem is that they are indeed skeletons. It is weird to watch a bunch of skeletons bargaining, even though they don't seem to be interested in Ji Qingshan and Musong. After observing for nearly 5 minutes, the two still dared not relax. However, the transparent barrier was still slowly falling, and it was still 2 meters away from their heads. Seeing that this thing had no intention of stopping, Ji Qingshan sighed in his heart and lowered the altitude again. At the same time, the white epiphyllum and the pink rose appeared in her hands at the same time. No matter what kind of monster you are, dead or alive, there is always a flower that can deal with it. Follow me. They were still 3 meters from the ground, and the barrier in the sky still did not stop descending. Ji Qingshan simply did not wait, and after giving Musong instructions, he jumped down from the dandelion first. Musong hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and jumped down. The dandelion was put back into the card in the tattoo by Ji Qingshan. After falling to the ground, Musong and Ji Qingshan stood back to back, ready to deal with the skeletons that might pounce on them at any time. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and nothing happened. The skeletons were like alive, quarreling with the grocery shopping ant, whispering with their companions spontaneously, and even some little skeletons, who almost bumped into Ji Qingshan, would nod and bow to express their apologies. No, being too normal is weird. Of course, it is normal for people to do these things, but whose skeletons are the same as people? Standing there like this for a long time was really boring. After waiting for a few minutes, the skeletons still didn't move. The two of them were alert to the surroundings, and shuttled among the skeletons in a small town. No one spoke, and the bones around them made a tooth-grinding friction sound. Ji Qingshan's hands, half hidden in his clothes, had not put the 2 cards, Rose and Epiphyllum, back. Last night, this place was still eating people without spitting bones, but suddenly it became kind, and no one believed it. Besides, The transparent barrier in the sky was suspended 3 meters above their heads, and if something went wrong, they couldn't run away. Half an hour later. What should we do now? Find a relatively human. A place with fewer skeletons to observe? So far, there have been many skeletons coming and going around the two of them, but none of them showed any aggression towards them, which made Musong at a loss. If they attack, the worst that can happen is another fight. The most worrying thing is to keep this strange calm. Musong doesn't believe that these guys are good people, and he doesn't know when the skeletons in this town will suddenly attack and hurt people. The continuous high tension makes him extremely tired. If he doesn't get killed by the skeletons, he will be dragged down by himself. No, don't worry about them. In Musong's surprised eyes, Ji Qingshan said her choice. No matter what, these skeletons. Give them half an hour. If something goes wrong, it will go wrong anyway. It's better to take advantage of the vacuum period to find more clues. Let's go! Ji Qingshan's tone was full of impatience. She seemed to be bored with this game of scaring herself, but Musong noticed that there was still a halo on her hand. The supernatural power was still on. She was luring the enemy. It would be even more dangerous to walk alone. As Musong followed, he looked around nervously, fearing that something might go wrong. The dilapidated town, the skeletons all over the city, the occasional unknown howling. All of this looked like a standard horror story. But if two normal humans walked among the skeletons in the city, and the skeletons next to them not only did not attack, but instead concentrated on doing their own things and whispering with other skeletons. This would not look like a horror story, but a heresy. Ji Qingshan and Musong spent most of the day walking around the town, and the scene was so strange and harmonious for a while. Because they still remembered the tentacle that harmed people last night, and the transportation was inconvenient now, they did not go to the small fishing village by the sea. They only searched the entire town, but did not see Mr. David who came in with them. I don't know if this person is hiding in the dark or fell to the ground. As for the town, just as Ji Qingshan guessed, it was a dilapidated version of where Su Yang and the others were. The buildings were distributed in the same way, but the degree of damage was different. Starting from the center, they were radial, and the degree of damage was lighter as they went outward. It was like a missile fell in the center of the town. Of course, this was just a guess, and she didn't know the reason why the town was abandoned. But as she said to Greyas, it was obviously the same map, but the copy had to present two different time and space. What was the purpose? And the copy content? The copy that Greyas experienced was essentially the same as the melted ruins, and both were presented in the form of events. Now, Su Yang's map had an event plot. What about their side? They have been here for almost a day, and all they see are tentacles and skeletons. Apart from that, there are just a bunch of shabby buildings. There is not even a third person who can talk. Plot? Where can she find it? Ji Qingshan, who has tried to analyze the content from the skeleton's movements, still can't figure out what the plot is. Now this is really just a small town ruins that can't be more ordinary, and if the townspeople are all skeletons. Sitting in front of an inconspicuous stall that is rarely visited by skeletons, Ji Qingshan fiddled with a bone stick that he broke off from someone. A small movie on the other side was playing in his mind. 3 times the time flow rate now, 2 days have passed and another time, how to say. The situation is a bit difficult to evaluate. Under the sea, the Mermaid Palace. Sister Xingyun, I really can't drink alcohol because I am underage. Sister Lanwe, I really can't eat the cookies. In Ji Qingshan's spiritual vision, similar things have happened for countless times today. Su Yang, this little guy, seems to be a little too popular. The cause of all this, Su Yang was caught by 4 mermaid guards. Although the mermaids didn't look like they would kill him, Ji Qingshan's words were to ask for clues, which made the already panicked child even more uneasy. His rhetoric skills were generally recognized as the worst among the 710, and both Moyue and Fu Ying were better at tricking people than him. The transparent pearl shell was carried by the mermaid guards through the entire underwater world, and finally arrived in front of the most gorgeous palace. At the Golden Palace gate, 2 mermaids with blue fish tails saw them coming and swung their tails at the same time, and the heavy door opened to both sides. The inside was revealed. There was no throne or scepter, only a person with a golden fish tail and a large coral reef holding a pearl and feeding the small fish swimming around. She turned her head when she heard the noise. Her long silver hair floated with her movements, sprinkling the surrounding gold. Her jewel-like blue eyes were clear and transparent. When she looked at Su Yang, she smiled. Hello, human. What should I call you? The voice was ethereal, and the most beautiful musical instrument in the world might not be able to perform it. The child's eyes suddenly widened. Hello, my name is Su Yang. What about you? Oh, sure. As she spoke, the golden fishtail swung gently and came to the transparent pearl shell. The white palm passed through the transparent barrier and gently pinched Su Yang's face. It's amazing. You have such a strong mental power. No wonder you woke up in the pearl shell. Ah? Su Yang was stunned. The residents of the town have more or less gained some mental power after contacting the pearls. After 100 years of evolution, he should not be the first in terms of mental power. But then, Su Yang figured out the key point. Shire was not talking about his mental power. If it was just him, he would have fallen asleep at that time. His current wakefulness comes from the flowers planted by Ji Qingchen for him. Shire must be talking about Sister Ji. At a close distance, Su Yang can feel Shire's beauty even more. On the white and somewhat transparent skin are three-dimensional and delicate facial features, and the long eyelashes flutter, revealing the eyes, like the ocean underneath. In just a moment, Su Yang could no longer look away, and he was stunned there. Mermaids avoid the world. I don't want my people to be involved in human disputes. Sorry. In a trance, he heard a soft voice, and then, there was only darkness in front of him. Chapter 68. In his consciousness, the silvery white world seemed to be thrown into a bottomless ocean, with seawater pouring in from all directions. Su Yang only felt that he was surrounded by a strong sense of suffocation, which was the drowning of the soul, icy and piercing. I am going to die. He has never had such a strong sense of dying before, and he can't even muster the desire to resist. It's better to die, at least he won't experience such inescapable suffocation again. The vision gradually dimmed until it fell into eternal darkness. Well, something is wrong. Why is the suffocation getting stronger? And it seems that the neck is about to break. Drowning is not like this. How can you bully a child? Another voice came from far away. The seawater that broke into the small world was quickly swallowed by something, and disappeared without a trace in just a few seconds. In the gradually clear vision, Su Yang looked at his conscious world, which was still not silver. In the center of the world, there is a huge tree that stands tall and straight, emitting a light green light. Around it, there are layers of flowers and shrubs. At a glance, there is no color belonging to Su Yang. But the plants that fill the world are not like the plundering breath of the inflowing seawater, but full of affinity. It is obviously an outsider, but it has not caused any rejection from this world. Sister Ji. This breath is too familiar to Su Yang. He looked around, and his eyes finally fell on a branch of the tree standing in the center of the world. There was a person sitting there. Long hair, long skirt, bare feet. It was not the state of light green light surrounding the body that broke into Lan Ming's consciousness before. At this moment, the color on Ji Qingchen's body was extremely real. Opposite her, a water ball was floating, and sitting on it was Shire with a golden fish tail. But at this moment, her eyes were full of shock. How is it possible? How can a person's spiritual world accommodate another person? This is not what you should care about. You can see that I am just a projection here, and you are helpless. Su Yang felt that Ji Qingchen's voice seemed clearer than usual, and there was a faint warning in her eyes when she looked at Shire. I understand that you don't want mermaids and humans to have too much intersection. But you can't erase this person's memory. Why, since you also know the current situation, you should know what it means to let the news of mermaids spread. Those people on the shore will not give up. Human greed is endless. They will compete for even the most ordinary pearls. If they know the existence of this place, it will definitely trigger a war, and put the world into a huge crisis. So you plan to eliminate them one by one? What's the problem? Facing Shire's questioning eyes, Ji Qingchen laughed sarcastically. What's the problem? It's a big problem. Do you really think that the barrier outside can stop people with bad intentions? Yes, you have been away from the world for too long, and you may not even know how the outside world has developed. As Ji Qingchen spoke, a display suddenly appeared on the branches of the tree. From Su Yang's angle, he couldn't see the content clearly, but Shire's expression was extremely wonderful. How is this possible? After a while, she murmured. How is it impossible? You have been in your own world for too long, and you may not have gone out to see it for nearly 100 years. I admit that humans have many problems, such as greed, jealousy, and self-righteousness, but you have to admit that their creativity is unmatched by any creature in this world. Pearl can go out. If I am not mistaken, this barrier should not be able to prevent non-living objects from passing through. Yes. Shire nodded with difficulty. From the picture just now, she already knew what Ji Qingchen wanted to say. It seems that you have thought of it too. So do you still think it is useful to erase the memories of these people? That town is isolated from the world because of your existence, but the sale of Pearl has long broken this balance. How long do you think it will take for people from the outside world to find you? Cold sweat slid down O'Shire's fair skin. From Su Yang's perspective, her face was pale. No race, no person, can survive by escaping, but the time has not come yet. Once the disaster comes, these people and this race will be the first to perish. Or do you think you, as the king of mermaids, have the ability to protect all your people? The last sentence was a blatant irony. Ji Qingchen used only a projection to make O'Shire helpless against Su Yang. If she dared to admit it, it would not be credible at all. Okay, that's all I want to say. The rest is for you to consider. I'm just a projection. At best, I can protect the people that the main body wants to protect. The green in the small world was dissipating rapidly. When the green light was about to dissipate, the big tree stretched out a branch and threw O'Shire, who had broken into it, out. Miss G, in a white dress, landed lightly on the ground, stepped on the silver-white water surface to create shallow ripples, and walked toward Su Yang. This figure looked younger and thinner than the Ji Qingchen that Su Yang had seen before, but as she approached, her figure changed slightly, and when Su Yang was close, she turned back to the most familiar look. It was as if the previous difference was just his illusion. Okay, the pass is open for you. Don't do anything excessive. Remember to ask for information. By the way, stay a few more days on the seabed. I will tell you when you can come out. Ji Qingchen waved at him, and Su Yang felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he returned to the familiar palace. O'Shire was a little dazed floating in front of him. What happened just now was too much information for Su Yang, and his CPU was directly burned. He simply didn't think about it, and continued to do what was in front of him. Anyway, he was still alive, and he had to do the task given by Ji Qingchen. At the same time, O'Shire also came back to his senses. She looked at Su Yang from head to toe with complicated eyes, and snorted coldly. Take him to rest. Dinging, Tiger Shark, you keep an eye on him. You can do whatever you want in this underwater palace as long as you don't leave the barrier. Yes. Two of the mermaids, who brought Su Yang here, responded. One was the first to speak to Su Yang. The other was found by Yuanzhou. Except Yuanzhou, everyone else present was a little confused. Looking at the situation just now, one clearly wanted to erase Su Yang's memory directly. Although this would have some bad effects on that human, the safety of the mermaids would undoubtedly be guaranteed. O'Shire should have entered the other's spiritual world when he looked at Su Yang just now, but why not only did he fail, but after Wang's spirit came back, he also tacitly allowed Su Yang to move around in this palace. This is really unprecedented in the past 100 years. Only Yuanzhou vaguely guessed the reason. Something in Su Yang's consciousness forced O'Shire to retreat. Perhaps it should not be said to be forced to retreat, but to drive away. That person's mental power far exceeded O'Shire's, making O'Shire immediately determined that he could not compete. And the only one who could do this was the woman who vowed to support him. She really was. Vera, notify everyone that the mermaids will lift their seclusion in a month and issue a conflict warning. I need all mermaids over 200 years old to prepare for war. No, what's going on? Yuanzhou almost choked on his saliva. War warning. How could it be at this time? Obviously, the mermaids at the time stubbornly believed that seclusion could avoid disasters. O'Shire and several elders were like this. They refused to accept new things from the outside world, and they were even more convinced that as long as they stayed in this fortress built by them, humans would not pose a threat to them. What on earth did O'Shire encounter in the conscious world of the boy from 710? No, to be more precise, what on earth did that woman do? In just a dozen minutes, she broke the ending that was supposed to never happen until death. Ji Qingchen, who was shuttling among the skeletons, sneezed for no reason. Then she looked at the skeletons coming and going around her with an annoyed look. Give them half an hour. If something goes wrong, it will go wrong anyway. Why not take advantage of this vacuum period to find more clues? Let's go! Su Yang stayed in the underwater palace like this. With O'Shire's instructions, Su Yang could feel that most of the mermaids showed kindness to him. He kept in mind Ji Qingchen's request, and tried to find out more information and avoid causing trouble. As for the land, Ji Qingchen and O'Shire both stopped him from going back, but he still did that. Was he courting death? But the ability to get information really depends on talent. Although no one would restrict his freedom now, Su Yang could contact countless mermaids every day, but the information he got was pitifully little. What's more terrible is that most mermaids can't contact other races after years of seclusion, let alone human cubs like Su Yang, and they can't let them find out when they occasionally rescue drowning humans. O'Shire was about to end his seclusion, and mermaids, who were full of curiosity about him, came one after another. Just like before, they often found Su Yang, and brought a lot of special products from the seabed. If Ji Qingshan hadn't been watching him all the time, this kid's language system would be confused. And the news that Su Yang, a human cub, was stupid and cute would attract more curious mermaids, and things would get out of control. Finally, O'Shire, who was too busy to handle, had to come and stop them personally, but even so, he could only make the mermaids who came here more orderly. Su Yang, the human cub, was still too attractive. Fortunately, it's a mermaid, and its nature is kind. If it were a group of winged creatures or reptiles, Su Yang would be fooled in a few days, and wouldn't even know his last name. Ji Qingshan, who was far away in another time, suppressed the twitching of his eyes, and his face was full of helplessness. Fortunately, Ji Qingshan didn't expect Su Yang to get too much key information from the beginning. The child had not received professional training, and he himself was not one of those particularly cunning people. Ji Qingshan's original expectation was to observe the relationship between mermaids through what he saw. War does need a fuse, but the signs before that are equally important. Human greed will become the fuse, and in this underwater world, hidden dangers must exist. One of them is those represented by O'Shire, who are too confident and too weak about the barrier or themselves. They stubbornly believe that retreating can solve all problems, and the appearance of Ji Qingshan completely shattered their dreams. In fact, it was not just a projection that appeared in Su Yang's consciousness space. Ji Qingshan consumed a huge amount of mental power, allowing the one transmitted by the daughter flower to have 2/3 of the power of the original body, completely crushing O'Shire. The stronger O'Shire's sense of crisis is, the sooner the mermaids will end their seclusion. Including the things that Ji Qingshan presented to O'Shire, they came from the Alliance and were the most advanced technology. As the king of the mermaid clan, O'Shire has the most advanced strength and the highest authority. Ji Qingshan felt that she cherished her people. So far, everything she had done was to protect her own race. And this would lead to a major problem. O'Shire did not want the other mermaids to be exposed to even a little risk. In Ji Qingshan's view, O'Shire was not really stupid enough to think that blindly closing off was a good thing. But repeating one thing for a long time, making changes meant risks for O'Shire. So, as long as the previous decision did not lead to serious consequences, her choice would always be conservative. So Ji Qingshan used this method to force O'Shire to realize that continuing on the original path would lead to destruction anyway. When the established path was blown to pieces, and not even a trace of fantasy was left, the Mermaid King would inevitably reevaluate the situation and find the best way to deal with it. When the blockade was opened, the mermaids had a new understanding of the world, and would not be helpless when chaos broke out. Chapter 69. Su Yang didn't know that he was being used as a portrait camera, although if he knew, this guy would only be relieved that he didn't have to burn brain cells to get information. Putting aside the task of finding out information that Ji Qingshan didn't expect, his life in the mermaid group was very fulfilling. Racial talent is a good thing, and there is no ugly mermaid in the mermaid clan. And beautiful things always make people happy. Dinging and Tiger Shark followed O'Shire's orders meticulously, saying that they would not interfere. When Su Yang was teased by some of his fellow tribesmen, they acted as stone men next to him. It was also a kind of secret revenge on this human who inexplicably made O'Shire make an exception. Maybe so? To be honest, the happiest person at this time was actually the one attached to Tiger Shark. Every day, Yuanzhou felt a sense of pleasure of revenge, and also felt some sympathy for Su Yang. Some things didn't happen to Ji Qingshan, so it was good to bully the people in her shelter. Looking at those mermen playing and laughing, Yuanzhou suddenly felt that he had really traveled through time and returned to that carefree past. The bloody cage had not yet enveloped him, and the mountains of corpses and seas of blood had not yet been in the depths of his memory. Unlike the happiness here, O'Shire has been very anxious these days. First, send the humans who fell into the water before, except Su Yang, back to the shore, and then these mermaids will turn into humans to see what human society really looks like. If O'Shire still had a little fantasy before, then when the first group of people came back, these fantasies were completely shattered. In the outside world, although not everyone has the awesome strength of Ji Qingshan, it is far from what O'Shire knows. There were also weapons that could cause mass casualties in the seabed, as well as various poisons, which fell into the ears of O'Shire and the elders one by one. At this moment, no mermaid was unaware of her previous short-sightedness. After this, O'Shire directly shortened the original 1-month timeline to the second day after receiving the news. But the one who clamored the most for lifting the seclusion did not dare to object at all. The research institutions and the army that had been shrinking due to seclusion were reorganized. Whether it was peace-loving or kind and gentle, all of this was based on equal strength. If there was a huge disparity in strength, kindness had another name, called soft persimmon. The atmosphere of the entire underwater palace changed from lax to strict, and it was gradually preparing for the change. Although such preparations might not necessarily play a decisive role, when that thing really came, Yuan Zhou saw a glimmer of hope at this time. Even if this hope had nothing to do with history, but was only in this copy. In short, the woman helped him again. Yuan Zhou couldn't tell what he felt, but he had a secret expectation of meeting Ji Qingchen again. Miss Ji, who didn't know that she was being thought of, was leaning on the bed in a remote shop, staring at the skeletons coming and going with empty eyes, and most of her mind was in another time and space. Mermaids are naturally water-friendly, and most of them are also good at spirits. Every mermaid has the ability to influence the spirits of other creatures through singing since birth. Of course, this is from the perspective of the talent of the entire tribe. In terms of high-end combat power, the mermaid tribe does not have an advantage. However, Ji Qingchen thought about the town outside where the average rating of humans could not exceed C. As long as they are prepared, it will be easy for the mermaids to deal with them. The only two variables: the tour group that will arrive at an unknown time. The possible traitors among the mermaids. Ji Qingchen made Su Yang a bait to verify the second variable. The first one has not moved so far. Although she asked Greyas to keep an eye on the relevant changes, it is useless if the person does not show up. This person who established cooperation inexplicably abided by the agreement unexpectedly and wandered around the town for 2 days. The natural temperament of being familiar with people made Greyas familiar with most people in the town in just 2 days. And by the way, he found a job in the famous Nafeng Pavilion in the town. Isn't it a bit too open? Ji Qingchen looked at someone who was drinking with a group of girls in the flowers. Greyas looked handsome and had an exotic appearance. When he came to Nafeng Pavilion with a white fox at his arms, the boss almost laughed his face off. Fortunately, this man still had some moral integrity. When he joined the company, he emphasized that he was selling his art but not his body. At first, the boss was a little reluctant, but Greyas's mouth was like honey. Look, boss, according to your way, I can only accompany one customer at a time, and no matter how high the price is, I can only make money from one person. And even if you set a high price, no one may buy it. But when you chat with them, it's a group at a time. You provide some cheap melon seeds and fruits, and charge by time. A group of people chat for an afternoon, and the money comes unknowingly, right? And there are more than a dozen at a time, so you must make a lot of money. Alas, but I've never heard of such a thing happening in any of the restaurants around here. The boss scratched his head. That's where you're wrong. There's no precedent for this, so why don't we open one? If they all know about this, they all come to do it, and you won't make any money. You know that the underwater incident was leaked, so everyone had to split it equally in the end. That's true. But let me make it clear first, if you can't make money with this method, just open your business honestly. Alas, I guarantee it, if this method doesn't work, I do it for you myself. It seems that something strange has sneaked in, but it's not a big deal. In short, Greyas fooled the boss into it, and Nafeng Restaurant launched this novel model that day. This boss is quite business-minded. Not only did he put a lot of effort into the promotion, but he also highlighted the key points. Under the poster was a half-covered face of Greyas. As for the furnishings in the house, they also put a lot of effort, especially clearing out a large room to put beautiful flowers in it, floating some clouds, and sprinkled some cheap gold waves, and the smell of decadence and extravagance jumped up. Finally, they threw a set of exotic clothes with very little fabric to Greyas. It highlighted his thin muscles. They placed him in the flowers in the middle, looked at him, and finally placed Xiaobai in a position that could cover half of Greyas's abdominal muscles. The growing customer flow since the afternoon did not disappoint the boss's efforts. He happily sat in his small room counting money, looking at Greyas with a look of satisfaction. Especially on the second day, the number of customers did not increase but decreased. With Ji Qingchen's woman's intuition, this boss must be looking at a rising star in the male courtesan world. Maybe we can also look forward to an auction or something. I'm getting off topic. They are playing a dungeon, not making some small video that cannot pass the review. Clues are the most important. I had a lot of fun these 2 days. It seems that the end of the world has limited your performance. After waiting for a while, until there were fewer people around, Miss G, who was emitting a light green light in her consciousness space, looked at Greyas's blurred eyes with dead fish eyes. Oh Lord G, Miss G, calm down, I have tried very hard. Alas! You have forgotten why you came here after playing for 2 days. Speak properly. The spirit body beat people softly, but the pain will not be reduced. Greyes hugged his head with a cry, and his eyes finally returned to normal. I got a lot of information. You know, at this time, most people will relax their vigilance, and it will be much easier to ask questions. So what? What did you find out? It can't be that some family has adopted a younger brother, or someone has an illegitimate child. City Lord G, please stop teasing me. I did find out a lot of things. The first one is that the town plans to organize a large number of people to explore the source of pearls under the sea, and this matter was initiated by the mayor. It should be in the next 2 days. The other is that a tricky virus seems to be spreading in the outside world, but the threat to the people in the town is much smaller. The rest is the situation of some awakened superpowers. Greyes presented all the situations of these people to Ji Qingshan. He had guessed a lot since entering the dungeon. The hidden dangers between humans and mermaids were about to emerge. There would be conflicts between the two, and some preparations must be made. By the way, where is Shuela? Xiaoxue is in the town, and we have a clear division of labor. She is responsible for keeping a low profile and quietly influencing people's thinking, and I am responsible for attracting their attention in a high-profile manner. I have made a big sacrifice this time. Okay. The explanation was quite reasonable, but looking at this guy, he didn't look like he had made a big sacrifice. By the way, how is the situation over there? It's okay at the moment, but if you don't want your teammates to go offline too quickly, don't forget your business. I create a group for you later. Do you have such a wide range of skills? Can you still create a group? Well, okay, you should go and accompany your little brother and sister. Don't forget about the tour group. Ji Qingshan said and went offline. Just thinking that there was nothing to do now, it was a good time to create a small group. In the dungeon world where the main body was located, the dusk afterglow slowly dissipated, and night fell under the sky. Ji Qingshan raised his eyebrows, and there was a strange look in his eyes. It seemed that the plan to build a group had to be put on hold. Because just 5 meters in front of them, the skeleton who had just been eating a bowl of food made of unknown materials suddenly raised his head and stared at Ji Qingshan and Musong. The two people felt something was wrong and stood up and ran out. In the sky, the barrier did not disappear, but was slightly widened by 2 meters. On the ground, the skeletons that were just dull and harmless in the town seemed to have unsealed and revealed their fierceness when the afterglow fell. This is a small town full of white and gloomy skeletons. If they were scratched, they would all be doomed. Suddenly, Ji Qingshan always felt that he had taken CE's script last time. Not to say 100%, at least 90%, and the difference of 10% is probably the command position brought by Daughter Flower. Fighting and protecting people, and taking care of the other side from time to time, such a day really makes people's eyes dark again and again. Fortunately, there is Musong who can breathe by her side, otherwise Ji Qingshan would be out of control now. Sure enough, there is only one time and countless times to meddle in other people's business, and since she came to this place, she has been tightly wrapped up in a bunch of trivial matters. Sure enough, traveling through time and reaching the peak of life is fake, and a person has to do 3 jobs. Looking at the skeletons approaching step by step in front of him, Ji Qingshan thought bitterly. Chapter 70. What should we do now? Musong's reaction was quick. Although he didn't have many hot weapons, he still had cold weapons, and the peas Ji Qingshan gave him. The location they chose for chatting was relatively remote, so there were not many skeletons chasing them at this time. Musong pulled out his long knife to chop the first few, and his other hand occasionally threw peas out. The explosion prevented the skeletons outside from approaching him. However, the suppression was only temporary. As more and more zombies chased them, a circle formed around them and kept shrinking. The skeleton's sharp-boned claws were about to reach Musong. Pa, Ji Qingshan raised the willow branch in his hand, and a group of skeletons were thrown away by the strong wind. These skeletons were smashed heavily on the ground and scattered into broken bones. The strange thing is that these skeletons reassembled after a minute of dispersing, and after they were assembled and familiar with their bodies, they joined the army besieging the outsiders. As long as the bones that make up their bodies do not completely disappear, they are almost immortal. Roses could not absorb their vitality, proving that these skeletons should be dead, but if Ji Qingshan used epiphyllum, it would only turn the bones into powder. The powder fell on the ground, and was put together again. Although such skeletons were not very solid, they were also a kind of harassment in the dark crowd. Run to the seaside. Skeletons came from all directions of the town, and there was a sky ban in the sky. If they stayed in this town, they would only be surrounded by skeletons. To break the situation, they had to find a new battlefield first. Mu Song waved his long knife and threw peas to open the way in front, while Ji Qingshan waved his whip and turned the EP51 card to clear the pursuers behind. Mu Song had a good sense of direction. After more than half an hour, the coastline was faintly visible. However, just like yesterday, a strong fishy smell came from the small fishing village they were about to enter, which was disgusting. Now is not the time to be particular. These skeletons seemed not to want to enter this small fishing village at all. It seemed that there was something they were afraid of in the fishing village. Seeing Ji Qingshan and the others running into the fishing village, the skeletons hesitated and stopped, and finally did not come in after hesitating for a long time. I'm saved. Mu Song collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of despair. A bunch of nervous skeletons turned against each other as soon as they said they would. They were performing as hard as NPCs during the day, but they started killing people in the street at night. It was deadly. Wait, at night? Mu Song remembered that it was also night when he came in yesterday. When Ji Qingshan and he went to the town, they also encountered skeletons chasing them. Or was it because Ji Qingshan pulled people up to the sky that they survived? Could it be that these skeletons only show their murderous nature at night? Then you can investigate boldly during the day. Mu Song felt that he had found the truth by accident. But why did they go to that town yesterday? It seemed to be because of the tsunami. Oh my god, this is not good. Didn't they flee to the town yesterday because something worse happened in the small fishing village by the sea? Then tonight. Luckily, in Mu Song's vision, those fish-headed human monsters once again walked out of the shadows of the buildings. My god, Mu Song's mouth twitched, and he clenched the long knife in his hand. This doesn't let people rest at all. In just a moment, the mermaid monster rushed towards the two. Mu Song stared at the other party's movements and raised his knife to meet them. The monsters are harder to chop than the skeletons. The long knife stabbed into the bodies of these monsters. Inexplicably, Mu Song felt a tremor coming from these mermaids. He didn't notice it yesterday. This tremor was like some kind of resonance. Mu Song looked at his hand in disbelief. He actually resonated with a monster. However, his wild thoughts soon stopped, and 4 monsters simultaneously stretched out their long tongues at him. There was green saliva hanging on them. Mu Song's knife speed was twice as fast as before. In the fishing village, the output of mermaid monsters has quadrupled compared to the previous one. The black mass surrounding people made people feel stressed. Fortunately, the visual pressure was useless to Mu Song. When the blade chopped up, Mu Song felt that the overall quality of these monsters had not improved, and most of them were lower than last night. It was just a bluff. Mu Song's knife scratched another mermaid. Compared with last night, he was much more skilled in dealing with these guys, and now he had helpers. Behind, 2 corn plants grew beside Ji Qingshan, and they were throwing corn kernels at the enemy. In fact, in terms of quantity, the skeletons and monsters were not much different. The monsters are stronger than the skeletons. She came to the beach only because killing skeletons did not bring any benefits. Anyway, there was no difference between the two for her, as they were both a cannonball that could blow up a large area. At most, the hidden weapons that were occasionally used were more difficult to deal with. The explosions continued, and the progress bar of the next card was rising. At most, it would take another night to accumulate enough to meet the requirements for awakening. There were more and more bloodstains on the ground, and the air was completely occupied by the stench from the mermaid's body. Ji Qingshan planted 2 more corianders on his and Mu Song's shoulders. The group of monsters did not look like zombies, and they seemed to still have nerves that could sense fear. After seeing most of the mermaids rushing forward, the rest stayed in the gap of the building and carefully observed the 2 humans in front of them. Soon, some of them had already fled for their lives. Ji Qingshan did not stop them. Now that the source of the copy has not been figured out, it is not a good choice to blindly fight with these copy derivatives. But the monsters on the front battlefield did not seem to want to be used as cannon fodder again. Like yesterday, they disappeared underground. Disappeared underground, wait. The 2 people looked at the ground at the same time. The next moment, the ground under their feet became soft again. The scene that seemed to be a one-to-one replica of yesterday appeared in front of Mu Song. Even at the edge of the fishing village, the flexible ground still had bulges. In the distance was the hoarse roar of the sea. Still had to fly. In just 1 minute, Ji Qingshan and Mu Song looked at each other and reached a consensus at a glance. Dandelion was called out again. 5 meters of air ban, Ji Qingshan flew close to 3.5 meters. In the eyes of ordinary people, this distance is already quite large, but the situation here is only slightly better. The monsters and bulges underground have locked onto Dandelion, aiming at it and throwing 2 tentacles at it. With the help of the no-fly zone, it smashed down hard from the top of Ji Qingshan's head. Without the distance advantage, even she would have trouble dealing with a few tentacles. If the explosion was too light, it would not kill them, and if it was too heavy, it would easily affect them. The disposable protective shields were replaced by Musang yesterday, and the aftermath could only be borne by the 2 of them. Not to mention that the tentacles could be immediately replaced after being blasted into pieces. The sea in the distance was also quite worrying. From time to time, there would be a tsunami in conjunction with the black mud underground. Ji Qingshan could only fight them in the 5-meter airspace now, and it was the first day that he had experience, and he avoided most of them from various tricky angles. One night was a double consumption of physical and mental strength. It seemed like a century had passed before a ray of dawn appeared on the Black Sea. This time, the 2 who had been fighting in the mud of the fishing village all night clearly discovered that the tentacles, black mud, mermaids, and tsunamis that were originally full of tentacles here slowly disappeared after coming into contact with the morning light. The weird feeling was gone, and there was only loneliness and desolation. Preliminary judgment is that the changes in our map are divided into day and night. Daytime is a peaceful time, when various clues can be investigated and basically nothing will happen. And night is the time for killing. Whether it is a skeleton, a tentacles, or even an entire fishing village, they will all become ruthless life harvesters at night. If we want to know the clues, we can only look for them during the day. At night, it is a hell-level difficulty. Don't even think about finding clues or exchanging clues. It's good enough to be able to protect yourself. Ji Qingshan and Musang returned to the tea house, where they had stayed before. After a night of escape, the quiet time now seems particularly precious. Ji Qingshan now understood why the time difference between the 2 sides had to be set 3 times. If it was really synchronized, the people who entered here would have died clearly before the people on the other side figured out the background of this dungeon. But now, there is a huge problem with the division of labor between the 2 dungeons. The palace and the cemetery, one is decryption and the other is fighting. But it is completely meaningless to say that it is divided into 2 time and space. Wasn't Ji Qingshan's last dungeon a fight and decryption? Didn't he get the real ending? Then what is the reason why the dungeon must be divided into 2 scenes? Ji Qingshan has no idea at the moment. At least that's the case from the information in this place. At this moment, the daughter flower that was connected before became the best medium. After confirming that it was relatively safe during the day, Ji Qingshan started to form a small group. It went smoothly, but it was a bit noisy. Ji Qingshan told the other party his current judgment. Grea's and Su Yang's faces were very interesting. They didn't expect that the other map would be so dangerous. If it is as you said, the final outcome of our side will become what you see. Either it takes a long time, or the contradiction of one party is completely exposed. Are there any clues? No clues, but I found 2 interesting people. Interesting people. The other 3 showed dead fish eyes together, and had no interest in his black humor. Seeing this, Grea's had to stop trying to keep the secret and said seriously, I have been asking around on the street with Shuela these 2 days. This town is about to welcome a tourist group. Of course, it is a tourist group. Given the situation in this town, it is hard to say whether these people have other purposes besides tourism. The town has been producing pearls for more than 100 years. No matter how hidden the enviable effects of pearls are, people with a heart can still dig them out if they want. But it is inevitable that people will mind it at this time. Are you talking about the tourist group? There are very few outsiders in the town. After all, no one wants others to share a piece of the pie. Currently, a lot of people are full of malice towards this upcoming tourist group. There is a rumor that 10 people with their appearance have been obtained. Among them, there are also Hilt and his followers. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other 3 people suddenly became serious. A tourist group with survivors is hard not to be another important clue. So? Did you see the others clearly? Yes. Consciousness communication, as long as the memory is good enough, the picture can be presented in the mind. Apparently Grea's has a good memory. A photo appeared in front of the others. There were 10 people in the tour group, all with different looks. In the corner were Hilt and his followers. The 3 of them looked down along the faces of those people. The angle of the photo was not very good, it was a little far away, and there was an obstruction. In fact, it was difficult to see the faces of all the people. But when Ji Qingshan's eyes fell on the person in the middle, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 71. Sister Ji. Ah, what happened? Ji Qingshan suddenly came back to her senses, and saw the 3 people surrounding her looking at her with concern. Is Ji Qingshan relieved when she woke up? Are you okay? Grace came over and asked. The shock on Ji Qingshan's face had disappeared, and she shook her head slightly. But the more she was like this, the more worried the other three were. Especially Su Yang. In his impression, when had Ji Qingshan ever lost her composure like this? Just now, he called the other party more than a dozen times before there was any movement. Sister Ji, do you know him? The little guy asked tentatively. I guess so. He looks like an enemy of mine. At this moment, Ji Qingshan had completely regained her usual calmness and spoke lightly. If she continued to talk about this, it would be her private matter, and the other three people didn't ask too much. If you have nothing else to do, just leave it at that. I've set up a chat group for you. If you have any clues, come here and talk. I don't have to pass on the message one by one. Ji Qingshan didn't want to continue chatting. After saying this, his spirit dimmed. She's not right. Ji Qingshan left, but the remaining three people didn't show any intention of leaving. Instead, they quickly gathered together and whispered to each other. Grace, you noticed it too. Musong rolled his eyes. Nonsense. I wonder if I'm a very slow person. But even if I say this, I'm afraid Grace will throw it aside. This person is now looking at Su Yang. Has she had this situation before? No. Su Yang shook his head. At least he hadn't seen it, otherwise he wouldn't have been so worried just now. Sure enough, people who can do this job are emotionally stable. Hearing this, Grace muttered quietly. What? Su Yang didn't hear clearly and couldn't help asking. Nothing. It's just that the expression of City Lord Ji looks a bit like he has eaten something unclean. Just a reminder, I created the space, I can hear it. Being caught behind a cricket is not a pleasant thing. Grace hurriedly changed the subject abruptly. I'm afraid I have to greet this tour group from afar after I go out. By the way, you said before that we should exchange information you. Grace glanced around, but Ji Qingshan didn't continue to speak. Realizing this, Grace quickly threw the topic to Musong. Don't look at me. I've been chased by skeletons and chopped by monsters these 2 days. It's good to be alive. I don't have any information. Musong spread his hands. Got it. I'm not just asking you. Where's little brother Su Yang? Are you with the mermaids? Yes. Since they've cooperated, Su Yang had no intention of hiding anything and told Grace the situation. War. Indeed, this direction is the most likely, and a small conflict is not enough to explain the situation in your place, old Mu. It has to be her. She guessed so many things based on that information alone, and even made the mermaids give up hiding from the world. This will make things much easier in the future. I let Shuela keep an eye on the people in the tour group. It's a pity, if we switch positions, this wave of cooperation will be absolutely seamless. Although Grace doesn't dare to claim that his IQ is superb, he has always believed that his IQ is among the best. And Su Yang's ability to be invisible is absolutely overwhelming for tracking. Unfortunately, this instance seems to have deliberately put the wrong person. Then let's do this for now. I'm going to log off. Yeah, after all, you still have to accompany the guests. Puff, cough, cough, cough. As soon as Musong said this, Grace stumbled. Lord Ji? The other two also left the chat one after another. They were not proficient in using consciousness to chat, and when talking in a small group, their perception of the outside world was quite weak, so that when Musong came out, he found that Ji Qingshan's figure was gone around him. Musong's heart subconsciously tightened. That was his life-saving thigh, and it suddenly disappeared like this. He was very panicked. They were still in the remote little shop yesterday. The skeletons would not attack people intentionally during the day, so this place was considered safe. Musong thought for a moment, and decided to stay here. First, he didn't know where Ji Qingshan had gone, and second, even if he went, he might not be able to help. But it's not a good idea to just wait like this. After some hesitation, Musong decided to go to the town again. He might find some new clues from the other side. Grace said that the mayor wanted to organize an exploration of the seabed, so let's go there first. In the original map, the mayor's house seemed to be in the center of the town. Musong walked towards the ruins in the center of the town. So, you do know the person in the photo. Who is he? He looks like a monkey with a pointed face and a short-sighted look. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. At the junction of the town and the fishing village, a figure slowly moved towards the sea. A sunflower disc the size of a human face popped out of her pocket. Ji Qingshan discovered very early that sunflowers would sometimes inexplicably connect with her spirit, and the more cards she purified, the more frequent this phenomenon would occur. She always felt that this guy was about to become her card. But she was in a bad mood today, so she didn't really want to pay attention to her. Putting the sunflower back into her pocket, she crossed the boundary between the town and the fishing village. Although it was daytime, the light around Ji Qingshan dimmed from the moment he entered the fishing village. In the shadow of the house, monsters with fish heads and human bodies grew one by one. Sure enough, you are refreshed 24 hours a day. The light bloomed around Ji Qingshan, and the sound of the explosion made Mu Song, who was far away in the center of the town, feel it. After a 2-second pause, he turned his head and accelerated his movements. Miss Ji had a basic understanding of the monster situation. She was unscrupulous without anyone around her, not to mention that she was very annoyed now, quite annoyed. The calmness and rationality that she had been forced to maintain for many years was thrown out of the window when she saw the face. Anyway, she was the only one here. Raising her hand, Ji Qingshan's eyes flashed with excitement. Looking at the corn and willow trees behind her, she didn't seem very satisfied with this efficiency. Then he took out 5 cards from his pocket: willow, corn, potato, flytrap, and night blooming cereus. Mental power rushed into the cards frantically, and then a turret with 3 huge corn barrels with wobbling heads, and a circle of thick willow branches growing on 4 rolling potatoes appeared out of thin air. Each corn cannonball has a white flower on the top, which is designed to break all obstacles. Gurgle, gurgle, the turret moved, and in Miss G's weird smile, it aimed at the entire fishing village. Boom! The monsters were still looking at the strange things that suddenly appeared in front of them, and the corn cannonballs had already been fired. 10 minutes later, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and when the last monster fell to the ground, the sunflower poked its head out again, indicating that it could eat. Ji Qingshan came for this purpose, and immediately put the pumpkin head with zombies on sunflower, but the other party shook his head. This one won't work, it's too damaged, I can't eat so much. Can't eat it? Sunflower's words revealed a lot of information. The explosion did cause great damage to the 3 cards, but it was not to the extent of damage, and Sunflower could repair the damage when purifying the cards. This side job is good. Although the god-level cards are durable, there is still some damage, but now Ji Qingshan has not encountered equal combat power, and the damaged cards can be restored in 10 minutes. But this does not mean that it will be the same in the future. After all, there are no materials in the apocalypse, and it must be a tricky thing to damage too much. In order to protect the living combat power, Ji Qingshan can only be thrifty, and it is easy to be unable to let go of some things. Now it is different. With a medical kit like Sunflower, she only needs to consider whether she can kill the zombies. As for the pumpkin head, if it can't come out now, just harvest another wave of monsters. It just takes a while. Ji Qingshan looked at the changes around her, and the fishing village turned into that kind of black mud again. It's time for the halftime break. Ji Qingshan bombed 5 waves of monsters throughout the day. Maybe she couldn't bear to watch the copy anymore. The last time the monsters were produced was particularly slow, and they didn't bother her when they were spawned, and Ji Qingshan had to search every house. Even the things in the black mud didn't dare to rush towards her. The small fishing village was almost wilted by Ji Qingshan. Fortunately, the harvest was good. In addition to the pumpkin head, she also unlocked another card, kelp. After eating it, it can maintain normal survival on the seabed for an hour. It can be eaten continuously, and can also protect other plants in the water. Since this copy is related to the sea, this card is a must. He looked at the sky outside, and it was almost time to pick up Mu Song. The fighting skeletons in the small town at night were still a bit tricky for him. It also takes some time for the monsters here to refresh. Poor little fishing village, it was turned into a power bank by Miss G. Just before the attack of the skeleton, Ji Qingshan rushed to the beach with Mu Song on his back on a dandelion. Mu Song was ready for battle. However, the monsters that couldn't wait to kiss them the day before were nowhere to be seen. Occasionally, something would show its head from the shadows and immediately shrink back. This is... After waiting for 4/5 of the time, no monsters appeared. Mu Song looked at Ji Qingshan quietly with his peripheral vision. He remembered that there was a burst of movement from time to time during the day. His fear of death instinct told him that the group of monsters were scared by the woman in front of him. So the first 2 times were because they didn't want to scare him? Mu Song's understanding of Ji Qingshan's strength was refreshed again. Is she a human? How is your sleep quality? Miss Not a Human suddenly looked at him. Not very good. Mu Song answered. She wants to continue bombing monsters while I sleep, right? That must be right. Ji Qingshan rolled his eyes. Can you fall asleep on a moving object? Moving object? Dandelion? Nonsense. What else do you think it is? The map bombing will not wake up even the dead. You stay up there tonight, and rest when you feel tired. Come with me to the sea tomorrow. Oh! As he answered, Musong suddenly wanted to ask Ji Qingshan if he didn't want to know what he found today. But he changed his mind, and suddenly realized that Ji Qingshan could see his situation from the first day. People even set up a cross-map chat group, so they must have seen what he found today, and maybe even heard a lot of his thoughts. Forget it, he should just sleep peacefully. People live their whole lives, and living is the first priority. If you can live, there is no need to compare yourself with some creatures that are not human and make yourself unhappy. Under the night sky, Dandelion took the two people to fly at low altitude. When they passed the shadow of the building, a figure jumped down from above, swung the willow branch in his hand, entangled the hiding monsters, and the roses on it quickly harvested their lives. In less than a minute, he returned to the Dandelion again. Musong's voice occasionally came out in his mind, and Ji Qingshan's serious mask was briefly broken, revealing a helpless smile. This guy is also a live treasure. If he still hasn't slept in the middle of the night, he will be knocked down by poisonous mushrooms. Although the physical fitness of the superpowers is not at the same level as that of ordinary people, they haven't rested for 2 days, so their condition will not be too good. It is easy to go wrong when going to the sea tomorrow. Musong's judgment is correct. Ji Qingshan can indeed see his situation, and the clues of the investigation. Not only his, she can also directly see the experiences of Su Yang and Greyes. That's why she unlocked the kelp and told Musong to go down to the sea to investigate tomorrow. Chapter 72. 3 days ago, Greyes returned to reality, and sent the hamster out to inform Shuela to keep an eye on the tour group that came from afar. Although the hamster has a positioning function, its speed is limited. He did not receive Shuela's message until noon. The members of the tour group arrived here last night, and stayed in the hotel that they had booked in advance. But in the middle of the night, one of them climbed out the window. Looking at the direction, he should have gone to the beach. I don't know what he did. Shuela was alone, and it was impossible for him to take care of both ends. After weighing the pros and cons, he stayed where he was and continued to keep an eye on the leader of the tour group. However, after one night, nothing happened at the hotel. Hilter didn't move. But he was very close to the person you mentioned. I guess he played the role of a friend of the other party. I heard him call that person Arifin. Arifin? Real name or fake name? This Mr. Arifin was the character that shocked Miss Ji, and Greyes was particularly concerned about it. Of course, Shuela couldn't reply to him immediately, so he continued in the letter. Judging from the attitudes of others, he is the central figure of the tour group. I just don't know what they did at the beach. Nothing happened so far. It's different in the town. After the tour group came, those people went to cover up the things in the sea. The exploration of the seabed was all stagnant, for fear of being discovered. But to be honest, I feel that those people in the tour group know more about the things on the seabed than they do. Is that so? Greyes held the letter in his hand, as if thinking about something. A few minutes later, the little hamster was thrown out again by him, holding another letter in his little paws. Greyes only wrote one sentence in it. Get as close to the tour group as possible, we must know their purpose. The reply letter from Shuela that he had just received was stuffed into the little white rabbit's mouth. Rabbits eat plants, and paper is made of plants. It is normal for rabbits to eat paper. After tidying up his face, Greyes put on a sunny smile, and went to his temporary office for the next 2 days. It is always good to have one more information channel. By the way, when communicating with guests, you can also exchange clues with Su Yang. Under the sea, the Mermaid Palace. Su Yang was surrounded by a group of mermaids, asking him to talk about the human world. Since Alshul announced that the mermaids had ended their seclusion, more and more mermaids asked him about the human world. Su Yang was mixed with joy and sorrow. Although it was a pre-topic that did not require him to rack his brains to get information, there were too many mermaids coming over, which made him suffer every day when he opened his eyes. Now he was forced to talk about his childhood scandals. His throat was almost hoarse. Seeing the mermaids in high spirits, Su Yang cheered himself up in his heart. But today, the god who had always ignored him finally became friendly. Just when the next big wave of problems was about to come, a burst of urgent horns came from all directions. The faces of the mermaids around him changed immediately. Then Su Yang was lifted up by several mermaids and followed the large group to the palace where Oshir was. What a big thing happened! Looking at the serious expressions of the mermaids, Su Yang suddenly had a premonition that something big was wrong. Sure enough, he heard the noise outside. What did you say? Nanali is missing. On the throne, Oshir was shocked. Ji Qingshan's reminder had made the mermaids alert, but even so, Someone still got into trouble under her nose. There is no problem with the ring barrier, and Nanali did not go out yesterday. How come? Where are the patrolmen? Ella and Monair, when did you find out that Nanali was missing? This morning. But the last time I saw Nana was last night. The blue-haired Ella said. The patrol team found nothing unusual. We didn't find any trace of Nanali yesterday. King, I think she might have sneaked to land. Since you lifted the ban, such things are not uncommon. Nanali is a candidate for the next king and is quite powerful. She might just be curious and go out for a walk and come back at night. And her heart lamp is still on, so nothing will happen to her. Pop, the next second after the guard finished speaking, a crisp sound came, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A broken lamp floated up from the corals, and Nanali's name was written on the largest glass fragment. The heart lamp appears with the birth of every mermaid, and only when the body dies will the heart lamp be extinguished. Instantly, the faces of everyone present changed. O'Shire seemed to have thought of something immediately, and suddenly pulled off the huge sapphire on her neck. A golden scepter appeared in her hand, and the gem on the top shone brightly, quickly spreading until it covered the entire underwater palace. Go check. We must find Nanali alive or dead. The palace was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and Alshiel's voice was like 100 years of unmelted ice. The mermaids did not dare to delay, and the well-established armed team quickly moved towards the human world. Come with me. O'Shire said this to Su Yang. Without giving Su Yang time to react, O'Shire directed a stream of water to sweep up Su Yang and took him to the depths of the coral reef. Why did you come here, or are you here to investigate something? In this situation, O'Shire no longer had the heart to play tricks with Su Yang. She had to figure out the purpose of Su Yang or Ji Qingshan behind him. He really couldn't say what he came here to investigate. He couldn't tell O'Shire that the place where they lived was actually a copy, and he came here to pass the level. O'Shire didn't believe him even if he dared to say this. What should he do? It's impossible to tell the truth. Is there any way to fool O'Shire? Su Yang's brain was overloaded. Damn it. He has been with those people who say one thing to one person and another thing to another for a while. How can he not even make up such a lie? 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed, and Su Yang was almost sweating on his face. O'Shire's eyes became more and more dangerous, as if he would kill Su Yang if he didn't explain the reason. Seeing that they were ready to make a move, he would be finished if he didn't say something. Su Yang suddenly remembered the speech that guy made without any guilt after being fooled by CE one day. What nonsense did I say? Those people did go to fight zombies, they didn't come back, and our city lord really couldn't control the situation there. Although I omitted that they didn't do anything, and City Lord G knew about this situation a long time ago, can you say that I didn't tell the truth? Such bandit logic made Su Yang's eyes dull, and he didn't think of how to refute it for a long time. After all, CE looked righteous, and what he said was indeed true, but only half of it. The examples were already at my fingertips, so it would be unreasonable not to copy them. Didn't you see what I was doing here? Sister G asked me to tell you about the impending crisis. You can't blame me just because you didn't take defensive measures. First of all, be confident, and then only say those things that can be said clearly. Anyway, these are also true, and O'Shire will not feel guilty no matter how much he asks. Besides this, obviously, the words have been brought to you. Why are you still here? At the beginning, you said that I couldn't leave the underwater barrier at will, but you were not happy when I really stayed. How about I leave now? As Su Yang was about to move, the surrounding water currents entangled him. It was impossible to leave. Now Su Yang was the only outsider in the entire underwater palace, who was the most suspicious. Nanali was in trouble at this juncture. As long as O'Shire had a brain, he would not leave this uncertain factor. He made the right bet this time. If you have anything else to ask, you can ask Sister G, but if you ask me, I can only say that this is all I know. After saying this, Su Yang wanted to turn around, but he obviously forgot that he was in the pearl shell. He turned his body, but nothing happened. Tiger Shark, take him out. O'Shire held his forehead and waved to the guards to take this eye-catching bag away. By the way, there is one more thing. Su Yang, who had just been moved a step, suddenly said, in my experience, the collapse of most countries is due to internal problems, which may be political or undercover. Does your majesty need to check it out? That's all I have to say. Let's go, handsome guy. Wait, what do you mean by that? Just a suggestion. After leaving these 4 words, Su Yang walked away, leaving O'Shire with a solemn look. If there really is an undercover here, Nanali's death is likely to be the result of the other party's guidance. In this case, Nanali, as a candidate for the King of Mermaids, the thing she is wearing is likely to be taken by others. Damn it! O'Shire punched the surrounding corals angrily. More people need to go to investigate Nanali. That thing must not be obtained by creatures other than mermaids, especially humans. Sister G, you are here. Compared to O'Shire's anxiety, Su Yang looked at the figure who suddenly moved in his mind, and his eyes were full of joy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the tone just now was very different from Su Yang's usual style. In addition to the child himself, there were two people present who also guessed who said this. One of them was O'Shire, and the other was Yuano, who was squatting on the tiger shark. After all, he had heard this tone of asking for a beating for 6 days. This person's ghost is still lingering, Yuano complained in his heart. His soul was much weaker than before, as if something had drained most of its strength. Well done. Ji Qingshan couldn't hear someone complaining, and if he did, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. Her spirit body looked at Su Yang and confirmed that there was no problem. She said, focus on investigating Nanali's best friends. Sister G suspects that the undercover is among them? Want to ask me how I can be sure that there is an undercover so quickly? It's very simple. Because the seawater here is polluted, the pollution concentration in the barrier is slightly higher than the outside world, and the surrounding barrier is also slightly corroded. It is unlikely to come from outside. In addition, at this juncture, a candidate for the king is missing. Although there is a possibility of different undercovers, it is only a small probability. It is safest to investigate from her side. But you have to be quick, understand? Understood, Sister G. Nanali is really, well, 9 out of 10 times, it's more dangerous than good. So you have to be quick. The more this cancer hides, the more victims will appear. Find time to exchange the remaining information with Greyas. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Ji Qingshan ran away after giving the task card. At this moment, both on the shore and under the sea were erupting in an uproar. Chapter 73. You said a mermaid is missing, and there's a high probability that she's dead. Greyas finally found time to exchange information with Su Yang, but he was so critical of her right away. Mermaids don't get into trouble for no reason. Did anything happen on the shore? Is there any movement from the tour group you mentioned? Even if Greyas didn't come to find him, he would have called him. Su Yang didn't want to be a burden who always depended on others, not to mention that Ji Qingshan's real body was in another world, so it was impossible for him to always give him instructions. He had to rely on himself. The villagers didn't move, at least not to the beach, and most of them were watching the tour group. The beach. By the way, someone from the tour group went out last night, and Shuela said they were heading to the beach. The mermaid happened last night. Yes, that must be the work of the tour group. They are indeed the key to the copy, but what do those people want by killing a mermaid? The point is not killing a mermaid, but this place. The people in the town don't know where the pearls come from, let alone that there is another race under the sea. Greyas' face suddenly became solemn. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This is the truth since ancient times. Creatures of different races cannot coexist peacefully, no matter how kind they look. What's more, as far as you know, mermaids are not harmless. On the contrary, most of them are stronger than ordinary humans. People here can't just sit back and watch such a threat. What's more, there are pearls. Pearls, something that can develop the potential of ordinary people. Before the discovery of mermaids, people thought they were a gift from God, something that could only be encountered by chance. But the appearance of the mermaid clearly told them that this thing came from another creature in the seabed, and they had a lot of it. With human greed, how could they not covet it? Su Yang's face also became worse. Greyas' words had made him realize the seriousness of the situation. But there was another reason. The people in the tour group provoked the two sides to fight. If they said it was to get more pearls, it was not impossible, but they should have a more low-key method for such things. I haven't figured it out, but this war cannot be launched in full anyway. According to the situation on Ji Qingshan's side, whether it is a mermaid or a human, as long as one side dies, we will all die in this copy. I will go there now, and must stop the disaster before it is irreversible. At this point, he didn't care to chat with a certain androgynous guest who came up to him. He picked up the white fox with one hand, and put on his clothes with the other. The boss happened to come in, with a plate of freshly cut fruit. The novel model proposed by Greyas attracted many customers, and made him a lot of money. He would wake up with a smile in his dreams, and treated Greyas with all kinds of courtesy. Suddenly, he saw his cash cow abandon his work and run away. It seemed that he was going to meet his secret lover. He immediately threw away the fruit plate and followed him. Then he saw his cash cow. He jumped from the building. Nanfeng Pavilion was a famous small restaurant in the town before. It had 4 floors. Since he saw Lu Shui, the boss gave half of the 3rd floor to Greyas. At this moment, he and the guests who saw this beauty suddenly jump out of the room and rushed over. Just watched the person lift the vase next to him, smash the window, and jump down. The boss and a group of rich women rushed to the window in panic, not knowing whether to look down or not. The boss was thinking about his cash cow, and after a glance, it seemed that there was no blood, so he bravely stuck his head out on the ground. Greyas, wearing a white veil, landed steadily, scaring the passers-by. Several tall, strong and fierce men immediately surrounded him. Who are you from?" the leader asked with a stick. After the town became rich, this pink industry became increasingly developed, and gradually had a tendency to occupy one side. With more industrial chains, it is inevitable that some of them are not so formal. In order to prevent the order from being destroyed, some people will naturally stand up. Look at the way Greyas is dressed now, with jingling metal chains, flashy makeup, exotic clothes with little fabric, and a white cloak with a rather hazy beauty. Not to mention the red paint that some customers accidentally put on, and it also fell from the sky inexplicably. It's hard not to be suspected by these people. At this time, the boss also hurried downstairs. Although Greyas asked to sell his art but not his body, how could he let go of such a smart and iconic cash cow? If he didn't sell his body, it was just because he didn't have enough money. The boss had already made a plan. When Greyas became famous, Nanfeng Pavilion could also get the name of those auctions. Such a good business can't be broken before it even starts. "Oh my little darling, what happened to you? Why did you jump down from the building in such a hurry?" If Greyas was known as a runaway, he would not be able to sell for a good price. In addition, the boss was frightened before, and did not really think of running away. Now, he just wanted to settle the matter as soon as possible. "Sorry, I'm here for work. By the way, I'd like to borrow your purse." Greyas was still frivolous, with a charming smile on his face. He slashed the boss's waist purse with a gold-plated dagger and elegantly took the bulging purse in his hand. "Oh, that's not right." The boss hadn't reacted yet. Those strong men were well informed and immediately hit Greyas with sticks. However, how could these guys who could only act arrogantly in the pink alley be compared with the survivors, who had fought on the line of life and death for more than a month? Greyas had seen these people's little moves and sneered in his heart. Go Xiaohua. For rat snakes as thick as arms rushed out under Greyas' command and instantly entangled those strong men. Before they opened their mouths, they instantly turned into screaming chickens, and then their eyes rolled back and they fainted. Greyas also noticed that the effect of pearls was similar to that of energy cores, and he always felt that the energy contained in pearls was much purer than that of energy cores. When he first arrived here, he and Shuela each got a few, and after using them, his summons completely changed. For example, the rat snakes finally broke away from the form of small earthworms, and even now, summoning them requires more mental power. As for the boss, although he was not directly threatened by the rat snakes, he was shocked to see the scene suddenly. "You are a person with abilities," he shouted in disbelief. "There are people in the town who have awakened their abilities with the help of pearls, but so far there are only 3 people, and the others are just better physically at that time. As for those 3, they govern the entire town and have long become the most powerful and wealthy people here. How could a person with special abilities come to such a place to seek work?" The boss stood there for a long time with a dull look in his eyes. It was the sudden chill in his body that woke him up. The boss looked at himself in confusion. He screamed and ran back to Nanfeng Pavilion. He was wearing only a pair of shorts and a big gold chain. This image was too eye-catching. "Who are you to make the boss lose face like this?" Naturally, it was Greyas who had already mixed into the normal area of the town. This man had noticed the abnormal outerwear at that time, and was thinking of robbing at the market. Who would have thought that the boss would deliver it directly to the door, which was also a local material? Conveniently, he released the hamster again. Go find Xiaoxue, and never let those tourist areas go to the downtown. However, Greyas was still a step too late. When Shuela sent back the news, he happened to rush to the center of the town. There was a huge stone tablet with a lifeless mermaid tied to it. The note in his hand had Shuela's helpless tone. In the middle of the crowd, Greyas saw Hilt and the other members of the tour group. At this moment, they were standing with several people in suits and leather shoes, and the leader was holding a loudspeaker. "Mr. Arifin, are you telling the truth? There are man-eating monsters on the seabed. They will lure people who go out to sea to fish into the water, eat them, and replace them?" The mayor's eyes were full of disbelief. "This? seems to be different from the script. Greyes was stunned. The leader, Mr. Arafin, did not speak, but the one closest to him took over. This is natural. Otherwise, why do you think you encounter so many storms, and so many fishing boats, every year, but the people on the boats will appear on the shore one by one after a few days? Those monsters replaced you, but you are still grateful to them. Hilter, Greyes lowered his complicated eyes. This guy really became a hostile camp. But this is not important at the moment. What does it mean to trap humans, and then replace them? Greyes unconditionally believes the information Su Yang said. Even if Su Yang was completely deceived, Ji Qingchen couldn't have noticed anything wrong. Mermaids really have no ill will towards humans. They are so kind that they use seclusion to resolve possible conflicts. That can only be a lie made up by the people in the tour group. Since it is a lie, there must be a purpose. And they did not choose to arouse human greed, but chose to use this more extreme rhetoric, hiding their real purpose behind it. Greyes felt that he was almost close to. The truth is out. On the center stage, the expression on the mayor's face is equally wonderful. He seems to want to say something to verify. However, Arafin glanced at him, as if he had already guessed what he would say next. The pair of dark gray eyes swept across everyone present. Suddenly, Greyes met his gaze, and in an instant, he felt that his reason was strongly blocked, and countless evil thoughts hidden in his heart burst out. It seemed that blood blurred his eyes. The reinforced concrete world in front of him was collapsing inch by inch. Xiaobai stood in front of him, removing half of the impact and rubble for him, so that he could get closer to the explosion point. A person appeared in the field of vision, a person with only half of his body left and covered in blood. Lao Lin. He heard a low sob in his throat. Something flowed down his cheek. Chapter 74. The sticky blood dried and hardened in his hands, and Greyes held the remaining half of Lao Lin's body. Sorry, Greyes, I miscalculated this time. Lao Lin's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. The blood on his lips had dried up a little, and his face and lips were not red at all. No, you won't die, Lao Lin. Let's go back to the shelter. Let's go find Xiaoxue. She will definitely heal you. You see, your calculation of the explosion point was not wrong. You just misjudged the power a little bit, didn't you? I can find you, and you can still speak. Doesn't this prove that your plan is successful, and this copy will be cracked soon? Greyes spoke quickly and urgently, with an imperceptible tremor, saying that he would take people to find Su Yang for treatment, but he didn't know where to put his hand holding Lao Lin. Seeing him coughing and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood foam, he forced a smile. You guys treat me like a cockroach. You won't let me rest even after all this. Your ability is the most promising, but you just play with those little animals all day. Relying on your brain and mouth, you only do the simple dungeon tasks. You're dying if you put in a little more effort. Now you're still squeezing me, a half-dead person. Lao Lin became more and more excited, and Greyes was silent. The end of the world can't change your temper. Sun Gyo is more active than you. If you really want to do something for me, you might as well promise me to use your ability to leave 1399, and those people to continue to live in the end of the world, and don't be so careless all day. I promise you. Greyes blurted out. Okay, I finally had a good time today, it's good. The core of the dungeon has been destroyed, it's a matter of time to solve it. I think it's time to clean up the monsters. Oh, by the way, just remember my story. Don't tell Luo Yu and your sister if you ask, just say you don't know. But, Greyes' expression suddenly froze, and he wanted to say something to refute Lao Lin, but before he could say anything, he suddenly felt his wrist tighten, and he was defenseless. An induced force pulled his arm through a warm and slightly elastic object. The sticky touch made his dizzy head sober. He trembled and took back his hand, and saw the fresh blood in front of him, and the gloom around him. Lao Lin's chest no longer rose and fell, and he completely became a corpse. There was a blood hole the size of an adult's fist in his chest. Greyes felt his stomach churning violently, and something exploded in his mind, making his eyes black and red. He was about to fall to the ground, but his body was suddenly caught by a soft black and white ball. No wonder, it stands to reason that the summoner can command all summoned creatures, and that panda is like a pendant all day long. It makes sense that it is the spiritual origin. In the consciousness world, Miss G floated low in the sky, struggling to pull out a person who was trapped in the bloody quagmire, and gave the other party 2 heavy punches, luckily waking him up. It was really bad in the past, but you should not cry bloody tears for yourself. The person woke up, the blood pool on the ground gradually receded, and Ji Qingchen put the person back on the ground. The spiritual body can see the situation outside. Greyes looked out, and was also shocked by the large amount of blood flowing out of his eyes. I almost thought he had a terminal illness. It's just the guy's skill. Ji Qingshan helped him dispel his doubts in time. Mental alienation, in layman's terms, it makes you see the worst things in your memory, stimulates your spirit, and causes it to collapse, and you will become a monster. Fortunately, it's not a virus infection, otherwise I would be completely finished. After regaining his sanity, Greyes put on his smiling face again. Thank you, Lord Ji, for being willing to help me, a not-so-powerful partner. Stop talking nonsense. Ji Qingshan glanced at him. The scene of mental alienation would appear in the consciousness space, so she also saw what Greyes had just experienced. From an outsider's perspective, she couldn't comment on anything, but the method used by that unknown person named Lin was indeed not worth learning. This was almost becoming Greyes' inner demon. Looking at the blood pool that was gradually disappearing with deep meaning, Ji Qingshan retracted his sight and pushed Greyes hard. Hurry up and get out to control your body. Something is going to happen. Immediately, let me ask one more question. City Lord Ji, do you think that Arafin's purpose overlaps with my previous guess? Greyes was certain that the relationship between Ji Qingshan and Arifin was not an ordinary hostile relationship, as he could accurately explain the other party's supernatural power after just meeting each other. Although he didn't know why this happened, isn't it said that your enemies often know you better than you do? Then could he get more information about Arifin from Ji Qingshan? I can't say whether my guess is accurate or not. I can only say that compared to him, you are much kinder. Consciousness reawakened in the body, and Ji Qingshan's voice disappeared in the brain. Greyes showed a bitter smile on his lips, and some scars that had not yet scabbed were still torn open. Never mind. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Let's solve the most important thing first. In the square outside, a bloody storm was rolling. Wherever Arafin's eyes passed, the crowd was silent for a short time, as if they were collectively in a daze. It was just a short time. But in these few seconds, 2% of the people in the crowd began to change. Their skin turned blue, scales grew on their bodies, their hair was tangled together, webbed fingers formed between their fingers, and their nails became extremely sharp. They became monsters that were neither human nor mermaid. Just like Nanali on the stage. Yes, Nanali now looked like a hideous and terrifying monster. If Ji Qingshan was willing to spend a little more mental energy to chat with Greyes, she would definitely tell him that this thing was not much different from the monsters she and Musong killed in the past 2 days. And if Su Yan was here, he would definitely be shocked by Nanali's ugly appearance. The mermaids are all handsome men and beautiful women. Who is this? Unfortunately, there are only a group of short-sighted, ignorant townspeople around Greyes, and Shuela has gone somewhere. Seeing that the normal people around them have turned into monsters, the shock is too great for them. Screams are heard everywhere, and the square is in chaos. As if stimulated by the huge noise, the transformed monster pounced on the people fleeing around. Don't panic, everyone. We will not let the monster hurt anyone here. Seeing that the monster's claws reached the back of the head of the slowest runner, and the sharp nails were about to separate his head from his body, the monster suddenly stopped moving. Greyes saw countless thin and transparent silk threads entangle the mutated monsters, tying them tightly. This is the ability of Hilt's follower, Silk. The tour group tied up the monster so easily, which really gave the panicked people a strong dose of calmness. Now, can you believe what I said? Arafin's voice came again. Unlike before, no one around spoke at this moment. The mayor's expression was also wonderful. One reason was that the town under his jurisdiction allowed so many terrible creatures to sneak in. If they hurt people, the consequences would be disastrous. The other reason was the strength of Arifin and his group. There were indeed people with superpowers in the town, including the mayor himself, but it was okay for him to kill a monster, but it was a fantasy to trap all these guys in such a large area. But this group of people who appeared inexplicably did it easily, and the one who used the ability was not noticeable in the team at all. At least the leader, Arifin, must be more powerful than him. The alarm bells in the mayor's heart kept ringing. These few people together might kill everyone in the town. It was related to the fate of the town. At this moment, he had to be wary of the attitudes of these people. Why do these mermaids want to replace us? Some people below can't wait to find out the truth. Not to replace you, but to make it easier for them to eat humans. Eating humans is the habit of this tribe, and the way to gain strength. Especially since you use pearls with their aura. What's the problem with using pearls? Of course there is. Pearls are the energy metabolized by mermaids. Although humans can become stronger by taking them, they actually become a storage room for mermaids to accumulate strength. Because mermaids cannot convert the energy in pearls again, they can gain the strength in the human body by eating humans. To put it bluntly, you are the granary of the monsters in the sea. No one likes to treat other races as food reserves. Anger and panic spread rapidly among the crowd. But as soon as Arafin opened his mouth, all the voices disappeared instantly. You don't have to be pessimistic. Mermaids use us maliciously, so we can also use their tricks against them. The power of pearls will not die with the death of mermaids. On the contrary, the death of mermaids can bring more pearls and help everyone improve their strength. In this case, we can take the initiative and eliminate all mermaids in one fell swoop. At that time, their plan will be a wedding dress for us. First, arouse people's fear and rejection of the monster's ugly appearance, then use life and death to provoke the two races into opposition, and then throw out the benefits of eliminating the other party. If he doesn't know the truth, Greyas thinks he will believe it. No wonder Ji Qingshan said that his and Su Yang's plan was not cruel enough. It's just that greed may not be enough to mobilize the entire tribe to fight, but life and death can definitely do it. I just always feel that this set of procedures is a bit familiar. Greyas' pupils trembled. The more he listened, the more it sounded like the same method that Ji Qingshan used to fool Aoshir, but Miss Ji was telling the truth at the beginning. And the mermaids have only been out of seclusion for a few days, and they were caught and made up a story. If the person who planned all this is not too lucky, it can only be that there is an undercover on the other side. No, I have to ask my teammates over there to check it out immediately. Greyas is in the small. The group was calling Su Yang like crazy. He kept looking around in the crowd, looking for Shuela's figure. Under the sea. Ji Qingshan's second hint was not obscure, and O'Shire also tasted something wrong. Now, except for the mermaid guards and troops who need to go out to perform tasks, the actions of other mermaids are restricted, except Su Yang. O'Shire also wants to borrow some external help. The three people in the void chat are very clear about this. In the tiger shark's body, Yuanzhou watched Su Yang running around the underwater palace, with a strong sense of helplessness in his eyes. Obviously, he spent so much effort to modify the side quests of the other two people in this copy, just to change something. But why is the current trend contrary to the requirements of the task, and it is getting more and more like the real ending? No, what are they trying to do, just to save their lives? Chapter 75. Yu Maring could never have imagined that with his dark luck, the first goal of the two people who were fortunate enough to have his branch changed was to kill Greyas. If Greyas' camp was not changed, no matter how much effort he put in, it would be in vain. At this moment, the two people who made Yuanzhou's plan fail were already chatting in this small group. In that case, I will go tell Aoshir Arafin's plan now, Su Yang said, as he was about to command the foam ball to float away. After so many days, he seemed to have mastered some skills, and could now move on the seabed by himself. Dinging and tiger shark changed from monitors and transportation tools to simple monitors. It happened that the situation on the seabed was becoming increasingly tense. After Su Yang could move by himself, dinging was not often there. This was also a good thing for Su Yang. It was always harder to avoid two people following him than one person. He was staying next to a cluster of huge corals, using the cover of the corals to look at the two people who were chatting in front of him, but the distance was far, so the content of the conversation was not very clear. The people are Ella and Monair from Nanali. Ji Qingshan and Greyas all suspect that there is a traitor on the mermaid side, so the most likely person who can cause Nanali to get into trouble is her friend. But after listening to Greyas' description of the situation on the shore, he turned around and headed towards the palace. Don't go yet. Greyas' voice was a little dull. Something happened under the sea, and Aoshir may not be in the palace now. Besides, telling them this will only make the situation worse. Why? Su Yang was quite puzzled. The tour group incited humans to fight against mermaids everywhere, and took drastic measures right from the start, fearing that the hatred value of humans would not be stable enough. These puppets can't wait to go to the sea to attack the underwater palace tonight. If they don't make plans early, the mermaids will be caught off guard. Have you forgotten? We are here to clear the dungeon. Although I don't know what Lost Ruins represents, it is obvious that once the mermaids and humans fight to the death, it will become the situation of Ji Qingshan's side. 90% of us will fail the dungeon. What's more, no one knows how to calculate our current camp. This is true. Although the dungeon has not explained the requirements so far, both sides will suffer losses. If this is the case, what is the point of them coming in? Moreover, although Su Yang is a human, he has helped the mermaids a lot before. If this stupid dungeon misjudges the camp, it will be over. It is a universal logic that the first move is the strongest. That is to say, if you tell O'Shire about this now, the mermaid will also want to take the initiative, and the fight will only start earlier. And if you act hastily, the only ones who will benefit are the tour group that is planned in advance. Then what do you say? Su Yang is good at analyzing the situation, but it would be too difficult for a child to make such a complicated decision. The initiative is in the hands of the tour group, and we can only wait now. I am responsible for keeping an eye on Arifin and see how he will organize the people. I will follow O'Shire closely and tell her the situation immediately if there is any movement on the shore. Su Yang is still very good at filling in this kind of blank. Happy cooperation. What happened next? Are they fighting now? Curious about what Ji Qingshan saw in the other world, Mu Song closed his eyes and rested for a while, but he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Although he hadn't slept for 2 days, as a superpower, Mu Song firmly believed that his physical fitness would not abandon him so quickly. Isn't it just going to the sea tomorrow? It won't be a big deal to come back and rest. Miss G was too lazy to persuade him in this situation. She always believed that you should take care of your own life, and it's your own fault if you die. Seeing Mu Song staring at the sky with his eyes open, the monsters underground were almost cleared, and the small fishing village began to restore the ecology with difficulty. She jumped on the dandelion and planned to kill time. Not yet, but it will probably be tomorrow. In fact, you can more or less know the direction of the other side. Me? Mu Song pointed at himself in confusion. He knew this, so how could he not know? The small group in his brain can only transmit information, and it is not an invisible camera. Where can he see it? Wait, Ji Qingshan said not long ago that it saw the clues he found today. Now saying this, it can only be related to this. What he saw today. In Mu Song's mind, there appeared the scales scattered in the corners of the ruins, the remains of marine life, and the strange black eye-shaped patterns on some well-preserved building fragments. He hadn't figured out what those eyes were, but it looked like they were definitely related to the destruction of the town. Since the variables were brought by the tour group, all this was inseparable from them. The scales were completely black. White bones would not produce scales, and the scales of the mutated mermaids in another world were not so black. Instead, they were similar to the monsters generated below them. But the monsters could obviously only move within the fishing village. Since Mu Song first learned about the existence of mermaids in another world, he felt that these monsters were mutated mermaids. Now he has some guesses. Either the mermaids have turned evil, or the people in the town have collectively mutated. There are also large traces of marine life. With so many marine life, the town might have sunk. You guessed half right. Mu Song's thoughts were received by Ji Qingshan with the help of Daughter. The other party's guess was correct in conclusion, but the process was a little biased. To be precise, those eyes were not made by the tour group themselves. In the next 2 days, Greyas and Shuela basically watched one side each. But the human mutation in the town continued. And those eyes were found on the mutated people. Weren't the mutated people controlled at the beginning? How could it be? Wouldn't the tour groups doing this make people distrust it? The first generation was controlled, but they could bite many ordinary people before they died. By the time people found out, it was too late. The tour group was very sensible, saying that this curse could only be lifted by killing all the mermaids. This is another wave of hatred. Mu Song sighed in his heart. But how can they bear not to take action now? Of course they are eager to take action, but their goal is not just to destroy humans. Arifin deliberately let them see the fight between him and the mermaid, implying that mermaids are not easy for ordinary people to deal with. It requires careful planning. As for his plan, it is to let the contaminated people soak in the seawater and use their mutation to spread the pollution. Oh no, King, another mermaid is infected. In the palace, O'Shire's face turned even paler after hearing the words of the visitor. 3 days ago, everything took a sharp turn for the worse since Nanali disappeared. First, a team set out to look for Nanali lost contact, and then some weak mermaids began to be infected with a strange disease. Their originally handsome faces became horrible, their heavenly singing became hoarse, and carried strong mental shock, and they attacked all their fellows around them indiscriminately. O'Shire tried all methods, but failed to make them recover, so he could only temporarily set up a barrier to trap these mutants. Who knew that as time went by, the number of crazy mermaids had increased from 5 to 30. Mutation, mutation, mutation all day long. Go find those missing people. Looking at the mutants struggling in front of him with the rustling iron chains, O'Shire suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart. King! The mermaids escorting their fellows were frightened by O'Shire's anger, and the 2 fish showed panic on their faces. Suddenly, O'Shire realized that something was wrong. She would never lose control no matter how big the event was. Why today? King, why don't you take a rest? Let's send these 2 people down first. There are more and more people of the tribe who are emotionally unstable these days. Everyone is probably worried. Emotional instability. O'Shire's heart skipped a beat, and she figured out the key. No, that's not right. Let everyone keep their emotions stable. Once they lose control, they will face mutation. However, there was no time to wait for her to go out and announce it. Those stubborn elders, who had refused to lift the seclusion at the beginning, broke in at this moment. They were reluctant to lift the seclusion in the first place, but it was because O'Shire released the video made by Ji Qingshan that the group was suppressed. But now the seclusion not only did not make the mermaids develop better, but it caused such a big problem. Even the tribesmen who supported O'Shire at the beginning were dissatisfied, not to mention them. King, you insisted on lifting your seclusion at first, saying that the human world was developing rapidly, and we couldn't isolate ourselves. Now it's open, but what about the people? Some disappeared, some mutated. Did Ashiel want to kill the entire mermaid clan? The old man swimming in the front was the one who opposed it most fiercely at the time, and now he was the first to jump out. He blew his beard at the end, and didn't even use the honorific. Wells, in your opinion, can we completely avoid attacks from the outside world if we isolate ourselves? Before this, could you have expected that humans would pose such a big threat to us, or even kidnap our people directly? I know you are sad because of losing Nanali, but now is not the time to argue about who is right and who is wrong. Unity is the key to overcoming difficulties. Sad? The old man in front of him is the grandfather of Nanali, who disappeared at the beginning. He is the oldest surviving mermaid clan. Seeing that his little tricks were exposed, he blew his beard and glared even more. Whether I'm sad or not is naturally none of your business. But Ashiel, Nanali is not only my granddaughter, but also a candidate for the next king. You came from that position too. Don't you know what this means? The king's successor will not be endless. Once he dies, he may not appear again for hundreds of years. This is related to the inheritance of the mermaid clan. Wells became more and more excited as he spoke. His originally blue fishtail was stained with black hair. Spikes suddenly began to grow on his webbed hands and spine, and his facial expression became more and more ferocious. Shut up. All this fell into Ashiel's eyes, and the silver-haired mermaid suddenly shouted loudly. The water waves spread outward in a semicircle with her as the starting point, and arrived in front of Wells in 1 second. The huge mental shock made Wells's mind blank for 2 seconds, and the changes in his body disappeared after he woke up. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, the old man came back to his senses and realized that he almost mutated just now, and his face turned blue. What he wanted to say turned around in his mouth twice, but couldn't come out. But there was no silence in the hall. Another mermaid swam in from outside in a hurry. While swimming, she shouted, "It's bad, the barrier has a hole." Chapter 76. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Wells didn't care whether he had mutated or not. He rushed out with a few swishing sounds of his fish tail. But there were fish faster than him. In O'Shire's hand, the pendant turned into a scepter again, and then a flash of light took her to the scene of the crime. When the light faded, the scene in front of her almost made O'Shire curse. The barrier filled with water like ripples was entangled with dense black lines, and the source of these black lines was a huge eye. Where it existed, there was only turbid sea water, and the black lines extending to the surroundings were corroding the barrier piece by piece. There was a golden light in O'Shire's originally silver pupils, and the scepter in her hand also overflowed with dazzling golden light. The scepter pierced straight into the center of the black eye. But then, the dark color seemed to have found a breakthrough, and actually flowed towards O'Shire along the scepter. How could it be possible? O'Shire's eyes were puzzled at first, then turned to shock and anger. But it was too late to say anything now. She could only use a stronger golden color to swallow the black light that wanted to counterattack. Time passed by minute, and the elders, who were almost mutated, also swam over. Seeing this scene, they ignored their previous prejudices and accumulated various energies in their hands to help O'Shire. Don't come. O'Shire, who was frantically purifying the black light, saw this scene with his peripheral vision, and his pupils shrank suddenly when he thought of something. However, it was too late to shout. Wells was the first to help. But when the sea blue in his hand just touched the black silk thread, he felt that his thinking was suddenly dull. There was only one person in the paste-like mind, a young girl with a fish tail nailed to the shelf. The girl's hair was stained with dried blood, and her naked upper body was nailed with countless nails. The silver fish tail was also stained with dried blood, and the scales fell around her, leaving only a bloody mess. Nanali! The old mermaid roared heartbreakingly, and the mutation happened to him again. Compared with the previous time, this time it came more rapidly. And Ashiel was entangled by the black light in front of him, and he couldn't pull his hands to save him. What's worse is that there are more than a dozen mermaids around who have also touched the barrier. It's over. Ashiel had only this thought in his mind, watching his people being entangled by the black line in an instant, and violent mutations occurred at the same time. Ashiel's hand holding the scepter suddenly pushed back, and it was about to pierce his right shoulder. He must use all means to control these people before they are completely mutated. At this moment, the Mermaid King had only this thought in his mind. Just when she was about to use the hidden energy in Wang Xuemei to suppress the black light and free her hands to save people first, a somewhat childish voice suddenly came. Can't let go, it will be worse if you let go. These people, I will do it for you. My God, isn't it said that mermaids are good at mental power? How can they be so strong? Human you. For a moment, Oshire thought about the possibility that the barrier was destroyed by Su Yang, but she immediately rejected it. Su Yang's mental power is not that strong, and the breath of the person in his sea of consciousness is completely opposite to that in front of him. For some reason, the pearl shell that protected Su Yang from surviving underwater turned into a thin film, which did not hinder Su Yang's actions much. The child took a harpoon and picked up the people entangled with the black line one by one. He was very fast. His figure became illusory from time to time to avoid the attacks of several mermaids, and he separated all the mermaids and the barrier in 1 minute. This time was not enough for them to completely mutate, but it was obvious that the black silk had seriously affected their spirits. Even after they were separated, the group of people were still crazy. I have called the medical staff, they are on their way. I am not, you piranha, why are you biting me? It was Wells who rushed in front of him. This guy had the highest mental power among all the mermaids except Ashiel, but he also had the most mutations. Unlike those who were stabbed by Su Yang as soon as they were entangled by the black thread, and could slowly recover themselves, this guy was just one step away from becoming a monster. If Su Yang's words stimulated him, he might get into trouble. Therefore, the child shouted, but he dared not hit him hard, and could only make his body illusory to avoid the attack. If he punched the old fish into a real mutant, he would have no place to cry. After finally getting the fish to bite several times, the backup finally arrived. This medical team now deals with mutant fish all day long. Those who still have consciousness recovered quickly under their guidance. Except for the old and strong piranha. He could only wait for Oshire to free up his hands to deal with it first. Oshire originally planned to use the royal blood to activate the scepter to forcefully suppress the things that were eating away at the barrier, and then awaken the incomplete mutants. Su Yang jumped out at this time to stabilize those who were mutating for her, so that Oshire could deal with the things on the barrier with peace of mind. At this moment, the black eyes that were originally 5 meters in diameter faded and closed, and those black silk threads disappeared together. Oshire raised her hand to fill the gap in the barrier. Why did you come? And you called someone. Having just consumed the royal blood and treated the incomplete mutants that could not repair themselves, Oshire seemed a little depressed, and there was no questioning tone in her words to Su Yang. Because I remember Ella and Monair came here. I saw a few mermaids coming here later, and I thought something must have happened. Ella and Monair? What do you mean, you said they were undercover? Oshire couldn't believe it, but she put the news aside, and after thinking about it carefully, Oshire felt that this seemingly absurd reason was reasonable. Because the origin of everything, Nanali's disappearance was closely related to them. And there was also a secret that only the king of mermaids of all generations could know. She motioned Su Yang to follow, and planned to go to a place where there were not many people, and have a good exchange with Su Yang. So you stayed here to find the traitors in the mermaid tribe. Su Yang had already revealed to Oshire that there was something wrong with Ella and Monair. After thinking about Ji Qingchen's explanation, there was no secret that could not be told, so he simply told Oshire all of this. Does your guess have a reason? Oshire's face was full of fatigue, and she pinched her eyebrows with her white fingers. Even though she asked, she had already made a judgment in her heart. 10 minutes ago, she sent someone to find Ella and Monair, but there was no news until now. No one would believe her if she said there was no problem. Asking Su Yang for a reason was not just to ask for the other party's basis, but to find out the purpose of these two people. I don't know if this is a reason. I just think they seem to be jealous of Nanali. Besides, the murderer is usually closely related to the victim. I followed them for a few days, and found that they didn't care about Nanali's death, so I suspected them. This reason can't be said to be very good, but it's better than nothing. As for guessing that something happened to the barrier, I saw that the two of them liked to wander around the barrier these days, knocking and touching from time to time. Su Yang didn't need to continue the rest of the words. He suspected Ella and Monair, so he would naturally be suspicious of all their actions, especially when there was a 90% chance that there was a traitor here. The child was afraid that his negligence would make other people's efforts go to waste. But at first, I didn't expect them to do anything to the barrier. I just thought they might poison it or stir up people's hearts. After all, the barrier was reinforced by you, and I thought it should be able to sense it. The last sentence was a little light. Without Ji Qingqian's encouragement, Su Yang still had a lot of fear in front of the mermaid who almost killed him. After saying this, he kept stealing glances at O'Shire's reaction. I think it's probably because they got a trace of the origin of the mermaid's tears. Unlike expected, O'Shire's expression was very calm. She looked at the person in front of her with a gentle gaze, pondered for a while, and said so. Mermaid's tears? Su Yang expressed doubts about this term he had never heard of, and had a vague premonition in his heart that he was about to come into contact with another important information. This is a secret passed down between every mermaid king. The mermaid's tears are the source of the mermaid clan, and the blood and power of all mermaids. Once there is a problem with the mermaid's tears, the entire mermaid clan will be doomed. There is light condensed in O'Shire's hand, forming a projection. There is a dark space there, with only a crystal clear light golden liquid floating in the center. Su Yang looked at the wound on O'Shire's shoulder. O'Shire's blood is also light golden. Is there any relationship between the two? Su Yang was still thinking about whether he could ask this question, but O'Shire had already seen through his question and continued. As you can see, the mermaid's tears are related to the king's blood. In other words, it can control the blood of all mermaids. This is why I said before that once there is a problem with it, the entire mermaid clan will be doomed. As long as there is the origin of the mermaid's tears, even if it is just a trace, it can have a significant impact on the mermaids. They use that little source to block your perception. Having said that, how could Su Yang not understand the cause and effect of this matter? O'Shire shook his head seriously. When I first learned that Nanali was missing, I thought that they might use the source to make a fuss. It was within my expectation that they could block my perception, but I don't understand why they can produce enough toxins to mutate us. In the palace, the sea water rolled up a ball of black poison. The little source that Nanali took away could only block Aoxiel's perception when she was unconscious. Once Aoxiel understood, she could break it immediately. After breaking this shield, she realized how dangerous the mermaids were now. The hole in the barrier existed 2 days ago. The black gas came from the seawater outside, not only corroding the barrier, but also constantly spreading in this palace. Compared with a large amount of seawater, this bit of toxin is very easy to ignore, but it accumulates in the mermaids' bodies imperceptibly, eventually causing them to mutate. The ball of toxin in front of him is the toxin in the entire underwater palace condensed by Aoxiel. Inexplicably, Su Yang felt that this thing felt a little familiar, like the black gas that appeared when the zombies broke out. I have asked someone to find Ella and Monair. The matter of Nanali must be investigated. Human, can you contact the outside world? Chapter 77. The topic suddenly came back to himself, catching Su Yang off guard. Su Yang wanted to explain, but the change in his expression in an instant had betrayed him. What happened in the outside world? Su Yang told O'Shire about the tour group framing Nanali and brainwashing the townspeople. According to his and Grey's information, the prerequisite for passing the level is to make the combat power of humans and mermaids on the same level, otherwise no matter how much reasoning is given, it will be in vain. After listening to Su Yang's statement, O'Shire was silent for a long time. So long that Su Yang began to feel uneasy. Then he heard O'Shire speak again. I know, I will notify them immediately and prepare for the battle. Fight? Don't you plan to take the initiative? The battle between the two races will inevitably be bloody, and the fishermen will inevitably benefit from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. Since everything started with the tour group, then solving them is the first priority. King, the people are here. The voice of the guards came from outside the palace. Soon, several mermaids came in, one after another. It was Ella who realized something was wrong and wanted to escape. Where's Monair? Aoxiel asked the guards, who were escorting her. Sorry, King, she escaped first. Now she is hiding in the human world. The guard replied, we will do our best to find her. Aoxiel nodded, swam with her golden tail, swam to Ella, who was entangled by unknown metal, and asked coldly, why do you do this? I don't know what you were talking about. Ella's voice was trembling as if she was trying to suppress the pain. Her face and neck were already covered with black air. Suddenly, golden light enveloped the two people, and the guard seemed to have touched something hot and quickly retreated. When the light faded, O'Shire swam out with an ugly face, while Ella floated quietly, with only the faint rise and fall of her chest proving that she was still alive. Dinging, summon all the people and prepare for the transfer. Give up this place. What? When this was said, not only the guards, but also Su Yang were shocked. The whole tribe migrated or even abandoned the entire sea area. What information did O'Shire know from Ella? The doubts were quickly solved. They transported enough pollutants to pollute the entire sea area. They transported highly toxic substances and prepared to completely pollute the ocean to force the mermaids out. Crazy. In the tea house, Greyas crushed the teacup in his hand. Is this to force the mermaids out and to bury the entire town with them? Opposite Greyas, Shuela's expression was also extremely ugly. Since they don't know how this racial war will start, they have been closely monitoring the movements of the tour group and the core personnel in the town these 2 days. They have watched these people prepare weapons these 2 days. But they never expected that these materials on the surface were used to cover up the pipelines for underground construction. If Shuela hadn't followed Hilt's followers half an hour ago, they might not have discovered the real plan of the tour group. If these dozens of tons of highly toxic pollutants were thrown into the sea, not only would all marine life die, but even this town would not be able to have people for hundreds of years. What are they trying to do? Greyas was very puzzled. Of course, this puzzlement was directed at Arifin. Greyas thought of many reasons why Arifin wanted to stir up conflict between the two tribes, such as to capture mermaids, to snatch pearls, or to sell weapons from them. But in the face of such a large amount of highly toxic substances, all these reasons were overturned. At present, Greyas could only think of one reason, that Arifin came simply for killing. Until this moment, he finally understood why Ji Qingshan said that compared with Arifin, his ideas were too kind. Isn't it? This man is a complete lunatic. What are you going to do? If the pollution is really released, the town will definitely be finished. We will definitely not be able to escape. We must control the highly toxic substances before the tour group takes action. Greyas said with certainty, but he was not sure at all. Those people in the tour group are all top masters, especially that Arifin. He was almost killed just by looking at each other. It is definitely unrealistic to fight head-on. And it is impossible to control the source of pollution by just the two of them. The best way, at the moment, may be to eliminate the toxicity of that thing. Eliminate the toxicity? She'll listen to Greyas's hypothesis, and her expression was a little strange for some reason. That's true. Look! She suddenly handed over a small test tube. This is the toxin there. I brought some back. The toxicity can be reduced by high temperature. But the problem is that they regenerate very quickly. If we can't eliminate all the toxins in an instant, we will never be able to solve it. A moment of high temperature. In Greyas's mind, a scene suddenly flashed, causing his fingers to clench uncontrollably. He tried his best to control himself from thinking too much, but some things are beyond human control. Shuela didn't realize that Greyas was wrong, and said to himself, if you want to do it, you can only use bombs. Fortunately, Musong's fear of death has been passed on to us, and now we always bring enough ammunition every time we leave the shelter. If we take out all the gunpowder, it should be enough. No! Greyas interrupted her sharply. If we don't handle such a large-scale explosion, we will all die. There must be other ways. King, all the tribesmen are ready. We can set off at any time. In front of the palace, Dinging reported to O'Shire. Okay, gather all the elders together to use the secret method to surface the underwater palace. Never let those people pollute the sea. Yes. Dinging received the order and went down to pass the message. You can go back soon. O'Shire said to Su Yang. Yes. The child's face was not happy at all. He looked at the neat mermaids around him with a bit of dejection, and a strong sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Although O'Shire is now prepared, and although she promised not to provoke a racial war it will. But now, the two sides are still heading towards the opposite side. After doing so much in the end, they still have to go to the established path. Sometimes similar paths will lead to completely opposite endings. Just as Su Yang drooped his head and his eyes were lonely, O'Shire's voice sounded beside him. She seemed to have returned to the state when she first met Su Yang, and her voice was calm and ethereal, as if it could touch people's hearts instantly. Su Yang's pupils suddenly focused, and then looked at O'Shire. At least now, we are making choices on our own initiative, not being forced to do so, right? The other party smiled, and put a gem in his hand. This is a thank you gift for you. Go to the shore and leave. You have participated enough, and you can't help with the rest. The mermaid took the initiative to move the battlefield to the ground. On the dark seabed, there was a pumpkin head emitting orange-yellow light, but if you look closely, you can find a circle of translucent kelp around the pumpkin. Ji Qingshan and Musong stayed inside. Outside was the endless seabed, and a trace of turbid black air kept seeping out from the cracks in the rocks. Where are the remains of the underwater palace? That small fishing village is the original underwater palace. Some speculations were overturned, some speculations were confirmed, and the reason why this world was formed was completely clear. Musang thought of the monsters he had dealt with the previous 2 nights. Those monsters with fish heads and human bodies are mutated mermaids. Then, what are those skeletons in the village made of? The original townspeople, or Oshir's original intention was to protect this sea area. Mermaids are born in the ocean, and it is their instinct to protect this place. But this really happened to be a trick of some people to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Without responding to Musang's words, Ji Qingchen just stated to himself. But even if the sea area is polluted, it will be useless if the mermaids are no longer here. Musang was puzzled. If it was just to capture mermaids, that guy would not have mobilized so many things. Such a large number of pollution sources, he really spent a lot of money. With so many reserves, he wants something else. Musang, what is it? Mermaid's tears? What is your relationship with him? Musang, ? This sudden voice startled Musang. He turned his head suddenly, trying to find the source of the sound, and saw a sunflower sticking out of Ji Qingchen's pocket. Spirit, a faint shadow appeared on the original sunflower, and it looked like a child of 5 or 6 years old. Short brown hair with a few golden and green highlights, brown eyes, and a light green baby dress, she looked a bit like Ji Qingchen. But in this world, zombies have superpowers, and it seems nothing wrong to have a sunflower that has become a spirit. Miss Ji's mouth twitched, not knowing whether it was because of the face that the sunflower transformed into, or because of what the little guy just said. Wait until you are fully transformed before worrying about other people's affairs. After confronting Sunflower, she answered Musang's question, not really. The mermaid's tears, no matter the energy contained in them, or the harm they can cause, are only useful to mermaids. What he wants is another thing in this sea that can work on all races. All races. Yeah. But the effect of that thing itself is beneficial to mermaids or humans. He should want to use some method to reverse the effect. As he said, Ji Qingchen stretched out his hand and pushed the top of the pumpkin. A lid opened on the pumpkin head. Come with me. Ignoring Sunflower's protest just after being confronted by her, she picked her up and crawled out of the hole. A piece of translucent kelp separated and wrapped around her body. Let me see where you buried the thing. Ji Qingchen held Sunflower in one hand and put the other hand on the rock on the seabed. The light green light was slowly released, like the roots of a tree, slowly penetrating into it. Time passed by, but Ji Qingchen was not in a hurry at all, and his mental power was continuously released. Light gradually appeared on the dark seabed. However, the black gas that had seeped out soon reacted and rushed towards Ji Qingchen with great momentum. Chapter 78. You can't even call yourself a clone, but you are showing off your power here. Subai's hand reached out and grabbed all the black air in a neat and tidy manner. Ji Qingchen exerted a slight force on his fingertips, and in just a moment, all the black substances collapsed. Under the seabed, the green meridians have spread for 100 meters, and the light-colored light illuminates the world like daylight. Among these tangled roots, there is only one place where the black color is always condensed and does not disperse. Found it. Ji Qingchen smiled and walked along the rocks on the seabed to that place. Then, he planted potatoes and blew up the hard rocks with a bang. A pit that was 10 meters deep was revealed. At the bottom of the pit, a dark stone lay quietly. Ji Qingchen reached out and picked up the half-man-high stone. Musang also looked up curiously. Pumpkin brought him to Ji Qingchen, and at this moment, he could clearly feel the breath emanating from the stone. It seemed a little familiar. Musang felt Yifan again uncertainly, and then discovered something with horror. This stone, whether in appearance or in its aura, was an enlarged version of the energy core. He said why the black air in the surrounding seawater kept rubbing against his body when he entered the sea just now. The energy he absorbed was actually the same as the one that the mermaid mutated. Did you recognize it? Daughter reported Musang's violent emotional fluctuations, and Ji Qingchen looked at him, his voice full of teasing. Is it true? The other side still tried to resist, but seeing Miss Ji's look of I just like this kind of scene, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. What else could he not understand? Is there any way to solve it? Musang's voice was stuttering. This is really a life-threatening situation. It's like eating chocolate-flavored biscuits as a meal, and still being complacent thinking that you have eaten the world's top ingredients. Ji Qingchen, silence. Seeing this, Musang panicked even more. Will become a monster like that. Ji Qingchen, nod. At this point, he was already rolling his eyes and about to faint. Musang had only one thought in his mind. Fortunately, he felt that his superpowers were not very useful, so he always exchanged a large number of energy cores and towers for weapons. Seemingly having made up his mind, Musang gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and asked Ji Qingshan the last question, "Do I still have a way to survive? If it's just a mutation but still alive, it's not impossible for him." Although he felt ridiculous when he said this, what if he survived? Before he finished speaking, Ji Qingshan interrupted him bluntly. "Do you think the monsters in the fishing village and the skeletons on the shore are alive? If you think so, then they can be considered alive if they are mutated." Musang, I feel like my life is over. Compared to immediate death, this kind of thing where you know you will die, but are told it's not time yet is the ultimate horror. He sat powerlessly in the pumpkin head, and saw outside. Ji Qingshan showed a bit of a strange expression, picked up the sunflower in his hand, and suddenly stuffed a light blue mushroom into the mouth of the phantom behind it. The sunflower was stunned for a moment, and Ji Qingshan plucked off 3 petals of the person in a lightning speed. He also took out a small knife from nowhere and hit his wrist. Blood overflowed, but did not float away with the seawater, condensed near the wound, and wrapped it up the moment it touched the petals of the sunflower. A moment later, an orange-yellow gem mixed with blood red appeared in Ji Qingshan's hand. She still did not stop the bleeding of the wound, and pressed 2 cards on it. 2 halos of white and light pink appeared at the same time, and a strange-shaped flower bloomed on the huge black stone. As if sensing something, the black stone began to tremble violently. In less than half a minute, cracks appeared on it. The cracks became more and more numerous and dense, and finally Musang watched in shock as the black stone began to break from the top, and turned into a pool of powder mixed in the seawater. The surrounding black air was visibly reduced. Ji Qingshan's blood was still gushing out, and this time it actually wrapped up the orange-yellow gem, circle after circle, almost wrapping the gem to the same size as the original black stone. Ji, City Lord Ji. People who are afraid of death are particularly sensitive to blood. Even though Musang was desperate because he didn't have much time left, he couldn't help but worry when he saw Ji Qingshan's blood loss. Such a large amount of blood is enough to kill an ordinary person twice. But Ji Qingshan is still bleeding. But Miss Ji is obviously not an ordinary person. After she had enough blood to kill 3 people, she was satisfied to plug the wound and put the huge thing into the deep pit that had just been blown out. Then she directed a group of kelp to seal the top of the pit. Poisonous mushrooms have a strong anesthetic effect. At this time, Sunflower slowly regained consciousness, only to feel that something seemed to be missing from her body. The 2 green leaves fumbled back and forth on her body for a while, and then made a sharp explosion. "My petals? Where are my petals?" Ji Qingshan was quite aesthetic. He didn't grab one place, but took a piece from 3 equally distant places, and picked an equilateral triangle. But even so, Sunflower noticed it at the first time. If there are only a dozen hairs on a person's head, it would be strange if he didn't notice 3 of them. "Borrow it, I help you grow more." This was said without much confidence. Ji Qingshan knew the importance of the petals of the sunflower very well. At this moment, the sunflower was visibly withered. "You must help me make up for it." Perhaps it was because it understood that going against Ji Qingshan would only lead to losses, and only by going along with him could it gain benefits, or perhaps for some other reason. This time, the sunflower did not continue to make a fuss, but instead acted pitifully and coquettishly. "Don't worry. But now, give me a few more melon seeds." "You want more? You're pushing it too far." The sunflower, who didn't expect to be plucked next, felt a surge of grievances, and the shadow behind her pouted her lips, and it looked like she was about to drop golden beans. "It's not like I won't help you recover. Hurry up. The sooner you do it, the sooner you be done." "Wow, you don't love me anymore." "Did I love you? I took the anesthetic, and it doesn't hurt." Ji Qingshan was too lazy to reason with Sunflower anymore. He just picked up a handful of melon seeds. Sunflower's state was visibly more sluggish. "If you really feel uncomfortable, you can drink some." Seeing that her petals were drooping, Ji Qingshan knew that he had gone too far this time. He put the root of the sunflower on the wound. But who knew that after hearing this, Sunflower instantly got angry. "I don't want it. You take it. You can piss me off. How can you let plants drink blood? Forget it." Ji Qingshan was too lazy to argue with her anymore. He watched the originally dark and turbid seabed gradually become clear. Those light green veins did not disappear but connected to the gems. Wherever the roots reached, black pollutants continued to dissipate. Where the gems were buried, something spread outward and became more and more. The sea water was humming and stirring, and Musong felt a kind of joy from it. What is that? At that time, Ji Qingshan had returned to the pumpkin, and the sunflower returned to the tattoo. She pressed the wand on her hand, and watched the slow but continuous changes outside. The surface of the kelp was not calm. It trembled slightly, like a heart beating. It wanted to grow after breaking through that layer of restraint. Ji Qingshan looked at the gem that seemed to have life and whispered, "Seeds, seeds of hope." Oh! Musong seemed to understand, but he couldn't blame him. After all, this day was too exciting, and he himself was still on the verge of death. Speaking of the deadline. Well, City Lord Ji, Sister Ji, you are so powerful that you can even solve the pollution source in that large energy core. Is there really nothing I can do about this? Musong's face was full of flattery. The person on the other side looked like he was smiling. Of course, you can see that I have destroyed the energy in that stone, and it is no longer a threat. Similarly, if I do this to you, the problems in your body will also be solved, and they will not exist in the future. If the person is gone, the problems will also be gone, right? Ha ha ha, you are really a joke. The other side tried to make up for it. His ultimate goal is to stay alive. Killing himself for the sake of detoxification is completely putting the cart before the horse. However, looking at Ji Qingshan's expression, Musong breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that Ji Qingshan would not understand his question, and the other party would not be so playful when talking about serious matters. Fortunately, he can still be saved. Take it. As expected. Musong looked at the things Ji Qingshan handed over with a happy face. He swore that he would follow Ji Qingshan for the rest of his life, and he would do whatever she asked him to do. If she said to go east, he would never go west. He would hold on to her thighs and live a long life. Wait, he seemed to be from the 1399 shelter, and Ji Qingshan was from the 710. Strictly speaking, he did not meet the conditions for holding this thigh. Who cares? Musong let it go in 0.01 seconds. What's wrong with different shelters? They are all good survivors who abide by the law and do not steal, rob, or harm others. Besides, his own city lord is now discussing cooperation with others. Even if the cooperation collapses, he will be a hostage. At worst, he is good at washing clothes, cooking and warming the bed, and being kept is also fine. The most important thing is to survive. Ji Qingshan, It is hard for her not to see Musong's gradually letting go of his thoughts. Sometimes, the skill of daughter is also quite bad. Miss Ji said so. What she handed to Musong was the melon seeds she had just plucked from the sunflower. After Musong took them, Ji Qingshan continued, "You have been eroded too much. It is not so easy to cure all. You must follow the next two things, otherwise it will be a dead end." "Yes, I promise to complete it 200%. Musong nodded faster than pounding garlic. He would do anything to save his life, except risking his life. First, eat 2 melon seeds a day for more than 10 days. During this period, you may see hallucinations and feel extremely painful, but you must not use your superpowers or let your mind become lost and pass out. For Musong, this condition is absolutely easy. His useless superpowers are no different from having none. As for staying awake and not fainting, it is easy for him, who is extremely afraid of death, because fainting means death. Second, you cannot directly touch the energy core within 10 days, and you cannot use it again in the future. Well, the second one is easier than the first one. You are completely crazy if you still eat it even though you know it is poison. And his crappy superpowers are useless even if they are improved. Not touching it directly within 10 days is not a difficult thing. It's just, Sister Ji, how do you improve your superpowers without using energy cores? The question was purely out of curiosity and quick words, and Musong wanted to swallow it back as soon as he said it. This is a secret about survival. Why should anyone tell him? Most likely, he will improve after a few times of half-life. Ji Qingshan said seriously. But after hearing this, the other person's face was full of words. Then don't go up. The matter at the bottom of the sea was temporarily settled, and the pumpkin head slowly floated up with 2 days. It was urgent to survive, and Musong started to eat melon seeds at this moment. The effect of the medicine was taking effect, and he was struggling hard at the side. Until this moment, Ji Qingshan, who was leaning on the pumpkin wall, slowly exhaled. There were still fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and her face was as pale as paper. Looking at the scar on her wrist that had almost healed, she leaned back and began to rest. But suddenly she felt that an uninvited guest had broken into her spiritual world. Chapter 79. Town, Coastal Defense Line. Knowing the threat from the sea, the mayor immediately ordered everyone to build a long dike here. He also specially asked some people who had awakened their attack abilities to guard here. Keep a close eye on every move on the sea. Mr. Arafin, are you sure the mermaid will appear? We have been waiting here for 3 days. If we wait any longer, we will be in a passive position. It is better to strike first. As it concerns the safety of the town, the mayor has come to inspect from time to time in the past few days, and Arafin also came with him. The other members of the tour group are nowhere to be seen all day. The people of the town have believed 99% of the underwater monsters described by Arafin. Many people have proposed to kill them immediately in a state of panic. Are you planning to fight the mermaids in the sea? Arafin's eyes were full of mockery. He didn't even look at the bald man. Just relying on your half-baked supernatural powers? The mayor tried to refute, but couldn't think of a reason for a long time. After all, he had seen Arafin's many methods in the past few days, and had deeply realized the huge gap between the two. Even if he had many dissatisfactions, he would never dare to show them. In the end, he could only ask carefully, "Why are you so sure that the mermaids will come out? This is not what you should worry about. I have said long ago that if you want to live, this is the only way for you. It is better to fight the mermaids on the shore than in the water." As he was talking, a huge wave suddenly rose from the sea. Arafin suppressed the indescribable excitement in his eyes, and looked at the waves rushing towards the shore. The mermaid has appeared, get ready to fight. Stretching out his hand to wave away the rushing waves, Arafin said to the air around him. The air trembled for a moment, and then returned to calm. At the same time, the huge waves had destroyed most of the dams in other places. Call people, call everyone over. On the messy dam, the mayor finally climbed up, not caring about his embarrassment, and yelled at the communicator again and again. The next moment, everyone guarding the shore could see that a huge, gloomy, and terrifying palace emerged from the sea. This is certainly not the real appearance of the underwater palace. It's just that Arafin had planted the seeds in the hearts of everyone in the town 3 days ago. Later, he was not at ease, and directly opened a supernatural barrier to change the consciousness of the people in the town. So at this moment, in the eyes of these townspeople, anything related to mermaids would become extremely terrifying. The townspeople watched the hideous palace emerge from the bottom of the sea, and on the dark green splash in the front, the ugly and disgusting mermaid made a hoarse and unpleasant sound. "Arafin, come out and see me." Aoshiel's original intention was not to harm ordinary townspeople. With the information Su Yang gave her, she completely put the blame on Arafin. As long as he was dealt with, there would be room for this war to turn around. Obviously, the child did not realize that the first thing to do in order to win in such a large-scale dispute is to control all the chess pieces under his hand, no matter what means are used. Just like at this moment, Arafin no longer needs to say anything. When everyone in the town sees the mermaid for the first time, all malice will go to them. What Lord Arafin said is indeed right. You ugly monsters have been lurking in the sea for many years, keeping us captive just to eat us as food one day. Now they are trying to kill Lord Arafin who discovered the truth. Go ahead, kill them. Even if you die today, you can't let these monsters continue to cause trouble to the world. Yes, drag them to death together. Let these monsters know what justice is. Humans will never surrender. We must avenge our dead compatriots. Su Yang and a group of mermaids who just landed. Is there something wrong? They just landed, right? Why are these people so hostile? What truth did they say that Arafin discovered? Mermaids keep humans in captivity to block food from humans? Kill humans to cause trouble to the world? Also, the appearance of the mermaids is not to say that each one is as beautiful as a flower, but also delicate and regular. How can you say that they are ugly? Only Su Yang vaguely guessed something. Greya said that there are means among Arafin's people to control human thinking, although the current situation is probably related to this matter. He looked at the person who spoke first and felt familiar for some reason. After thinking about it again, he realized that this was Hilt's follower. He was from the tour group. This method seemed familiar. However, just when he figured it out, those humans who had been ready for battle had already rushed up with weapons. At this point, even if the mermaids were unwilling, they had to fight for the survival of their race. Chaos spread rapidly. Seeing that the blood was about to flow like a river in the sword and shadow, Oshir took out the scepter again and smeared golden blood on it. The sea behind her suddenly surged violently, and countless seawater formed fine threads, tying up the humans who tried to attack, and splitting the chaotic battlefield in an instant. If Arafin had not attacked our race, we would have no intention of being enemies with humans. Now, as long as you hand over the culprit, the grudges between the two races will be wiped out, and we will not interfere with each other in the future. Oshire has been in a high position for many years. From the words of these people, He has already guessed that Arifin must have spread false information. The war is imminent, and explanations are the least valuable now. It is better to make the best of a bad situation and transfer the biggest contradiction to Arifin first. Unfortunately, she missed a point. An invisible force suddenly appeared in the air, constantly tearing the waterline. In O'Shire's astonished eyes, a person was also suspended in the air. The man was wrapped in a gray cloak, and it was not clear from Su Yang's perspective, but his intuition told him that the man was Arifin. If the fact that you killed so many humans can be written off, how can we face our own people? Do you think that you can bully others by turning black into white by relying on the powerful supernatural powers brought by your race? Mermaid, you will not succeed today. Humans are not afraid. Who is turning black into white? Su Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. However, such words were quite inflammatory to the ears of the people in the town. If they were just excited just now, they were about to kill with bloodshot eyes now. One by one, they shouted loudly and struggled hard. The power in the air was also constantly increasing, and the cage woven by the water line was in danger. Everyone in Alshir knew that this matter today would not end without defeating the other party. Alshir closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was full of coldness. The scepter in her hand was raised high, and behind her, the ocean roared at the same time. TSK. Seeing this, Arifin's face also looked ugly. After all, O'Shir was the king of the mermaids. With the help of the terrain, he could only fight the opponent on equal terms at the moment, and that was on the premise that O'Shir had some concerns. Could those two guys be faster? Arifin finally tore open the water ring that tried to bind him, but he was still a step slower, and was surrounded by a huge water ball. The huge water pressure and suffocation made him feel a little threatened by death. This mermaid is really difficult to deal with. Isn't it said that the mermaids are good at mental attacks? Why does this guy use physical means? If it comes to mental power, Arifin is 100% sure that he has the upper hand. Mermaids are indeed dual cultivators of mental attributes and water attributes, but Arifin would never have thought that the man in front of him had suffered a loss a long time ago, and now he has learned a lesson and will not give him any chance to take advantage of it. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are afraid of a kitchen knife. O'Shir is determined not to let the opponent do something fancy. Time passed, and Arifin's response became difficult. Alshil's attack was too fierce, and he had to maintain more than just the strength on this side. Damn it, how long will they take to do this? It's been half an hour, and the weapons he brought have been almost consumed. If things go wrong, he won't have the energy to keep the thing from being exposed. Arifin's condition declined rapidly, but so did Alshil. If the previous battle with Ji Qingshan was just a spiritual contest, this time she truly felt the transformation of mankind over the years. Each of the things in Arifin's hand could cause considerable damage to her. Thanks to Ji Qingshan's reminder, she didn't underestimate Arifin, otherwise she would have been unable to avoid some of the waves. Fortunately, seeing that the opponent was already at the end of his strength, O'Shire secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his mental power output increased sharply. She had to resolve the battle here as soon as possible, and then go down to control the situation. Seeing that half of the people and mermaids had been killed or injured at this moment, it couldn't be delayed any longer. The sea roared again. In Arifin's eyes, the seawater condensed into a huge palm and was slapping him. It's not over. This level of attack was beyond the power he could handle now. Arifin gritted his teeth and was about to take back some of his strength with a gloomy face. After all preparations were made to keep him alive. However, it turned out that God's eyes were not very bright and could not accurately identify the final traitor. At the moment when her palm was about to fall, Alshil felt that something was disconnected from her. Her body trembled, and her control over the water suddenly deviated, and Arifin easily dodged it. How could it be? Alshil looked at her hand in disbelief. Just now, her innate affinity for the ocean was suddenly stripped from her blood by something. What did you do? In a flash, Alshil realized something and looked at the sea behind her, feeling a cold and evil breath floating in the sea. On the ground, other mermaids also sensed this change, and the original intimacy turned into a disgusting feeling like a maggot attached to the bone, but this feeling lingered. Every time they mobilized their original spiritual power, it would penetrate into their bodies a little. How is it, King of Mermaids, are you satisfied with this gift? How dare you covet the ocean? What do you want to do? Now Alshil understood everything. The tricks of sowing discord and luring the tiger away from the mountain were just a trick to deceive all of them, and make them lose without any preparation. Her face reflected endless anger, but deep in her heart was a strong sense of powerlessness. Arifin had long lost his previous embarrassed look and laughed wildly. Today, The mermaid clan will definitely be destroyed, and everything you have can only become my wedding dress. Don't be angry, after all, it is an honor for you stupid people to be the stepping stone for me to reach the top. Chapter 80. A strong dull pain came from the heart. In just a few minutes, the power that Oshir could use was less than 1/10 of the original. The same was true for all the mermaids underground. They looked at their hands in horror. Before they could figure out why they had lost their power, they were pierced by weapons one by one. Then, what about those humans? What will happen to those humans? Feeling his increasingly weak body, Oshir stared at Arafin, who was approaching with a grin. Oh, those people killed an extremely kind race in the ocean. Naturally, I want to avenge you and kill them all. Ah, after all, only if it is soaked in enough human souls can your heart of the ocean be used by me. Really? It seems that I bet right. Oshir's expression suddenly changed, and a smile suddenly appeared. Arafin was stunned and stepped forward to put his hand into Oshir's heart, but there was nothing there. How is it possible? Where did the heart of the ocean go? Arafin's furious voice resounded through the sky. The heart of the ocean? He designed humans and mermaids just to get this thing. Seeing that all the plans were going according to his wishes without any deviation, he didn't expect that someone would suddenly tell him that the final trophy didn't exist at all. Of course, it was destroyed. If the heart of the ocean was still there, how could you pollute the ocean so easily? It was completely destroyed by my blood and scattered throughout the ocean. Now every drop of water in the ocean is equivalent to a part of it, but unless you have the ability to condense all the seawater on this planet, you can't expect to get it. Oh, by the way, forget how you polluted the ocean. The broken heart of the ocean can't bear it. In this case, there is no chance to fight. Actually, to be honest, with Arafin's caution, it's not that he didn't have a plan for this. But the problem was that everything in the early stage was too perfect. Before, every time he thought there might be a problem, he made countless backups, but no matter which time, he followed the easiest route as expected. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens 7 or 8 times, it will inevitably give Arafin a huge illusion that humans and mermaids are idiots, and everything will go smoothly according to his script. He didn't expect that things would go wrong at this time, and it was a fatal problem. He was caught off guard, and none of the plans he had prepared could catch up. In fact, Arafin's judgment was not wrong. Needless to say, a group of people in the town believed his lies and hated the other race in the sea. Hilt only wanted to kill Greyas, and he took advantage of the different camps to oppose him. Greyas and Su Yang didn't find the right direction at the beginning. The two of them kept stumbling in the investigation and took a lot of detours. They realized that the tour group was behind the scenes, but they didn't figure out what method they wanted to use. Even now, if Arafin hadn't blown himself up, they still couldn't know the situation of the tour group. As a result, most of the information Su Yang conveyed to Oshir was still misleading. The mermaids have limited sources of information, and the main method is not 100% reliable. Naturally, they didn't know there would be such a big gift on the shore. The lifting of the hermitage and bringing all the mermaids ashore was all in accordance with Arafin's plan. The problem lies with Nanali. Although Oshir didn't know what kind of scheme the mastermind behind the scenes would use, Nanali's disappearance was real. Knowing that the traitor was most likely Nanali who took her friend away, combined with the loss of control of the mermaid's tears, Oshir had a clear judgment in his heart that the other party took Nanali away in order to obtain the method to master the mermaid's tears. But even if the mermaid's tears were really controlled by humans, their function was limited to cutting off the power of the mermaid race, and it was not a killing weapon worth the trouble. Therefore, Arafin's real purpose was not it but another thing that was closely related to the mermaid's tears, but more powerful. The answer was obvious: the heart of the ocean. This holy object that could breed power and life was their real goal. Oshir thought very clearly that Arafin's plan had started early. If it was too late to stop it now, then use the simplest and crudest method. Didn't he want something? Then she would make Arafin never find the heart of the ocean again. The energy similarity between the blood of the king and the heart of the ocean is extremely high, so it is not difficult to disguise and mislead Arafin in a short time. At this point, Arafin's plan collapsed directly, and there was no room for recovery. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to stimulate the negative emotions of all the mermaids and humans present after getting the heart of the ocean, turning them into wronged souls, and cooperating with the pollution source he placed on the seabed to make the core of the heart of the ocean black and white. Now, the plan was directly deducted, and the follow-up plan he prepared did not even need to be presented, and it was directly rotten. It's nonsense to say that he is not furious. While he was unstable, he saw the scepter in Oshir's hand emitting a dazzling light, and the power surging from it swept Arafin, so he had to mobilize his power to defend himself immediately. The distance between the two people was pulled apart. Good, very good. Arafin's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, he thought that he would help humans kill most of the mermaids after getting the heart of the ocean, and then create an illusion for people to think that some mermaids, who wanted revenge, had mixed in with them. At this time, people would inevitably think, I almost wiped out the entire tribe of others, and the revenge of others must be to return these. Combined with the previous situation that mermaids can eat humans and turn into the other's appearance to sneak in. After this, as long as there is something strange about the people around them, these humans will definitely be uneasy. As time goes by, they will go from suspicion to struggle, and finally kill each other completely, and kill their own relatives. At that time, the truth of the matter will be announced. The energy collected is enough to completely mutate the heart of the ocean. The remaining mermaids will naturally be imprisoned and tortured repeatedly, so that they can witness the scenes before the death of their friends and relatives over and over again. After all, mermaids are much more fragile than humans, and this level can easily make them collapse. But their mental strength is naturally strong, and they may not go crazy even if they collapse dozens of times, which is an ideal choice for exploitation. In addition, the heart of the ocean is originally from the same source as the mermaid, so the mutation of this thing is foolproof. However, since things have come to this point, it is not bad to let all the people here be buried with his plan that is about to fail. Thinking of this, a crazy smile appeared on Arafin's face. A rich black color suddenly bloomed on his body. There are still some benefits to the failure of the plan. At least the process of killing these people will be much simpler. The cold and evil breath seeped into the pores of everyone present. For a moment, the fighting people and mermaids slowed down. In their minds, those ugly memories began to play. Ordinary people don't have the courage to kill and set fire, but it is impossible for people to live without evil thoughts. Under the influence of Arafin's supernatural power, these evil thoughts were magnified tenfold. Lu Urgu, it turned out that you stole my son's school quota that year. The first roar came from the crowd. The middle-aged man's eyes were red, and he was looking for something in the crowd with a knife like crazy. However, before he found the target, a black shadow flashed behind him, and the knife fell directly at his neck. Jean Lennon, you cheated my daughter and sold her to that kind of place. I want you to pay with your life. When the middle-aged man's head fell to the ground, the shorter woman behind him was revealed, crying and laughing. And the broken wound on John Lennon's neck was splattered with blood. The forbidden door was completely opened at this moment. People shouted someone's name, angrily denouncing the evil deeds done by the other party. The evil thoughts that were suppressed in the heart on weekdays burst out at this moment. We were born of the same mother. Why are you better than me in everything since birth? Why is she valued by the boss when we work together? As long as they die, all the wealth will be mine. The mermaid brought so many pearls. The fewer people there are, the more I will get. I paid so much for you. Why can't you do even a little thing well in the end? Hatred, jealousy, greed turned into sharp knives stabbing at the people around. People who just united against the outside world are now madly slaughtering their compatriots. Relatives turned against each other. Friends fought against each other. Even strangers who were not related at all would have less share if one was left. Those with superpowers used their superpowers, and those without superpowers took up guns and knives. Everyone was bloodthirsty. Roars, screams, and curses filled the entire town. Arifin watched everything that happened below with satisfaction. At most, these people could resolve the battle in 2 hours. As for the mermaids, they were not to be feared because they had lost the protection of the ocean and were seriously injured in the previous battle. Pack up and take some away, so that they can continue to shine and heat for him. Okay. Of course, we must first get rid of Aushiel, the guy who almost caused him to lose his wife and his army. Wait, that's not right. Why did her aura suddenly become so much stronger? Arifin looked up at the opposite side. Aushiel, who had destroyed the heart of the ocean, lost the protection of the ocean, and was severely injured by himself, should have been a spent force long ago. Why did the aura bursting out of Aushiel even faintly overwhelm him at this moment? In midair, Aushiel, supported by the clear water column, closed his eyes lightly. Above the golden fish tail and the scepter, the light became more and more dazzling. The dark clouds that had been pressing down on the sky of the town were driven away directly, and starting from the water column under her, the blackness in the entire ocean was slowly fading. What's going on? Not only were Arifin and his men shocked, but the people who were fighting happily also felt something, unconsciously put down their weapons, and stood still. At the moment when the light was extremely strong, the scepter in Oshir's hand pierced her heart directly. Golden blood sprayed out of her body like rain. You want to reshape this place with the royal blood. Arifin had already studied the mermaid race thoroughly. Otherwise, he would not have thought of taking the heart of the ocean. Now that he had recovered, he had already understood what Oshir wanted to do. Chapter 81. You are crazy. You want to eliminate such a large-scale pollution. Even if the royal blood is burned out, it is impossible to do it. Arifin said this, but energy was already accumulating in his body. I am just doing my best. What are you afraid of? Oshir's voice became more and more ethereal. As the golden rain flew, her soul seemed to be scattered between the world without any stagnation. Facts have proved that the power she sacrificed her life for is not something that Arifin can break through in a short time. Arifin's face became more and more gloomy as his hidden hands failed to work again and again. The effect of burning the royal blood was far stronger than he expected. If he got the heart of the ocean, it would be fine, but now, unless, Arifin gritted his teeth. You have to think clearly. Although the royal blood can purify the pollution, as long as you die, I can immediately restore everything here to its original state. No matter whether it is mermaids or humans, they will still become polluted monsters in the end. Your death has no value. It will only make the mermaids lose the owner of the royal blood that is born once every hundreds of years, a top combat force. My plan will only be easier to achieve. He can't use his trump card, otherwise it will inevitably attract those lingering guys. And Ashiel has seen through Arifin's cowardice. If it's really like what you said, then why do you still come to stop me? Isn't it better to reap the benefits of the fisherman? The fact that you have to waste your breath like this can only mean that these are worse results for you now. Most of the seawater in the distance has become clear, and the dying mermaids on the shore are gradually recovering. With the recovery of the source of power and Ashiel's purification, they can clearly feel that their life and mental strength are becoming full. In the town, the humans who had not yet died also had the same changes. The madness and fear in their eyes gradually faded. The negative emotions in their consciousness disappeared, and they finally recognized the appearance of their compatriots and mermaids, who had been chased by them before. The dark clouds had long dispersed, and the sun was shining. People looked at the ocean beach in front of them. There was no gloomy and terrifying palace or hideous and terrifying monsters here. Apart from Arifin's interference, people completely saw the appearance of the aliens in front of them. They really didn't look like a group of monsters that would eat people. The scars on their bodies were healed, and the seriously injured and dying people were pulled back from the gates of hell. People with a little consciousness believed that the figure floating in the sky and sprinkling golden rain was their savior. Although their thoughts were still a little confused, combined with their emotions just now, and the changes in the appearance of the mermaids before and after, smart people could guess the whole story. Someone deliberately led them to kill each other in order to reap the benefits. Ashiel was the one who saved them. The fisherman couldn't be her, so it could only be the one opposite her. All of a sudden, countless angry emotions were directed at Arifin. You have completely awakened them and cleansed their spirits. Arifin certainly felt these changes. With the remaining plans, he no longer had the ability to continue to pollute all the people. Seeing that his arrangement was about to collapse completely, it would be a lie to say that he was not angry. Arifin, no matter what your plan is, at least you can't realize it now. Oshir's figure has become very faint. Burning the royal blood without the mermaid heart is burning life. After burning it, she will die. It may take 100 years for the king's blood to be born. The most recent one was Nanali, who is already dead. If you die too, the position of the mermaid king will definitely cause chaos. Do you really intend to trade the safety of the mermaids for 100 years for this moment? Arifin really didn't want to attract the alliance. There was really no other way at the moment, so he could only talk big and make a final struggle. The rise and fall of a race is not the work of one person. But as the mermaid king, I will not watch my people die. As for the next 100 years, let them deal with it themselves. But that is a natural choice, not something that should be caused by humans. The rain has gradually slowed down. The ocean has completely returned to its original appearance. Whether it is mermaids or humans on land, as long as they are still alive, they are now intact. By the way, I give you another gift before I leave, the bodies of the two pests you sent to the bottom of the sea. As Oshir spoke, the waves surged, and 2 bodies were thrown ashore. They were the people who had buried the pollution source at the bottom of the sea before. Arifin was so angry that he didn't know what to say. For a moment, he wanted to use his ability to crush the ants. But in the end, he was forced to hold back because of those who were chasing him. At least now is not a good time. At least, Ashiel, the mermaid king, is bound to die. Without her and the threat of the royal blood, it will be easier for him to erode this place, and with her purification, the heart of the ocean may still be pieced together. Although it will take a longer time, it gives him hope of getting the heart of the ocean again, and the risk will be smaller next time. It seems that Oshir has done something beneficial to him. Looking at Oshir, who was only a very faint shadow, Arafin persuaded himself that this trip would eventually gain something. What flashed by? Before he could let out a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Arafin had a bad premonition in his heart, and the next moment a dazzling blue light enveloped the only shadow of Oshir left. Arafin saw clearly that Oshir's whole body was recovering rapidly under the blue light. Heart of the ocean. That thing was not destroyed. This thought came to his mind, but the hand that grabbed the other side was still a step slow. And it was this slow step that in the center of the town in the distance, with a huge roar, the surging waves carried sand and gravel, and hit the battlefield at lightning speed. What's going on? This was the common thought of everyone present. Only Oshir and the figure that rushed towards her knew the general situation. More than half an hour ago, in a small hotel not far from the coastline. What did you say? This thing is the heart of the ocean. Su Yang stared at the blue gem in his hand that Oshir had stuffed in his hand not long ago, and his shouting almost blew off the roof. It was a good thing that everyone in the world went to kill each other, otherwise his shout would be heard by everyone in the restaurant. Oshir ordered Tiger Shark to take Su Yang away from the scene as soon as he got ashore, and to keep an eye on him so that he would not come back to cause trouble before the situation was settled. Tiger Shark stayed with him here, and Su Yang knew that if he went there, he might have to deliver food and share Oshir's heart. Although he felt aggrieved, he still stayed there honestly. It has been more than 3 hours since he got ashore. Su Yang also became more and more uneasy, especially when he heard the fighting outside getting more intense. Tiger Shark was watching him closely, so it was unlikely that he could slip away. The little guy originally wanted to talk to the other people in the chat group to relieve his mood. Who knew that Ji Qingchen and Mu Song shouted, but there was no response, and although Greyes was there, he didn't pay attention to him for a long time. Su Yang's anxiety accumulated more and more. Until now, he looked at the daughter flower that emerged on his shoulder. This flower would say that he knew that all his sister Ji's plants could speak. But the sudden words really made him stunned. As the superpowers were improved, the 5 senses of the survivors were also improved. At this distance, Su Yang could clearly hear the conversation between Alshiel and Arafin. Of course, the fighting sounds were also okay, otherwise he wouldn't be nervous about it. So he knew very well what the heart of the ocean was, and how important it was. But didn't Alshiel just say that this thing had been destroyed by her? Was she lying? Of course she was talking nonsense. To confuse Arafin, and cut off the possibility that he would use the thing to do something. But how could she destroy such an important thing? It would be better to hide it. So she asked me to stay away from the battlefield, to prevent Arafin from finding this? Yeah, of course. After all, only in this way can Arafin's plan be disrupted, and he will make a move first, so that the mermaid can take the initiative. Obviously her plan was very successful, and now it has achieved its goal. Daughter shook her little head. The conversation between one person and one flower should have been a bit weird. But Tiger Shark still maintained his silent style these days, and did not comment on it. Su Yang almost ignored the existence of this person. As for the other soul, he carried. Yuanzhou, who was originally a mermaid, naturally knew what Alshiel had given Su Yang. It was because he could not control this body, otherwise Su Yang would have known where the heart of the ocean was. Suddenly hearing the woman's name again, Yuanzhou's attention was all on the conversation between the two. Su Yang, Sister Ji had guessed all this a long time ago? Why can't I contact her now? The master must have guessed it. She said that Arafin always likes to make plans for record, and if you make changes little by little, he will only revise them. If you want to destroy his plan, you need to interrupt his big rhythm in a short time. But she didn't tell me why you couldn't contact her. She only told me that if you call her and she can't respond in time, she should tell me something. What is it? Su Yang asked anxiously. First of all, it's about the heart of the ocean. The others are not yet ready. This answer. Su Yang didn't know what to say for a while. Can't you reveal it in advance? At least let him be mentally prepared. But obviously, daughter's strictness does not allow her to do such a thing. Time passed by minute, and during this time, daughter told Su Yang more details about the heart of the ocean and Arafin's original plan. Oshir's step of giving you the heart of the ocean is the key to completely destroying Arafin's plan. Now, he didn't expect the king's blood to be so useful, and now he has no choice. But Oshir is going to die. Does Sister Ji have any solution? Su Yang looked at the gradually fading figure in the air outside the window. He didn't have a good impression of Oshir. After all, he almost died at her hands. But for such a leader, who sacrificed herself in exchange for the hope of survival for her people, and even the human who was fighting against the mermaid who killed her just a moment ago. Su Yang couldn't help but admire her. Even from the perspective of the whole thing, Su Yang didn't want her to die like this. "Well, let me see," daughter said, raising her head and looking at the sky outside the window. "There's still a while. The time is not right for waiting. Now it's almost." "I don't know how to see this almost," daughter suddenly urged Su Yang to go to the battlefield. Hurry up, hurry up. I just told you that with the heart of the ocean, you won't die even if the king blood mermaid is burned. Go up and put the heart of the ocean on O'Shire's chest, so that she won't die. You can also take advantage of the chaos created by Greyas to cover." "The chaos created by Greyas?" Su Yang wanted to ask. But daughter was already rushing him. "Yes, it's him. Hurry up, or you miss him." Hearing this, Su Yang had to quickly hide, avoid tiger shark surveillance, and run desperately towards where Aoshiel was. While Aoshiel's attention was all on the people on the ground and Arafin's attention was all on Aoshiel, he climbed up the nearest tall building and pounced on Aoshiel under daughter's command. Then, there was the previous scene. Chapter 82. Su Yang. O'Shire thought she was going to die, and was about to leave a taunting sentence to calmly accept her own death, but suddenly, she was alive. The golden rain had not stopped falling, but O'Shire was thrown out from the center of the rain. With the huge impact of the explosion, the two fell directly into the sea. The body gradually became solid, and the weakness brought by the burning royal blood remained, but the vitality was really back. At this moment, she didn't care about her emotions. Looking at the person who suddenly jumped out, she inexplicably thought of a word: facing death with courage. Su Yang certainly didn't come with a determination to die, but this kid is afraid of heights. The key is that he just discovered this. Since O'Shire and Arafin were confronting in midair, Su Yang himself had no flying skills, so he could only tremble and find a taller building so that he could rely on his jumping power to complete the difficult task of inserting the heart of the ocean into O'Shire, who knew that he was really standing on a high place. When Su Yang looked down, he almost fell down. It was at this time that the child realized that he was afraid of heights. For a person who is afraid of heights, it is easy to go up, but it is difficult to go down. Su Yang looked at the distant ground, and was really in a dilemma for a while. His legs could not move a step, let alone complete a difficult action like jumping. At such a height, there are still uneven gravels below. If he falls down, he will definitely die. "I can't die here. I still have a lot of things I want to do. Even if I give up, no one will blame me. After all, I just strictly follow Aoshiel's plan and don't make trouble." Countless chaotic thoughts passed through Su Yang's mind, but he saw O'Shire's figure becoming increasingly faint, and would disappear in half a minute at most. But he was unwilling to give up. He was in a trance, thinking of the broken bridge he dared not walk on one night. "Su Yang, you have been a coward once. Do you plan to be a coward for the rest of your life?" He questioned himself, clenching the stone in his hand. Under the flushing of fear and regret, another answer slowly emerged. He wanted to try it once, anyway. There were still those golden rains. Even if he was half dead, he might not be unable to be saved. And this great opportunity may not come again in this life. Now that he is here, he should fight once. Su Yang stabilized his body, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards O'Shire. It was a coincidence that Su Yang was so nervous that he couldn't jump as far as Aoshiel. But just when he jumped, the explosion swept through the center of the town. Under the huge thrust, Su Yang successfully put the heart of the ocean in his hand on Aoshiel, who was about to disappear completely, and pulled him out of the gate of hell. Under the effect of the royal blood, whether it was humans, mermaids, or the ocean, they all got rid of the state of mind affected by Arafin and restored their original appearance. Aoshiel soaked in the seawater, and could clearly feel the accelerated recovery of strength. With the help of the heart of the ocean, the effect was even more obvious. "How do you know this thing is?" Aoshiel stopped talking halfway. Now it didn't matter how Su Yang knew the heart of the ocean. The key point was that Arafin also knew that it was not damaged. "Didn't I tell you to run? Why did you come back?" After taking a breath, Aoshiel looked at Su Yang with a mixture of blame and worry. She knew Su Yang sure was trying to save her, but the risk was too great. Compared to death, Aoshiel didn't want Arafin's wish to be fulfilled. It was impossible to hide now, so he could only fight Arafin head-on. Fortunately, he had used up some of his means before, exposing Arafin's ambition, otherwise it would be hell mode now. Throw this kid away for a while. Aoshiel didn't have any hope for Su Yang's half-baked ability, but this kid once again made Arafin's plan fail. Originally, even if he couldn't get the heart of the ocean, It wouldn't be too bad for Arifin to solve Aoxiel. Now it's good, the heart of the ocean was taken away by Su Yang, and Su Yang also saved Aoxiel. Arifin will definitely chase this kid who disturbed him. He doesn't have much offensive and defensive ability, which Aoxiel has seen long ago. Otherwise, let him stay underwater first, Oshira thought, directing the water column to support himself upwards, while forming a protective shield around Su Yang, intending to confine him here. Wait a minute, don't go out yet. The child, who had just recovered his breath, suddenly shouted. Why? It's not over outside yet. What did you say? Oshira's eyes widened as soon as he said this. It's really not over. Su Yang said it very confidently, but he was praying silently in his heart that Oshira must not ask in detail, because he didn't know what had just exploded, and what was not over now. In fact, if he didn't say it, the daughter flower would keep making noises in his mind. But the explosion did happen. The next moment after Su Yang finished shouting, there was another shock wave on the shore, bringing up sand and dust all over the sky. There were still a few people and mermaids who didn't understand the situation. Fortunately, the ocean was safe now. Even if they couldn't swim, Aoxiel and a group of mermaids could save them. In the previous farce, anyone with eyes could see that these townspeople were being used as guns. Mermen were extremely kind by nature and had unilaterally made peace with humans. King, you are really still alive. A mermaid who fell into the water swam to Aoxiel. Everyone saw what happened in the air before. Aoxiel had used up all his blood just to save them. The mermaids, who were still awake, had already burst into tears. All of them prayed in their hearts, even if there was a miracle that could let Aoxiel survive. And now the miracle really happened. With the first cry, more and more mermaids gathered around, and even some of the people on the shore who reacted were already jumping down. The mermaids chirped and cried and gathered around. The younger ones, who had never seen any big winds and waves, were already hanging on Aoxiel and crying like tear fish, leaving a few bubbles floating silently on the side. Now that Aoxiel has eliminated the supernatural power that Arifin has imposed on the townspeople, these people can recover from the state of insanity. But the negative impact is eliminated, but the memory will not be deleted. The townspeople who came to their senses finally realized the good things they had done before. The mermaids were almost extinct because they recognized the thief as their father, but they still helped them regardless of the past grudges, and even saved most of the humans who died from killing each other. The key is that the mermaids are all very good-looking. The group of people suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt. They wanted to ask about the current situation, but none of them dared to speak. It was Aoxiel who stopped the tribesmen's celebration first. Although Arifin was also blown away by the impact just now, this force was only a minor injury to him. If he didn't die, the matter would not end. Moreover, the existence of the heart of the ocean was exposed. If it dragged on, Arifin would take the initiative and attack first. Letting the seawater gently push away the mermaids surrounding him, Aoxiel looked at Su Yang and asked, "How did you know about the explosion just now? What else is going to happen next?" This question also reminded the mermaids, and they stopped pestering and waited for Su Yang's answer. The bubbles floating next to them were also looking forward to it. No one was embarrassed to ask, but they were anxious to know the situation outside. This time they finally found an opportunity. However, a minute passed, and Su Yang didn't say a word. Su Yang? This silence made Aoxiel feel bad. She called out again with a solemn face, then swam over with a flick of her tail, and grabbed the other's wrist. There was still a pulse, and the vital signs were normal. Oshira breathed a sigh of relief, as if nothing had gone wrong. She directly released her mental power, and carefully stimulated Su Yang's consciousness. Ah! After a moment, Su Yang seemed to wake up suddenly. His head hit the bubble wall with a bang, and then bounced back. What happened? This huge reaction made everyone present stunned, and then they saw Su Yang's eyes full of anxiety, and he almost shouted at the top of his voice, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Arifin was attacked by what he did. It will be difficult to kill him now." "Are you serious?" Oshira wanted to confirm it, but the people and mermaids around her couldn't help it. Arifin has been causing them so much trouble these past few days. If it weren't for Aoxiel, they would all be lying on the ground now. So regardless of whether they covet the treasures of the mermaids at this moment, the townspeople's desire to kill Arifin is unquestionable. As for the mermaids, they are kind but not cowardly. The boss is almost killed by Arifin, so are they waiting for a feast without reward. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, more than half of the obstruction in front of him was gone. Really, that explosion was caused by something my companion found left by Arifin. When Su Yang finished speaking, the remaining half, along with Aoxiel, had already jumped out of the water. Many people saw the direction where Arifin had just flown out. When people told about the conversation in the sea, the crusade team directly increased several times. Su Yang was carried by Aoxiel. To outsiders, his consciousness was as scattered as before. Only he knew that he was just joining a chat group created by Ji Qingshan. Although there was still no news about the group owner. But at least it wasn't empty like just now. The guy he was chatting with was Greyas, who had just exploded and sent Arifin flying, causing him to suffer a backlash. A few minutes ago, when Aoxiel was surrounded by mermaids and asked about his well-being, the little guy felt a huge burst of emotions in his mind. When the group was created before, Ji Qingshan reminded that after the consciousness was connected, if one party's emotions fluctuated too much, it would be likely to be felt by others. But Miss Ji's emotions, which were as stable as dead water, were obviously unlikely to fluctuate easily, and it was unlikely that Musang would get into trouble with her. This dead noise could only belong to Greyas. Looking at the mermaids around Aoxiel, Su Yang thought about it for a long time before remembering himself, and then immersed his consciousness directly in it. Are you okay? In the spiritual world, Su Yang heard Greyas's embarrassed voice. No, he's still alive and can't die. The words were said in a breathy voice, and the voice became softer and softer, and the logic was messed up. He still insisted that he was fine, and he didn't make up stories to comfort children. But he really couldn't help him at the moment, so he really had no right to say those sarcastic words. Let's hurry up and ask for clues. Looking at Greyas's situation, it's likely that he caused the explosion just now. Su Yang asked this question, and Greyas gave him a positive answer. This time it's not just Arifin's property, Hilt won't be able to go back alive either. When he said this, Greyas's tone rose slightly, and no matter how bad his condition was, he couldn't hide his excitement at the moment. It's just, Su Yang didn't know if he was sensitive, he always felt that Greyas was still a little lonely in his excitement. Okay, little guy, if you are still with the mermaid, and the beautiful mermaid sister is still able to fight, take them to kill Arifin quickly. Don't let him recover, otherwise the power of the explosion will be wasted. Greyas even had difficulty using his mental power, and his words were intermittent. The explosion just now. Arifin was seriously injured. Su Yang couldn't believe this. Even he was not hurt by the explosion of that magnitude, so how could Arifin be in trouble? It's not the explosion, it's probably backlash or something. Anyway, he should be seriously injured. You guys, hurry up. If you want to kill him, just look at this. I know, where are you now? I come over later. By the way, where is Shuela? Can she go over to help you? It's a good thing that Arifin was injured, but Greyas's current state is really not okay. Su Yang thought that killing Arifin would have nothing to do with him anyway, so he would go ashore to rescue his allies first. Unexpectedly, Greyas remained silent for a long time this time. If it weren't for the mental fluctuations, Su Yang almost thought he was going to die. It was not until a mental fluctuation probed in that he heard Greyas's barely perceptible voice. I'm at the center of the explosion. I won't move for a while. Come whenever you want. Chapter 83. At the center of the explosion, the bottom of the 10-meter deep pit was a ruin, and Greyas withdrew his consciousness. His eyes were almost blind, and he could only vaguely feel the light from the sky. Countless wounds on his body were bleeding, his skin and flesh were rolling, and his broken bones were sticking out, but Greyas couldn't even feel the pain at this point. His whole body was numb, and only the mental power protected by the chat group could make him feel that he was still alive. Hey, move your head, I can't feed you. The heavy stone slab beside him seemed to be lifted up by something, and a cute voice gnashed his teeth. What? Greyas was stunned, and saw a daughter flower pushing the stone slab open and stretching its stem towards him. In surprise, his head unconsciously leaned forward. The only leaf of the daughter flower reached his lips and fell down. Chew it, or the master will scold me if you really don't live. The stem of the daughter patted Greyas' cheek. Although I am not specialized in treatment, the master's ability is to give life, and every plant has some life-extending effect. You have been on me all the time. Nonsense, can it suddenly grow out? And how can you chat without me? The daughter patted Greyas' cheek again. Okay, you eat the leaves too, you won't die for a while. Don't worry, take care of it, the child will be here within 20 minutes, but I can't do anything about your injury, you will suffer in a while. Wait a minute, where is Miss G? Can you contact her? Greyas' spirit has recovered a little, and the scenery in front of him is at least clear, but it is followed by a rapidly increasing pain. You're looking for the master? It's strange that you could contact him just now, but not now. But we don't have to worry about the master who is so powerful. You should take care of yourself first. Daughter stopped talking and curled up in Greyas' hair. Grea's spirit had recovered a little, and the scenery in front of him was clearer, but the rapidly rising pain made physiological tears overflow uncontrollably, and the world blurred again in an instant. But it's good, Greas thought so. At least it proved that he was alive. He survived for that bastard named Lin and avenged him. Touching the half-broken bracelet on his hand, Greas felt sour in his heart, and suddenly felt his hand rubbed by a furry thing. It was a black and white ball. Carefully she reached out and rubbed him. Seeing that Greas had a reaction, she jumped up to his side and began to rub his face against him. It was a half-human-sized panda. These rubs not only wiped away Grea's tears, but also seemed to reduce the pain in his body. "It's you. Thank you for what happened just now," Greas whispered softly. 2 hours before the explosion. "Greas, we can't delay any longer. Arafin has led people to fight against mermaids. Once the mermaids are forced into a disadvantage, they will use those things to pollute the ocean. If we wait any longer, the world will be completely ruined." Shuela slapped the information of the investigation in front of Greas and stared at the somewhat decadent man. 2 days have passed since he knew about the pollution source buried underground by Arafin. Greas tried to sneak in many times and tried to deal with these things by other methods. But in the end, not only did he return in vain, but he almost exposed himself several times. At the moment, the other side has taken the lead in the attack. Greas is also very clear that once those things are used in the ocean, what will happen to this town? But the only way is that he doesn't want to do it anyway. That is really the deepest shadow in his heart. Greas, you can't be trapped in it all the time. I'm here to inform you that those things must be solved anyway. Whether you go or not, I'm leaving now. Wait, you can't. However, he was interrupted by Shuela before he finished speaking. The matter with Lao Lin is indeed a joke of fate, but I can't be bound by fate, and I won't let him down. After the woman finished speaking, she walked out of the tea restaurant without looking back. A joke of fate. Greas murmured in a low voice, looking at the bracelet on his hand that can be seen everywhere on the street. I don't know what the wooden beads on it have been stained with. Some are normal colors, and others are dark brown. If it is like this, it will be good. Putting the bracelet in his pocket, Greas seemed to have made up his mind. After leaving the tea house, Greas first went to a small hotel. It was the birthplace of his first day in the dungeon. He didn't have a space storage device like Musong, so he had half of the equipment he brought here. The place was quite hidden. Greas took the package out from under the flower bed. There was no shortage of protective shields, explosives, and various guns. There was a person in the team who cherished his life. Every 3 days before departure, he began to urge Greas and his team to bring as many weapons as possible. It really came in handy now. He put on his bag and walked towards the place where the pollution source was stored. The people of Arafin were smart enough to store the pollution source in the center of the town. On the one hand, it can quickly irradiate the entire town when released, and on the other hand, who would suspect that there is a problem in the center of a town? Greas came here a few days ago. In order to reduce the possibility of the plan being discovered, Arafin did not leave too many people here to defend. In addition, the townspeople went to the beach to fight with the mermaids at this time, so Greas entered the warehouse familiarly. Greas, Shuelo, who was originally installing bombs facing the place where the pollution source was stored, suddenly felt the movement behind him. He turned his head, and was relieved when he found that it was his teammates. You actually came. The woman smiled. I thought I was the only one this time. Yeah. How is the situation? It's much better than I expected. Arafin didn't leave anyone here to defend. Now we just need to pay attention to the layout of the explosives, so that the warehouse will not collapse and the pollution source will leak out. I hope it can be handled in one go. Greas also joined in the layout of the explosives. Although he was unwilling, bombing this place was the last option after all. He and Shuela knew this very well, so they would inevitably study and prepare. The explosives on the wall were quickly arranged. It's time to put them inside. Shuela's face became serious. There were 10 large tanks containing pollution here. The defense of these containers was off the charts. If bombs were only installed on the outside, the threat to the pollution source inside would be minimal. These outside could only play a supporting role. They had to throw the bombs inside. And this was the most dangerous part of the whole process. The pollution source itself had extremely strong mental and physical corrosion. If they were exposed for a long time, they might mutate directly. Not to mention that it is possible that Arafin did not leave anyone in the warehouse, but he would never sit back and watch the pollution source he had brought in with great difficulty being destroyed, so he would definitely notice the container being opened and send people to eliminate the intruder. The last time they were almost discovered was when they took out the pollution source inside. Then he and Shuela needed one person to block the other person, who came back to check the situation, and one person to put enough bombs inside before being eroded by the pollution source. I go. Greyes threw the explosives he brought to Shuela. Your ability is not suitable for fighting. There is only one entrance and exit in the entire underground warehouse. After Shuela took the explosives, Greyes walked towards that exit. Shuela's new ability can resist pollution erosion to a certain extent. This is the best way to divide the work. Xiaobai, you will have to work hard again this time. The white rabbit was summoned, like a snow-white fur ball blocking half of the exit. The cauliflower snake, which has grown to the thickness of an adult's arm, also swam over, spitting out its snake tongue. Hamsters are used to transmit information, and they are of little use in this situation. As for the remaining two, the fox's preference for Greyes is to take out a little bit, and it depends on his mood. Although it is powerful, it can only be used as an assassin. And the panda came out and was still asleep. Squeak! Shuela inside had successfully opened the first jar. Suddenly, the alarm lights in the warehouse began to flash continuously, and the two people's nerves became tense. Shuela quickly threw the bombs in his hand and rushed to the next target. It would be good to solve 2 more jars while the defenders were not here. However, they still underestimated Arafin's arrangement. When the alarm sounded, the remaining cans were reinforced and the passwords were constantly upgraded. The previous method could no longer be used to solve the problem. Damn it, Shuela cursed inwardly. He should have thought it would not be so simple. Being broken into once, and using the original method, was simply a conspiracy planned by Arafin, but now they have no way out. Hey, the 2 little mice really took the bait. A voice came from the road when they came. It turned out that you were here. Greyes stopped stroking the rabbit, and Xiaobai Shaokai and the fox in his arms looked at the opposite side at the same time. The person coming there was Hilt. You are here, so your other companion is doing something sneaky inside. That's great. It seems that the ownership of 1399 will soon be mine this time. Really? Fantasy is not a good habit. The moment the words were finished, a white shadow flashed by, and the white fox pounced on Hilt's neck at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. What? Hilt and Greyes have fought for more than once or twice, but the white fox has only become useful recently. Hilt didn't know it at all, and couldn't dodge the sudden attack in time, and a piece of flesh was torn off his neck. Blood gushed out. Oh sorry, my aim was too bad, I didn't bite your neck off. Greyes smiled, raised the rabbit ears behind him high, and smashed them towards Hilt. Not daring to say anything more, Hilt took out the powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on the wound, while quickly jumping back to avoid the attack of the rabbit ears. But at the point where he was about to land, a rat snake had already exposed its fangs, waiting to bite him. Chapter 84. TSK. Hilt's expression was serious, and the tiny wind blades quickly circled around him, cutting through the surrounding air and attacking the 2 summoned beasts. The rat snake dodged immediately and flexibly, and the previous attack was in vain, giving Hilt some buffer space. Is this another ability you copied? Greyes was not in a hurry to launch the next attack. According to the current intelligence, Hilt's ability is copying. Last time I saw him, it was a fire-like ability, and this time it became a summoning blade. The blade surrounded Hilt, and Greyes couldn't get close for a while. Why you don't attack now? As Hilt said, the blades gradually extended vertically and approached Greyes. The tiny blades swept with a fierce momentum, and the white rabbit ears danced again, bringing airflow during the rapid rotation. The blades rotated and changed direction, and were washed to pieces. The tight defense had a flaw, and the white fox took advantage of the situation to get in, with a rat snake wrapped around its neck. Helplessly, Hilt had to give up the attack again, and quickly recall the blade for defense. From the perspective of the use of superpowers and combat literacy, there was not much difference between the two. They fought back and forth, and Greyes could not overwhelm Hilt, and Hilt could not break through Greyes' defense to interfere with Shuela, who was setting up explosives inside. However, gradually, Greyes realized that something was wrong. Logically, Hilt should be more anxious than him now. Shuela was already preparing to destroy the pollution source inside, and he only needed to defend and delay for enough time, while Hilt should be the one who took the initiative to attack. But the other party obviously didn't mean that, and was even more cautious than Greyes during the battle, as if he was the one on defense. Why is this happening? What is he defending? While commanding the summoned beast, Greyes' brain was working rapidly. If the other party was defending, then the only thing that could be defended was the road leading to the outside behind him. Hilt's flying knife did indeed block the road tightly. He was guarding against himself from getting out. In an instant, Greyes figured out the key. Instead of going in to stop Shuela, he stopped him from leaving here. There was a slight sound, beep, beep, and Greyes was very familiar with this sound. It was the countdown 2 minutes before the bombs he brought exploded. But why was it at this time? Shuela, what are you doing? As Greyes shouted, Hilt's offensive suddenly became fierce, and the flying blade blocked the way out more tightly. Even if Greyes broke through by force, he would have less than a 10% chance of surviving. Of course she was helping me. Hilter said this playfully, you didn't have to die, but Lindsay seemed to have seen through our plan, and actually gave you the ownership of 1399. I'm sorry, after all, the ownership belongs to the capable. That time was also. Greyes' emotions fluctuated violently, and his mental power suddenly sluggish. Hilt seized the opportunity, and cut several blades into his body. Deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. Greyes felt pain, and his command of the summoned beast became more and more unstable. Seeing this, Hilt took advantage of the victory and pursued, why do you think the explosion was deviated that time? Lindsay, that idiot, is actually quite powerful. He did calculate the power of the explosion accurately, and knew how to survive. It's so funny, the way he thought of was to rely on the special ability of our Miss Shuela. In the warehouse, Shuela changed her gentle face in the past, and only gloom and hostility remained between her eyebrows. Why? It was obviously old Lin who saved you at the beginning. Greyes' voice was hoarse. Shuela didn't say anything, but Hilt seemed to have heard something extremely funny. Why? Greyes, you are as naive as Lindsay. If people don't work for themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. This is the end of the world. Compared with a shelter that is within reach, what is that ridiculous friendship? Even my alliance with her is for profit. I'm afraid Miss Shuela is now thinking about how to kill me. Have you left a backup plan? It seems that you are not so easy to die. Hearing this, Shuela raised his eyebrows and looked at Hilt. His voice was particularly hoarse. Why, I thought you could use this alliance to plot against me. Sorry, I'm not that stupid. You can't kill me. But since you want to plot against me, I will give you a gift in return, so that our foolish and naive Mr. Greyes can understand. Shuela realized something and wanted to stop it, but Hilt's defense was not something she could break through in a short time. She could only watch others expose her true colors. Our Miss Shuela's ability is rebirth and withering. At first, Lindsay wanted to rely on rebirth to counter the destructive power of the explosion, but he didn't expect that this person would turn against him at the last minute, and use withering to extract half of his vitality to ensure that he would be unscathed in the explosion. I think she is going to do the same thing this time. Well, the time is up. Let's say goodbye to this world, our stupid and naive Greyes. Hilter laughed and suddenly cut his neck with a sharp knife. At the same time, a rapid beeping sound suddenly came from the warehouse. Is your ability to possess after death? Just before Hilt left, Greyes' voice suddenly came to his ear. What? Hilt suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He tried his best to open his eyes, but it was too late. All he could see was the smile that suddenly appeared on Greyes' mouth. Then, the soul was pulled out of this body, and was about to be sucked into another body thousands of miles away. At the same time, a violent explosion swept the entire underground warehouse. Hilt did not see. Shuela didn't react in time. Just before she was about to use wither to extract life from Greyes, a rat snake bit Shuela's wrist. Shuela felt a violent impact on her mental power, and was shocked when she came to her senses. The objects of withering and rebirth were reversed. Yes, she used wither on herself and rebirth on Greyes. Are you an undercover sent by other bases? Greyes' voice was close at hand, but Shuela was no longer as calm as before. She hurriedly lowered the door of the warehouse behind her, trying to block the explosion, but the fragile defense was shaky in the loud noise. You know why? Lindsay would not make such a big mistake. He could only be a traitor, and your ability is most likely to do it. Because of this. At this moment, Shuela's mind connected all the things that were wrong before, so you knew it when you left me behind. I was just acting before. Yes, Greyes knew the truth long ago. The moment he pushed Musong to Ji-Chichen, he had already made a plan to let Shuela die in this copy. Yes, but I didn't expect you to use this trick and give me such a big chance. Greyes smiled very relaxed, as if it was no longer important for him to survive at this moment. The gunman died of the bullet, and the killer was killed after all. Shuela, are you satisfied with this ending? The huge energy generated by the explosion finally tore the door apart, completely destroying Shuela, who was already half decayed. Old Len, we won this time. With the great vitality transmitted by Shuela's special power, Greyes survived the explosion smoothly. Fortunately, Shiela did not falsify the pollution source solution in order to survive. After the explosion, the pollution source did disappear without a trace. Greyes stood up from the ruins and breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a dark round object suddenly emerged from under the warehouse. What is it? Greyes was just about to go up to investigate. Why is it this thing? Run! A voice burst out with a sharp explosion. Then, the black shell cracked. After that, Greyes was stunned for a long time, and when he came to his senses, he was lying on the ground. It was only at this moment that he realized that the sound that told him to run just now should have been made by the daughter flower. Shiela was dead, but why he survived was indeed worth exploring. Looking at the giant panda that kept rubbing against him, Greyes had a somewhat absurd idea. Could it be that this little guy saved him? Greyes tried to command the giant panda, but found it useless. Okay, he collapsed on the ground. Feeling the increasingly intense pain in his body, Greyes had to stop and endure this. Su Yang and his men should go after Arifin, and the dungeon will probably end if they kill him. Daughter said that the black ball was Arifin's backup, and that what she did unconsciously just now had somehow backfired on the original owner through this thing. If Ji Qingshan could come to chat now, it would not only distract her attention, but also discuss with her what she had gotten out this time. I don't know why this person has no news at this critical moment. And Mu Som couldn't be contacted either. This time, I found a good place for this cowardly man, and I will definitely let him thank me when I come back. Greyes thought so. But he didn't know that this cowardly man was now scared to death. In the ocean of town ruins, Mu Som looked at Ji Qingshan, whose eyes were closed, face was pale, and sweat was pouring down his forehead, and he was so anxious that he turned around. Has anyone told him what happened? Why did his life-saving thigh suddenly lose consciousness? Could it be the sequelae of excessive blood loss just now? No, Ji Qingshan didn't faint immediately after coming back. Poisoned? That shouldn't be the case. Ji Qingshan was with him, and he was fine even though he was so fragile. Fortunately, Miss Ji's plants can think for themselves. Even if she fainted at this moment, the pumpkin head was constantly floating up, and was almost on the shore. Mu Som became even more anxious. If Ji Qingshan is not there now, the dandelions can't come out. If the dandelions can't come out, they can't fly into the sky. If they can't fly into the sky, then they have to continue fighting the monsters on the ground. Previously, Ji Qingshan was there to calm the monsters down, and they didn't dare to come near for a while after being killed by her. But if Ji Qingshan didn't wake up, sooner or later someone brave enough would come to test him. He didn't have enough ammunition, and he couldn't kill them with one shot like Miss Ji did. Wouldn't that expose the truth? Although Pumpkinhead could still float in the sea, it didn't look like those monsters couldn't swim, and he couldn't take Ji Qingshan away in such a situation. It was over. What to do? Mu Som was like an ant on a hot pot, turning around anxiously. Chapter 85. Where is this? Ji Qingshan opened her eyes, and saw darkness all around. She saw a chaos that pressed down the plants and trees in the original world, making them unable to raise their heads. I thought I had fainted from losing too much blood, but it seemed that this was not the case. An unknown force pulled the chaos and pressed towards Ji Qingshan's soul, as if to exclude her from this world. Possession? Feeling the power coming from her consciousness, Ji Qingshan's expression was stagnant for a moment. She had never experienced such a thing since she was born. Coming to this small place, she also experienced it. Wherever the chaos passed, the plants in the consciousness world became more and more wilted. Ji Qingshan's expression was strange. Seeing that the chaos ball was still desperately pressing her spirit body to push her into the surrounding darkness, it seemed to believe that she would lose control of her body. It did, squeezing Ji Qingshan's spirit out of the world, and annihilating the last trace of green in the world, and then... No, why? I have clearly already excluded the original consciousness. Why can't I occupy this body? No, it shouldn't be like this. It was obviously not like this before. Chaos suddenly became angry, and the voice sounded a bit like David, another follower of Hilt. It turns out that Ji Qingshan's memory is still good. Chaos twisted furiously, and transformed into David's spirit body. It really is this guy. It seems that his ability is a kind of mental invasion. I don't know what happened that his mental power was merged by the polluted seawater, and now he wants to find a new body. That's good. Now the last hidden danger has been eliminated. In the darkness, the spirit body smiled. In an instant, the original darkness around was swept away, replaced by the endless sea. And the gray-white chaos ball is still in this world, as small as a drop in the ocean. How? How could it be? How could you have such a huge spiritual power? Comparing David's spiritual power to a grain of rice, if Ji Qingshan's spiritual world is just a bowl or a plate, He might now try every means to squeeze out the potential and exclude Ji Qingshan. But facing the ocean with no visible edge, he only feels powerless. Ji Qingshan changed back to the appearance of white clothes, and the spirit body stepped on a series of ripples on the sea surface, and walked to the slumped David with a chuckle. Although this is a bit suspected of bullying a child, you started it first, so I don't need to care about this, right? The sea water fluctuated, and a wave came, and David's soul was directly shattered. It's this kind of supernatural power. Hey, the seawater here is actually... Damn, it's not over yet. The vast ocean returned to darkness, and the world turned back to a small green piece. Ji Qingshan's soul body also left at the same time. Damn, why are you still coming? I can change with clothes, right? Sister Ji, please don't wake up. Otherwise, my chastity will not. A normal-sized potato blocked Musong's lips. The mental power attached to the potato dispelled the supernatural power he was about to activate. Ji Qingshan quickly jumped out of the pumpkin and threw out 10 peas to blow away the monster that wanted to rush up. Shut up, no one wants to see you. The urgent matter was solved, and the rest was left to Corn and Rose to deal with. However, these monsters were obviously traumatized by Ji Qingshan's beating. When they saw her coming back, none of them dared to come over, and they all swam back, which was in sharp contrast to the situation when they besieged Musong just now. But Ji Qingshan naturally couldn't let go of these purification materials that were delivered to his door. First, he stuffed Musong into the pumpkin, and after floating it with dandelions, he rushed towards the fleeing monsters. The monsters were confused by Musong's previous state of lack of physical strength and ammunition, and Ji Qingshan's delay in appearing. They all thought that they could finally kill a human to have a snack, so they all gathered together. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared, and a bunch of monsters piled up layer by layer, and they wanted to escape in a panic but couldn't even take a step. In 10 minutes, Ji Qingshan cleaned up all the monsters on the scene neatly. Sister Ji. Musong's tense nerves finally got a break. The fear that he was about to die disappeared. He rushed over without caring about his image, howling, "You don't know how miserable I am. You were unconscious, and you didn't wake up no matter how I called you. I thought I was really going to die. Okay, it's not over yet. Almost is also almost." Ji Qingshan pushed him away with some disgust. "No, this almost cost the life of a scared person, Sister Ji, I can't lose you. What the hell is going on?" Ji Qingshan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and hold his forehead. Let's go back to the town first. I see, now there are only 2 of us here. But why did David merge with the ocean, leaving only a soul? Ji Qingshan didn't rush to the next move. He floated in the sky with Musong, seemingly waiting for the monster to refresh, and briefly told him about David. According to what Ji Qingshan had just seen from David's memory, his life these days can be described as dire straits. He was not born with the big guys, and his own combat power was not top-notch. He was already exhausted after encountering 3 rounds of monsters. He was almost killed by a sneak attack before he had time to figure out the rules here. Fortunately, his superpower gave him a glimmer of hope. David's superpower is soul replacement. That is, the bodies of the 2 souls are swapped. This is a very strong life-saving superpower behind the injured and dying. Therefore, when he knew that he was destined to be unable to escape the siege of the 4th wave of monsters, he made a bold decision to swap with the soul of this ocean. Yes, the ocean in this copy has souls. There are more than one. David exchanged one of them, and survived successfully. However, it is not a good experience to think about so many souls mixed together, not to mention that the previous ocean was still polluted, and these souls are the same. Therefore, although David's soul was alive, it was constantly being corroded. When Ji Qingshan came, he was almost at the limit of corrosion due to the pollutants in the seawater. If not, he would not be so eager to seize Ji Qingshan's body, which led to his final death. After all, Ji Qingshan's life breath was weak due to excessive blood loss at that time, which gave David an illusion that he could try. Miss Ji also deliberately poured her mental power into the pumpkin head to prevent other things from invading her fragile ally. It's a pity. Such a superpower is indeed a life-saving weapon, but he really doesn't know how to use it. Finally, Miss Ji concluded. Musong couldn't take this up. After all, if it were him alone, his situation would not be better than David's. Without this life-saving superpower, he would be finished sooner or later in this copy. He was still alive, and kicking like now, mostly because of the person next to him. Otherwise, why is it said that choosing allies is a technical job? But why does the sea have souls? And why are there so many souls mixed together? This is also the most curious point after Musang listened to David's memory, and this is probably the key to cracking the dungeon. Speaking of this dungeon, Musang had to complain again. So far, their task is to fight monsters, fight skeletons, and then fight monsters again in a repeated cycle. From beginning to end, they only know that the formation of this place now is due to the pollution source released by another world, Arifin. The rest, there is no more information related to the dungeon. There are still traces of the clearance of Suyang, but they still have no clue here. Did you feel anything when you fought the monster just now? I don't know whether it was intentional or not. Ji Qingshan ignored Musang's inquiry about the dungeon and changed the subject with another question. Feeling? They seem to be much stronger than the previous few days. Does it count? Yes, it counts. Of course it counts. After all, Ji Qingshan also has this feeling. To be more precise, she asked Musang just to confirm it. After all, the current strength of the monsters is just a matter of corn cannons, and the strength cannot be felt very intuitively. Regarding the passing of the dungeon, Ji Qingshan needs to be cautious. And I feel that it is not a little bit of growth. Every time the monsters are refreshed, their strength is much stronger than before. After a few more rounds, it will reach an extremely terrifying level. Musang whispered the second half of his guess. Really? It seems that her previous judgment was not wrong. Fortunately, the pollution on the seabed has just been dealt with, and the tentacles that have been appearing before are no longer formed, and they will not be disturbed when flying. Then you can focus on dealing with monsters. By the way, Sister G, can you contact Greyas and the others? My chat group seems to be disconnected. Just as Ji Qingshan was reviewing what happened in this town before, Musang asked. No. Ji Qingshan said very confidently, don't worry about this for now, let's go to the town. By the way, about the skeleton, I have an immature guess, do you want to hear it? You said that the polluted souls in the sea originally belonged to the villagers here, and were used to suppress the ocean after being polluted. And those bones are the villagers who lost their souls? Obviously, Musang's worldview almost collapsed after listening to Ji Qingshan's guess. His thigh had previously said that those monsters were the result of the alienation of mermaids. Now there is an analysis that the skeletons are townspeople, and the souls in the sea are the alienated souls of townspeople. All of these sound creepy, but they are particularly reasonable when you think about it carefully. So, if there were no survivors in the other world, it should have developed like this. Arifin deceived the people, tricked the mermaids out, polluted the ocean, got the heart of the ocean, polluted the heart of the ocean, and finally turned all the people and mermaids here into monsters, and finally used these mutated souls to guard here, suppress the self-purification of the ocean, and prevent the heart of the ocean from recovering. Not only was the death painful, but after death, they were treated like cattle and horses. To ask for this copy is a real thing. It's scary to think about it. Who would have thought that when he told Ji Qingshan this guess, that he thought was vicious enough, Miss Ji showed him a caring look for children. Just to prevent the heart of the ocean from recovering? How is it possible? Otherwise, why would this town become a pile of ruins? Arifin, that guy, originally got the advantage, but he wanted the world to not see his despicable means, so he had to make those who might know his evil deeds speechless, without thinking, and even the spirit detecting technique couldn't find anything. He did this to silence everyone. Musang frowned. From Ji Qingshan's reaction, Arifin was not a fictitious person. He might have done these things. Why would a person who was so careful to prevent his actions from being discovered and directly imprison the souls of witnesses make a copy of his dirty experience? What if someone cleared the level? Wouldn't everything be exposed? Unless a voice came from the bottom of his heart, and Musang approached the terrible truth directly, and Ji Qingshan's voice coincided with this truth. Didn't you just ask me why I couldn't contact Suyang and Greyas? Because time was cut off. What they did over there deviated from the existing ending. The main line of the copy was disordered, and was forced to repair it back to the established track. The energy was unbalanced during the repair period. Of course, it was impossible to continue to contact across time and space using ordinary methods. What do you mean by forced repair? Musang felt that his voice was getting drier and drier. It means resetting the time according to the ending, and Greyas and the others return to the beginning of the story, and restart the dungeon. But if we don't kill Arifin, we can't clear the dungeon in the first place. Yes, but as long as we kill him, the dungeon will be forced to reset, and we will have to face stronger and stronger monsters until we are killed by them. This way, we can ensure that everyone who enters this dungeon will stay here forever, and the secret will not be leaked at all. Chapter 86. In the small town, in the house that had just been destroyed by the war, Arifin looked resentful. After missing the heart of the ocean, everything started to go wrong. First, a little guy came out and used the heart of the ocean to save the dying Oshir, and then the pollution source hidden in the city suddenly exploded. Those pollution sources were originally used to completely pollute the town and the ocean. Like Ji Qinshan, Arifin wanted to make all the creatures here unable to speak again. With that amount of pollution, the town can only be a forbidden area for 100 years. But that was after getting the heart of the ocean. Now that the plan has not been completed, this pollution source can be used or not. It is obviously a better choice to simply and rudely let the subordinates kill the living things here. These pollution sources are at best just Easter eggs. It doesn't matter if it can't be used. But why would the thing buried underground suddenly trigger? No, or how could someone trigger it? That was his last trump card. A trump card to turn this town into hell. Even if he lost the heart of the ocean, he could still condense a prototype of the heart of the ocean with the souls captured by this thing, thus making a comeback. But it exploded at this time. Arifin didn't even open its safety. Because of this, the backlash he suffered was particularly severe at the moment. Those guys are here. Hearing the noise outside the house, Arifin cursed inwardly. He didn't bring many people this time, and they were not powerful characters to cover up their tracks. They were good at conspiring, but they would not have the upper hand if they really fought with Alshiel. That's why he brought the ball as a backup. I just didn't expect that the ball was useless and hurt him badly. Don't let me know who you are, otherwise you will regret being born in this world. But at this moment, his target of revenge. Don't play with my hair. The wound hurts. Greyes knew that he couldn't sleep in this situation, and the wound was indeed so painful that he couldn't sleep. Then, in a blink of an eye, he saw the black and white ball beside him climbed onto his head, and the furry claws struggled to pull his curly hair. At this moment, Greyes had some guesses that the explosion just now should be the panda that helped him survive. But why this little guy suddenly appeared was quite puzzling. He tried to communicate with the other party, but it was useless. Even the laziest white fox can communicate with Greyes through mental power, but Greyes can't even connect with the other party's mental power. If it weren't for its weak body, and its closeness to him, Greyes would think that the other party was just a small animal that had nothing to do with him. The panda ignored Greyes' complaints, and just kept pulling his hair. Greyes had no choice but to keep trying. Anyway, there was no one else to chat with him except him. If he didn't divert his attention, the wound would really hurt him to death. Little rice ball, what on earth is that black ball? How did it suddenly appear? How did you help me block it? Little rice ball was the name he gave to the panda. The other party didn't seem to reject it, although he didn't respond. It just moved its butt, and its furry claws suddenly pointed to a pile of dust on the ground, where Shuela's body was originally lying. It was just that she, a person whose life force was taken away by her own power, could not resist the two explosions no matter what, and now she is a pile of charcoal. You mean, the black ball was released by Shuela? No, she didn't have to do that. It's better to say that Hilt is reliable. Greyes was surprised that he could actually sense the meaning of the panda. This perception was very strange. It was not like his communication with other summons. Instead, it was a thought that he should have known. The next moment, something even more magical happened. As if very dissatisfied with Greyes' stupidity, the panda's claws suddenly seemed to grab a ball of air and kept pressing on Greyes' head in this posture. For a moment, Greyes felt a sharp pain in his brain, and then there was an extra memory. The owner of this memory is Shuela. The memory is not long, only 2 days. It is part of the process of Shuela and Hilt discussing killing him. From the conversation, it is obvious that the two people have their own ulterior motives. Shuela obviously didn't know about Hilt's ability, and planned to explode in advance to catch Hilt off guard. And Hilt was the first to know about the existence of the thing underground. However, Shuela's caution exceeded Hilt's defense range, and she got a prop that could hide her body from somewhere, and followed Hilt without letting him notice. I didn't expect that the mission was true, and there was such a big world-destroying weapon buried underground. After the last plan to kill himself was agreed upon, Greyes saw that in Shuela's memory, Hilt did not leave directly, but groped and turned into a small corner. This undoubtedly aroused Shuela's vigilance, so he used the prop, turned around outside, and came back to follow Hilt into the deeper part of the warehouse. He saw the black ball from afar, and heard Hilt muttering to himself. Greyes guessed that Hilt wanted to activate the black ball, and kill himself and Shuela together after he escaped, ensuring that the ownership of 1399 belonged to him. But for Shuela, who had planned to kill Hilt before this, it was just to promote her to speed up the execution of the plan. After all, Hilt's ability to possess after death is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it were not for this ability, Shuela would accelerate the explosion of the bomb, and use Withering to plunder the lives of him and Hilt. Such a plan would have ensured that no one survived except her. But now all their arrangements are in the past tense. Greyes is still alive, Hilt still has not obtained the ownership of 1399 points, and Shuela is dead. At the moment, Greyes was more curious about what Hilt said in his monologue. I never thought that the mission was true. Mission? There are very few clear copy missions. Most of them rely on the player to explore the main line of the faction they play and determine what needs to be completed. But from what Hilt said, it seems that someone told him directly and clearly. Even revealed one of the keys. This luck is too good. Greyes couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. But after thinking about it, he let it go. Anyway, Hilt didn't take any advantage now, and he also exposed his special ability. From this point of view, it was just a bit of a waste of good luck. After I get out, I have to think about the countermeasures. I don't know if Hilt's ability has any specific restrictions. It's not easy to kill him with his ability alone. Greyes thought so. His eyes were empty. I don't know how long it will take for this copy to end. As soon as this thought came to my mind, a familiar electronic voice came to my ears. Congratulations to the survivor Greyes. Su Yang has completed the main task of the copy. Crushed the invaders' conspiracy to protect the town and the mermaids. Completed. Su Yang and his team succeeded? Joy filled Greyes' heart, so much so that he didn't notice that the electronic voice was different from the previous way of broadcasting. 10 minutes ago, on the coastline, in the ruins. As everyone was looking together, Arafin's traces could no longer be hidden. His accomplices were scattered everywhere, and were held back by angry mermaids and humans. Most of them were fighting 10 or more. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated and died. Naturally, it was impossible for them to appear to help him. This time was not enough for his injuries to recover. When Ashiel found him, he had no power to fight back. He tried his best to escape, but forgot that this was a small town by the sea. With the blessing of the sea, Arafin was found before he escaped far. Ashiel stabbed him through. In the light of the heart of the ocean, Arafin died under the gem he had been thinking about. Finally solved. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Arafin completely dead. The dungeon bosses were all dead, and it would probably not take long to settle the rewards. This was indeed the case. When the mermaids and humans negotiated in a friendly manner to resolve the misunderstanding and reached a temporary friendly agreement, the electronic voice did appear, and the content was exactly the same as the statement to Greyes. But, after saying the word mermaid, the electronic voice suddenly began to distort. The sizzling sound of electricity formed a strong noise in the ears of the two people. Greyes was in so much pain that his body flew away, and there was no one around him, so no one noticed anything unusual. Su Yang was different. When the electric current passed through him, he felt that his brain was pierced by tens of thousands of needles, and he huddled in the corner with his head in pain. Su Yang. What's wrong with you? Shire immediately discovered that something was wrong with him, and rushed up to check on Su Yang. In just this short period of time, Su Yang's vision was already blurred, and cold sweat soaked his back, but he couldn't make a sound. He could only look at Shire's increasingly anxious face. He used no less than 10 methods in 2 minutes, but he couldn't get any relief. What's more terrible is that Su Yang saw from Shire's eyes that his body began to shake, like an unstable projection. Zizizi. The electric current sound in my mind is still there, but this time, I can piece together a complete sentence from it. It is detected that the current state cannot be connected with the subsequent results, the copy data is disordered, the bug cannot be repaired, and everything is reset now. I hope the survivors will continue to work hard. Copy disorder? What's the situation? At the other end of the town away from the crowd, Tiger Shark, or Yuanzhou wearing a tiger shark skin, picked up a translucent figure, and he was also stunned. If Greyes was there, he would definitely see that the translucent figure in his hand was Hilt, who died not long ago. Yes, Hilt himself didn't know why. He had originally found a scapegoat. The scapegoat was outside the copy, so even if he didn't complete the task and the copy was destroyed alive, he could still get out as long as he died. This is why he is fearless, doesn't care about the main line, and is only focused on studying how to kill Greyes. But now, his soul has inexplicably transferred to this person, an NPC in the copy. Hilt is going crazy. What was even more terrible was that although they were both in the form of souls, he was completely different from them. The next moment after the transfer, he was roughly pulled out of his body by Yuanzhou and beaten like a sack. It was no wonder that Yuanzhou was not angry. After all, he was the good man who explained the mission to Hilter and gave him the green light to tell him the ultimate hidden danger. Chapter 87. But what did Hilt do? He relied on his superpowers to do whatever he wanted, and caused a huge negative effect on what Yuan Shou had worked so hard to do. If it weren't for the help of Greyes and Su Yang, this copy would have been completely ruined. Yuan Shou was still sulking, and the person was suddenly sent to his arms. In fact, it was a coincidence. Yuan Shou used a trace of soul origin to change the copy, and Hilt's superpowers required a trace of the soul of the possessed person. Compared with those humans, who had just become superpowers, Yuan Shou's soul was much stronger. In this way, Hilt's superpowers mistakenly recognized Yuan Shou's soul as the object of reincarnation. Hilt was sent here. If Hilt had done the task at ease, the conditions given by Yuan Shou and Greyes and others could have better prevented the failure of the copy. But Hilt just wanted to kill Greyes first without completing the mission, and then survive with his supernatural power, but in the end, he was killed by his supernatural power. This was probably a coincidence. Yuan Shou flattened and rounded the man for a while, and after reading his memory, he began to split Hilt's soul into two into four, and he did not show any mercy even though the man screamed. Until Aoshul killed Arifin, the electronic voice broadcast that Su Yang and Greyes had suddenly changed. The good mood that originally appeared because of seeing the change in history disappeared. Yuan Shou put away his playful thoughts, and the light blue light passed over his soul, annihilating Hilt's soul in his horrified eyes. How could this happen? The copy is not connected before and after, but the logic of the story development here is obviously correct. Even if he wants to find fault, he has to follow the rules, and it is impossible to judge it as a failure casually. What went wrong, or is there more than one copy world here? Yuan Shou's pupils contracted, and he was surprised to find the key. Yes, if this copy is two different periods of this town, then everything makes sense. Because they are two different time and space, changes on this side cannot affect the other side, but if the other side does not change, the changes here are wrong. This is the bug problem mentioned by the electronic sound. It is also the reason why the woman has been communicating with her subordinates all the time, but she has never shown up from beginning to end. She is in another world. And what kind of situation will that world present? It goes without saying that everything that had happened in this sea area. Sister G. Greyes? Su Yang finally recovered from the severe pain brought by the electric current, but he was stunned when he opened his eyes. He was not in a seaside battlefield. This was clearly his birthplace. Looking blankly at his hands, if it weren't for the blood stains on his upper body and the extra wounds from the battle, Su Yang would really think that what he had experienced before was an illusion. The little guy sent requests frantically in the chat group, and after more than a dozen times, Greyes' weak voice finally came. Number 138 Jiu Street, come over, I can't move for the time being. Half an hour later. Your injuries. Su Yang looked at the large patches of dried blood on Greyes' body and took a breath. He thought people would get injured, but he didn't expect him to be so seriously injured. Every piece of good skin on his body was broken, and there were more than one fracture. Under Greyes' instructions, Su Yang took the medicine and gauze he carried with him to treat his wounds. Thank God, the copy just didn't restore their physical state, and these props were refreshed. Su Yang silently treated Greyes' wound. At this point, he could guess that Shuela was in trouble. Did you hear what the electronic voice said? The child wisely did not poke the other's wound, trying to divert Greyes' attention. What do you think that means? It's probably telling us that this dungeon has no solution. Greyes sighed. In fact, up to now, Su Yang is probably the only one among the 5 living people in the dungeon who has not understood his situation. Putting aside Ji Qingchen and Yuan Shou, who seemed to know the truth, and Mu Song, who was spoiled by Ji Qingchen, Greyes can know so much because of his extraordinary imagination. First of all, Ji Qingchen clearly stated that Arifin is a real person. Whether Miss Ji admits it or not, she knows Arifin's personality very well. Then, the heart of the ocean and the mermaids did exist. So is there a possibility that what happened here did happen, but in that ending, Arifin got the heart of the ocean and really killed all the mermaids? The result presented by that ending is the current location of Ji Qingchen and Mu Song. Although I don't understand why this copy is so realistic, there is no doubt that with Arifin's temperament, he constantly wants to expose the good things he has done, even if it is only in one copy. In fact, Greyes is more puzzled about why this copy appeared. But if we change our thinking, is it an accident that caused this copy to appear first? Then everything has an explanation. This copy appeared due to some accident. Seeing that the situation was not good, Arifin began to think about how to kill or trap everyone who entered this copy. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Something exploded in his mind, and Greyes felt that the huge amount of information was about to make him lose his sense of direction. Why did Arifin kill the survivor who entered the dungeon and saw his behavior? This logic needs a premise to be established. The survivor knew that this would cause great trouble to Arifin. Why? They obviously live in different places and have no intersection before. It's just a dungeon. Even before he figured out the above information, Greyes was only surprised that Ji Qingshan knew Arifin. And now he seems to understand. Maybe Arifin itself is related to the birth of this doomsday. In this doomsday, those zombies were created by Arifin. And the clues of the doomsday are somewhere in this dungeon. Yes, if this is the explanation, everything will make sense. Although the process is a bit too fanciful, Greyes is more and more certain, not to mention that Ji Qingshan's reactions can also be explained by this logic. A few days before Shuela was going to join forces with Hilt to attack Greyes, Ji Qingshan took the initiative to find him. You guessed that there was a 90% chance that Shuela was the one who harmed your friend, so you put Mu Song here with me. This is what she said at the time. It was a tacit understanding between smart people, and Greyes did not deny it. I don't care what kind of trap you want to design, but it's best not to hurt yourself too badly. Arifin can't have no backup in this matter. If Shuela can get some information and use it, it will be very disadvantageous to you. I know I might die. That's what he answered at that time, and then he heard Ji Qingshan sigh. I advise you not to think that way, unless you want to drag me and your companions to be buried with you. Greyes, this copy will not end in a short time. Make sure you stay alive and find as much truth as possible. She had already guessed the subsequent discovery at that time, Greyes thought. It's a pity that Ji Qingshan can't be contacted now, otherwise he would definitely find her to confirm his guess indirectly. Greyes, who felt that he had grasped the truth of the world, was not happy for too long. Because he suddenly understood another meaning of Arifin designing this copy to be unsolvable, to prevent them, the survivors who have a 1% chance of knowing the truth, from going out. Now, if you want to crack this copy, you must change the tragedy of the destruction of the town, which was done by Arifin, but in this way, the two world lines will not overlap, and the result of the copy will always be a BUG, and the program will be started and repaired all the time. This repair does not include the bodies of the survivors who enter the copy, so the survivors are the only creatures in this copy who will really die. Sure enough, Miss G should have listened to her words, and shouldn't have hurt herself like this. Greyes sighed, and had no idea how to get out of the dungeon unless... You mean we should not only kill Arifin, but also make the world on Sister G's side look like it would after Arifin was killed? After listening to Greyes' analysis, the kid's face was filled with despair. His summary was spot on, but how can we do it? No, Sister G, are you serious? Let this place be restored to the state it was before Arifin's destruction. No, there's no one here. How can we restore it? To summon spirits, you need a body, right? Can we use those skeletons and monsters? Mu Song was so anxious that he was running around. Ji Qingshan's analysis was more direct than Greyes', and for some strange reason, there was no uncertainty in her words. Hearing this, Mu Song was undoubtedly more desperate. Restoring the lives of the town was no different from wishing that they would be reborn before the end of the world. Then choose between restoration and burping. Mu Song was embarrassed. Compared with burping, he was willing to do anything. Then, can plants be counted as people? Maybe we can use your talking plants instead? Do you think it's so easy to fool a copy? Ji Qingshan rolled her eyes at him, her eyes fixed on the sea in the distance. At this moment, the dark color in the seawater was fading little by little, although it was very slow, but there was indeed a change. The things she buried in the seabed still worked, and the pollution was slowly being purified. Wait, follow me these few days, don't go out alone again. The monster's strength has increased to the point where Mu Song can't fight them one-on-many, and after Arifin died once, their attacks with the skeletons have lost their limits, and now they will become targets of attack as long as they are seen by them. Mu Song was naturally happy that Ji Qingshan didn't dislike him. But pollution can be purified, but people can't be created out of thin air. What, you said let him come? Not to mention that the residents created are pirated and only humans. Mu Song felt that if he had this idea, he wouldn't have to wait for the copy monsters to kill him. It would be right for him not to be killed by Ji Qingshan within 5 minutes. Get out of here quickly, don't let him mess with you. Forget it, let's wait for Ji Qingshan to arrange it, and he will definitely execute it properly at that time. Well, then you can go with me to plant trees first. Ji Qingshan responded to him in the consciousness space. Mu Song, damn, he forgot that this place existed. Then Ji Qingshan must have seen all his thoughts just now. No way, he is not far from death. If you don't go, you will die now. Ji Qingshan said coldly, and Mu Song stood at attention instantly, and was picked up by Miss G and walked towards the beach. Chapter 88. Of course, Ji Qingshan only said that he wanted to plant trees. In reality, it was just a matter of turning cards. Most of the time, Musang was brought here as a pendant. The seeds buried in the seabed have already sprouted. The purification energy has made the pollution traces on the ground near the ocean disappear quietly. It is enough for her thick-skinned plants to survive. Ji Qingchen planted coriander, mint, ginseng and ginger along the coastline. The two detoxification methods are very efficient. The pollution was cleared away bit by bit from the coastline. Ji Qingchen always calculated the tolerance limit of mint and ginger, and then planted corn, peas, Venus flytraps, potatoes, and willow trees on the land that had improved, not only to stabilize the purified land, but also to block the monsters that come to make trouble. As for Musang, this guy's role is to make fire and cook. The meat from the space storage device of Brother Posse came from nowhere, and combined with Ji Qingchen's plants, he cooked 3 dishes. And the cooking skills were surprisingly good. Miss Ji, who had been eating nutrient solution for more than 100 years, commented like this. When Ji Qingchen's plants were about to spread to the center of the small fishing village, the pollution on the seabed had been almost cleaned up, and a huge egg floated up in the clear sea water. The appearance of this magical egg made Ji Qingchen and Musang confused. In fact, it is better to say that this is a huge pearl than an egg. After all, it looks too round. It just floated quietly on the sea surface, not disturbing Ji Qingchen to deal with the monsters that tried to attack her, and did not stop the monsters that were about to approach it. But it didn't stop Miss Ji, so she couldn't just turn a blind eye. Her intuition told her that the creatures that appeared at this time couldn't be simple, especially seeing the monsters rushing towards it impatiently. Adhering to the principle that important props should not be damaged, Ji Qingchen threw Musang over and asked him to protect the egg. He dealt with the monsters and skeletons that kept appearing as quickly as possible. Yes, there were also skeletons. And these things were more troublesome than monsters. Because they were not considered living creatures, they would only take some time to heal themselves after being beaten up, and they were not considered the progress bar of purification. There was no sense of accomplishment after beating them. Ji Qingchen continued to mechanically repeat the cycle of beating monsters, beating skeletons, and planting plants. The world became visibly clearer, the lost souls in the sea no longer cried sharply, and the monsters in the small fishing village on the shore became slower. Only the giant egg on the sea did not change much. Fortunately, after a day, she had accumulated enough energy to restore the next card. Ji Qingchen looked at these soul fragments that were gradually returning to normal, but could only float because their bodies had long been polluted and corroded or turned into bones, with helplessness and coldness in his eyes. Damn it, you want me to stab myself? Cursing in his heart, Ji Qingchen did not stop and stabbed himself in a place where Musang could not see. Musang saw the sunflower spirit again. I don't know what method Ji Qingchen used, but the energy that this little guy used up before in the seabed has been fully replenished, and the gold on his hair has become more intense. When she was first picked up by Ji Qingchen, she was still a little confused, but then her eyes lit up. Wow, you are finally willing to let me eat this. Sunflower's little hands were still waving in the air, and she looked at the card in Ji Qingchen's hand with joy, and couldn't wait to get close to it. It wasn't the first time that Musang saw the little sunflower talking, but seeing the translucent little girl holding a bunch of black light balls and chewing them, it was inevitable to be shocked. Ah, this is how you eat. Musang sighed, his eyes full of curiosity. Ji Qingchen was also quite fresh. In the past, she would directly put the card on the flour disc, and she had never known how the sunflower digested the pollution. The effect after the transformation was really quite funny. The little girl's white and chubby little hands tore the black gas from the card and began to squeak. This time she was a little slow. It took her 5 minutes to burp contentedly and lie in Ji Qingchen's tattoo. The energy contained in this card was enough for her to digest for a while, and maybe she could completely transform after waking up. Although all the cards Ji Qingchen has now are god level, there is a big gap between their strengths. Usually, the bottom is filled with auxiliary cards or enchanted cards without combat power, and most of them need to be used in conjunction with other cards. Going up are corn, peas and other attack or defense cards with actual combat functions, and there are subtle differences in their functions and combat methods. For example, corn is obviously stronger than peas. Some special cards such as coriander and EP51 are further up, often used as weapons of mass destruction or life-saving. And the top category has only 10 cards. They do not have absolutely specific functions. If you have to describe them, they are more like agents in a certain field. It can be said to be the god level among gods. Just like the one in Ji Qingchen's hand now. When the light pink mixed with green appeared, Musang felt that he was in a fairyland. I don't know when the sky above the town was filled with mist, and there was even a clear spring spreading with Ji Qingshan as the center. On it, among the floating tender green lotus leaves, pink or white buds slowly grew. Since you are alive, let's come together. Ji Qingshan's muttering came from the mist. Then, Mu Song saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Those pink or white buds bloomed, but not alone. On each lotus, there were blood vessels and meridians. It was like forming a living person. Densely packed lotuses, densely packed people. And the largest one was undoubtedly blooming under the egg. Unlike other lotuses, it has no blood vessels or meridians on it, but the white shell is becoming transparent, slowly revealing a human figure. Suhui is too ostentatious to use, so let's spend more time on it. Looking at the sea of people that already looked like a real thing, Ji Qingshan smiled with satisfaction. Lotus, essence, life. When I first started to work on it, I might have read a few more fantasy stories that were circulated in ancient times, and somehow I connected this plant with life. Whether it is creating a human soul or resurrecting from the dead to create a new life, everything related to life can be achieved through it. When she was still in the Alliance, Ji Qingshan used it to revive 500,000 destroyed troops in half a day. It was just child's play to create a small town of people. If she hadn't stabbed herself. It is really hard now, and we have to be on guard against Mu Song, who cherishes his life, finding something wrong, otherwise Ji Qingshan can imagine the guy's expression of ascension on the spot. This egg is a bit unexpected. Other lives are reshaped by these lotuses through the remaining soul fragments, but this one in the egg is awakened. There is still a life that has not died in this long-polluted seawater. Another world, a small town. Su Yang and Greyes are almost going through the plot again. This time without the interference of Hilt and Shuela, everything went more smoothly. Even if they knew the whole story, Su Yang and Greyes never thought of rewriting the plot. According to Su Yang, people who know the correct way to solve the problem, but still make up stories are idiots. They are happy to play a butterfly effect and eventually kill themselves. But the ultimate bomb buried underground is still a hidden danger. Other links are easy to deal with, but they have no way to deal with it. Last time, it was Greyes' good luck and Shuela's assist that barely allowed him to survive the explosion. What should he do this time? It was time to defuse the bomb and kill Arifin tomorrow, but the two still had no idea how to defuse the bomb. Greyes' injury has not healed yet, and Daughter's assessment is that he could not survive the explosion. There has been no clear solution to this matter since the two came back to figure out what happened. But the dungeon cannot be messed up. According to Greyes' guess, the way to pass this dungeon is to kill Arifin and prevent the mermaids and humans from dying, while ensuring that the other world is transformed to allow the mermaids and humans to survive and Arifin to die. For ordinary survivors, this is an impossible task, but they have Ji Qingshan. Yes, Greyes and Su Yang are very sure that even if they lose the means of contact, Ji Qingshan should have guessed the truth earlier than them. Although they are confused about how to change the established facts of the town, the two of them chose to believe in Ji Qingshan. Well, how to say it? Maybe this is blind worship. The problem is that even if Ji Qingshan can really do it, the survivors in this cycle cannot meet the requirements of the level if they cannot successfully kill Arifin and save the town. So for Greyes and Su Yang, they must repeat the first copy process before Ji Qingshan completes the ending transformation. And once they die in it, Ji Qingshan and Mu Song will never get out, whether they die or not. Otherwise, how can we say Arifin is a pit? How many life-threatening links are there? Is there any way to postpone the decisive battle for another day? Su Yang scratched his hair that had already become a mess. Do you think we can come up with a solution if we postpone it for a day? Greyes asked back. There was a silence on the other side. If there was a solution to the explosion, Arifin would not have used it as a trump card. Greyes and Su Yang didn't even know whether the explosion didn't destroy the entire town because of Hilt's improper operation or because Arifin found out and urgently withdrew some of the energy, causing himself to be seriously injured. The two also asked Daughter, who said that Arifin was backfired by his skills. The answer was that he didn't know, but he just guessed that the explosion method of the black ball was not right, and it was still Ji Qingshan who said it. The problem is that they can't contact the strongest brain and super intelligent source here. And after not receiving Ji Qingshan's mental contact for a long time, Daughter has begun to weaken. It's so damn terrible. If they don't know the solution, Greyes wants to pave the way for the ending with his own life, but he is powerless. I can tell you the solution to the bomb. Just as the two were racking their brains and begging for help, a deep male voice suddenly appeared. Chapter 89. Who is the owner of the voice? Why can he break into their chat group? Su Yang and Greyes were both startled. As if seeing the doubts of the two, the owner of the voice continued, it doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I have a way to help you deal with the weapons that Arifin placed underground. How can we trust you? After all, as the owner of the shelter, Greyes has more experience in dealing with such things than Su Yang. I can't prove it. You can choose to believe it or not. But I am sure that only I can solve your dilemma here. This time Greyes and Su Yang saw clearly, that the owner of this voice was Tiger Shark, the person sent by Ashiel to watch him. It's just that this mermaid speaks very little. It was the first time Su Yang heard him speak in 2 copies. Yu Wanzhou was not very clear whether the original Tiger Shark liked to talk, but he found that he could finally control this body when Arifin died for the first time. The shackles that imprisoned the soul were broken, but Yu Wanzhou was undoubtedly a smart man. In the last round of the copy, Su Yang and Greyes still had a happy ending, so he naturally would not think of changing anything. After catching Hilt, he read his memory as soon as possible, just to make sure he knew what he had done and prevent it from happening. Now he used it. In order to prevent the plot from deviating from the track, he did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire. And the extremely high mental power allowed him to analyze some of Miss G's abilities during the last contact with Ji Qingchen, so that he could break through the chat group of Su Yang and Greyes. You are the one who gave Hilt the hint. Greyes suddenly realized. He had previously guessed that Hilt knew about Arifin's fatal backhand, because someone was reminding him behind the scenes. Now it seems that this person is Yu Wanzhou. Yu Wanzhou did not deny it. Originally, he was looking for these two to cooperate and strive for the opportunity to crack this copy. It is also a problem for him to get out of the copy alone. Although this soul can float away at any time, if he can't find the missing body, he will have to go through a lot of trouble after getting out. Yu Wanzhou is naturally unwilling. As for the other point, although he doesn't want to admit it, he does think that woman has a way to solve the dilemma of another world, just like Su Yang and Greyes. Sister Ji. More than an hour has passed, all the lotuses have flourished, and the figures on them are becoming more and more solid. Mu Song looked at the person in the center of the lotus pond, who had not moved for a long time with concern, and called out worriedly. It's the 10th time, and there is still no movement inside. Mu Song could only wait anxiously. If he relied on his intuition, Mu Song felt that this grand resurrection ceremony should have come to an end. Just look at the huge pearl above the lotus pond. Inside, a group of curled-up figures can be seen clearly. After more than 10 minutes, the first humming sound came out of the lotus pond. Then came the second, the third. The light slowly faded, and someone's eyelashes trembled. Huh? The looming person in the middle of the lotus pond finally moved. She slowly exhaled and said to herself, finally, the visible soul is completed, and the remaining is memory. The mist suddenly rolled back towards these people, and when it completely disappeared, Mu Song could finally see everything clearly. On the broken land were people and mermaids, who had awakened ignorantly, with confusion and puzzlement in their expressions when they opened their eyes. They looked around at the broken walls and ruins around them, and gradually realized that this should be their former home, but it had been destroyed beyond recognition. When the lotus blossomed, Ji Qingchen had removed all other plants, and now the town maintained its destroyed appearance. And people seemed to have finally awakened their memories. We almost died. It was the mermaid who blocked his attack at that time. It was the mermaid who saved us. We were all deceived by that Arifin. What should we do? Is our home gone just like that? It's all that bastard's fault. I actually mistook the mermaid who saved us for a monster. This is the cry of humans. There is sadness, regret, and hatred for Arifin. In comparison, the emotions of the mermaids are much simpler. They are extremely pure and kind creatures, and their nature is like this. When Ji Qingchen eliminated the negative emotions that Arifin imposed on them, the resentment towards humans was swept away. They were in pain and sadness, but they were directed at Ashiel's death. Yes, in this timeline, Ashiel also risked his life to give his people and humans a way to survive. But after all, the preparations were hasty, and Arifin also got the heart of the ocean, so even if she bet on her soul, she could only keep some filthy soul fragments. As for Ashiel herself, not even a little bit of debris was left. Miss G only had a life card left, and if her soul was shattered, she would be powerless to save the situation. Sister. You. Mu Song felt that his language system had lost its ability. What Ji Qingchen had done in the past 2 hours had already rubbed his worldview on the ground. The answer was incredible, but he did know the situation of the town residents and mermaids from Greyes. There is no doubt that those people are standing here now. In this way, the ending has changed. A dandelion floated out of the crowd, and the willow branches wrapped around Mu Song and pulled him onto it. It is unknown when the no-fly effect in the sky disappeared. Anyway, now Ji Qingshan's dandelion can fly high. Their memories. Mu Song looked down at the figures on the ground. After the grief, the living still had to continue living. Some people had already started to build houses. It's not a fabrication. Ji Qingshan poked her head out from the dandelion fluff. This appearance scared Mu Song enough. Her face was almost the same color as the dandelion hair around her. Sister, you... No. It's okay, right? The fearful brother stuttered. According to his understanding over the years, this expression should only appear on the dead. It's okay, I won't die. It's true that he won't die. After all, his mental strength is enough to support this body to live. At most, he lost too much blood and his physical strength was reduced to 0. Now he has enough strength to open his eyes and say a word. They reacted in the end, but by then, Arafan's explosion plan had already started. The mermaid elements you found in the town buildings before were the result of Oshir burning the royal blood. She wanted to save everyone, but she didn't have enough energy, and humans were not of the same origin as her, and were protected by the mermaid royal blood. Therefore, humans were only partially transformed into mermaids, retaining the fragments of their souls. Ji Qingshan said this in one breath, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Mu Song was terrified. While the person's mouth could still open, he kept looking for life-saving medicine from his bag and stuffed it into Ji Qingshan's mouth. But the stock was used up and Ji Qingshan didn't get any better. Okay, stop stuffing it. I said I won't die. Miss Ji stopped the cowardly brother helplessly. They have these memories, but they are incomplete, or because of pollution and hatred, they have made up a lot of things in their minds. What I did was to make these things that shouldn't have appeared and the original ending disappear. In this way, they will only remember that they paid a heavy price, but at least it was a bitter victory. A miserable victory doesn't sound much better, but for this small town that was squeezed dry by Arafan, it is much better than the real ending. The current situation here is also consistent with the ending that Su Yang and Greyas can achieve. In another world, Greyas and Su Yang finally believed Yuanzhou's proposal that he and Greyas would deal with the killing weapon left by Arafan together. As the ending was changed, Ji Qingshan once again gained the vision of Greyas and Su Yang. She saw Arafan's rage for not getting the heart of the ocean, the townspeople's regret after their lives were exposed, Alshiel's sacrifice to save everyone, and Su Yang rushed over to save her with the heart of the ocean. I also saw Greyas blow up the contaminated storage area, and the ultimate weapon underground appeared. Greyas and the mermaid next to him destroyed it improperly. Arafan's men were surrounded and suppressed, and he was backlashed. In the end, he was found by Alshiel and killed with a knife. Finally, is it solved? Ji Qingshan smiled with some relief. When he saw Arafan die in fear and anxiety, there was a hint of uncontrollable joy in his eyes. He will have such a day after all. It's a pity that the person here is an illusion, and she can't get a perfect ending for this copy. If you want to achieve a perfect ending, you must ensure that the cause and effect of the copy are completely consistent, but there is always a person who cannot be resurrected here, Oshir. But from a certain selfish reason, Ji Qingshan didn't want to kill her in that world. Even if the reward was a little less routine, he would accept it, and getting out was important. And the survivors should be able to realize some problems in saving there, and someone's plan should have loopholes. Ji Qingshan thought so. Then he looked at Greyas again. To be precise, it was the mermaid next to Greyas. She seemed to be familiar with the way this guy spoke, his tone, and his voice. Why did you help Hilt at that time? After working together for a day, Greyas had a very good opinion of Yuanzhou. In his opinion, Yuanzhou should not be a person who would help the evil. He was more and more puzzled about why he helped Hilt at the beginning. Yuanzhou's mouth twitched. What can he say? He can't tell Greyas that he actually changed Hilt's task, but in the end, he didn't want to do the task well, right? If Greyas said this, he would definitely treat him as a copy system and couldn't let the survivors know about the world too early. They are too weak now, and not everyone is as capable as that woman to do such a big thing. I didn't notice that his task was different at the time, but you can rest assured that he is dead now. Dead? Yes, I killed him. Yuanzhou changed the subject neatly and attracted Greyas' attention. Then, he suddenly felt that he couldn't speak, as if his soul was being stripped away. No, wait, this is a bit outrageous, isn't it? In the terrified inner thoughts of Yumarin, the world fell into darkness. What's going on? On the ruins, in the fluff of dandelions, a figure screamed and sat up. Then, a surprising but creepy voice came to his ears. Oh, it's you, Marin. Chapter 90. No, who is this? Mu Song expressed his shock. He finally saw the third person on the dandelion, who was held in Ji Qingshan's arms. People born in the lotus should all be below, and Musang was sure that his eyesight was not that bad. This guy, could it be that he jumped out of that round egg? Is he a human or a mermaid? Musang looked at Ji Qingshan for help, but the other party didn't see it at all, or saw it but didn't want to pay attention, and there was exploration and surprise in his purple-gray eyes. Suddenly, Musang remembered what Ji Qingshan had just said. She seemed to call this friend whose race and gender were unknown beauty. No, what is your relationship? Miss Ji, men and women should not touch each other. Yu Wanzhou was obviously more shocked than Musang. When his soul was extracted, he thought of various situations, but he didn't expect to see this woman as soon as he opened his eyes. Seeing that she was not covered, Yu Marin's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, her supernatural power was still there, and she quickly changed herself into a robe. Ji Qingshan really had no strength to move at this moment. Seeing Yu Wanzhou looking like a bullied young wife, he could only talk back. Oh, it's only been a few days, and the beauty is so unfamiliar. Even so, Yu Wanzhou's movements were stiff. For some reason, he always felt that he had no place to say when facing Ji Qingshan. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. In this atmosphere, Musang felt more and more like a 200-watt light bulb. There was only this little space on the dandelion, otherwise he should stay down. The situation between you two is obviously unusual. Fortunately, Ji Qingshan looked at his unhealthy physical value, and finally stopped talking nonsense. How is the situation over there? She really knew. Yu Wanzhou thought so, and did not intend to hide it. It solved both the crisis of people and the town. The golden hair also realized something unusual, but the child did not find it. This is also expected. It is only a matter of time to find out the logic of this copy, and discover those things. This is why such an almost impossible event is set up as a copy. Because this copy should not exist in the first place, someone deliberately released it, so that some people can only patch it in the end. Oshir is still alive. Alive. Yu Wanzhou continued to nod. Then, he heard a faint smile from the fur. What about you? Do you like this ending? On the ground, the conflict between mermaids and humans was reconciled at this moment. After venting their sadness, people gradually had the strength to rebuild their homes. After this battle, many people's abilities seemed to have made breakthroughs, and their physical fitness was much better than before. It was not difficult to clean up the surrounding ruins. Some people were responsible for selecting some usable bricks and stones to build a temporary shelter to overcome the current difficulties. The mermaids identified one of the elders as a temporary agent of the tribe, and discussed whether to return to the seabed and rebuild their homes. In fact, for them now, whether to go back or not is not the most important issue. They have been exposed to the human vision, and have fought side by side, according to the memory created by Ji Qingshan. Oshir hopes that the mermaids will no longer hide from the world in the future. So the final decision was to rebuild the palace in the shallow sea, and have friendly exchanges with the people in the town to help each other. The ocean is now clear. The biggest problem should be that the polluted land cannot grow new plants in a short time, but Miss Yuji happens to be professional. A few cards shook in the air, and scattered seeds immediately fell to various places on the land, taking root in a few breaths. Everything is being rebuilt. Even in another world, everyone is still alive. When the tiger shark inexplicably fell into a coma, Greyes was indeed shocked. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, but did not feel any breath. If it weren't for the timely voice of daughter, he would probably have made a sharp explosion. Don't worry, this is the situation on the master's side. He is not dead, but just out of his shell. Hearing it say this, Greyes was no longer worried. He asked daughter how long it would take to contact Ji Qingshan. Soon, but the dungeon should be over by then. Xiaohua said, shaking her head. Her tone was also very pleasant. Greyes was a little disappointed. There were some things that could not be asked in the dungeon, for fear that she would deny it directly after leaving. He really wanted to know if his guess was right. This state did not last too long, because Su Yang soon received news. We have solved it here. None of Arifin and his men survived. Just like the first time, the misunderstanding between mermaids and humans has been temporarily resolved. The script went along its predetermined route. The two agreed to meet at a relatively intact restaurant. With experience and Yu Wanzhou's help this time, Greyes and Su Yang were not injured. Sitting on the balcony on the second floor, watching the busy people on the coastline, Greyes sighed. Miss Ji is really amazing. She can actually do that kind of thing. Su Yang was unusually silent, probably because he was really tired these days. Although the second round was according to the script, for them, the time and energy spent would not be reduced much. To be fair, The threefold difference in the time flow rate between the two worlds of the copy is the last means to ensure the bottom line of balance. After all, on the other side, the growing combat power of monsters and skeletons is too terrifying. For the survivors at this stage, they will be wiped out in 4 days at most. But if this time is equivalent to the plot line, it is just the beginning. In this way, this is really an unfinished copy. The copy does not allow such a thing to happen. At least in theory, each world must have a solution. But whether this solution can really be realized is not within the scope of the copy. As long as there is a theoretical copy, it can be established. But there happened to be a Ji Qingshan in that world, a god who used monsters as experience bars. That kind of pressure was nothing to her, and the comparison made her feel that the plot line here was particularly difficult. If she were in a different situation, Miss Ji would only be more relaxed than now, and then be forced to use more radical methods. She couldn't be trapped in this copy, so in the end, she had to go to that world to rewrite the ending. Maybe she could even get a perfect or even real copy ending. But forget it, just let it be a normal ending, so as to avoid making too much noise. Moreover, she also got a pass Easter egg. Yu Wanzhou looked at the world being rebuilt, tears flashing in his eyes. He was the only one who had personally experienced both parts of the dungeon world. The plot line was about strategy, and here, although he had thought that Ji Qingshan would have some magical way to change the status quo of this world, he still couldn't contain his excitement when he saw it. If it had been earlier, if he had met her earlier, or if she had come to this place earlier, everything would have changed. Then you should pray that I was born earlier. Yu Wanzhou was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't react at all. He said his thoughts to himself, and when he heard the other person's answer, his embarrassed cheeks flushed again. Aren't you going to do anything else? Ji Qingshan asked. What to do? They can rebuild their homes and form new agreements. At least there will be no problems between the two tribes in the next 100 years. In fact, even if there are problems, such a world has long surpassed all miracles. Yes, in the original world, this world was only black, and the wronged souls wailed, trying to break free from the shackles on their bodies, but they could only become the nourishment of sin. Deception, suspicion, greed, only these can take root in this land, absorb all the beautiful lives that come here, and wipe them out. And he could only be imprisoned in that small cage, forced to watch all this, unable to go out, and powerless to save the situation, can only watch helplessly become a puppet. Thinking of this, Yu Wanzhou's body trembled involuntarily. It's not them. I heard that mermaid tears are very valuable, and you were born from the treasure of mermaid tears. So, my beauty, how do you think I should make you cry? Oh, so the ball just now is the mermaid's tears. No, wait, what is that? What kind of lewd words did his sister Ji just say? Yu Wanzhou had just withdrawn from his own world and hadn't reacted yet, but Mu Song realized it first. His thigh? Is he so good at playing in private? Congratulations to the survivors Su Yang, Greyas, and Mu Song for unlocking the independent copy with an unknown error. The normal ending of the Lost Ruins. The rewritten future. The electronic voice paused before continuing. Note that due to the unpredictable unknown nature of this ending, the reward will be issued according to the perfect ending reward. Each shelter will get an additional question right. The rewards are as follows. 710 shelters and 1399 shelters will receive 0.5 shelter upgrade rights, 500 secondary energy cores, 100 third level energy cores, and 10 fourth level energy cores. The cumulative shelter upgrade right is 0.5. After completing the personal quest line, you will get 2 level 4 energy cores, 20 level 3 energy cores, 0.1 shelter upgrade right. The owner gets the right to ask questions. The rewards have been distributed. The dungeon is about to end. The electronic sound broadcast ended, and the colors of the whole world began to fade gradually. By the way, what is the result of the traitor in that ending? Seizing the last bit of time to exit the dungeon, Ji Qingshan suddenly asked Yu Wanzhou very quickly. Traitor? The other party was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Ji Qingshan was talking about Ella and Monair, dead, both of them. Ella was sent to the bottom of the sea to lure Oshir to the shore, but in fact she had already been planted with a source of pollution, and became the soil for breeding seeds in the operation of Arafan's men. As for Monair, Oshir negotiated with Arafan, and she was returned to the Merman tribe as a bargaining chip, but in fact she was a time bomb set by Arafan. Arafan also infused high concentrations of pollution into his blood, and she became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yu Wanzhou's eyes were filled with complex emotions when he said this. To this day, the purpose of these two rebellions can no longer be traced. It's not a good ending. I think they have regretted it a long time ago. Goodbye, beautiful woman, See you again if we are destined to meet again. Ji Qingchen's voice dared to reach Yu Wanzhou's mind just before she completely left the world. Chapter 91. Under the dark sky, strange buildings stand in rows, and the air smells of corruption and desire. The crisscrossing roads are empty, and occasionally a few figures come, but they are all wearing black robes and their faces cannot be seen clearly. Undoubtedly, this makes the whole world more gloomy and terrifying. At some point, a dark cloud pressed down in the sky, and then a huge spaceship emerged from it. The neat team walked down from above. Each of them was fully armed, and their faces were hidden under heavy helmets. Seeing these people coming down, the black-robed people waiting next to them immediately stepped forward to greet them. And others skillfully carried a box from the spaceship. Is everything here? The receptionist asked. The leader of the team nodded, and a mechanical voice came from under his mask. That's it. The escort will have to wait another day. I understand. This is a critical period, and we have to be cautious. The commander hasn't come back in the past few days. I think the people over there are also suspicious. They? The captain snorted disdainfully. Even if they are suspicious, they have been chasing after us for more than 100 years, but in the end, they are just jumping clowns. And more than 2 months ago, they just suffered a major loss, didn't they? Just their own people have been arguing for a while. That's right. The receptionist remembered the scene that day. It would be impossible for those people to continue their investigation after the accident was reported back. Okay, booties, hurry up and take the things to that person. If it's too late, she will definitely get angry. I can't stand it. She is now a big favorite in front of the commander. Of course. When the two mentioned this person, there was a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Their current position in this base is quite good. But compared with that person, there is a big gap. But neither Booties nor Amy could have disrespect for her. That guy's position was earned by her own efforts. Her cruelty was fully recognized by those who experienced it back then. No wonder the commander valued her so much and promoted her to her current position. By the way, Amy suddenly stopped Booties, who was about to leave, frowned and asked in a low voice, has the commander come back these days? No. The other party shook his head decisively. Recently he has been busy giving speeches and watching plays in the Alliance, and he should not have time to come back. Is that so? The commander actually gave her the management of the world. This is really... Amy seemed a little depressed. But suddenly, a stronger darkness spread in this world, and a terrifying pressure rushed towards the earth. On the street, everyone, including Amy and Booties, knelt down. In the sky, a chaotic space was slowly torn apart. Tiskashing Vashik, come out to see me. A cold voice came from the space, and a figure followed. If Su Yan was here, he would definitely recognize that this guy was the guy who almost killed him in the copy, Arafin. The commander came back suddenly? Amy and Booties, who were crawling on the ground, looked at each other quietly, with fear in their eyes. They were all old people around Arafin. The commander always had his own rules for doing things. Suddenly tearing the space back here must have happened something bad. From his tone, it was clear that he was in a very bad mood. They could only pray silently in their hearts that they would not become innocent victims. Fortunately, Arafin did not lose his mind. He did not even look at the person crawling on the ground. He landed on the ground with a gloomy face and looked at the huge building in the center. Soon, there was movement there. The huge black iron door made of unknown material was opened, and two people walked out quickly from inside, and then knelt on one knee in front of Arafin. The two people were a woman and a man, one on the left and one on the right. Their clothes were different from the black cloaks walking on the street, and the fully armed army led by Amy. Their figures and faces were clearly visible. The man on the right was wearing a slim black windbreaker with complex patterns and strange metal ornaments on it, and a shirt inside, but the bright purple of the shirt was matched with a big red tie, a jingling metal belt, and green plaid pants, which was very ugly. He could only wear his windbreaker, and match it with the fox eyes, and the extremely seductive face to be pleasing to the eye. In comparison, the woman looked much more harmonious. She wore a black fishtail skirt that dragged on the ground, a dark purple shawl, and her dark long hair was tied into a bun behind her head, fixed with a strange hairpin. Her appearance was extremely aggressive, and her deep eyebrows and eyes were full of malice. Commander. Sir. Vashik and Tiskashin said at the same time. Has anything happened there recently? Arafin's question confused the two. Their eyes touched slightly, and they saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Obviously, the companion did not understand the exact meaning of this sentence. But everyone could feel that Arafin's pressure had dropped again. Sir, please forgive my stupidity. We didn't notice what you said. Please explain it clearly. Finally, the woman mustered up the courage to ask. I didn't notice. Arafin frowned, and the pressure disappeared after a while. He did feel a hint of unusual breath, but the time was very short, so he chose to find out. He believed in the abilities of Vashik and Tiskasheng, otherwise he would not have given them this most important task. Now it seems that the two of them are not fake. Could it be that he really felt wrong? It seems to be so, but Arafin is so cautious, not to mention that there is the most difficult person in that world. No matter what, he has to confirm it in person. He built this base by himself, and the central area is full of equipment used to monitor those worlds. As confidants, Tiskasheng and Vashik obviously also understand Arafin's habits. Commander, please go and investigate. This time it was Vashik who spoke. The three of them headed for the central area. Tiskasheng's ability was indeed outstanding. In this short period of time, he had quickly ordered the people in the central area to prepare what Arafin wanted and be on standby at any time. He and Vashik accompanied them throughout the whole process. After Arafin left, the aura that was pressing on everyone also disappeared. Aini, Booties, and several of their men trembled and got up from the ground. Commander, is it that there is a problem in that place? Aini muttered beside him. Booties also seemed to agree with this. But the two did not dare to continue talking. They were not Vashik and Tiskasheng. If Arafin found out their mistakes, they would appear in the laboratory tomorrow. Shivering, they turned around at the same time and ordered their men to quickly complete the interrupted work. In the central area, in front of the huge holographic screen, Arafin stared at the situation on it for a long time. However, on the screen, the behavior of the focus object was normal, and even her temper was not beyond Arafin's expectations. What's more, the copy she is in now is a hell he has finally thought of. Even if she is sure to stay alive, she can't find a way out. Such a person, no matter how you look at it, is not a threat, and it doesn't even take a lot of effort to kill her. I really have to thank the worker ants who brought her in. Arafin's tense nerves gradually relaxed. After confirming it one last time, he looked away and asked, how are the last batch of experimental subjects? How much of the energy tank is full? The survival rate of the experimental subjects has increased by 1 percentage point, and the rest are used as nutrients. The contribution of that world is quite good, and the third advanced energy tank is being filled. Another batch of zombies can be sent down soon, and we have also upgraded and consolidated the mechanism of the world. The top few mutants are currently contaminated. As for the one you are most concerned about, no problem was found at all. This time it was Tiskasheng who reported. She knew Arafin's thoughts very well. Not only did she tell him what he asked, but she also reported other things that Arafin was concerned about. Besides, it's hard for her to survive in this copy now. It's just, the young master seems to be in it too. Do you want to bring him back? No need. He has become more and more lawless recently, openly and secretly disobeying my orders. This copy is just the right time to remind him. As for her, it would be best if she died there. Arafin showed a cruel smile. Let's go to the laboratory. Arafin stayed at the base for a week. He thought that the experiment was almost done, and there was news from the Alliance. He should go back anyway. But just before he was about to leave, an ominous premonition came to his mind. Before he realized the problem, Tiskasheng pushed the door open and knelt on the ground, saying in a dry voice, Sir, please forgive me, that copy. She didn't dare to look up when she spoke, and she was trembling and couldn't speak halfway. Hearing this, Arafin felt that his heart was being tightly grasped by a big hand. With a gloomy face, he pushed Tiskasheng, who was kneeling at the door, down and rushed to the holographic room. He had already had the worst guess in his heart. Are you okay? Tiskasheng didn't fall to the ground in the end. When Vashik rushed over to support her, he was shocked to find that this woman, who used to be the most ruthless, was actually trembling slightly. What happened? For a moment, he was a little panicked. That copy. Tiskasheng tried her best to calm herself down. It took a long time for her to finish the next words in a trembling voice. She came out. She cracked that copy. How could it be? You mean G? She resurrected everyone. Vashik's steps were messed up while he was running with Tiskasheng, and he almost fell down with others. I still underestimated her. Finally, Tiskasheng murmured in a low voice. In the holographic room, Arafin had smashed everything he saw, and the researchers were trembling in fear and huddled in the corner. It was hard to wait for Tiskasheng and Vashik to arrive. However, the furious Arafin was not so rational. The black particles spun and rushed towards the two people, and a wound through the abdomen instantly appeared on their bodies. Tiskasheng and Vashik spit out blood at the same time. Can anyone tell me, how did she get out of this dead end alive, with a bunch of idiots, and a card that was sealed for the most part? What methods did she use? What did she use? How did she crack the copy, and complete the conditions? Can someone explain it to me? Chapter 92. Sir, although I don't know how she solved the dungeon, those cards were indeed unlocked with another kind of pollution we set for her. In this way, the more cards she unlocks, the more we want, right? Faced with Arafin's rage, Tiskching still stood up. She tried her best to restrain the fear in her heart and said so. Arafin looked deeply at the child he had raised. He would always be more tolerant to her. After all, this poppy he cultivated with his own hands was too much for his heart. For example, what he said just now. Yes, it is true. We polluted her cards and deliberately guided her to unlock in this way, so that all her efforts were for us. When everything is settled, she will become my nourishment. Sir, you will definitely get what you want. Tiskching let out a long sigh, and the tense muscles all over her body gradually relaxed. Of course. Arafin smiled, and suddenly walked slowly to Tiskching's side, helped her up, and gently hugged the woman. His pale hand touched the woman's bun, and pulled out the strange hairpin. The hairpin was irregular in shape, a bit like the differentiation of something. The whole body was silver, and it was wrapped with strands of green. In his arms, the woman's body trembled slightly, and it was unknown whether it was out of excitement or fear, because her face was hidden in the shadows, and could not be seen clearly. As the hairpin was pulled out, Tiskching's long brown hair fluttered down, all the way to her waist. Her chin was pinched by a hand, and Tiskching raised her face obediently. My lady of destruction, you will get what you want. Soon you will see the ungrateful guy who abandoned his loved ones kneeling in front of you. Her hypocritical mask will be torn off inch by inch, and her soul will be eroded. She will find that everything she has done is just a futile struggle, and the so-called resistance is a performance according to the established script, and then she will be completely desperate and willing to become our nourishment. At that time, you will personally insert this hairpin into her heart and send her off. I believe she will like this result. Yes, sir, I will solve this stumbling block myself. I wish you can completely rewrite the history of the Alliance. In the cold light, Tiskching's red lips curled up, revealing a malicious and evil smile. Blood flowed from her hands hanging by her side, and it was obvious that her nails had pierced into the flesh. But she was still smiling as if she had no pain. My God, it's finally out. Greyes patted his chest, and fell to the ground in fear. Not far from him was Su Yang, who was also terrified. Before the electronic sound appeared, the two were still worried. Although they had no doubts about Ji Qingshan's ability, it was still too incredible to restore a small town on a ruin with only monsters. It was not until now that they dared to believe that this copy had indeed been broken through. Su Yang, can your city lord make a one-to-one copy? After finding an empty space to sit down, Greyes chatted with the child in a serious manner. Impossible. If Su Yang, who said this, had a tail, it would probably be sticking up to the sky. But this was the only sentence. The two had no contact before, and they fell silent after saying it. After a long time, Su Yang muttered in a very low voice. Why hasn't Sister Ji come out yet? And that mermaid boy, do you say he is an NPC? The topic was finally opened up. Maybe he is also a survivor. Just like us. Does that mean there is more than one entrance to a copy? Maybe. But in any case, thank him for solving the big problem of Hilt for me. Hilt's ability to come back from the dead is indeed quite tricky. Even if he knew about it, Greyes couldn't think of any way to kill him in a short time. There is no other way except to let this threat exist. If they die together one day, he will be the one to suffer. And now, this trouble was easily crushed by Yuan Zhou, and Greyes can be regarded as having put his mind at ease. Although the mermaid boy also fainted a few seconds before they came out, he was not sure whether this was to leave the copy. Moreover, he was unconscious before they left. Maybe your sister Ji will know. You can ask her when she comes out. Finally, he suggested. What happened to Shuela? The kid couldn't keep things to himself. He had been holding it in for a long time in the copy, but now he couldn't help but ask tentatively. Greyes was silent, and the atmosphere became heavy again. Seeing this, Su Yang felt bad and wanted to write something to make up for it, but before he could come up with a suitable excuse, Greyes got there first. Forget it. People are dead. There's nothing to be said. He thought so, and said so. Briefly tell Su Yang about the events of the first episode, including that Shuela might be an undercover agent from another shelter. As for Lin Zi, perhaps he couldn't let go after all. Greyes only vaguely said that Shuela had killed his friend. Don't survivors have a mark on their heads? Infiltration or something. In fact, Su-young regretted halfway through listening. This is obviously exposing someone's scars. He and Greyas are not related, which is really offensive. Let's choose a less heavy topic to divert. There are always people who can hide these marks, right? For example, your sister G. Greyas adjusted his expression and looked at Su-young's head with a smile. Your Mark, Hilt, and I all think you are one of us. You are still wearing the identity of 1399 ordinary survivors. Su-young looked at his head, and in his eyes, the mark did not change. Well, he couldn't guess Sister G's methods after all. I don't know if she was tired of being nagging, but there was movement around the ruins again. There was a loud bang, and an explosion was heard more than 20 meters away from Greyas and Su-young. The two were stunned at first, and then saw a dandelion slowly floating out from there. Sister G. Su-young ran over excitedly. Sitting on the dandelion were Mu-song and Ji Qinchin. The palace is above ground, and the cemetery is underground. This is indeed quite reasonable. Greyas, who followed closely, muttered. Yes, if you want to see yourself buried as soon as you open your eyes. The dandelion floated to a relatively flat ground and slowly landed. Ji Qinchin jumped down from it with Mu-song in his arms. Your friend was almost scared to death. Greyas felt ashamed when he saw Mu-song, who was pale and patting his chest in Ji Qinchin's hand. It was indeed a little later that Ji Qinchin and Mu-song left the copy. Maybe the copy had too much resentment towards them. After Miss G had created the human and teased the beauty for a few times, she was sent back to reality by the belated electronic sound. Then, she felt as if she was wrapped in a pile of hard things. Not only could she not move her limbs, but her face, mouth, and nose were also covered. The things that wrapped her were a little damp and exuded a fishy smell. Ji Qinchin immediately realized that she was buried. Well, this is not good. Miss G smiled a little subtly. Then she heard the screams of ghosts and wolves in her consciousness. It was Mu-song. She knew that the cowardly brother would be buried as soon as he opened his eyes and found himself buried. The mental power called the card in the tattoo, and a string of potatoes suddenly appeared above her head, blocking the soil above and releasing some air. Then the potatoes shook slightly, turned into powder, and rushed around. Quickly opened up a space. The power of the potato explosion point was only to break the space underground, which would not cause much harm to people. After a series of potatoes were exploded, the debris of buildings and the vague sky could be seen above the head. Mu-song, who was pale, appeared in Ji Qinchin's vision. She walked over to take out Rang, picked up the dandelion, fired a corn upwards, and then flew out with people. Handing the person, who was still panting, to Greyas, Miss G touched the head of the child who was holding her, walked to a corner, and took out a coriander from there. How many days have passed? She asked. 6.5 days. The other party replied. Fortunately, the 4 people present breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the outside world time was based on Ji Qinchin's copy. If more than 20 days had passed, both 710 and 1399 would probably be in trouble. I'm going back to the shelter. Where city, Lord G? Greyas asked. The copy was solved, and some things should be settled. What level of shelter is 1399? If you use the upgrade right, you can upgrade to level 4. Greyas did not hide it. After this battle, he felt that the cooperation with Ji Qinchin had been officially established. Then upgrade. The transmission channel has been established, and it will be more convenient to come and go. What about Shuela? Which one do you think she will be? 614. Greyas answered affirmatively. Well, let's go back and discuss a solution. Some hidden dangers should be solved. Then let's go back together. Yes. The 710 shelter has not reached level 5 yet, and it is impossible to open a teleportation channel at will. If you want to go back, you can only borrow the portal of 1399. Energy cores are not a problem. She has a sufficient reserve at the moment. Then let's go. Greyas had just finished speaking when an electronic voice suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the survivors of the real world. The location above the ruins for successfully breaking through 7 independent copies. Powerful survivors will always receive rewards, so I will give you more powerful energy cores. The electronic voice broadcast appeared in the ears of everyone who was still alive. Some were excited, some were worried, and some had a gleam of desire in their eyes. There is no doubt that after this period of survival, most of the survivors have greatly improved their abilities and physical fitness. If measured by numbers, most people can kill a level 2 zombie alone, or even survive the siege of several level 2 zombies. There is no doubt that the current apocalypse has no survival pressure for them, and the improvement effect of the level 2 energy core is also slowly weakening. The appearance of more powerful energy cores undoubtedly makes those who are eager to upgrade very excited. But how will the energy cores be distributed? Are we finally going to release more powerful zombies? Ji Qingshan looked up at the sky, with a sneer on his face. I thought it would be there a long time ago. What? Zombies? The child widened his eyes. Didn't it say energy cores? Do you think the world will be so kind? Greyas touched the child's head lovingly. How will the energy cores be distributed? Those with a little bit of brains have already guessed, but they are confident that they can kill level 3 or even level 4 zombies. If a single fight doesn't work, why not find someone when you go? Don't worry, you are not that bad. Even if you have it, go to the tower to get some life-saving equipment. Can't you run? It's a level 4 shelter, and there is still a lot of heavy firepower. Ji Qingshan comforted. While chatting, the outline of Shelter 1399 can already be seen in the field of vision. Chapter 93. I'm back. In the tower of Shelter 1399, Luo, you looked up from a pile of documents at the people who came in. Lin Zi is quite talented in management. Judging from the system alone, this place is much better than 710. The peace in 710 is mostly due to Miss G's suppression by force. If Hild hadn't been thinking about getting the ownership of the shelter all day, the atmosphere here should be quite good. For example, during this period of time. Maybe because Hild went to the independent copy, there are fewer people making trouble. Congratulations, Lao Lei, you are still alive. Tu Gu came in with a box of cakes. Inside was something brown, similar to tiramisu, dotted with chocolate sauce and cream, which looked quite tempting. New output, Xiaoya said this is very good. He said? She said it was good? So forget it. Greyas rarely showed an embarrassed expression. Although they were siblings, he really couldn't understand Sungya's taste. How could a normal person evenly put sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty in one food? That's a pity. This is twice as effective in restoring physical strength as the basic bread. Tu Gu shook his head to express his regret and tried to pass the cake to Luo Yu, but was rejected again. Unwilling to give up, he directly took a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Ahem, well, how was the copy this time? Did my bread help? He forced himself to resist the urge to vomit, swallowed the cake whole, and changed the subject abruptly. Bread. Greyas and Musong looked at each other. The memory was really not very good. As a person who follows the plot line, Greyas' physical strength was not consumed much. Besides, the physical fitness of the psychics was good. He only ate a few before and after the final battle, but the taste was so light that it only had the taste of flour. It was also very hard to swallow. In comparison, Musong was better, for him personally. Although he was fighting zombies all day long, he only stuffed in the beginning when he was too busy. For the rest of the time, his big sister Ji took care of all the meals, and he also brought a lot of ingredients, so he could cook 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Naturally, he would not think about the bad bread. It was hard for a person who couldn't cook at all to have the ability of food. Except for Su Yong, everyone present turned their eyes away, not wanting to hit this friend's self-confidence. As for how Ji Qingshan knew, it was strange that Miss Ji had a sudden whim to ask Musong how many ingredients he brought. Musong answered all the questions asked by Ji Qingshan, and immediately displayed all the ingredients in front of her. If we only talk about the appearance, all the food produced by Tuj is extremely tempting, such as the cake in front of him, and the golden and shiny bread at that time. Ji Qingshan just brought the things over and tasted them. She almost cursed. Things happened so fast that Musong didn't react to his inner voice. When he heard the wailing from the other side, Ji Qingshan had already eaten. Miss Ji was a reasonable person. She understood the whole story from Musong's crazy inner voice. In the end, she didn't say anything. She just wrapped a grain of corn in the bread in her hand and threw it out, blowing up several monsters. The topic came to an abrupt end in the silence of everyone. Finally, it was Greyas who spoke up and restarted the new topic. Is Xiaoyan not here today? She led a team to kill zombies yesterday. She should be back soon. This form is similar to the management of 710 under Li De, with powerful superpowers leading the team to kill zombies. However, Li De is a sacrificial type, while 1399 has 2 leaders and needs to calculate performance every month. If there are too many losses, energy cores will be deducted. To a certain extent, this is already quite restrictive. As he was talking, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Sengai ran in a hurry. Brother, you are back, where is Sister Shuela? The girl looked around and finally fixed her eyes on Greyas. Now the eyes of the other 2 also fell on Greyas. Luo Yu has a calm personality, but her perception is very sharp. She vaguely noticed what happened in the copy. But she knows that Greyes is willing to wait for the other party to take the initiative to speak. As soon as Tugu came back, he was busy promoting his cake. As for Musong, although the chat group when Greyes and Hilt and Shuela fought had been blocked because of the ending problem, Brother Posse was not mentally retarded and had long seen that Greyes' attitude toward Shuela was wrong. In addition, he had a complete insider on his side. He was present when Ji Qinchin and Greyes discussed how to deal with Shuela and Hilt. He had already figured out that Shuela was an enemy, not a friend. So the three of them did not mention the previous experiences of Greyes and others. Greyes was also relieved about this. After all, he wanted to tell some things later. But now, he could not hide it. Shuela and Hilt are both dead. This is just a conclusion, but smart people can already hear a lot of meanings, or testify to their own guesses. There was shock and helplessness in Luo Yu's eyes, as well as some relief from the truth. She looked at Greyes with silent comfort in her eyes. However, this subtext is still a little difficult for Sangya to understand. The girl's eyes showed confusion, obviously not understanding why others only had sporadic sadness for Xue Li's death. Did Brother Lin get into trouble because of her? Until Luo Yu asked. Yes. Why? Because she is an undercover agent of 614, in order to exchange power for the right to upgrade the shelter. Old Lin should have noticed something. Hilter and his people are dead. Dead, Hilter and a follower committed suicide, and another city Lord Ji solved it. Thank you. In fact, regarding the cooperation with Ji Qinchin, except for Greyes, 1399 people were more or less on guard. After all, although this person is known to people all over the world, she is just like the bright moon hanging in the sky, and no one knows her temper. Most people would not be willing to confide in a strong person who is too supermodel, because it is too easy for the other party to kill them. But now it's different. Even if Greyes doesn't say anything, seeing Musong's attitude towards Ji Qinchin, Luo Yu and Tugu have already regarded her as an ally. There's no way. The fear-killing brother is always very convincing in such matters. It's obvious that he slept in the dungeon and hoped that Ji Qinchin would bring him alive. I go and clean up Hilt's stall. Although Greyes is the nominal owner of 1399, the management rights of 1399 are in Luo Yu's hands. Greyes has no objection to this. In his own words, if Lin Zi hadn't only seen him before his death, the ownership of this shelter would definitely not be his. Now someone is sharing this hard work for him. He is eager. You've noticed that Shuela has a problem, haven't you? When passing by Greyes, Luo Yu suddenly said this, with a deep sadness in his voice. Maybe. Anyway, it's all settled. But in this world, if you just indulge in your emotions, you end up in trouble. Especially when the person who's trapped in it is still in charge of something. You're responsible for your cooperation. After restraining his emotions, Luo Yu reminded Greyes, fearing that this guy would be intermittently out of tune again. But suddenly, he heard Ji Qinchin's voice. Miss Luo, why don't you wait a while before going, and upgrade the 1399 shelter first? Upgrade? Luo Yu stopped and turned around. Yes, after all, I have been away from my shelter for some time, and I have to use some convenient methods to get back as soon as possible. If the shelter is leaderless for too long, it will inevitably cause trouble, right? Although Ji Qinchin believes in Yuan Fuyun's ability, and the emergency measures she left in the shelter have not shown any signs of being triggered, but the time is always a bit long. In addition to the current changes in the rules, she doesn't want anything to happen suddenly. The 4th level of the shelter can unlock the fixed-point teleportation. This is what Lord Ji used when he came here before. Greyes explained immediately. Level 4, but we only have one upgrade right, and the current shelter is still level 2. Luo, you found that his brain short-circuited after he finished speaking. If the upgrade right is not enough, you can use energy cores. They got more than 100 level 3 energy cores in this dungeon, which is enough to upgrade the level 2 shelter to level 3, and then use an upgrade right to upgrade again. Although there are still many uses for energy cores, fixed-point teleportation is very useful for a shelter. Besides, there is nothing wrong with doing Ji Qinchin a favor. The upgrade right has been transferred to Greyes. The next thing is what you should do as the owner. The latter sentence was said to Greyes, who had no choice but to do it. After all, he had done a lot of things that were delayed, and made Luo Yu clean up a lot of messes for him. With the electronic sound of the successful upgrade prompt, the entire 1399 began to change, especially the central tower, where the 2nd and 3rd floors were unlocked one after another. After the 3rd floor was opened, Ji Qinchin did not plan to stay for long, and took Su Yang up. Lord Ji, why don't we make an appointment now? What Luo Yu said was about future cooperation, and she was a person who liked to plan ahead. Ji Qingchen did not refuse this. 3 days later, I have a lot of things to deal with when I go back, and you also need to hurry up to solve the problems left by Hilt. Okay, it's a deal. Luo Yu agreed straightforwardly, and wanted to show her sincerity again. If you haven't finished your work, we can go over there. No, I come over. Ji Qingchen rejected the proposal. Put the energy core in, the portal has slowly opened. She pulled Su Yang into it. See you in 3 days. I hope Miss Luo can deal with things here as soon as possible. At that time, we will discuss how to deal with another common enemy. That's for sure. Luo Yu, Gray Yas, and the other 5 people watched Ji Qingchen and Su Yang leave, until the light of the portal completely disappeared. Sister Yu, what brother said just now is true. Sister Shuela. Shuela really heard it. Until then, the little girl asked the words buried in her heart with a trembling voice. Yes. Luo Yu looked into Sangya's eyes, and nodded after a long time. Even though Sungya was still a child, in this world, lies would do her no good. When he turned around to solve the problems left by Hilt, Luo Yu saw Sungya being held in Gray's arms, with tears flowing down his round face because he couldn't hold back. Chapter 94. Let's turn our attention back to Miss Ji. The transmission went smoothly, and 5 minutes later, the two had returned to 710. It was already afternoon, and the shelter was quite lively. People kept coming to the second or third floor of the tower to exchange for the necessary supplies, and Ji Qingchen was immediately seen as soon as he appeared. The people who came up were stunned for 2 seconds and screamed in surprise. 20 minutes later. Boss, you are back. In the conference room on the second floor, Ce, Lan Ming, Mu Chu, Yuan Fuyun, and Bondi all gathered here. Among them, Yuan Fuyun and Lan Meng were the last to arrive. They had previously taken care of Miss Ji in Shelter 069. Although the 2 shelters are not yet at level 4, they have been idle in the shelters for so many days that they have already played the portals. The passage doors on both sides have a duration of about 10 seconds. During this time, you can enter the other side and come back. It will just consume at least 2 energy cores. The person who notified them would find Yuan Fuyun and Lan Ming, and then open the passage from the other side. This would naturally take a lot of time, and they would definitely be late. Fu Ying and Mou happened to be out to deal with the zombies, and they couldn't get back for a while. It was a very correct decision to hand over the shelter to Yuan Fuyun. In the past month, she and Bondi discussed and refined Ji Qingchen's original set of crude rules several times, and constantly improved the operation of the entire shelter. Now, the operation of the entire 710 is in order. The same is true for 069 and 401 on the other side. After experiencing Ji Qingchen's military suppression, no troublemakers dared to jump out of these 2 places. Yuan Fuyun established a clear management reward and punishment system at the first time, and now they are very well behaved. Ji Qingchen listened to Yuan Fuyun's report. At present, the casualties in the 2 shelters have been greatly reduced. Yuan Fuyun did not abolish the small groups that were originally independent of each other in the 2 places. They were only renamed as guilds, and a management committee was established on top of them. The management committee is composed of the leaders of these guilds, and 1 or 2 members. She, Lan Ming, and Ji Qingchen serve as the president and vice president. It is a platform for discussing matters in the shelter together, and taking on supervisory responsibilities. As long as the above affairs are completed, Yuan Fuyun will be in charge and can get an extra salary from Miss Ji every month. Otherwise, it will be deducted. The management committee has only one purpose, which is to constrain the guilds not to be enemies with other guilds and kill people secretly. Those who violate it will be directly expelled from the shelter. Each guild has its own internal regulations, but it needs to pay 1/20th of the energy cores obtained by the guild every 10 days. On this basis, each shelter also sets up a scoreboard, and the number of zombies killed or other contributions to the shelter is counted every 10 days, and rewards are issued according to the ranking. However, if there is any behavior of playing dirty tricks for fame and fortune, 50% of the energy cores of the entire guild will be used as a fine. There are an average of more than a dozen small groups in each shelter of 069 and 401. In this way, even if the presidents are for their own interests, they will not allow the underground members to do whatever they want. Rebellion was ruthlessly suppressed by Ji Qingchen 10 days ago. In the past few days, not only has the internal peace of these 2, but also because of the competition for positions, the enthusiasm of the members has increased a lot. They are no longer indifferent to the deaths of people around them, as they only want to survive every day. The benefits gained from high points are indeed many. The situation inside 710 is a little more complicated. After all, they have a lot of people here. More than a month has passed since the end of the zombie carnival night, but the number of people in 710 has not decreased much. This is not to say that they stay in the shelter all day and don't go out. Miss G has already ordered that the energy core cannot be used for assistance. But the joint struggle at the carnival night has established a good cooperation foundation for the survivors here. It is impossible to fight alone when going out. At least 3 people form a team. By the way, there are also the backup plans left by Daughter and Ji Qinchin to ensure that they will not die. It can be said that as long as you don't commit suicide, 710 is an absolutely ideal environment that can both improve strength and guarantee life. So these days, even without relying on energy cores, most people have clearly felt the improvement of their superpowers and combat strength. Even those owners of useless superpowers now have the experience of teaming up to kill zombies, relying on the props provided by the tower. This is a good thing. Ji Qinchin and others couldn't always protect ordinary survivors. She used this method in the hope that these people could grow up as quickly as possible, in a way that was not too tragic. But since the last incident, we found that there were some people under mental control in the shelter. Like Lan Ming's situation at that time. Yuan Fuyun said this, and Ji Qinchin couldn't help but frown. She looked at Yuan Fuyun and said something that was a bit ambiguous. Can you handle it? It's no problem to deal with it, but the other party's identity is not clear. And it seems that the other party has sent some undercovers in. Yes, during this period, several people who tried to sow discord were found. I laughed my ass off. He asked me if I was interested in taking the position of City Lord. I would do such a thing if I didn't want to live anymore. This is CE. I was harassed again. This is Bondi. The other party said something about the past. Hearing this, Ji Qinchin understood. It was probably because of the previous incident with Lida. After all, Bondi was considered to have defected. The other party probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Unfortunately, perhaps the person who gave the order did not expect that these tricks would be useless to the 710 gang. Because strictly speaking, everyone here has not only experienced Ji Qinchin's cheat-like strength, but also their lives were almost given by them. We are fine, but we are afraid that other survivors will be tricked. This happened last time. It's better to be safe than sorry about traitors. As long as one appears, it will be very troublesome. Mu Chu spoke at this time. It's strange. We have caught a few. Obviously, they are also survivors of 710. If they hadn't registered at that time, it would be really difficult to distinguish. They are from 614. This statement dropped a heavy bomb on everyone present. How did Ji Qinchin, who went to other shelters, know about the things that those of them who had been investigating in 710 for several days still couldn't figure out? But everyone present was not stupid. They knew that 1399 came to them for cooperation. Combined with what happened in 710, they guessed that such a thing might happen there. Well, 614 is planting undercovers everywhere to seize power. The guess was confirmed. Then should we unite with them? Yuan Fuyun looked at Ji Qinchin with an inquiring look, waiting for her decision. I have already joined forces with him. There is no need for people to disrupt the situation in a place like this. The preliminary discussion will be in 3 days. Then I, Xiaoming, Su Yang, Mu Chu and Bondi will go together. The cooperation with 1399 was basically confirmed when Greyas came to Ji Qinchin. This decision is not surprising at all. It's just, boss, I already want to go. After not seeing each other for a few days, some of CE's strange skills have been greatly improved. The others immediately turned their heads away, with shame in their eyes. Only one sand sculpture is needed. Ji Qinchin suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to twitch. Thousands of miles away, Greyas, the sand sculpture of 1399, sneezed 3 times in a row. That's not right. Can you still catch a cold now? Someone muttered to himself. Why don't you say that someone is scolding you? At Luo Yu's request, Sangaya rolled his eyes, while staring at him processing documents. In the end, Ji Qinchin still didn't give in about taking CE to 1399 in 3 days. How many people can kill the second-level zombies alone? What about the first level? For others, it might not be realistic to count the strength of the survivors in the shelter one by one, but with Ji Qinchin's understanding of Yuan Fuyun, she would definitely do it. It's 278 that are clearly counted, but according to what I saw, there should be 700 or 800 if there are enough weapons. If the team cooperation is counted, the number can be doubled. As for the first level, more than 3 points are fine, and if the team is counted, it can be said that all of them. This number is okay. The meaning of what the electronic sound said before was already very clear, that is, to send down more powerful zombies. So far, there are only level 1 and level 2 zombies. Level 3 zombies only exist at the entrance of some independent copies, and ordinary people cannot encounter them. But full decentralization means that all survivors must be prepared to face these guys, who are at least twice as strong as level 2 zombies. Even if level 4 or future level 5 shelters have stronger weapons, they cannot guarantee survival without combat skills. According to Ji Qingchen's calculations, being able to fight level 2 zombies alone at least gives you room to maneuver or escape when facing level 3 zombies. But if you can't even beat level 1 zombies one-on-one, you're looking for death in front of level 3. In this situation, at least most of those who have useful abilities have a chance to survive when facing stronger zombies. It's better than she expected. So far, the official business of the 3 shelters has been almost finished, and next, it's probably time for a tea party. Ji Qingchen's plants are edible, and everyone knows this. During this period when the situation of the apocalypse gradually became clear, some people, led by CE, have tried to study it. Now, among all the people present, only Su Yang and Yuan Fuyun can't cook. Originally, their abilities were enough to support the killing of zombies, and the requirements for props were not very high. In addition, they fought zombies frequently, so they accumulated a lot of energy cores. So, 10 minutes later, Miss G finally solved the confusion that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Who would buy pots and pans in this apocalypse? She watched CE hand everyone a bag of popcorn, made from her corn, a bag of potato chips, made from her potatoes, and 3 skewers of grilled mushrooms. The oil was fried with corn. Ji Qingchen had no doubt that if Greyas could summon any of the cows, sheep, and pigs and have a physical body, this group of people could make a full banquet. And there was that fearless guy a few days ago. Why are there so many foodies around her? Crunch, crunch. Although you have to admit that these potato chips are really fried well. Chapter 95. After eating half a bag of potato chips, the atmosphere around them gradually relaxed. The topic gradually focused on everyone. By the way, boss, how many upgrade rights did you get after breaking through the dungeon this time? 0.7? Ji Qingchen looked at CE and noticed the pride in his eyes. Could it be that this guy? Then he continued. The shelter will be upgraded to level 5 soon. Hearing this, Ji Qingchen immediately understood. She looked at CE, whose face was full of praise, and was about to awkwardly develop in an unfamiliar field, lest this guy really get cocky. However, upgrade to level 5 immediately? We don't have enough energy cores to bring back. Su Yang always talks without thinking, and now it's good, giving CE ample room to play. He chuckled, and then announced a fact that Ji Qingchen had already guessed in a very emotional voice. Of course, it's because we have passed an independent copy. Don't you think so, little Moo? That's disgusting. Mu Chu rolled his eyes without any hesitation. Given CE's personality, Yuan Fuyun would never let him help manage the shelter. He would occasionally send him to lead a few teams with little practical experience or to rescue a zombie pile. So these days, CE is still quite free. But he is not the kind of person who can sit idle, so he wanders around outside the shelter all day when he has nothing to do. Sometimes with Fu Ying, Mu Chu and others, sometimes alone. Because he spends most of his time dealing with zombies, his strength has improved significantly. With enough mental power to be certified as B-level in the Alliance assessment, it is no problem to kill a 3rd-level zombie one-on-one. In today's 710, apart from Ji Qingchen, only Yuan Fuyun is stronger than him. Among the rest, there is no one who can't kill a 2nd-level zombie in a one-on-one. Even Lan Meng and Bondi, who are more auxiliary, can use the tower's props to deal with several 2nd-level zombies. Moreover, because their abilities are also innate, they are more flexible in the use of abilities than others, and the level of mental power will be higher. Back to CE, Mu Chu and Mo Yue, who has not returned yet, enter the independent dungeon. The incident happened 6 days ago, only half a day later than Ji Qingchen and the others. But they came out much earlier, and they completely solved the dungeon in 4 days. Mu Chu gave up competing with CE for the right to tell this exciting story, otherwise CE's pitiful posture would probably continue. The others present just watched CE start his vivid performance. He had probably been waiting for this moment for a long time. According to the memories of others afterwards, CE had been trying to get them to chat for the past few days. But Ji Qingchen and Su Yang didn't come back. Yuan Fuyun and Lan Meng were running around, and Bondi needed to be fully responsible for the affairs of 710 when Yuan Fuyun was away, buried in the pile of documents and invisible. The only person who might listen to his experience was Fu Ying. But this person was still a dull person, and Ce finished his dry mouth, and the other party could only say It was too unfulfilling. To be honest, Su Yang's words came at a very good time, so that Ce would not suffocate himself. It was purely accidental that Ce and Mu Chu entered this independent dungeon. They were just going to harass zombies that day, but they didn't expect to go too far and enter unfamiliar territory, and accidentally encounter the entrance to the dungeon. The three of them discussed it together. Ji Qingchen estimated that it was most likely instigated by Ce, a guy who forgot the pain after the wound healed, and decided to go inside the dungeon because they were already here. In fact, I feel that the level 3 zombies blocking the door of the dungeon are not very powerful, and now our combat power has increased. If we wait, the dungeon may be taken by others first, so we went directly. The above is Ce's explanation for his instigation. But to be honest, they all came out safely, so it didn't matter whether they were impulsive at that time. Let's talk about this dungeon. The dungeon is called Endless Maze, and the map is a maze-like ruin. There is no strong story, more like some kind of rule-based weird talk. According to the feelings of the parties involved, it is simpler than melted ruins. When this person tried to read out all the 40-odd rules they had summarized, Ji Qingchen stopped him forcefully. To make a long story short, we still have a lot to discuss. Ce had to suppress his rising desire to explain after the boss spoke. The rules are divided into 4 categories. One is that there are no clear consequences for violating them. One is that if you violate them, you will die. One is that if you violate them, you will not die. And the other 3 are clearance rules. Talk about clearance rules. Compared to whether you will die in a dungeon, which varies from dungeon to dungeon, summarizing the clearance conditions is actually helpful in figuring out the rules for solving these dungeons. Ce obviously understood this, and now he put away his boastful thoughts. We found 3 rules for passing the level, and only one is clear. As long as we survive in the maze for 7 days without dying, and ensure that there are less than 3 people in the maze, we can get out smoothly. Obviously, Ce and his team only took 4 days to get out of the dungeon. The 3 people who entered at 710 came out intact, which is enough to prove that they did not use such a stupid method to pass the level. We used the second one. There are 2 rules related to it. Find a guide to protect him to successfully reach the exit, and snatch the ticket to the maze from the guide. Listening to Ce's story, it can be seen that their plan was implemented quite smoothly. There are true and false rules in this kind of rule talk, and it is not easy to distinguish. It is also difficult for them to find out reliable information so quickly and successfully crack the dungeon. Are there only 3 of you in that dungeon? Lan Ming, who was listening silently on the side, suddenly asked. The little girl is obviously more mature and steady than before. She has been following Yuan Fuyun most of the time these days. At first, it was Ji Qingchen's order that Yuan Fuyun would give some simple tasks to Lan Ming to complete, but as she did it, Lan Ming's seriousness and carefulness became apparent. She is very smart and spiritual. She can learn many things as soon as she learns them, and even automatically puts them into practice after learning them, and even draws inferences from one thing to another. If Yuan Fuyun took care of the little girl because of Ji Qingchen's request at the beginning, then now, she has taught Lan Ming everything she knows because of her appreciation. And it is not limited to theoretical knowledge such as management and controlling people's hearts. Whenever she is free, she will take the little girl to practice with her, or guide her how to train her mental control. This is why Lan Ming's strength has been improving even though she has not been out much. Sure enough, the master's vision is still as sharp as ever. Yuan Fuyun looked at the little girl and thought, there are 6 more people. Ce answered Lan Ming's question. They are from 347 and 549. They should also have formed an alliance. But it seems that the atmosphere is much better than those from 069 and 401. 9 people from different shelters met at the entrance of the dungeon. After Ce killed the zombies blocking the door. After a conversation, they learned that the entrance to the dungeon was discovered by someone else. But the person who discovered the entrance at that time was not confident, so he went back to call for help. As time was delayed, Ce and his team arrived first. But anyone can enter the dungeon, and more people can help. Ce and his team solved the zombies blocking the door so quickly, so their strength must be good. Although they were called important members of 710, the leaders of the 2 shelters could see clearly that it was the most stupid behavior for humans to kill each other in the end times. Moreover, there must be a strong man in charge of 710, so they didn't need to attract the hatred of the other side. So in just a moment, the leader decided to join forces with Ce and others. They helped us a lot in the dungeon. Chung Su is very smart. Mu Chu said, The Chung Su she was talking about was an important member of 347 Shelter. Yes. It was a courtesy, and I rescued one of their team members in the end. He was seriously injured at that time, and I don't know if he was saved after he came out. No matter how you look at it, these two shelters should not be hostile to us. In other words, at least the high-end combat forces of these two shelters have no hostility towards us. Yuan Fuyan was thoughtful. See, you can say that. And from what I heard, it seems that they are interested in establishing friendly relations with us. I just don't know if they are like 069, who are independent, or if it is another situation. If cooperation is the intention of the top leaders, we will at least not have two more enemies. I hope we can cooperate. The environment of the end of the world will only become more and more dangerous. It would be the worst if we have internal strife among ourselves. Su Yang said that he had seen the situation of 1399. If Yuan Zhou had not killed Hild by chance this time, he and Greyas would continue to fight, and even 614 would benefit from it. It would be a major blow to the survivors of 1399. Similarly, if these are applied to the shelters, the bad relationship will cause all the survivors in this real world to suffer. The only ones who will benefit in the end will be the group of zombies, if they know what benefits are. But this world obviously wants us to kill each other. This feels to me like raising poison. This is her increasingly clear thought these days. This world, from various rules, clearly states two things. One is that people are expected to use a large number of harmful energy cores that overdraw their bodies, and the other is that they expect to see people kill each other, and only the truly ruthless strong ones remain. And these strong ones use energy cores because they are eager to become stronger, which is bad for the survivors no matter how you look at it. I think this world has only malice towards us. Before the little girl carefully expressed her conclusion, it seemed that a gentle energy spread outward from everyone. When she finished speaking, she heard Ji Qingshan's voice, neither light nor heavy. It's not that you think, but that this world does have malice towards us. Everyone present immediately looked at Ji Qingshan. Most people were puzzled, only Yuan Fuyan was stunned. Yuan Fuyan said something to Ji Qingshan silently. The other party shook his head and gave her a calming look, changing the subject. How is the work of removing the negative effects of the energy cores in 069 and 401 that I told you about before going? Chapter 96. It was no secret within 710 that the energy core had problems. After all, Ji Qingshan had done something at the beginning, making most people think that if they took a little more, they would go crazy. In addition, people could feel their strength improving in the battle with zombies, so they would not risk seeking help from external forces. Even if some people did not believe it at the time, or saw that people in other shelters had used it, and it was fine, Ji Qingshan also made up for this rare experience for them in the subsequent time. He also made the crazy people behave the same as before when they were unconscious, and some of them would forget their previous crazy behavior when they woke up. After this operation, those who had tried or were about to try to use the energy core were completely dumbfounded. No one could guarantee that they felt good because they had forgotten the past. The next day after killing the chicken to scare the monkey, all those who had evil thoughts confessed, and cried to Ji Qingshan to save them. Of course, they had to be saved, but when detoxifying, Ji Qingshan mercilessly left them with some unforgettable memories, which was probably equivalent to the process of being killed by the explosion being slowed down 10 times and looped 100 times. After that, the plants and daughter flowers continued to monitor people's actions, but no one with the energy core aura was found. Ji Qingshan was quite regretful about this. She still had several ways to leave unforgettable memories that she had not used. However, these were indeed the program effects created by Miss Ji with her mental power. In fact, the effect of the energy core would not take effect so quickly. Those who would be instantly contaminated had already been transformed into zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the remaining group of people who were catalyzed to have superpowers were more or less resistant. This resistance can be divided into high and low levels. For example, Lan Ming, CE, and others who have their own superpowers have higher resistance. The energy core has limited pollution to them. Even if they use it all the time, at least before they can fight against the third-level zombies, as long as they stop using it, the pollution accumulated in their bodies can be metabolized by themselves. For Su Yang, Mu Chu and others, superpowers are forcibly catalyzed, so their tolerance is slightly worse. At the latest, they must stop using it before the second level, otherwise it is impossible to remove the influence by their own strength. Even if they are permanently polluted, they will not break out immediately. At least they have to wait until the fourth level before they can lose control of their mind. The Alliance's evaluation of superpowers is B+, which also meets the formation requirements of the Alliance's superpower team. Only when they reach B+ can they be considered reliable combat power in various operations. Those born with superpowers probably have to wait until they are above the 5th level, which is the A or quasi-A level. It is indeed a good calculation, not only out of consideration of available combat power. According to the growth progress of the original survivors, when someone reaches the standard of madness, the rest of the people will either die or reach the point where there is no cure. Even if people find the problem at the first time, which is highly unlikely, and stop using it immediately, it will only slow down the progress of madness, and the madness will still be mad. Even because of panic, the mental disorder will make the madness faster. Fortunately, the so-called incurable does not include Ji Qingchen. Miss Ji has plenty of means and strength. Even if a person is completely crazy, she can drag him back by the back of the neck, let alone this incubation period. However, this kind of thing that requires a choice between visible strength improvement and unknown dangers cannot be said verbally. We have to spread panic in the 2 shelters first. Plants can sense how much energy cores people use. Ji Qingchen's mushrooms simulate the illusion of madness, and release them in batches from the people who use the most to the people who use the least. According to Yuan Fuyun's description, she used 5 days to make hundreds of people in the 2 shelters go crazy, so that every guild has crazy people. For such a large-scale abnormal event, the leaders and management committee of the guilds naturally cannot sit and wait for death. After an investigation, they will find that these people use the most energy cores. Miss Ji's methods are needless to say. Yuan Fuyun's ability and her own caution are enough to prevent these people from finding other problems in their lifetime. Then use mushrooms to give the third group of people some headaches and fever symptoms. The problem with the energy core will become a hint, and even if there is no disease, you can imagine something. For a while, everyone is in danger. It may be that the strength will stagnate in the future, but continuing to use the energy core will make people crazy now. They can naturally distinguish between the important and the urgent. The survivors of the 2 shelters will begin to spontaneously resist the use of energy cores. When they found that these symptoms disappeared after stopping, the lie would become true, and the scam would be completely established. After that, it was very simple. Most of these nearly 1,000 people were at the critical value that could metabolize the pollution by themselves. Before Ji Qingchen left, he picked a few sunflower seeds, mixed them with ginseng and ginger, and made them into powder for Yuan Fuyun to sprinkle directly in the food in the shelter. With these aids, those who can metabolize by themselves will be almost cured within 5 days. The remaining 50 or so unlucky people will also have their pollution foundation shaken. Yuan Fuyun followed Ji Qingchen's instructions and stuffed a melon seed into each person, and after a little guidance, they solved it. Now, the influence of the energy core on the survivors in the 2 shelters has been completely removed. But the other shelters may. This was the thought that most people present had at the same time. Then, they were stunned. 710 had Ji Qingchen to back it up all the way. They had neither the despair of zombies breaking into the city, nor the internal fighting of humans forming gangs. Moreover, because the city lord was too powerful, no one had the idea of changing the dynasty. Except for facing zombies from time to time, personal safety was still guaranteed to a certain extent. The survivors here and others were simply living in 2 different worlds. The overly peaceful environment almost made people forget that they were living in a doomsday where they could die at any time, and they even had the leisure to care about their competitors. This care was based on Ji Qingchen rather than their own abilities. Everyone's face changed. Even the most naive Su Yang realized how bad his idea was just now. Not really. Ji Qingchen said at this time, his expression as usual, this problem is for all humans in this world to solve. I hope you can realize it quickly. After all, our enemies have never been each other. The enemy is not each other. This was a topic before. Ji Qingchen did not explain it in detail at that time, but those obscure expressions were enough for some smart people to make speculations. The daughter spread from Ji Qingchen's knuckles, connecting everyone present, and dared to establish a consciousness chat group before these speculations were spoken. You mean we are actually fighting against this world? When asking this question in his mind, CE would rather he misunderstood it. It is still too difficult for people living in this world to imagine dealing with a world. But looking at Ji Qingchen's expression, his heart sank. The communication of consciousness made the surroundings become extremely silent for a while. Inexplicably, the child thought of the previous copy, and some words said by Greyes in the middle. At that time, it seemed that after listening to Greyes' analysis of the reasons why it was almost impossible to complete the Lost Ruins, he asked the other party why he set up a copy that was almost impossible to complete. Greyes seemed to say at that time, someone is afraid of bad things and doesn't want us to take the secrets of this copy out. Now I think this sentence contains too much information. What is the secret in the Lost Ruins? For players who are in the copy and have completed the first task, it is a little difficult to find, but when you jump out of the copy itself, like Ji Qingshan is doing now, and replay the entire content, the weirdness in it will be reflected. The copy should be produced by this world, but they know the secrets in it, and the bad things are about some or someone. The only people they should know in the copy are the survivors, who enter the copy together, and they have nothing to do with the copy itself. Furthermore, the functions of those pearls are very similar to those of the energy core, only the pollution function of the energy core is missing, but the pollution ability is not non-existent, Arifin. This man directly created something that can pollute an entire sea area. According to the original plot development, he should want to seize the heart of the ocean and pollute it. According to Ashiel, pearls are the condensed energy of the mermaids, and the essence of mermaids is gathered in the mermaid tears, so mermaid tears should be the basis for the production of pearls. The heart of the ocean breathes all life in the sea, naturally including mermaids and mermaid tears. As long as it is polluted, the mermaid tears and the pearls produced will mutate 99% of the time. Isn't this a substitute for the energy core? In the original story, the heart of the ocean was indeed robbed and then polluted. The people and mermaids in the town were slaughtered, and even their souls were polluted. They couldn't tell what happened, let alone leave. No one would know what they had experienced before. A chill crept up everyone's neck. If this was the so-called secret that should be buried, then it would only harm one person, Arifin. Could he have created this world? The doubts here have not been solved yet. After Ji Qingshan repeated the entire process of the copy, the two people who had entered the melted ruins contacted that time again. Magic crystals also have similar effects to energy cores, but the effect is weaker than that of energy cores, and the incubation period of pollution is not that long. If the events in these two worlds are real, they can be strung together with the current apocalypse to get a complete timeline. Arifin first obtained the heart of the ocean, and then continued to experiment to produce something similar to the energy core. The early stage was not well controlled, so the pollution broke out too quickly. With continuous improvement, the technology has matured, and the onset time can be accurately controlled. This is too scary. People who think of this get goosebumps. Sister Ji means that we, including this world, are under the control of that Arifin. We are actually his experimental subjects. Why? Muchu tried to restrain the fear in his heart, but his face was pale. It is not easy to digest being treated as a guinea pig. Although they did not use energy cores, and would not be affected, this is based on luck. Because Ji Qingshan came to 710, this probability of 1 in a few thousand, if they did not win, they would only go to death in a daze. Like the original town and the kingdom of Libya. It's hard to say the purpose, but now it is no longer in the experimental stage, it is in mass production. The word stopped abruptly, and Ji Qingshan's originally rational analysis suddenly stagnated, and his face turned cold. Is it coming? She murmured to herself, and the daughter flower suddenly turned into a stream of light, and penetrated into the bodies of everyone present. Go to 1399 in 3 days, and I will synchronize the situation by then. Also, don't think about what I just said after you go out. I will inform Moua and Fuing. Chapter 97. By the way, Lan Meng's ability can also clear these pollutions. People left with heavy hearts, and finally only Lan Meng, Ji Qingshan, and Yuan Fuyun were present. The purple-haired lady walked up to Ji Qingshan and reported. This was a pure surprise. Lan Meng knew about the pollution removal plan of Ji Qingshan's property. Yuan Fuyun naturally let Lan Meng participate in the treatment of those who were not so lucky. It was a coincidence that there was a wisp of pollution overflowing at that time. The little girl subconsciously used her ability to stop it, and then she and Yuan Fuyun saw that the pollution was much lighter. At first, she was still unsure, until Yuan Fuyun guided a small amount of pollution and asked Lan Meng to try it a few times. Although it was not completely cleared, it did have a suppressive effect. Mixed? Pretty much. Without nonsense, Ji Qingshan's mental power decisively entered Lan Meng's consciousness and stimulated her to release her ability. Sure enough, a trace of mixed silver was found in the light blue light released by Lan Meng. Water mixed with spirit, that's normal. Ji Qingshan retracted his spirit power. It's good that it's not water mixed with fire. It seems that this child is mixed with spirit like you, uncle. And it can dispel pollution, which means that the strength of the spirit is not weak. Would you consider letting her? No, Xiao Lanming is still the main water system. The spirit system is not an easy road to go, and the benefits of switching to the system are almost zero now. Ji Qingshan rubbed the head of the little girl beside him, and continued to say to Yuan Fuyun, I'm sorry to trouble you to take care of her during this period. No, it should be said that she helped me share a lot of the burden. Xiao Lanming is very smart, both in brainpower and understanding. If she wasn't here, those schools would be vying for her. The other 2 shelters can't be empty for too long, I go first. Yuan Fuyun turned to say goodbye, but was stopped by Ji Qingshan. By the way, if you contact him, ask him for me how long it will take to be ready. If he delays any longer, is he going to watch the alliance go to pieces? Hearing this, Yuan Fuyun's face was embarrassed for a moment, and after 5 seconds, he seemed to find a tactful answer. The master will be contacted in half a month, and he should be ready by then. However, in fact, because she knew someone's personality too well, Yuan Fuyun was quite unsure when she said this. With that person's procrastinating personality, it is possible that he will start the task the day before the deadline. In the past, they could contact each other frequently, and if the other party really wanted to procrastinate, they could rely on information bombardment. In this situation, she couldn't even urge him. It is reasonable to suspect that she was sent here for this reason. Thinking of this, Yuan Fuyun felt extremely ashamed for someone who was out of tune. Not far away, Ji Qingshan looked at the other party's expression, and knew what was going on. The man had been with him for much longer than Yuan Fuyun, so he naturally knew his character better. If the overall plan could not be worked out, it would not be a big deal for him to embarrass an executor here, so Ji Qingshan stopped talking and asked Yuan Fuyun to leave and do other things. As for her, she would beat that guy up sooner or later. In the most famous bar on the B-class planet of the Alliance, a young man with colorful hair, wearing a mink, tights, and ripped jeans, was hugging and cuddling with a group of beautiful girls in cool clothes. He was being poured wine by several white and delicate hands. Suddenly, he sneezed violently, and all kinds of wine were spilled. The girls around him showed expressions of horror on their faces, but they had no time to react. They watched the wine spilling on the guests. After the horror, there was fear. It's over, everyone thought. People who can work in this bar must have vision. Although the guest's dress is extremely non-mainstream, the girls know that he is not even an ordinary big shot just from the fact that he can sit alone in this top private room. Such a person, even without speaking, can make them fall into the abyss with just a glance. Panic spread in everyone's heart, and they kept praying for their future fate. However, nothing happened. When the wine was only a hair away from the young man, the other party smiled and snapped his fingers casually. Snap. Time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Then a dozen girls, who could not move, watched the scene in front of them quickly replay. 2 seconds later, the dozen glasses returned to their hands, and they maintained their previous posture. It was the panic that could not be faked that made them realize that what happened before was real. TSK, why did you sneeze suddenly? Could it be that someone scolded me? The young man sat up from the sofa and stretched lazily without caring, muttering to himself, No, I haven't offended anyone recently, and I have a good relationship with those old guys in the Alliance. It's not that the master only sends news every 3 to 5 years, and the network has been going step by step recently. No! He seemed to suddenly remember something and screamed. Oh my god, Yuan hasn't finished what she contacted me about a month ago. Ah, it's over, my life is in danger. In the shock of the girls, the young man who was just dissolute and romantic turned into a screaming chicken, and threw away the wine worth millions of Alliance coins on the table, and rushed out the door like crazy, leaving a room full of confused and nervous girls. How about we go and ask the boss for instructions? After a long time, one of the older men whispered. 710 Shelter Central Tower. 2 days before the agreement with Luo Yu to discuss cooperation, Mouyue and Fu Ying came back one after another. The two learned from their friends that Ji Qingshan had something to ask, so they came immediately. As before, Ji Qingshan told the two of them part of the truth of this world in the chat group created by Tsihua. Mouyue and Fu Ying were not very talkative, and they became even more silent after hearing this. Don't think about it after you get out. I find a chance to talk about the rest. This is a routine reminder. Some things should not be exposed too early. She would definitely be discovered if she saw the copy, no matter what means she used to toss herself into a state of being. Like the people before, Mouyue and Fu Ying also had a gloomy look on their faces when they left. But they all knew that it was meaningless to worry about this matter. They were moving towards a bright future. Instead of worrying about the future, what they should do is to improve their strength faster and grow up before the disaster comes. No matter how buggy Ji Qingshan is, they can't be delicate flowers who can only hide behind her. Everyone came up with this idea at the same time and became visibly diligent. In sharp contrast to them was Ji Qingshan. 710 had Bondi and Mu Chu, 069, and 401 had Yuan Fuyun, and some workers she had recruited. Miss G, who had been busy with endless things every day, finally had some free time and had the opportunity to enjoy playing with plants and entertaining children every day, and only occasionally dealt with some more important shelter affairs. There were two main children, Su Yang and Lan Meng, and sometimes Mou and Mu Chu, and even a certain person named Si. After experiencing the lost ruins and a series of subsequent events, little Su Yang deeply realized that he would never learn any intrigue in his life. His brain was no longer good, and if his skills were any worse, he would be completely useless. In the past, when Ji Qingshan was not around, he would go to find zombies to practice alone. Now that Ji Qingshan is back, this person comes every day and never tires of asking Miss G to beat him up. When there was nothing to do, Miss G was naturally very happy to beat up the kid. Su Yang's strength has indeed improved a lot. At least he is not completely powerless against Ji Qingshan, although he is still no different from not being able to fight back, and he can't even reach the corner of Miss G's clothes. In terms of superpowers, Su Yang has been able to make his two arms completely disappear, and condense them in an instant when necessary. Invisibility can't be broken even after a whole morning. The sparring with Mou and Mu Chu often starts together and ends separately. As a defensive system, Mu Chu's attack method is mainly steady and steady, while Mou, as an assassin, focuses on surprise. In comparison, Mu Chu often persists longer in the battle, while Mou is the one who attacks Ji Qingshan more. Si is completely different. Since he is the strongest and often likes to do some crazy behaviors during the fight, Ji Qingshan is the most ruthless in beating. Although these people were all suppressed, Si received the most critical hits. As for Lan Meng, Ji Qingshan was another form of oppression. Miss G has never followed the Alliance's bullshit rules that assistants don't have to go to the front line. Even if you don't have superpowers, you will be treated equally. Lan Meng's combat training is exactly the same as other people of the same strength. Lan Meng has no complaints about this, and because of the special training that Yuan Fuyun gave her before, she has done quite well. What really hurts her is the control of superpowers after combat training. For other people who can use superpowers to fight, the control level of superpowers will naturally improve during this period, but Lan Meng can only use her superpowers passive super speed self-healing in actual combat. Therefore, the control training must be carried out after the battle, especially her ability is a mixed system. Although Ji Qingshan still let Lan Meng major in the healing aspect of the water system, this only means that she has to spend more time on this branch of ability, and it is completely impossible for her to relax the mental power part. As Yuan Fuyun said, Lan Meng is quite powerful in this spiritual origin, and it would be a great loss if she does not connect with it. In terms of improving the mental system, there will be no one with more say than Ji Qingshan in the entire apocalypse. The training methods are strange but extremely effective. The only disadvantage is probably that it is too difficult. In the first 2 days, the little girl was carried back to her room by Miss G. On the third day, she finally adapted a little, but the training volume was immediately increased. But no matter how tired she was, the improvement in all aspects was quite obvious. After 3 days in the shelter, it was also the day agreed by Luoyu and other 1399 survivors. Because this time, they needed to bring Bondi and Muchu, two reliable people who managed the shelter, to go together. The task of managing the shelter inevitably fell on the silent duo and Ce, a less reliable person. Fortunately, there is no trouble in the shelter at this stage, so there is no need to worry too much. On the morning of the 4th day, on the 3rd floor of the 710 Central Tower, the portal in front of Ji Qingshan, Lan Meng, and the other 5 people slowly opened, and the light flickered, swallowing their figures. Chapter 98. 1399 Shelter. After the shelter was upgraded, Ji Qingshan and others came out smoothly from the portal on the 3rd floor. 3 days was enough for Luo Yu to deal with the remnants of Hilt, and catch a lot of termites. I really didn't expect that they would infiltrate so thoroughly. After receiving the news of Ji Qingshan and others' arrival, Luo Yu immediately asked Too Good to invite them to the conference room on the 2nd floor. It was also Luo Yu's office. The important members of 1399 were already there. How many? Ji Qingshan asked. She knew that the other party was talking about the spies of 614. Not to mention them, even 710 took the trouble to register everyone and distinguish them by whether they had used energy cores, but they failed to eliminate the disaster in the first time. More than 30. We had a preconceived notion before that people with the same number were from the same shelter. We never thought they had such means. Now we have found that they exist in almost every powerful force. I thought Hilt was just an exception. City Lord G thinks too highly of us. Let's put it this way. Although Brother Lin established a management system, we can't overwhelm others after all. There are many divisions of forces in 1399. Fortunately, the system Brother Lin envisioned is based on a win-win situation. The rights of these forces have not been weakened, so there is no need to compete with us. Lin Zi did design a good plan. Most sober-minded people don't think it's good to have conflicts with humans, especially those in the same shelter. As long as the management method is beneficial to everyone, there will be few strong oppositions. However, this peaceful coexistence is not solid. After all, in the face of a world where people cannot survive without being strong, most people have a strong desire for power. There are people willing to try things that can enhance their own strength, even if there are only some rumors. Because of this, the more than 30 people have an opportunity. As long as the title of ownership of the shelter is packaged with enough benefits, there will definitely be people in those forces who have evil thoughts. Especially those smart people. Smart people like to consider things comprehensively, commonly known as thinking too much, and they would rather believe in those true and false news than believe in them. So the more radical ones, such as Hilt and his ilk, can convince themselves to split even without subsequent provocation. Even those rational people will be planted with a seed of doubt. When this suspicion is successfully detonated, the hearts of 1399 people will inevitably fall apart, and the fishermen behind the scenes will naturally benefit. Although we have arrested a lot of people this time and explained to many forces, I am afraid that people's hearts have been scattered. Luo Yu held his forehead and sighed. People are eager for power. That's also where those people are smart. Even if they are arrested, this kind of mentality can continue to alienate the relationship between the various forces of 1399. What's more, Luo Yu and his team can't prove that these people are said by 614, and whether there are spies lurking in 1399. The numbers on these people's heads are indeed correct. If it weren't for the confrontation between Greyas and Shuela, she thought she had won and revealed the truth. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to be sure that there are spies now. At present, only those with solid evidence of sowing discord will be arrested, and it is hard to say whether there are bugs among the remaining people. The 614 plan to attack other shelters. I mentioned it implicitly. Most people also said that they would prioritize the safety of the shelter, but after all, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs, and we have to guard against what we should guard against. Hild has set a precedent. If they are still not vigilant, they will be truly finished. By the way, I heard from Greyas that City Lord Ji seems to have obtained the ownership of 3 shelters. Does that mean that we only have to deal with people in 3 shelters at most? This is also the reason why Luo Yu finally felt relieved to cooperate with Ji Qichen. The other party is not the kind of person who will destroy other shelters to obtain the upgrade of his own shelter. Although I don't know why one person can control multiple shelters, according to the information I got before, after destroying a shelter, you will only get the upgrade right. But it is always a good thing. Even if the negotiation fails in the end, the only one who will die is Greyas, the hands-off shopkeeper, just a joke. Ji Qichen unexpectedly looked at the idle person on the side. Greyas had not said a word from the beginning to now, and let Luo Yu and Ji Qichen negotiate. Ji Qichen even estimated that Luo Yu was still in charge of the shelter for the past 3 days, and he was only responsible for helping. If you are not familiar with him, you can't tell that he is the owner of this shelter. She felt that if he didn't hand over the ownership, he would die, and this person would give this title to Luo Yu without hesitation, but this guy is really good at shaking L's. I didn't mention to him that I own 069 and 401, but I still got a glimpse of it in a few words. Yes. Indeed. But to be precise, the most likely target we have to defend is 614. This conclusion was inferred from CE's independent copy. The other 2 shelters were able to extend cooperation invitations after meeting CE and the other 3 important members of 710. They did not show any intention of cheating people from the beginning to the end, which can already show that they have no ill will towards 710. This is really good news. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. 2 fewer potential enemies is a good benefit. There is also not so good news. The ability of the owner of 614 is probably a mental ability such as dream control, but it cannot be used at a long distance, and it should require a transmission medium. Knowing the enemy's ability is still good news? Ji Qingchen's words puzzled everyone present. It was still the one who was the most likely to shake the machine who reacted the fastest. You mean, the role of those 30 people is not just spies, but also a source of poison, in order to spread the medium. The faces of several people in 1399 were extremely ugly for a while. Can we know who has been infected? Luo Yu asked this question with great difficulty, because it was difficult for them to determine how long these spies had been lurking inside 1399, how many people they had contacted, and how often the virus spread. All of you should have mild symptoms. Ji Qingshan's words were like a thunderclap that exploded out of nowhere. Luo Yu's voice trembled. She really couldn't imagine what would happen if all the people in 1399 were infected and the supernatural power was activated. Especially the cowardly brother, who fell directly to the ground with a thud, causing everyone to look at him sideways. It can be seen that he was shouting frantically in his heart, "Save me, save me, save me." Fortunately, this emotion only appeared for a moment, and Luo Yu quickly realized what Ji Qingshan meant by mild in his words. "Do you mean we misjudged the number above their heads?" "Yes." Miss Ji nodded without comment. Then she watched everyone's hearts slowly calm down. As for the people they seriously affected, the seeds of this supernatural power lurk in people's consciousness, and it will take more time to find out clearly. Xiao Meng, you and Bondi go. Ji Qingshan looked at Lan Meng and Bondi. This matter had been settled before it came. There are at least 700 or 800 survivors in 1399. Although with Ji Qingshan's spiritual level, it is very easy to find out which people were affected by Yang Wanquan's ability. But she didn't want to waste time investigating this matter. It happened that Lan Meng was recently forced by her to practice dual cultivation, and she had been persecuted before, so she gave her this job that was not urgent and not dangerous, and she could take the opportunity to take revenge. As for the other person, Bondi's ability of prophecy and divination gave her a super strong sense of crisis, so letting her go with them was a double insurance. Of course, it would definitely not work if there were only 2 outsiders like them. "Miss Luo, may I borrow someone from you?" Ji Qingshan looked at Luo Yu. "Of course." The latter agreed without hesitation. "Then, how about Miss Sangya?" Having reached a consensus with Luo Yu, Ji Qingshan asked the little girl. The little girl's ability is space, which can touch people's surroundings without anyone noticing. "I go." Sangya agreed without hesitation. Now, this action ability makes it hard not to compare her with her lazy brother. Obviously, other people also have this idea. Grea's good friends all looked at him, and the golden-haired man could only laugh awkwardly. "That's not necessary. There's another thing. Do you all know about the independent dungeon we went to before?" This was said to the people in 1399. "Yes." As the 3 nodded, the originally relaxed atmosphere became solemn again. "So? I just roughly explained the plot, and Lao Mu supplemented it. Only they could understand the expression. Knowing that there was something wrong with this world itself, it was impossible for Greas to tell the truth foolishly. Fortunately, the few people have been together for more than a month, and they have formed a tacit understanding with each other. Greas used a bit of abstract expression, and they could understand it. But after listening to it, the mood was not so easy to digest. Didn't you say it directly? This time it was Ji Qingshan who was thoughtful. She was worried that Greas was too straightforward in the heresy she felt before. Although she thought that this smart guy was unlikely to make such a low-level mistake, she still decided to ask. It should be just a coincidence. Miss Ji put her mind at ease for the time being and focused on the things in front of her. Have the things been deactivated? Yes, but we are the only ones who have stopped. And I don't know if it's too late now. Luo Yu smiled bitterly. The things referred to the energy cores, of course, but there are so many forces in 1399. If they spread the word, no one will believe it. If there are too many people, it will be dangerous. After all, they are fighting against the whole world. It's a bit late for you guys to metabolize those things by yourselves, but it can still be cured if they are not used much. As for the others, you are right not to say it. Without absolute dominance, telling such things will only add danger to yourself. This is the biggest difference between 1399 and 710. Ji Qingshan said, and threw a few melon seeds. This is the reserve she insisted on pulling 2 every day after completing the first independent copy. Gather the other people who have stopped using it. I will take a look at the situation. Within the scope of ability, save as many as possible. Luo Yu nodded and signaled too good to find someone. And Lan Meng and others, who got the signal from Ji Qingshan, also acted quickly. Investigating the situation of 700 or 800 people is not a small project, so they have to start as soon as possible. The rest can be done slowly. We have plenty of time. Chapter 99. On the 5th day of 1399, Sangya took Lan Meng and Bondi to wander around most of the shelter, and found no less than 50 affected people. It can be seen that Yang Wanquan's ability should not be used frequently, otherwise there should be at least hundreds of victims these days. But it is difficult to deal with more than 50 affected people. Lan Meng's control over mental power is still shallow, and it is not good to let people faint on the road, so they usually investigate during the day and start to clear at night when people are asleep. At the beginning, They were not skilled and almost discovered. Fortunately, Sangya's spatial ability can lead people to escape without a trace. Including the rest time in the middle, 1/3 of the more than 50 people have been completely freed from the influence. Ji Qingchen was not idle during these 5 days. She took Mu Chu and Su Yang to do the same thing as 069 and 401. Investigate, poison, arouse suspicion, and finally frame the energy core. Just like the 2 shelters at the beginning, everyone started to feel insecure on the 3rd day. On the 5th day, which is now, most people believe that this is caused by the excessive use of energy cores. Even those who are half believing and half doubting have begun to reduce the use of energy cores. Some people who are close to Luo Yu and Gray Yes also recalled the rumors they heard at the beginning, and secretly sent people to inquire about the information. They got a positive answer, and were told that they already had a preliminary response and developed a special medicine that could relieve the symptoms of those who were most serious. For a time, Gray Yes, the owner of the shelter, naturally established his prestige in 1399. And the smooth progress of Lan Meng's work made many people gradually discover the unusual numbers on the heads of those who were taken away before. Now, what Luo Yu said before was confirmed in disguise, and most of the speculation and suspicion in secret were gone. No one wanted to be a stepping stone for other shelters to upgrade. You just let those 2 kids go to release the poisonous mushrooms and antidotes alone? In the office, the relief of pressure gradually made Luo Yu smile. In addition, Greyas was nominally the owner of 1399, and Luo Yu was looking for a suitable opportunity to push him to the front. It was just right to let him show more in the past 2 days, and gradually move behind the scenes. At this time, Luo Yu had just finished dealing with a batch of things. She raised her head and looked at the person sitting opposite, who was also writing something. The other party has been like this for the past 5 days. Most of the time, he is either sitting and writing or in a daze. The sky of the end of the world is always gloomy, and there is no sunshine, but today it seems to be particularly white. Ji Qingchen was sitting at the window, shrouded in a hazy white. Because she lowered her head, her eyelashes drooped, and her long purple-gray hair that was originally tied up fell down a little. Luo Yu inexplicably felt that she looked softer. However, it was only a moment, and when Ji Qingchen raised his eyes, all these disappeared. It was an illusion. This person did not have the slightest tendency to be soft in terms of his style of doing things or his methods. Children always need to exercise. Ji Qingchen said so. The numbers on their heads. Luo Yu originally wanted to find a time to let Greyas announce the alliance between the 2 shelters, but was stopped by Ji Qingchen. But after discovering that someone from another shelter had really sneaked in, the various forces of 1399 immediately began to conduct a strict investigation. It's better that Lan Meng has Sangya, a space ability user, but Su Yang and Mu Chu. Don't worry, and you are not sure whether the spies have been caught, so there is no need to leak the news. Let them figure out this little thing themselves. Luo Yu asked casually, and seeing that the other party was not worried, he naturally said nothing more. The 2 returned to the silent working state just now. But in fact, only Luo Yu was silent. Ji Qingchen's consciousness space was extremely noisy at this moment. In 710, since Bondi and Mu Chu had left, only Ce was left to take charge. The other 2 were too few. This time, Ce had a solid experience of what it felt like to be a gyroscope. In particular, one day after Ji Qingchen left 710, the team that went out to explore suddenly found that the zombies they encountered had become much stronger, and their IQs were much higher. Level 1 zombies were almost extinct. The first team to go out was already fighting 3 level 2 zombies on equal terms, and a snake-shaped level 3 zombie suddenly appeared in the dark, and the 5 people were attacked and seriously injured or even dying. At that time, no one realized that the world would be so dark. Originally, it was thought that after the electronic sound broadcast, the level 3 or even level 4 zombies would be released, so Ji Qingchen stayed for a while longer. Unexpectedly, the other side did not play by the rules. When everyone thought that the previous sound was just a warning, the world released them silently. Ji Qingchen was stunned for a moment when he received the alarm from the daughter flower, and then his consciousness quickly took over the bodies of these people. Fortunately, the people who dared to go deep into the ruins to deal with the zombies were not weak in strength. It was not difficult for Ji Qingchen to kill 2 seriously injured level 2 zombies, and 1 level 3 zombie. But it wasn't just their team that got into trouble. In the following day, Ji Qingchen received 10 warning signals, 2 of which were almost the same. Fearing that something might happen, she didn't dare to continue her work, and sent these people out of the danger zone first. Fortunately, with this first wave of sneak attacks, the others were already on alert, and there were seriously injured people who went out later, but they were well prepared, and at least they could run away even if they couldn't fight. However, running away is one thing, and returning to the shelter for treatment is another. These guys who didn't know when they had grown their IQs also learned to chase and intercept, blocking the road where the injured were returning to the shelter. For this, C had to send someone out to meet them. But because of the first round of attacks, there were only a little more than half of the people in the shelter who were capable of meeting them, and some of them went out to explore, so there was a serious shortage of manpower. In other words, these zombies are not interested in the shelter at present, otherwise the chat group would probably be filled with his screams all day long. Other people who are not so skilled in using it are better, but Ji Qinchin, the maintainer, has to be disturbed by this person from time to time. Boss, when will you come back? For example, now, this person has started to howl again. How many casualties will there be in a few days? It's okay, basically still breathing. There are still a lot of healing potions left by Xiao Mingming. After drinking them, life will be safe, but you can't move around for a while. However, there is still good news. Remember to join the independent team before you leave. Did you pass the level? Bingo, but it was a normal level. I only have 0.5, not enough to upgrade again. What about the time when there was a lot? How was your pioneering work? Before Ji Qinchin left, they had already had the right to upgrade once. But when she asked the electronic voice, the other party gave the requirement that the land should be expanded by 500 meters for this upgrade. Miss Ji was in a hurry. Anyway, the level 4 shelter was enough for the time being, so she thought of letting CE and the others take their time. But now the zombies that suddenly upgraded might become a problem. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. They just don't attack the shelter. Once people go out, it's no good. Okay. The land reclamation will be postponed after all. Let's see the situation first. We still need a while. Ji Qinchin also informed Luoyu and Gray Yas about the zombie upgrade and asked them to be prepared. Not only because the stronger zombies are a threat to the survivors, if 614 finds that the hidden pieces they put in are useless and wants to kill them, there will be more things to consider, and the time will be much later than their original plan. In a sense, the chaos in this world has helped us, Gray Yas said with sarcasm. The premise is that our survivors will not be eaten or assimilated by zombies, leading to a shortage of available manpower. Luoyu rolled his eyes at someone in dissatisfaction. However, except for 710, other shelters are accustomed to the death of companions, including the 2 that have been taken over by Ji Qinchin. After the zombies suddenly became stronger, the 2 sides also did not have time to react, and dozens of people were not rescued in the first time. Among them, some people were rescued by Yuan Fuyun. Yuan Fuyun has also said a lot of things in the past few days, but they are all about the 2 shelters. The best news is that someone from both sides successfully passed an independent copy, although the loss was quite heavy. 10 people went in, and only half of them came out. Fortunately, one person got 0.2 upgrade rights, plus 0.5 from ordinary clearance. Miss G and everyone discussed it. Since the ownership was in her hands anyway, she might as well take out 0.5 as funding to upgrade both sides to save the trouble of going back and forth. A few days passed like this. When it came to the 10th day, the hidden dangers in 1399, including 614 and the energy core, were almost eliminated. Facing Ziyi's urging and the conflicts intensified by the deaths of people in the other 2 shelters, Ji Qinchin knew that he had to go back. Before leaving, Miss Ji left Mu Chu and Su Yan behind. If you have anything, please contact me. Shouting in the chat group is much faster than teleporting twice. Miss Ji is back, and Ziyi is the happiest. This beggar is looking forward to someone to share his work as soon as possible. After waiting for the boss to come, I thought I could finally have some peace and quiet. Xiaoming, go get treatment first. I go to Fuyun to take a look. Zi's dream was shattered. Ji Qinchin went to the 2 shelters to upgrade them, as soon as possible to reduce the time of going back and forth. Yang Wanquan's thoughts were almost overflowing, so she naturally had to make more preparations. It is necessary to open up new land when the shelter is upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Now that the quality of zombies has improved, it may not be enough to rely on their original manpower to open up new land. The upgrade rights have been taken out, so it's easy to blow up a piece of open land. The better news is that the original boundary line of the 2 shelters was less than 400 meters. After expanding 200 meters on each side, they bordered each other. The 2 places together have less than 800 people. Miss Ji waved her hand and directly merged the 2. The management committee directly added the 2 people together. Anyway, there were only more than 30 people. As for the conflict between the 2 sides, that originally broke out due to the mortality rate issue. Ji Qingchen came to blow up the ground in person not to show boredom, and made such a big fuss to let these people figure out who is the big and small king. She wanted the two people in the shelter to know that if they don't quarrel, they will only lose some interests. If they quarrel again, they will be finished now. That is, Uncle Master, you really can't be. Yuan Fuyun supported Ji Qingchen, who was pale with a knife stuck in his chest in the central tower, and the blood almost dyed half of the ground red. It's okay, I don't want to waste time and always have to pay a price. What's more, he has noticed it, so it's better to be careful. Miss Ji helped Yuan Fuyun stand up. Yuan Fuyun wanted to say something, but seeing Ji Qingchen's eyes, she decided to shut up. Based on her limited and filtered understanding of Ji Qingchen, this person has always been a man of his word, and no one can persuade him. Perhaps only her master, Master Ji Qingchen, knocked her out and dragged her to rest for the last time, which was 50 years ago. I hope nothing will happen now, so she can take a passive rest. Boss, a group of people with the numbers 549 and 347 came here, and they said they want us to take them in. City Lord Ji, I just tried to do a 710 deduction, and the result indicates that we will be in big trouble soon. Damn! Yuan Fuyun really couldn't help but swear. Chapter 100. On the third floor of the 710 Central Tower, Ji Qingchen activated the teleportation array almost immediately after hearing the news. His already serious injuries were further aggravated. So, Bondi, who was waiting at the exit of the teleportation portal, was shocked to see Miss Ji, whose face was frighteningly pale, fall out of the teleportation portal. Where is she? Ji Qingchen waved her hand to stop Bondi from expressing his concern. Her voice was as calm as ever, and her fatigue was well hidden. While speaking, Ji Qingchen felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it was Bondi who came. If it was not necessary, he would not ask more questions about other people, especially Ji Qingchen's request. If it was Ce, Lan Meng, Su Yang, or even Mu Chu, who was in 1399 at the moment, she would definitely be tripped here today. At the door, Ce and Fu Ying stopped them from entering. These people don't look very well, and we're not sure why they came. Ji Qingchen steadied her staggering body, and hurried to the place after hearing the words. Bondi followed her to explain the situation. What was the prophecy you said before? It's not very clear. I can only interpret that two bad things are coming towards us, and they are closely connected. With my current ability, I can only see that the first one is related to other humans. The content of the second one is not clear, but it is undoubtedly more serious. It is related to humans, and it is probably the current one. It's just that the person behind this is likely to be a guy from 614. And this other thing. The threat of zombies is now known to everyone, and it's too late to predict it. So it's not, or at least not all, related to zombies. Then, the only thing that could be more serious than the war between the shelters is the sudden change in the dungeon environment. But these should not be unfounded speculations, and Ji Qingchen could not confirm it. It would be better to focus on the current situation first. Such injuries still have a great impact on her. The accuracy of card manipulation has decreased, and the signal of the chat group seems particularly unstable at this moment. Ci's negotiations were only intermittent. You said? The person who escaped from the attack. I don't know. The same number on his head. This feature is probably caused by 614. Considering the situation of 069 and 401 mentioned by Yuan Fuyun, it seems that Yang Wanquan's people have infiltrated a little in each shelter, waiting for the foundation to be solid and catch them all in one fell swoop. This conspiracy is big enough, and Yang Wanquan's plan and ability are indeed very suitable. But according to the 347 survivors who escaped, Yang Wanquan took action 5 days ago. Ji Qingchen didn't expect that they would dare to make such a big fuss just after the incident on the zombie side. While thinking, Dandelion had quickly set people to the negotiation table. Boss, what do you think? Ce estimated that Ji Qingchen should have heard about the incident from the chat group, and he came up to ask for the decision directly. However, after taking a look at City Lord Ji, Ce immediately felt something was wrong. As Miss Ji expected, this person was interested in her pale face. After all, he was the one who witnessed Ji Qingchen's suicidal behavior with his own eyes. Ce suddenly felt something was wrong. He was about to ask something. How could Ji Qingchen give him this opportunity? He walked forward a few steps, was rolled up by the rose branches, and sat on the blooming rose wall, looking down at the people outside. The ownership of the shelter can be transferred. Fighting among your own people is internal strife in your shelter. Why do you come to us, your competitors? When asking questions, the lady's mental power swept through and basically figured out the situation of these people. The team of more than 20 people was divided into two groups of survivors from the two shelters. Except for 3 important members, the rest were all ordinary survivors, and 2 of the 3 were already dying. The rest of the people had varying degrees of injuries. From the wounds, there were almost no signs of zombie attacks, most of which were caused by the superpowers of other survivors. It was indeed consistent with the theory of internal strife. Xiao Ming. Ji Qingchen greeted the girl who had just come over. Lan Ming quickly understood, and a large group of water mist appeared above the heads of the 20 or so people, bursting into fine and dense rain and mist in their uneasy eyes. The fatal wounds on the people were healing rapidly, and those who were about to die also woke up slowly. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, several willow branches emerged from the gaps between the roses and tied them all up tightly. The willow leaves were like sharp blades, pressing against everyone's throats. Just you, tell me what happened to 347 and 549. If you hesitate or don't speak well, I will randomly pick one of the people behind you and kill him. The person she pointed at was one of the important members of 549, who had just come back to life. TSK. Ji Qingchen snorted lightly, and then there was a puff, and the blood of one of the people splattered around. Didn't I say you were not allowed to hesitate? Ji Qingchen's move made everyone present stunned. The people who came to escape were desperate. They didn't expect that they had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. The people who came from 710 were also surprised. Ji Qingchen rarely decisively killed humans, who did not show any malice. But it was precisely because they knew Miss Ji's temper that the people from 710 chose not to say a word. In a word, Ji Qingchen's choice was absolutely justified. Nothing could happen. The silence of the atmosphere made the survivors, who came here, more afraid, especially the person who was named. However, Ji Qingchen's previous actions had fully proved that if he continued like this, he would only kill more people. He could only bite the bullet and start speaking. 5 days ago, we were discussing how to deal with the zombies that suddenly became stronger, and then someone suddenly rushed towards the city lord. We didn't know what was going on at the time, but we just subconsciously stopped her, but who knew that the person was like a madman, with only the heart and eyes to kill our city lord. We stopped her for a while, but in the end, we had no choice but to kill her. Oh, but you didn't say why you came here? Ji Qingchen suddenly interrupted, and the other party was stunned, and then there was another scream in his ear, and someone's blood spurted out. You don't have to torture us if you want to kill people. I can explain if you want. Someone among the refugees protested loudly. The narrator obviously hadn't finished speaking, and Ji Qingchen did this on purpose. Ji Qingchen didn't even look at the person who was shouting, and said to the person who was already shaking like a sieve, "Sorry, I'm anxious, you continue." But the other party refused to say anything. He and another person in the crowd suddenly glowed silver, and then a portal slowly opened. Zombies filed out, followed by people from 614, but they were hidden in the zombie pile, and difficult to distinguish for a while. TSK, quite clever. Miss Ji snorted coldly, and the willow branch quickly threw up the normal refugee with a shocked face. Level 4 protection enveloped at the same time. There are also some among us. Or 4 people. The important member in charge was in disbelief. There were 4 problematic elements among more than 20 people. You know, there were nearly 100 people who escaped from the shelter. Now there are only a quarter left, and these people will use serious injuries to eliminate the vigilance of others. If they really let them enter 710, I'm afraid this place will become the next 347. I didn't know it would be like this. The other party looked at Ji Qingchen with embarrassment and apology in his eyes. They really hoped that the other party would take them in. With the current situation of 347 and 549, they might be the last survivors. It's too early to thank you. Tell me, what's going on there? The defense capability of the level 4 protective shield is quite strong. Unless the time is up, it is unlikely that zombies will cross this line of defense. And the attack affected as can also kill a few stupid ones. In short, Ji Qingchen now has a lot of time to listen to the stories of the people he just took in. What the 614's hidden man just said was the truth. The owners of the 2 shelters that formed an alliance and some important people were indeed attacked when they were discussing how to fight against stronger zombies in the 5 heavens. But this attack was not just on them, but on every part of the 2 shelters. Almost 1/3 of the people attacked the people around them one after another, killing each other mercilessly. For a time, the shelter almost became a living hell. The person in 347 was relatively quick to react, vaguely guessing that someone might be playing tricks. But Yang Wanquan's embezzlement plan had already begun, and all the necessary arrangements had been made. How could it be too late to detect it at this time? So they watched their own people killing each other, the walls of the shelter were knocked down, and countless zombies swarmed in. The scene was even more terrifying than the zombie carnival night. There was no drama of their own people killing their own people at that time. So, are 347 and 549 gone? Bondi suddenly asked from the side. Still, or here? The man's face was filled with sadness, and he took out 2 boxes from his pocket with trembling hands. Inside were 2 still beating hearts. This is where the current ownership of the shelter lies, he said. Facing the hellish scene in the shelter, redress is obviously unrealistic. The murderer seems to have lost his mind, and his only goal is to eliminate all traces of living people in the shelter. In the cognition of others, accurately, according to the electronic voice, once the owner of the shelter and enough people are killed, the entire shelter will completely become a stepping stone for other shelters. Now that the zombies are upgraded, the strength of the survivors has generally improved. The first level energy core is not so attractive to most survivors. Killing is just a means to destroy the shelter. The person behind the scenes must have their lives. So he and the owner of the 549 shelter will never leave. But as long as the others run away in the chaos, they will not be specifically targeted. In a hurry, the owner of 347 thought of the 3 people he met not long ago, C.E., Mu Chu, Moua, or more accurately, the shelter behind them. 710, a place that makes everyone envious and jealous. If it was there, maybe it was possible. Even if it was just to save one more person, I was afraid that I would have to pay all the price. Although all this was just a hypothesis, there were still zombies outside, but what if? Anyway, it couldn't be worse than the current situation. So he reached a consensus with the one from 549 to help as many survivors as possible to escape. Then he used his special ability to bring a gift to Ji Qingchen, and also paved a way for those who escaped to survive. Chapter 101. So, Ji Qingchen stared blankly at the 2 beating hearts, and 2 rows of cursors slowly emerged. 549 shelter owner, 347 shelter owner. Can you still play like this? How the world determines the fall of a shelter is unknown, but there is no doubt that as long as the shelter owner is not dead, the shelter will not be destroyed. That's the truth, but isn't this way of living a bit too strange? The 2 hearts are covered with a layer of the same mental power, which is probably the support of the person in 347 who uses supernatural powers. But in more than 3 days, the mental power, which was not much to begin with, has become increasingly thin. According to Ji Qingchen's estimation, they can hold on until now, and it is almost close to the limit. If it is later, this layer of mental power may dissipate at any time. By then, these 2 lives will be completely gone, and the ownership of the shelter they carry will also disappear or be transferred to the person who killed them. Whichever of these 2 options, the owners of the 2 hearts will suffer. The disappearance of the ownership of the shelter means that the shelter no longer exists, and the survivors in it will naturally die at the same time, not to mention the latter. The ownership can only be transferred to 614. Not only will all the people die, but the enemy can also go to the next level. Their efforts will be meaningless. Before despair, people always want to struggle again. But what does it mean to order these escaped people to find 710 and send this big gift to her? Aren't you afraid that she will choose to take these 2 upgrade rights delivered to her door, and add bricks and tiles to 710? The protective shield outside 710 did not move at all, which undoubtedly indicated that they still had a lot of time to chat. So she thought so and asked. Her face was still very unfriendly. At this point, we can only take a gamble. Just treat it as the result of our divination. The Lord of 549 said that you have 3 shelters tied to you. Coming to you is the most likely way for us to survive. The other party answered very clearly, and this was undoubtedly what all the refugees thought in their hearts. But even if the shelter exists, there are only 20 of you left, right? You are different from 069 and 401. The base is destroyed, the central tower collapses, and there are more than 20 people who may disappear at any time. What reason do you think I have to help you? The refugees' faces turned pale. They were originally lucky, and Ji Qingchen's ruthless words tore off the last fig leaf. Yes, the other party has no reason to help them. Killing them, Miss Ji can get 2 upgrade rights, leaving them with nothing, and maybe I have to go to help them rebuild the shelter. This matter is more risky. 614 obviously wanted to launch an attack on all shelters at the same time, trying to seize power by surprise. But everything has a sequence. Although Yan Wanquan is ambitious, he does not think he can get everything in one go, and has a clear distinction in strategies for different shelters. At present, he set a large number of zombies to besiege 710, but only set a few humans. This strategy is undoubtedly to delay Ji Qingshan, so that 710 cannot support other shelters. And their focus is undoubtedly on 549 and 347, which are already half dead. Most of their people are killing and burning in the shelters, just to get the upgrade right as soon as possible. At this moment, the two shelters had already been destroyed and people were dead. What's worse is that if the destruction of the central tower of the shelter is also a requirement for the shelter to be destroyed, then their survival time will only be shorter. Is it really just waiting to die? Despair and unwillingness surged in the heart of the leader, and his brain was working quickly to try to fight for the last survival of the few remaining companions, who had finally managed to fight their way out of the zombie pile. But as he explained, he found that Ji Qingshan was less and less necessary to be a scapegoat. In this end times, people who don't work for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. I accept the gift, and you, why don't you change your nationality? Are you going to die? No, what did she say in the second half of the sentence? The refugees had already fallen into their own sad emotions, and for a while, they didn't react to the second half of Ji Qingshan's sentence at all. What a pity, if you could come earlier, maybe there would be some survival. They were stunned, but Ji Qingshan was not. When he was silent, his mental power swept over the two hearts. It is indeed a supernatural power, which keeps a living body alive until the spiritual power dissipates. And these spiritual powers condensed on the living body actually have the function of a spiritual body and can chat. Ji Qingshan just listened to their chatter. Because of the supernatural power, the spiritual body of 347 has been awake, and the Ji Qingshan of 549 had to use some stimulation to dig it out. They are all spiritual power, so there is no need for a group. Miss Ji released some spiritual power, and chatted with people directly. Alas, there are not many people with spiritual powers in our shelter, otherwise how could we not see any problems at all, and be fooled by others? 347 complained. His mentality was quite good, he was dying, and still had the heart to complain about his own heart being cut out. In comparison, 549 was more taciturn, but every word pierced the other's heart. I see you, monkey. Damn, what do you mean, you are smart and awesome, but you didn't expect such a big mistake like me, and you still have to rely on me in the end. Rely on you? It's obviously a last-ditch effort to find external help, when we rely on people from the 710 shelter. After shouting this, 549 and 347 realized at the same time that there was someone next to them. Suddenly there was a moment of embarrassment. This was a time to embarrass yourself before you die. Ha! I just want to relax the atmosphere, you're going to die, can't you smile? 347 smiled foolishly, turned his head, and opened his eyes, to see a light pink water lily in Ji Qingshan's original hand. Maybe he was really dying, people's sixth sense was surprisingly sharp. 347 vaguely felt that this thing seemed to have the possibility of saving him. But after a moment, Ji Qingshan sighed, and put the flower away. Too much soul has been consumed. This alone cannot save it. Is that so? The other party was a little depressed, but after all, he was ready to die 3 days ago. Now he was just heading towards a predetermined ending. 347 quickly regained his cheerful smile. He also heard the conversation between Ji Qingshan and the survivors in their shelter. The psychological pressure was not that great, and he understood Ji Qingshan's meaning in an instant. His efforts were not in vain. At least those who escaped here successfully were able to survive, which was enough. How many 614 people are there in your two shelters? Ji Qingshan asked hurriedly while the two of them were talking. She had to understand the distribution of 614's manpower, so that she and other allies could deal with it more easily. There should be more than 300 people in both shelters. They are determined to take us down as quickly as possible. There are quite a few people sent out. There are more than 600 people in total, plus the dozens here. More than 700 people from 614 have been dispatched. The available combat power of these shelters is at most 2,000, and some people have to be left on standby and guarding the house. There are only 300 or 400 people from 1399. Without internal support, they would not be wiped out so quickly. But this is the thinking of normal people. A madman who regards other people as consumables and is extremely eager for power does not think so. So half a day after reminding Luo Yu that 614 might take action, Ji Qingshan received a request for help from this ally. Nearly 700 people from 614 were suddenly teleported to 1399. Relying on the coordinates sent back by the undercovers before, they sneaked in several batches. The enemy came quite suddenly. Although 1399 was not completely unprepared, such a large-scale attack inevitably made people react in time. The first wave of the raid almost lost one-third of the manpower. Obviously, Yang Wanquan was a calculated madman, and he was not worried about someone stealing the house. There were a total of 1,819 survivors in 614, and only 300 were guarding the house now. But in a sense, he was right. Using the hidden pieces he had placed before, he destroyed 347 and 549 at lightning speed, and used zombies to harass and delay the people in 710, while the main focus of the combat power was placed on 1399. Although most of the hidden pieces he buried there were pulled out, the few scattered people with almost the same coordination instantly doubled the pressure on 1399. At this time, the only ones who could possibly steal from their house were 069 and 401, but the death of Wang Yi and Tang Sun made him conclude that these two shelters should not have time to trouble him now. Sister Ji, do you know why Yang Wanquan can mobilize these? The intermittent voice of the little girl came from the chat group. She had just escaped from a hard battle, but was soon entangled by two people who jumped out. Fortunately, she brought a lot of props, and threw 2 grenades to solve the problem. At first, when they heard the people from 349 and 549 say that Yang Wanquan mobilized so many people, even in a suicidal way to attack other shelters, they were still puzzled. Miss G's combat power was probably exaggerated. If Yang Wanquan was just inciting, in an environment where everyone was in danger, it would be a lot if half of them were willing to listen to his orders. Obviously, Yang Wanquan also understood this, and he chose a more direct and more loyal method. He seems to have used his supernatural powers to control all his subordinates, and transformed all their minds, turning them into weapons that can only kill. It's true. Yang Wanquan's personality destined him to not trust anyone around him. He could only use people created by his supernatural powers with peace of mind. I should have thought of it earlier. Those who were spread by the second transmission would become machines that only knew how to kill dissidents. How could Yang Wanquan not turn his subordinates into a more loyal generation? But this seems to have made it easier for her. CE, take Lan Meng to 1399. Mind control is both a good thing and a bad thing. People's thinking always has flaws, and they will not run according to the program immediately. But the weakness of the program is precisely here. As long as one link is removed, the whole program will collapse. Since they were all controlled by Yang Wanquan's spiritual power, as long as Lan Meng reigned a reign with spiritual fluctuations to temporarily disrupt their killing thoughts, opponents of equal strength would naturally seize this flaw, and when confusion came, it would be their death. Sending CE to go together would give Lan Meng an extra layer of protection to prevent the opponent from cutting the auxiliary first in a group fight. The information was conveyed through the chat group, and the two people notified by Ji Qingchen reunited as quickly as possible, and went to 1399. As for Ji Qingchen himself, although I can't save him, I can still prolong his life for a short time. You two wait for a while. She placed the 2 hearts on a blooming water lily, and opened the 710 protective shield. They defended the place you attacked, so now let's see how long the place you want to contain can last. And along the circle of beautiful pink rose walls outside the shelter, corn, Venus flytraps, willows. The plants that were originally normal in size quickly expanded, rose from the ground. Chapter 102. Yang Wanquan is indeed quite capable. He can drive so many zombies to attack 710. Among the people he sent, there must be people who can mobilize zombies, and there must be at least 20 of them. Although with the number of cards Ji Qingchen has unlocked at present, plus the weapons and props provided by the shelter, it would only take some effort for her to kill all these zombies. But now is different from the past. The mastermind has noticed the abnormality here. It is better not to use force on a large scale. At present, the zombies have no desire to actively attack the shelter. The cause of this situation is the guys who can drive zombies among the people sent by 614. If she wants to quell this disaster with the least noise, the easiest way is to find those guys who control the zombies and eliminate them. The mental power of zombies is completely different from that of humans. It may be difficult for others to distinguish, but it is very easy for Ji Qingchen to find them. In addition, her plants that can accurately locate the target can do it in less than 2 minutes. But looking at the front, Ji Qingchen suddenly had a better idea. After letting the protective shield retreat to the attacking plants, he saw that the unrestrained zombies had already pounced on the roses, and then they were devoured mercilessly by the roses before they even had time to attack. The energy contained in the third-level zombies was double that of the second-level zombies, but for the roses, it only increased the devouring speed by 10 seconds. I will open some gaps in the flower wall in a while. You will each be responsible for defense. The means are unlimited, and the income will be distributed according to the normal way to deal with zombies. As the roses moved, Ji Qingshan's voice was heard by everyone present at 710. This is what she thought. Not only can she avoid being exposed, but she can also train her soldiers and improve her mentality, so as not to get used to taking on too much responsibility. Upon hearing this, the capable teams gathered inside the flower wall. The first group of people who dared to step forward had at least the strength to kill the second-level zombies. For them, the gathering of so many zombies here is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At present, the shelter has not spawned storage items. In order to maintain their physical strength and speed up the search for zombies, they are all lightly equipped when they go out hunting on weekdays. At present, it is different around the shelter. Those weapons and supplies are not worried about running out. The zombies outside are a mixture of second and third level zombies, and the third level zombies with alien shapes only account for 60%. In addition, roses and other plants can weaken their strength. Don't miss the free experience. In fact, Ji Qingshan didn't mention it, but he was also brave enough to try to suggest it. At present, more than 1,000 people have come to this vacuum zone. There are about 1,000 people who can't squeeze in, but are eager to try. Most of those who are eager to try are from the second tier of strength. They are not strong enough to lead the charge, but they can be substitutes. As for those who have already rushed over, those who have not recovered from their injuries, go back and lie down quickly. Don't force me to throw you in myself. Ji Qingshan glanced back and saw some people in the crowd who were accidentally attacked by zombies and were seriously injured. Although it seems that they are only slightly injured at most, and normal fighting is not a problem. But Ji Qingshan knows too well the power of such zombies gathered together. Especially at their current level, they have the intelligence to cooperate with each other, and it is not as simple as 1 + 2 = 3. Besides, since Ji Qingshan decided to let others improve their combat power and hide themselves, she really didn't intend to interfere too much. She was only responsible for waiting for everyone's physical strength to reach the limit, and then cleaning up those people who drove the zombies. The process of survivors dealing with zombies will last about 2 hours, and during this period, those who fail to recover are likely to be injured again. At that time, they will have to be treated. It is better not to release them now. It's just a trial, not a matter of life and death, so why not endure it? Seeing Ji Qingshan say this, those people also knew that there was no hope, leaving behind a sad look and retreating into the protective shield, acting as temporary logistics personnel. No one wanted to fish in troubled waters, because there have been such examples before, and they were all miserable without exception. Over time, no one would do thankless work. Excluding those who took the initiative to go back, there were still more than 1,500 people left, each forming a team that had been training for more than a month. Ji Qingshan estimated the combat power of most people, and opened more than 100 holes, with an average of 3 teams guarding one. As for how to distribute the energy cores dropped in this hole, it was their own business. After the preparations were almost done, Ji Qingshan removed the plants that worked hard on the 100 holes, and the defensive momentum suddenly weakened, which immediately boosted the spirits of the attackers outside. The zombies rushed towards the 100 places like crazy. "Hey, sister will give you a full shuttle." The woman's excited voice sounded first, holding a heavy modified machine gun in her hand, and yelling at the same time. The shells were fired like raindrops, and each shell had different attributes attached to it. There are explosions, knockbacks, burning, annihilation, all of which are extremely destructive. Weapon enchantment, this is her ability. Her attack is also like a signal. Following the explosion, there are the roars of various hot weapons, dazzling light and shadow of superpowers, and those crazy people who like close combat and hand-to-hand combat, transformed into human-shaped shells and rushed into the pile of zombies. After a wave of offensives, the defense system will seize the opportunity to release the shield light shield to give teammates enough time to adjust. Then, there will be a new round of heavy firepower attacks. The members of the attack group are parallel to the rose wall. To put it more vividly, they are standing in front of the gap in the flower wall, and there is a thin layer of roses behind them to separate them from the logistics. The roses were seriously warned by Miss G not to suck human blood indiscriminately, and tried to restrain their thorns and avoid those who rushed over because of dodging. After more than a month of training, the strength of more than 1,500 people has made a qualitative leap. fighting the 2 or 3 mixed zombies on equal terms. Occasionally, there will be a few guys who are beyond expectations in the zombie pile, but that is not a big deal for Miss G. A corn cannon or a willow branch will chop the melons and vegetables, and these scattered guys will die. The rest of the people who can deal with them continue to charge. But facing zombies with similar strength, or even a little stronger, injuries and poisoning are always inevitable. But behind them, the auxiliary staff have been ready. The injured will be thrown to the back by teammates. Ji Qingshan will be responsible for those who can't take care of them. The rose wall will be opened, and the logistics staff will drag the people away for treatment. The poison will be detoxified, the injured will be treated, and the exhausted will be thrown to the bed to rest. Most of the poisoned ones took a 10-minute break after detoxifying and began to pull back the roses, while the injured and exhausted ones were basically pressed on the bed. The vacant positions were filled by substitutes. When it was close to 2 hours, all the substitutes were rotated on the field. At the beginning, Ji Qingshan had to take care of these people with slightly weaker strength, and the pressure increased slightly, but as the number of zombies gradually decreased, it did not last too long. Nearly 2.5 hours later, there were very few zombies with fighting power on the scene, and the person set by 614 could not withstand such high-intensity consumption. They had no new zombies to replenish since an hour ago. Now, after the fight, these people who were playing tricks behind the scenes could no longer hide their figures. As the instigators of the dispute, they were more embarrassed than all the people in 710, and their empty eyes were full of fatigue and fear. Even if they could drive the zombies, they could only prevent them from attacking themselves subjectively. Passive collisions and injuries were still borne by themselves or the people sent to protect them. In fact, by the middle and late stages of the battle, they had lost their desire to fight and were ready to retreat. But it was too late to retreat now. Everyone despairingly discovered that 710 was like a crab trap, easy to get in but hard to get out. From an hour ago to now, this group of people who were gradually exposed among the zombies tried various ways to escape, but without exception, every time they tried to take a half step back, a corn kernel or a willow branch would block their way back. Now, the zombies have been basically cleared out, and they are completely sealed in this jar. There are 64 people in total. It's yours. Ji Qingshan touched the rose. It was hard for her. There was a lot of food at her fingertips. She could just take these 64 snacks as a reward. Even without Ji Qingshan saying it a second time, the rose had already rushed out and wrapped around the bodies of the invaders in their terrified eyes. Half a minute later, the entire flower wall swayed contentedly. It's over. Most of the combat team walked back to the shelter by themselves or were supported. The protective shield had been put away. Ji Qingshan jumped down from the flowers and simply told them to go back and rest. Indeed, the trouble of 710 was temporarily solved, but for her, this was not the only trouble. For 2.5 hours, she had been in contact with the people who went to 1399 and got news from them from time to time. The situation of 1399 was currently stable. Lan Meng made the invaders' minds dazed twice, as Ji Qingshan said. Even if the survivors of 1399 reacted instinctively, they were enough to kill several invaders. Not to mention that there was CE, a powerful foreign aide, who fought 10 of them alone and helped Luo Yu and the others to contain the most difficult group of enemies. C himself was almost boasting to the sky. Yang Wanquan himself should have gone to the other 2 occupied shelters. After all, they were the results in hand. With his cautious personality, there was no reason not to reap the fruits of victory first. But he probably never thought that the plans of the other 2 sides would both fail. But this has nothing to do with Ji Qingshan. Miss G also has a share of the results to be obtained at this moment. About the ownership of shelters 347 and 549. Bringing the refugees to the central tower, Ji Qingshan took 2 hearts from the lotus. Then, I will follow the previous agreement to protect them, and take the gift you gave me. This was said not only to the more than 20 survivors of 347 and 549, but also to the souls of the 2 people who still remained in their hearts. The floating soul smiled relaxedly. Ji Qingshan didn't say anything nonsense. I don't know what method she used. The moment the lotus withered, the 2 hearts withered together, and the 2 souls with no regret slowly dissipated. At the same time, a pleasant electronic sound sounded. Chapter 103. Congratulations on upgrading all shelters on the ruins of the real world to level 4, and the number of independent dungeons that have been cleared has reached 10. The world dungeon is about to open. Please ask shelter 710, 614, 1399, 069, and 401 to send survivors there in time. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Whether they were cleaning up the battlefield or still struggling, the news brought by the electronic sound was undoubtedly shocking. We should have started later. Miss G's eyes were full of irritation. She was stuck in a tense situation when the two sides introduced a big trouble that disrupted the situation. This should be her fault. I originally wanted to take over the ownership of the two shelters as soon as possible to prevent Yang Wanquan from causing any trouble. Now, the opportunity has been given to another more troublesome guy. If you exceed the time limit for the dungeon that you have to go to, there is a high probability that something will happen. Did you hear that? How are you guys? Ji Qingchen asked the people who were sent to 1399. The other side answered quickly. It's okay, but Xiao Mingming just forced another rain and fainted from exhaustion. But thanks to her, we have dealt with most of the enemies so far. It's only a matter of time before the chaos subsides. The person who spoke was Ce. There were no living people around him at the moment. He held the unconscious Lan Meng in one hand and dug out a breathing person from the pile of corpses and poured the potion into him. Ji Qingchen saw the whole process of the war through the daughter flower. Although 1399 won this battle, it was only a miserable victory. 614 those who were controlled had no fear or pain, and their hearts and eyes were full of crazy killing intent. Everyone, even if half of their body was chopped off, as long as they could still move and had a trace of supernatural power, would rush towards the 1399 people in a suicidal manner. The number of people on both sides was almost the same, so 614 had a tendency to overwhelm the other side. Even if it was not the case, both sides would suffer losses. As long as Yang Wanquan harvested the other two shelters and brought reinforcements, they would completely follow the footsteps of 347 and 549 points. At most, it would cause Yang Wanquan to double his losses. Compared with the benefits that Yang Wanquan could get, these losses were still small. The turning point of this bad ending happened when Lan Ming first manipulated the rain to make the invader's consciousness escape from Yang Wanquan's control. He seized a momentary opportunity and laid the foundation for the current victory. But for them, the loss was still tragic. There are 505 survivors left, 275 of them are seriously injured, 49 are dying, and the rest can move, but they are quite injured. An hour later, when the war was completely over, Ce delivered the news to Ji Qingchen. The other three had already returned to 710. Ce sent them back, because each of the three could hold on to open the portal. Su Yang and Mu Chu had been in 1399, so when the war came, the two were the first to be involved. It was not their home court, and it was not easy to exchange weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, the two were quite unlucky and fell into the encirclement of 614 right away. Fortunately, they had practiced a lot in recent days, and their vigilance and skills had already reached a new level. With their special abilities and relatively small bodies, they successfully avoided most of the attacks, and found each other according to the instructions of Daughter Flower. But the problem is that neither of them is good at fighting. The physical strength of young people is always consumed quickly, and the half-day-long uninterrupted fighting is enough to overdraw all their physical strength. Their hands and feet are numb, their eyes are blurry, their mouths and noses are full of fishy and sweet smells, and the wounds on their bodies are not even painful, but the chill that keeps penetrating into their bodies. In the end, it was set at 1 hour, and they were fighting and dodging almost by instinct. The invaders seemed tireless. They consistently used their superpowers and weapons to leave scars on them. Ji Qingchen's mental power stayed in the consciousness of the two for a long time, so that she could take over their bodies immediately in case of danger. But fortunately, they finally survived. They waited for the good news of victory together with the 1399 survivors, who were still breathing around them, and a guy who vaguely lifted them up. Ce condensed dozens of soil blocks, each of which was about 3 square meters, and an average of 10 half-dead human bodies were piled on each of them. This guy is more than capable of managing his own little piece of land. He can also throw a few missiles, or change the terrain of other places to provide support when he is free. This is already within the acceptable range. After the battle, probably because he remembered the alliance mentioned by Ji Qingchen, and wanted to find Mu Chu and Su Yang by the way, he volunteered to take on the task of finding the survivors. This is what Greyes told Ji Qingchen. Ji Qingchen gave him a daughter flower when Ce left, intending to let him give it to Luo Yu, and then directly exchange information with her after the matter was done. Now that the influence of the energy core on them has disappeared, the daughter flower no longer cries, and refuses to agree. Who knew that this guy gave the flower seeds to Greyes? He said it was because Luo Yu was seriously injured. Her ability is to reset her energy, a very useful skill for office workers. But even if her energy is reset, her physical injuries will not. Losing too much blood finally dragged her into darkness at the moment when her spirit suddenly relaxed after the battle. Grea's summoned beasts have a natural advantage here. The rat snakes attack in groups, the rabbits can be used as both defense and mounts, and a group of foxes constantly harass and assassinate. Even when the opponent wants to use hidden mines to sneak attack, black and white balls appear next to Grea's, and the panda cub holds him in his arms, and he doesn't even break a hair. It turns out to be passive. Grea's, who was only frightened, held the soft panda cub in his arms to relieve the fright, and the panda cub was emotionally stable and fell asleep. He didn't even look at his summoner. In this regard, Miss G made a post-event evaluation. Sure enough, all summoned creatures die like this. The other one who had almost no physical injuries was Sangya. The little girl's spatial ability was quite amazing. In large-scale wars, her advantage was far greater than the invisibility that could only confuse vision. Because the other dimension existed beside everyone, she was like a ghost on the battlefield that kept disappearing and reappearing, harvesting the lives of invaders. Compared to Grea's, Sangya's love and hate were both strong and obvious. After knowing that Lin Zi, whom she regarded as a relative, died at the hands of Shuela from 614, and Shuela was already dead, the first thing the little girl did when she came to her senses was to seek revenge on everyone in 614. Luo Yu's plan made her know rationally that her reckless revenge would only kill more relatives, so she could only suppress the flame, which burned more and more in her heart. At this time, God just gave her a golden opportunity. When the battle started, Sangya didn't even think about how to survive, but how to harvest more 614 heads. She did it, but it consumed a lot of superpowers, and almost got lost in that special space. Fortunately, she was lucky. When she came out of the space for the last time, she happened to be seen by Luo Yu, who grabbed her and knocked the little girl out with a knife. Mu Song's situation was better. The fearful brother always prioritized saving his life at any time and place. In addition, he had used superpowers to exchange for a space storage device, so he was full of life-saving props at the beginning. Adhering to the fine style of fighting if he could beat him, and smashing props if he couldn't beat him, he ended the battle after he used up his inventory. There were many injuries, but none of them could cause life-threatening. As for the Dark Chef Tu Gu, as a weak assistant, it is obviously unrealistic to let him kill the invader with bread and make the invader die of nausea. Luo, you had made a plan for this early. If an accident happens when no one is prepared, Sangya's first task is to throw 1,399's assistants into the space. If conditions permit, send them to the protectors around them. The Nani must be protected, and other forces agree with this move. However, Sangya has fainted now, and they can only continue to wait in the space. Now the work of 1399 is presided over by Grea's. Thanks to Luo Yu's foresight to let him gain the right to speak among the crowd, there is no chaos in the shelter. The wounded are treated, the unconscious are resting, and the dying. CE provided 2 bottles of Lanning brand life-saving potion. It's better for people to live. CE threw water to Grea's, and held the 3 unconscious children with soil to the portal. Countdown 22 hours. What do you think of that world copy? Another hour passed, and the survivors were basically stable. Luo Yu's condition improved. The lady who always put work first struggled to work as soon as she opened her eyes, but was held down by Grea's Tu Gu and Mu Song. Sister, you should rest first. You will die if you continue to work. Mu Song looked at Luo Yu with resentment. He felt guilty, and had to lie down again. The situation in 1399 was not good. Grea's was not without scheming. Although this was an unexpected war, he not only won over a wave of people's hearts, but also eliminated some dissidents. Among the survivors, those who were close to them were obviously more than those who were half familiar with them, and even had a faint hostile tendency. But people's injuries are real, and 24 hours is only enough for the seriously injured to recover. If the world copy covers the entire ruins, the number of people here will be reduced by half. But I don't think all the world copies will come. Grea's said firmly, otherwise, there would be no need for the electronic sound to mention to go there in time. So I think the copy should be hidden somewhere in this ruins, and we have to find it ourselves. Yeah. They won't make such a big copy. Qi Qinshan affirmed, such benefits and efforts are not equal. It's just that now we have no understanding of this copy, and this world is as usual, making riddles for the survivors to guess. However, as soon as the voice fell, the electronic sound suddenly made 2 hissing sounds like a corpse. Then he said, attention, the world copy. Silent market, the rules of participation are as follows, each shelter has 7 or more participants. If the copy cannot be found before the deadline, or 7 people cannot be gathered. Then the shelter will enter the zombie carnival hell mode in advance, and be attacked by zombies of the lowest level 3 before the copy is cleared. Note: a 7-person team must have more than 3 important members of the shelter. Please gather the number of people within the specified time, and go as soon as possible. Damn, you didn't report it earlier or later, but you reported it now. Are you trying to slap her in the face? Ji Qingchen's fist hardened. Chapter 104. The roars of zombies continued to appear between the ruins. Since the 3rd level zombies were demoted, there have been more and more strange creatures. The 1st and 2nd level zombies are mostly from the polluted natives of this world and their clones. Therefore, although they are full of holes and tatters, they at least look like human beings. But it is completely different when it comes to the 3rd level. Those zombies that have been transformed and mass-produced, in order to ensure the full use of a certain ability, most of them are in the form of beasts or objects, and even some of the guys close to the 4th level are mixed in, and their appearance is unbearable and ugly. These guys are really eye-catching. The young man with outstanding appearance frowned, punched a creature with tumors all over its body, and landed on all 4s, and nimbly avoided the dark green liquid with a fishy smell splashing on the other side. It was Yuano who came out of the lost ruins. It is reasonable to say that all participants will be forced to leave the instance after the instance is over, but Yuan Zhou appeared from the instance 7 days after the instance was cleared. No one knows what he did inside, but the delay made it the day when zombies were released into the instance. It was not that he intended to find these zombies, but because he was emotionally unstable when he just left the instance, the aura of a superior being of the same kind was accidentally revealed, attracting many little brothers who offered their courtesy. Originally, he was very reluctant to see such an accident because it was too eye-catching, especially because it would attract someone's attention. But now that the instance has been entered, if he wanted to see someone, he would have been seen long ago. Yuan Zhou simply didn't bother to pretend, and went straight to the guy he didn't like. The man found that it didn't matter if he took him back by force. However, after 5 or 6 days of doing this, there was still no movement around Yuan Zhou. Did the man change his nature? Or was he blind and didn't notice the situation here? The beauty looked puzzled, but when the copy was cracked, there was a strong fluctuation in the energy on his body, which was proof that the other party was paying attention to this place. Logically speaking, if his secret was known to others, either he would silence the insider or make a huge fuss in the world. But it has been half a month, and no action has been taken. This is completely unreasonable. What could have tripped him up? Or did the man think that it was more important than using radical means to keep his secret, and then give Yuan Zhou a warning? Yuan Zhou kept thinking about the possible situation in his mind. It is unlikely that it is caused by himself. That guy's lackeys are all over the alliance. Is there anything that can't be gotten rid of in 10 days, or half a month? It won't happen if there is any problem with his subordinates. He has absolute control over his lackeys. Even if he is the nominal prince, he will be wiped out instantly once he touches the bottom line of the other party. External factors are ruled out. It can only be a problem belonging to this world. Some absurd thoughts appeared, and Yuan Zhou suddenly felt that the person was afraid of this place. He didn't want to let too much change happen here, and he didn't want his actions to attract anyone's attention. He was worried that his plan would be discovered. Why? Or because of whom? He seemed to be thinking, but there was already a figure in his mind. She brought too many variables to this world, and even cracked the copy of the Lost Ruins. If she knew the truth of this world, even a little bit, that person would have a headache. Yuan Zhou believed that Ji Qingchen would not be unaware of the truth. From the way the 2 copies were cleared, it can be seen that Miss Ji is quite experienced in layout and conspiracy. And her combat power is not low. Those mutant mermaids cannot be completely suppressed by just anyone with 0 frames. Although sometimes she doesn't look like a serious person, this kind of unseriousness seems to be quite attractive. Yuan Zhou was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't even notice that there was a big guy following him. When his reason returned, he was so scared that he almost stabbed the ugly thing. No, he stopped his hand in time, and used a ball of water to knock the zombie away. If he was so violent, his clothes would be dirty. Yes, Yuan Zhou, who always likes to have close contact with nature or tear a piece of rag from a zombie to wrap himself, actually wore a set of clothes for 10 days, and it was not dirty or damaged for half a month. He was wearing a lotus pink suit. The inner garment was tailored to be very slim, revealing everything that should be exposed. The outer coat was better, but the fabric seemed a little transparent. The clothes were naturally given by Ji Qingchen. After being pulled out of the lotus, Miss Ji asked the lotus to make a set of clothes for the person with petals, but she was so thoughtful that she only put them on the person before leaving the dungeon, even if the clothes were very economical in fabric. Miss G's guess about Yuanzhou's identity was gradual. In the first independent dungeon, she only thought that he was an important NPC in the dungeon. Until they met again in the Lost Ruins, she was sure that this person was indeed an important NPC, but he belonged to this world. If the Lost Ruins had not given her too little time, and she had not waited for anyone after coming out, Yuanzhou would have been taken to 710 by her to be beaten up. Of course, Yuanzhou was unaware of this. The innocent little beauty was naturally unaware, and her mind was full of how to convey the message to Ji Qingshan in a subtle way. After 2 dungeons, the idea of cooperating with Ji Qingshan had been rehearsed in his mind for no less than 10 times. Whether from an intuitive or rational point of view, he wanted to do something to cooperate with the other party, which was the safest decision. And now, seeing that Ji Qingshan could still make that person so afraid, Yuanzhou secretly decided that the next time he met, he must test Ji Qingshan's intentions. It would be best if they could cooperate, but even if they could not cooperate, they should tell her more about the truth of this world. This is already the place with the most hope of breaking the ending. What method should be found? That person has already paid attention to this place, and he and Ji Qingshan, 2 dangerous elements, must not meet openly. Otherwise, just wait for the other party to open a dungeon or something. Congratulations on the upgrade of all shelters above the ruins of the real world to level 4. The World Dungeon, Silent Market is about to open. Please send survivors to the shelter 710, 614, 1399, 069, 401 in time. It seemed that the goddess of luck heard his voice. As soon as this thought came out, an electronic sound floated over the world. The World Dungeon is about to open. So soon. In fact, according to common sense, the appearance of level 3 zombies will take some time. The requirement of 10 dungeons is not so easy to achieve. In the past, the opening of the World Dungeon would be delayed for at least another month, until the 4th level zombies were sent down. Regarding this point, you can see how the 5 shelters here met the conditions. 710 has the bug of Ji Qingshan, and currently has 3 upgrade rights. In theory, as long as she wants, the shelter can be directly upgraded to the top configuration. Most of the upgrade rights of 1399 are the results of their own clearance of the dungeon, but Miss G's help is indispensable for the Lost Ruins. Not to mention 069 and 401, these 2 belong to their boss who died and then flew away. Most of the upgrade materials are provided by Miss G. As for 614, they also cleared 2 dungeons. Although the results were not ideal, Yang Wanquan almost used the survivors under his command as tools, and with the energy cores obtained from other shelters by bloody means, they could barely make up 2 upgrades. Coincidentally, according to Yang Wanquan's original plan, if he could successfully take down 347 and 549, he originally did not intend to spend those energy cores. But who knew that the owner of 347 would come to the rescue, and Ji Qingshan would show up halfway, and the cooked duck would fly away. In order to fulfill the plan of 1399, they had to use the energy core to create a portal to contain the opponent. Although they didn't win in the end, it seemed a bit clownish. But to be honest, the route of Shelter 614 was normal. By killing people from other shelters and embezzling other shelters to obtain the resources they wanted, their efficiency was enough to stand out from most shelters. They also indirectly eliminated 2 shelters that did not meet the standards, which promoted the opening of the world copy. It's a pity. Some people really don't play by the rules. Sure enough, this place is special. Yuanzhou couldn't help but think of the person who commanded thousands of lotus flowers to bloom and brought a world back to life. She seemed to always bring miracles. Since the world copy is about to open, I go there to wait for her. It's a safer chat environment than the independent copy. Then again, the refresh of the world copy is quite random, and there are no special signs. The only way to identify it is that it is guarded by zombies. It's hard to find a group of humans, right? Otherwise, give her some hints. By the way, you can also tell them some relevant requirements. That guy, I can't let her keep me as a vase. 710 Central Tower. Because of the sudden world copy, the atmosphere in the shelter is extremely serious. Now there are 21 hours left in the countdown. The electronic cigarette is like a toothpaste. It gives a little information when you touch it. So far, they know very little about the world copy, but it is certain that it is impossible to have only the 2 pieces of information it said. Let's go find it first. Finding the entrance to the world dungeon may be a key point. According to the temper of this world, it may not tell us more until we enter. Then let's split into groups now. The 3 children are in a coma. Mouyue and Fuing don't like to talk. Bondi mostly follows Ji Qingshan's instructions. Ji Qingchen is discussing across shelters through the chat group at this moment. Yes. As for the dungeon, ICE Muchu, Su Yang, Mouyue, Fuing, and Lan Meng will go. During this period, Bondi will take over 710. Fuyun, you continue to copy the two shelters. Sister Shuang, is there something glowing on your wrist? Perhaps because she heard her name, and her physical and mental strength had recovered, Lan Meng slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and suddenly saw something strange on Ji Qingchen's hand. After hearing what she said, Miss Ji's attention shifted. She raised her hand, and saw that the bright pearl on her wrist emitted a soft light. Chapter 105. This is... Ji Qingchen showed a strange smile on her face. It seemed that she had taken it from a little beauty before leaving the dungeon. After knowing that Yuan Zhou had some connection with this world, Ji Qingchen thought about getting a pearl to play with. Whether it worked or not was secondary. The main thing was to confirm Yuan Zhou's identity, whether he had any connection with mermaids, and whether the things on his body could be brought into reality. However, time was urgent at that time, and Miss Ji couldn't do it to the face that suited her appetite, so she simply pinched the ticklish flesh on his waist. The little beauty was tickled, and soon she smiled with tears. The tears fell and formed a white and shiny pearl in Miss Ji's palm. Yuan Zhou's face was flushed at that time, and he was still shy to hand the pearl to her. But seeing Ji Qingchen casually put the things into his pocket, he became dissatisfied again. He grabbed her hand holding the pearls, and was awkward for a long time. Finally, he pulled off a hair with some anger, put the pearls on it to make a bracelet, and gritted his teeth to put it on Ji Qingchen's hand. Ji Qingchen didn't pay attention at that time. Now thinking back, the beauty's expression at that time seemed a little shy. Bullying too much? It shouldn't be, she didn't do anything too bad. But Yuan Zhou is really worthy of being a person who has always been in her aesthetic point. She wanted to bully him when she saw the shy and angry look. Alas, if the copy hadn't disappeared too quickly, she would definitely do something else. Ji Qingchen regretted it. But in the end, this is just a little comfort in the monotonous life. It's okay to treat it as a little pearl in the ocean of memories. But if it pops up from time to affect the original trajectory, it's not good. Although the energy contained in this pearl is very pure, it is very helpful for ordinary psychics to improve, and can even warm and regenerate damaged spiritual bodies. But Ji Qingchen does not have much need to improve her mental strength and supernatural powers. At most, it makes Ji Qingchen more convinced that Yuan Zhou is not a simple NPC, and his original identity should be quite important in the mermaid clan. In addition, the presence of a bracelet as thick as a hair and a pearl as big as a fingernail is not very strong. So after coming out of the copy, Ji Qingchen only confirmed that this thing still exists, and almost no longer paid attention to the thing on her wrist. She really didn't expect that this thing could suddenly play a role. In just a moment, Ji Qingchen half raised her hand, and slowly changed the direction of the pearl. As expected, when the pearl was facing the northeast, the light on it reached its peak, and when it was facing the southwest, it was the dimmest. There are two possibilities. One is that the owner of the pearl is there, but if so, it should have reacted before, instead of suddenly moving at this time. Then, there is only the second possibility. The northeast is the refreshed place of the world copy. Sister Ji is this. The pearl of the mermaid? Other people who have come out of coma gradually woke up, and after hearing Lan Meng's words, they all looked at Ji Qingchen's wrist. Everyone present knew what happened in the lost ruins, and naturally knew the origin of the pearls, but the things in these copies could not continue to exist in this world as usual. Su Yang also took a few, but after leaving the copy, these pearls turned into energy cores without exception. However, according to Ji Qingchen's analysis, the pollution contained in them is much less than that of real energy cores. But now, the one in Miss Ji's hand is real, and it has suddenly changed like this. How can people not be curious? Yes. Ji Qingchen didn't feel the need to hide it. She didn't say too much, purely because she was afraid of trouble. Since you are all awake, let's rest and find the dungeon. Although there are props that can infer the approximate location of the dungeon, it is better to go there early. Not to mention the twists and turns that may be encountered on the road. Just the troublesome insiders of 614. If they accidentally find the entrance to the dungeon first, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no human variables. Except for CE who still stayed in 1399, the rest of the people who were pointed out by Ji Qingchen to go to the dungeon together began to get busy one after another. As the top survivors of 710, they have a lot of energy core reserves, and they are all people who have had at least one dungeon experience. World dungeons and the like, just hearing the name is not easy to mess with, so props must be prepared in full. Especially thermal weapons and protective shields. Take the Lost Ruins as an example. Although the key to clearing the dungeon is to decipher the secrets, if Ji Qingshan and Musong cannot withstand the attacks of monsters and skeletons, they will not be able to complete the task even if they get the answer. It is always better to prepare more props. The 5 of them were shopping crazily in the shopping area of the central tower, and Ji Qingshan bought Si Yi's share on his behalf. Fuyun, how is your situation? Is the team gathered? Compared with the people in her own shelter, Ji Qingshan was more worried about 069 and 401. Although 1399 was seriously injured, she still believed in the strength and cohesion of Luoyu and others. At least 3 of the 5 people, Greyas, Luoyu, Sanghia, Musong, and Tuj, will go. With Greyas' current prestige, it is enough to make the remaining few completely disobey orders. But the 2 shelters are different. The most powerful ones are the leaders of various organizations. But they are all scattered together. If they are selected from one organization alone, they will not be enough. Yuan Fuyun is also very clear about this, and is worried about this matter. I have always been fortunate that Ji Qingshan is the owner of the 2 shelters. Those people are not convinced by each other, but they will not mind Miss Ji. I'd better pick the most powerful ones, at least they can save their lives. Yuan Fuyun carefully reported the current plan to Ji Qingshan. Okay, send the good ones here, we have to speed up. Master, have you found the world copy? Yes, there is a general direction. But the first one to come was 1399. Since the shelter owner must go to the world dungeon, the shelter cannot be left without management, so Luo, you had to do his old job. But it was a little different from Ji Qingshan's guess. Except for herself, Luo Yu did not leave any friends in 1399. Compared with the dungeon, staying in the shelter is much safer. Besides, even if they stay in the shelter, I will handle those things. I am enough here. They all don't like to use human lives as cannon fodder. Like Ji Qingshan, Luo Yu and Gray Yas and others agree that fewer people not only act flexibly, but also understand each other better and cooperate more tacitly. Therefore, 1399 also sent 7 people. In addition to Gray Yas's group of 4, there are 3 more leaders of the organization who are more familiar with them. In all the previous changes, they stood firmly on the side of Greyas and others. Because of the Shuela incident, Luo Yu, Greyas and others now have very strict requirements for selecting companions. In addition to friendship, the temperaments of these 3 people are also quite upright. After hearing Ce say that Ji Qingshan has already figured out the location of the world copy, several people discussed and decided to go directly to 710 with Ji Qingshan and others. Half an hour later, the other 2 people from the shelter also arrived. Ji Qingshan couldn't help but laugh when he saw them. Yuan Fuyun is really good at selecting people. There may be replacements for the strength of these 14 people, but they were all the ones who were beaten the hardest by Ji Qingshan in the original battle for ownership. Now when they see Ji Qingshan, they all shrink back unconsciously, for fear of being used as a punching bag again. Everyone is here, but Ji Qingshan is not in a hurry to set off. There are still 19 hours before the copy deadline, and the time is enough with the fixed point of the portal and the speed of Dandelion. Rather than reaching the dungeon, she had to prepare a plan to take these people to survive in the dungeon. First, they had to know each other's abilities and learn to cooperate. In the 2 worlds of the Lost Ruins, people from different shelters must cooperate with each other. Ce and Mo also put people from different shelters together. It can be seen that it is impossible to be with people you are familiar with all the time in the dungeon. By then, overly unfamiliar cooperation is likely to lead to tragedy. And cooperation is useless to talk about it verbally, you have to fight to know. Except for Ji Qingshan, the 28 people have 4 abilities that have nothing to do with combat and rely purely on props and experience. 3 are purely defensive. 10 have superpowers to assist in combat. 8 rely on superpowers to fight. And 2 have superpowers that are likely to be triggered in combat. But in fact, there is no need for skill introduction at all. The 27 people were randomly divided into 3 groups, and put into the simulation training room of the central tower. After the shelter was upgraded to level 3, the simulation training room had selectable scenes, and after level 4, there were even scenario confrontations. Let them explore in the scenario confrontation. Anyway, they all have brains. After a few rounds of changing teammates, they will basically understand the situation. As for Ji Qingshan, Miss Ji has something like Daughter that can help control other people's bodies. Through it, she can know the other party's abilities and simulate a cooperation plan. If it doesn't work, she can directly control their bodies through rabbit flowers. It's too early to cooperate now. Besides, she has more important things to do. While the 27 temporary teammates were improving their feelings with each other, Ji Qingshan carried her large and small bags of energy cores and went to the tower to exchange a bunch of good things. She bought some of each weapon, even the last one in the cargo column, the small mirror with a very confusing introduction. 27 people, except Musong, Sunghya, and another psychic named Corolla from Shelter 069, do not have the ability to open up space. Due to the limitations of movement and physical strength, the equipment they carry must be limited. But sometimes, some big guys are needed to support the scene. Coincidentally, after killing the zombies before, she saved up the purification power of a card. The gray fog dissipated, and a light blue light appeared. Miss G had a strange plant in her hand. Auxiliary card, Ice Lantern Jade Dew, ability, space opening. A Jade Dew can only open up 100 cubic meters of space, and the storage is limited to dead objects, but it is enough for Ji Qingshan to stuff what she wants. Finally, her basic equipment is almost back. After solving this problem, she came to the periphery of 710. The tattoo on her left wrist flickered, and a bunch of cards were spinning in the air. Yellow, pink, white, and green lights flashed across the shelter, and the number of plants between the houses and the outer circle of the shelter more than doubled. With the power of spiritual power, the current intelligence of plants is almost the same as that of adults. In addition, Ji Qingshan has been immersed in various war tactics for many years, and the plants have been influenced by them. Some of them have more tricks than humans. As long as there is no S-level or above guy, they can still hold on for a day or two. Ji Qingshan went to 069 and 400 and won to strengthen the defense of these two properties that belong to her. After all, with Miss G's years of playing conspiracies and tricks, it is a common method to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The requirements mentioned by the electronic voice inevitably make people think of something. After doing all this, the group of people in the simulation training room are almost familiar with it. After they rested for a while, and had a friendly exchange with each other, the group of 28 people officially set off. Chapter 106. A blue light door appeared above the broken wall. The light door tilted downward, pouring out the contents like an open pocket. Fortunately, the visitor this time was not an ordinary person. He was shocked by the scene in front of him for only a moment before landing steadily. This was the farthest fixed point in the northeast direction of 710 that Ji Qingshan had marked before. She glanced at the pearl on her wrist, and the light on it was a little stronger. She thought she should have marked the right location. But they had to find their own way forward. Looking back, the other 27 people had all come out. The terrain above the ruins was almost all stacked buildings like this, which was nothing new. It seemed that Ji Qingshan had already figured out how to find the world copy, so they would follow him, but they had to be faster. There were still 17 hours left before the deadline. The terrain of the ruins was not very flat, and walking was too inefficient. Among the crowd, Ji Qingshan, Ce, and another girl named Gu He have the ability to fly. Sanghya and Li Jizai can travel through space, and the other two have the ability to double the walking speed of people. But except Miss G, the abilities of others can only carry half of the people here at most. If it exceeds, the consumption and running time are not cost-effective. However, before they have discussed the order of using the next ability, an accident happened. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in the originally gray sky, and a huge eagle-shaped creature swooped down to the ground. Fortunately, after everyone was shocked, they reacted quickly. The three defensive ability users quickly set up protective shields, or shields to protect the people around them. Yes, it seems that the 1-hour fight was not in vain. But the giant eagle's claws did not touch the protective shield at the first time. At the moment when it was about to dive to the ground, it suddenly disappeared without warning. At the same time, there was a strong vibration from the ground. The huge force from the ground not only lifted up the building debris on the ground, but also made everyone on the ground fly up. At the same time, the huge eagle claws appeared and grabbed the thin boy who flew the highest. After all, he had also struggled among the zombies. Seeing this situation, the boy did not panic. A long spear that was half a head taller than others suddenly appeared in his hand, facing the eagle claws and piercing the zombie's chest. The long spear pierced the eagle-shaped zombie like lightning, but the zombie's claws still followed the original inertia and pierced the boy's heart. Seeing that he was about to trade his life with the opponent, a shield-emitting light appeared on his chest, blocking the claws, and below, a hemp rope as thick as a finger was wrapped around his waist and pulled the boy down. "Cheater Bai, you are so slow." The man fell to the ground, looking expressionlessly at the face of the person who released the hemp rope, who looked 50% similar to him. Then he turned to Mu Chu to thank her. Mu Chu didn't say anything, But the person on the opposite side, who was disliked by him, was not happy. "Genie, you are so ashamed to say that to me. If you weren't so reckless every time, would I be unable to react?" This pair is one of the two who came to explore the dungeon in 069. They are a pair of twins. They look only 15 or 16 years old, but their actual age has long exceeded 20. Because this unlucky name left a deep impression on Miss G. Genie's ability is the spear, which is different from ordinary weapons. It is controlled by his consciousness, and has certain explosive and blood-sucking properties. Influenced by the supernatural power itself, Genie is a thorough warmonger. When he competed with Ji Qinshan for the ownership of the shelter, he didn't think twice, and just took up his weapon. Warlike and not afraid of death, in fact, facing such people, it is better to overcome hardness with softness. After all, they have always been straightforward and like to fight alone. Just a little trick can make their attacks fall into the air. Ji Qinshan knows that this method can only defeat these people, but it is impossible to make them convinced. But Miss G fooled the world to give her the ownership of the 3 shelters. As a manager, she must not only make them lose, but also make them lose without any regrets. So Miss G didn't use any strategy, and she didn't even play the card. She fought with people with a knife for 10 minutes. In the end, not only was the weapon almost scrapped, but she was also pressed to the ground and couldn't get up. Of course, Ji Qinshan knew that he was a mage, and he could beat people like this because he was only a level 2 zombie. If he was level 4 or 5, she would have to use a card. But no matter what, Genie was beaten by Ji Qinshan without any ability to fight back, and even many times his moves were resolved before he could use them. When he was pressed to the ground, he was completely convinced by Ji Qinshan. After that, his group of militant subordinates followed Ji Qinshan's lead. Among his group of subordinates, the only one with a slightly different personality was his younger brother Bai. This can be seen from their different abilities. Bai's ability is a rope that can be freely controlled. It can be used to seal and sleep. This person has been committed to teaching his brother some tricks, but he just can't learn them. Every time he listens to the basics, he is cheated by others. Bai gave up over time. It's more reliable for him to keep an eye on it himself. The eagle-shaped zombie was stabbed through by Genie's gun, and the blood-sucking effect attached to the gun made it half dead. Other psychics reacted and stabbed a few more times, and they died completely. But under the ground, the ugly giant earthworms are not vegetarians, and there are more than one eagle in the sky. There are 3 more shadows swooping down to the ground in the void, and the earth begins to shake again, making it impossible for all psychics to keep their balance. And in the gaps between the buildings, 5 meatballs with dense eyes emerged. The eyes of the meatballs can emit corrosive mucus, and their highly plastic bodies can avoid most long-range attacks, but it is not difficult for the superpowers present to kill them. The problem is that the ground is shaking too much, and their attacks cannot be aimed. You think no one knows how to play with soil, right? A frivolous voice came. He smiled, although his eyes were calm, and he snapped his left hand, and the ground suddenly became quiet. Then 3 huge soil balls were pulled out from the ground. 3 short heads appeared on the soil balls. If you ignore the color, they are just 3 shrimps. The shrimp's head is a round mouthpart, which not only contains disgusting mucus, but also strange tumors. No, this is too ugly, isn't it? CE was looking down on it, and a little girl with pigtails on the other side suddenly raised her hand, and a series of balls were thrown out from her hand, and fell into the zombie's mouth like candy beans. There was a crackling sound. The earthworm stopped moving. The delicate little baby was named Wang Qiuqiu, and she should be the youngest among all the people here. She would only be 10 years old next month. The guy in the sky was also caught. Genie was thrown into the sky by his brother's rope and killed one. Fooing compressed air blew up another, and Grey's fox bit off the neck of the third one with lightning speed. It should be gone this time. Grey's was about to hold the little fox back in his arms and rub it, but he saw the white fox's pupils wide open, and the hind legs kicked the ground fiercely, and opened its mouth to grab the thing behind Grey's, another meatball with dense eyes. There are more, however. Dozens of zombies like this have surrounded them without them noticing. In the sky, 6 more eagles flew down, and the earth began to shake again. Is it over yet? Everyone raised their weapons at the same time, but they were getting irritated. I didn't think there were so many zombies hiding in this place before. How come they all suddenly appeared? However, in just a moment, the enemy was approaching, and they didn't have time to think too much, and they fought again. The change in numbers finally made the battle slower, and the zombies seemed to have figured out their attack methods. The eagles became more roundabout, and the meatballs focused on harassing CE, so that he had no time to care about the earthworms underground. But the zombies didn't know that there was another person who could bomb the ground. Green potato seedlings grew, and after a slight tremor, the ground returned to calm. The earthworms disappeared, and the meatballs quickly fell into a disadvantage without helpers. Found you. A water ball was poured into the shadow of a building with this voice. The people fighting in that direction saw a black thing emerging from the shadow wet by the water ball, and they wanted to slip away from the gap in a panic. However, how could it escape when it was seen by so many people? So you are the one who is playing tricks. A delicate and small cage appeared in the palm of the tall woman, and she threw it towards the black ball. The cage trapped the black thing, and the little thing seemed to sense something and struggled violently. The woman's head gradually oozes cold sweat, but in the end, the black thing was defeated, and the small cage turned back to the woman's hand. So that's it, its ability is to copy. After taking back the cage, the woman explained. The black ball can copy the abilities of other zombies, so the zombies they fight here are actually copies of each other. No wonder, I was wondering why so many died, but no energy core appeared. It turns out they were all fake. So it was all this guy's doing. Everyone looked at the third-level energy core in the woman's hand. As expected of a third-level zombie, her skills were not a little bit strong. The woman's name was Xiaoxian. She could feel that the black ball was causing all the trouble because her abilities were quite similar to those of this zombie. By using the cage to capture the other party and overpowering him in terms of mental power, she could obtain some of the other party's abilities. They are all copies, so Xia, it's a bit of a waste of mental power for you to capture it. Wang Qiuqiu and Xia Xuyan have a good relationship, and she came to her side to look at the cage containing the black ball. It's not completely useless. With it, I can spend a quarter less mental power when copying other abilities, which is much more than what I could get before. Xia Xuyan felt the ability and gave feedback. In any case, the current battle has come to an end. Time is running out, and they have to work out a transportation plan as soon as possible to get to the location of the world copy. Chapter 107. I've said that I can connect the two spaces, so that we can avoid obstacles and reduce the possibility of being attacked by zombies. I remember correctly that you need to remember the coordinates of the target location, right? Do you know where we are going? Who said I must know the target? As long as I'm outside. Sangya retorted, but didn't finish her words. Yes, you can lead the way outside by yourself, but don't you think about how you can face the attack just now? Your space is not an instant skill, and you don't know how to die in an emergency? If you die, we will all be trapped in it. In the end, won't everyone have to go with you? Maybe my ability can do it. The space I open can be operated inside, similar to an invisible vehicle. Li Jiasai joined in. His ability is also a space type. In this unfamiliar journey, it is more concealed, but the energy consumption is a flaw, and the speed is not much faster than walking. For people who need to hurry, it is not a good choice. 2 space-type plans were rejected, and the next person to appear was someone with a serious flying plan. But when CE controlled the soil to help everyone fly, it would also put a huge burden on him. If the power was temporarily depleted, it would be a big problem to fight. The same is true for another girl named Guhi. Her ability is Cloud, but similarly, it is too difficult for her to carry so many people, and she may not be able to react in time if she encounters an ambush. Alright, the time limit will be up if we continue to discuss it. Seeing that everyone had been chattering for 5 minutes without any result, Ji Qingchen could no longer hold back. I felt something was wrong when I heard them arguing there before. Now, they really started arguing about this matter without paying attention. She called these people here because they were needed for the dungeon. Their task was to protect themselves under the loss and dungeon rules and successfully break through the dungeon. They haven't even arrived at the dungeon yet. What's the point of exhausting their energy for a means of transportation? Come up and take care of yourself. 7 dandelions appeared in front of everyone. 710 and Musong, who had known about this plant for a long time, quickly chose one and jumped on it. Let's go! Ji Qingchen also came up and looked at the stunned group of people on the ground. Or do you want to run by yourself? No, your methods are a bit too rich. It seems that we are very unsophisticated. The voices of everyone on the ground appeared together. Yes, yes. After a short silence, Greiz was the first to react. He should have thought of it earlier. The swift movements of the fearful brothers showed that Ji Qingchen had picked him up and dropped him off many times in the dungeon. 1399 The others followed their own city lord's example. The others from both sides were also completely subdued by Ji Qingchen. They followed the boss orders immediately. Let's go. Ji Qingchen snorted softly, and the dandelion flew at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour towards the place where the pearl shone brightest. Ji Qingshan kept adjusting the direction of the dandelion's flight according to the brightness of the pearl. At such a fast speed, it was open-topped. Everyone was speechless for a while. They grabbed the dandelion's fluff tightly to prevent themselves from being blown down by the wind. After more than 7 hours of rapid driving, Ji Qingshan only stopped once for a long time. It's not that he didn't encounter any zombies along the way, but at such a speed, those guys could only chase behind and throw 1 or 2 long-range attacks. Some of them would be blocked by the people facing them directly. Only when passing through a group of buildings with particularly severe ups and downs. Perhaps the zombies they met before were spies sent here, and a group of guys actually made a full ambush here. When Dandelion floated in here, they had just dealt with a group of moles' cannonball-like sneak attacks. More than 50 round meat balls popped out from the ruins, and spikes suddenly grew on their skin and flesh and stabbed at the people in the sky. But before they could get close, the one rushing in the front was rewarded with an air bomb by Fu Ying, and another explosive bomb by Wang Qiuqiu. The ones behind faced the gunfire of Mu Song, Lan Ming, Li Jiasai and others, in addition to Grey's fox, Xia Xuyan's cage, and so on. It was completely solved in just a moment. It took more than 4 hours to travel. Although the zombies' sneak attacks and attacks were irregular, they were not one after another. Most of the zombies at level 3 have a sense of territory, and will not get so close to each other. So no one expected that just 2 minutes later, a ball of red smoke suddenly exploded in front of them. Toxic. Ji Qingshan's dandelion was in the front, and felt the breath of the smoke the moment it exploded. 7 nymphs grew on 7 dandelions, forming a small green barrier, blocking the invasion of the poisonous fog. But the effect of the fog blocking the vision still exists. Keep in touch, and try not to separate. Before leaving, Miss G planted daughter flowers on everyone. At present, the energy core aura on these people has been completely eliminated, and the daughter flowers have also been continuously restored with Ji Qingshan's mental power. They no longer need to be reinforced every 7 days, or spend a lot of mental power to maintain before planting. But this is a chat group of 28 people after all, and some of them are particularly talkative. If their active thoughts are open for a long time, they can make others dizzy. Now this situation of unclear vision is the correct way to open the chat group. 7 dandelions, for people on each. In view of the previous melee, the current grouping is based on strength cooperation. There are at least 2 combat-type superpowers in each group. Everyone is concentrating on guarding against possible enemies around them. Then, there is a buzzing sound in the ear, and the mist begins to stir irregularly. After a few seconds, palm-sized eyes and scarlet bees appear and disappear. Another second later, they were already densely packed in front of people. "Oh my god, bugs!" someone yelled, but fortunately, they had just entered the fog and the formation of the crowd had not been broken up. After hearing the scream, they quickly found the target and gathered around, and in an instant, a round ball surrounded a dandelion. Elastic Rubber Ball, the owner of the ability came from 1399, named Yuan Gun. This name is difficult, so that people don't think he changed his name after knowing his ability. The bees on the huge sphere collided with them, and their speed was extremely fast, knocking a small dent in the rubber ball, especially the tail needle on the abdomen, trying to break through the defense of the rubber ball. Unfortunately, although the surface of the rubber ball was concave, it was not pierced by the tail needle at all, and there was not even a small gap. It only collapsed to the bottom, and bounced the invaders away one by one. The dense bees were spinning in the air, and several of them collided with each other. Fortunately. I am most afraid of insects. Yuangdong Gun patted his round belly to comfort himself. The bee was obviously a little dizzy after being hit. It flew crookedly, but always bumped into its companions. However, the red mist was still rolling. This time, before everyone reacted, a black tail with a barb suddenly hit the surface of the elastic ball. The whole ball flew out like this, and the dandelions and survivors floating in it fell heavily on the wreckage of the building. It also jumped up repeatedly several times. However, before the rolling elastic ball stopped, a shadow suddenly passed through the ground, and a tail with scales appeared in everyone's vision, and then, snap! The elastic ball flew up again, spun, landed, and bounced again. The scorpion's tail on the other side also learned its lesson, and hit the side of the ball hard when it bounced again. The elastic ball spun around and around like this. "Hey, little fat man, untie your elastic ball, I'm dizzy." Someone inside struggled to shout this sentence, and Yuangdong Gun himself was also dizzy. His head was originally dizzy, but he woke up after hearing this, and quickly retracted his supernatural power. But he forgot that they were now in a rotation. Without the restraint of the elastic ball, this bag will take off. Grab the dandelion hair. Ji Qingchen's voice exploded in the chaotic chat group. She used a little spiritual guidance, and in an instant, everyone subconsciously did so. The willow branches entangled the stems of the remaining 6 dandelions to stabilize them all. Then the cold and refreshing breath of mint penetrated into the chaotic minds of the people, and pulled their reason back. Disperse! Ji Qingchen shouted. The 2 cards of mint and epithelum in his hand glowed at the same time, and the halo spread, dissolving the red mist inch by inch. The vision was completely clear, and 3 snake-shaped zombies with various looks appeared in front of everyone. The reason why they look various is that only half of their features are related to snakes. The first one has bumps all over the body, and red mist is sprayed out of the bumps. The second one has a mouthful of fine and dense fangs, and the third one has a scorpion-like barb on its tail. And the scales on their bodies are a collage similar to paint spraying. So ugly. Those who are obsessed with appearance feel that their eyes have been hit by 10,000 critical hits. The 3 zombies reacted quickly. Seeing that they were exposed, they quickly rushed towards Ji Qingchen and others. But the hooked snake tail swept straight towards the willow branch connected to the dandelion, and it seemed that they wanted to deal with them separately. Looking for death. Qinghai couldn't hold back any longer. He had been played like a ball by these zombies for so long before. He almost lost his mind, and stabbed the round rubber ball with a gun. Now that the culprit has come out, he couldn't hold back, and carried the spear. He was even a little faster than the other party. The spear collided with the scorpion's tail, making a huge buzzing sound. The shell on the snake's tail was quite hard, and the epidemic only broke off some dust. Although Qinghai was reckless, he didn't just rush forward. Seeing that he couldn't break through this place, he changed his moves instantly. He didn't know when a rope was wrapped around his back. He swung it, and brought the person to the front of the zombie, and the spear quickly stabbed the zombie's eyes. Puff! The first shot was successful, and the zombie twisted in pain, but the opponent did not intend to let it go. The second and third shots followed. Just when the snake's head was raised and its mouth was wide open, the gun was sent into its throat. The entire snake's skull was lifted up. Chapter 108. At the moment when the snake's head was torn apart, a huge ball of sticky black ink suddenly spurted out of it. Qinghai didn't have time to react at all, and his whole body was soaked. Severe pain came from his skin all over his body. The black ink was extremely corrosive and penetrated his skin in 2 or 3 seconds. Splash! The water ball appeared in time and poured on Qinghai. Lan Ming's expression suddenly became serious. As a controller of superpowers, she could clearly feel how amazing the stickiness of the black mist was. These waters could not completely wash them away. However, the bad things were still to come. Although the giant snake's head had been pierced, the vitality in its body did not dissipate so quickly. Instinctively, its huge snake tail with barbs slapped in the direction of the attack. At this time, Qinghai was soaked in corrosive liquid all over his body. He could only curl up his body subconsciously, and close his eyes to protect important parts. He did not have such a strong perception of what was happening in the outside world. He was not prepared for the sudden attack at all. Even if he was prepared, he couldn't move now. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Stupid brother, I told you not to fight right away. You deserve to be ambushed. The silver rope was like a flexible dragon. One end of the tail hook was about to pierce Qinghai, but at least it was wrapped around it. The other end hooked Qinghai's belt that had just been washed and threw him to the other side. Lan Ming, please take care of that idiot. Qinghai held the rope with one hand and the firepower with the other. Although he usually didn't fight head-on, it was because he didn't like to fight hard with people when he met them. Making detailed plans was his style. At this time, his stupid brother would have already started fighting with people with a long gun. Last time, it seemed that I was also helping him clean up the mess. Qinghai held the gun and fired for a while, but the snake's scales were too defensive, and the effect of the bullets was like scraping. Since I can't penetrate you, I try another way. The rope wrapped around the snake's tail was coiled around it for a few more circles, and Qinghai successfully came to the surface of the snake's skin. He held the rope with one hand and groped on the surface of the snake's skin with the other hand. He used force on his fingertips and forcibly broke a petal of scales. Then, he took out a small square and shoved it under the scales. During this period, the snake's tail seemed to know that its master's body could not hold on for long, and it kept swinging in the air, trying to attack the human lying on him. The whole huge body was also twisting on the building, but Qinghai avoided those fatal collisions every time. With the rope's ability to stretch freely, he managed to stuff these small cubes on half of the snake's body. Lao Hai, catch me. He loosened the rope that bound the snake's tail, and flew backwards by inertia, shouting at the same time. But the first to start were the small cubes he put into the snake's scales. A burst of blue-purple electric current passed through it. Then, all the small cubes exploded together. The huge impact instantly broke the entire snake's tail, and the scales and charred flesh flew everywhere. The whole snake was completely dead. But the explosion of the small cubes was not small, and the flying zombie corpses with corrosive effects attacked Chin-Erbai directly. Fortunately, the next moment, he was carried away by a translucent claw. Be careful. Although this is not a desert, there are few water resources. I only brought 2 buckets this time. What will I do if I use them all up? Lao Hai looked a little gloomy, but he looked at Chin-Erbai helplessly. Among the people who came from 069 this time, he had the closest relationship with Ihei and Erbai. I know. Your ability is also good if it is placed in a world with water. Now, you have to carry 2 buckets of water wherever you go. Lao Hai was silent and stopped talking. Strictly speaking, his ability is not to control water, but to use water to extend his body. So it is not the more water, the more awesome Chin-Erbai understands. I go see how my stupid brother is doing. Chin-Erbai also understood Lao Hai's temperament, and didn't talk to him for too long. On the dandelion, Lan Meng had already used water to bathe Chin-Ihei for the 3rd time. The corroded flesh on his body had begun to grow slowly, but he still looked quite hideous. Especially under him, the dandelion's hair had been dyed red. Hey Xiaoming, when he is cured, can you give me a bath? The dandelion sighed. It is no longer a secret that Miss G's plants can talk, especially those who can follow this time have more or less seen it. Don't worry, I will wash it for you. Lan Meng stroked the dandelion's hair and watered Chin-Ihei for the 4th time. It should be almost done, but the new skin and muscles are more fragile, and it will probably take a day to be the same as before. That is, his clothes. Don't worry, there are spare ones. Chin-Erbai had already taken out a set of clothes from his bag. With Chin-Ihei's bold and rough fighting style, it was impossible for his clothes not to be damaged. He had to prepare them almost every time he went out. Let him rest here first. Another voice came from the side. City Lord Ji, are you here too? Ji Qingchen was not originally on the same dandelion with Lan Ming. Dandelions are not a good fighting ground for first-timers. When the mist dissipated and 3 strange zombies were revealed, the people on them jumped off the ruins one after another, automatically forming groups to fight with the 3 spliced zombies. But for Ji Qingchen, this was something she was used to. She naturally saw Chin-Ihei being corroded by the mucus, and came here to see the situation. On the ground, the battles on the other 2 sides were also coming to an end. After all, these 3 were still in the category of level 3 zombies, and even the perverts were no match for 4 hands. Everyone quickly finished dealing with the 3 big guys, and left while the dizzy bees around them hadn't reacted yet. If the bees rushed up, their dispersed formation would be besieged in reverse. Stop. After 7 hours of travel, Ji Qingchen stopped the dandelion's advance, controlled the 7 furry flowers, and landed under the high wall of the ruins. Did you find anything? She opened the right to use the chat group. There are more zombies. Several voices sounded together. Yes, the zombies they encountered along the way were increasing in number, and becoming stronger. At the beginning, the dandelions flew high in the sky, and they were rarely noticed except for those who could fly, but when the journey was halfway through, the zombies on the ground and between the higher ruins had obviously noticed them, and even set up ambush traps in advance. Although everyone would fail because of their defense and speed, the difficulty of advancing was indeed much greater, and the speed was also reduced. Even in the last hour and a half, Sangaya and Li Jiasai were asked by Ji Qingchen to open the space from time to hide everyone's whereabouts. Could this be a sign? Those zombies seemed to have a purpose and move in a certain direction. Xia Xuyan frowned. You mean, they are also going to the world copy? No way, then aren't we sheep walking into the tiger's mouth? To be honest, the people here are not without a chance of winning a one-on-one fight against a level 3 zombie, and there is room for escape when fighting 1 against 2, but judging from this situation, there are more than dozens of zombies at the entrance of the world copy. It's no longer suitable for flying. Now we have to walk. The zombies around here have begun to gather. Ji Qingchen did not respond to the man's words, but only said this with a solemn expression. Then he said to the 2 people with the ability to speed up their actions. You 2 can use your powers now. Still form a group of 4, and keep a certain distance between groups. Those zombies may attack us at any time, and gathering together will only make us a bigger target. Let's go! The 28 people were scattered in the gaps between the buildings, just far enough to see each other, but not so far that people could tell that they were together. and the sound of their footsteps was obviously not just around them. Howling, roaring, and even the sound of fighting between zombies were looming. Su Yang, what's wrong with you? Do you want to rest for a while? Lan Meng and Su Yang walked together, looking at each other's expressions and whispered, you look very tired. Oh, I'm fine. I just think everyone is a little too scattered. The child was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly waved his hand. Why do you ask that? No, nothing. Let's get on with our journey first. Hearing this, Lan Meng's face flushed slightly. This was her first instinct when she saw Su Yang's strange expression. She was just thinking about it, but she didn't know why she suddenly wanted to ask. Compared to flying in the sky, the road on the ground is a bit long. Although they have the blessing of superpowers, they need to constantly observe the surrounding environment where they can hide. When they get here, the zombies hiding in the dark are about to surpass them. If they accidentally expose themselves, the guys around them will definitely attack them. The later they are exposed, the better it is for them. After walking for more than an hour, the roars around them became more and more. Everyone's nerves were tense, and they kept observing the information around them, and in the chat group. They were afraid that everyone would be exposed because of their carelessness. However, no matter how careful they are, there will still be times when something goes wrong. Perhaps it was because of being too cautious that when a strange-looking stone appeared, someone accidentally mistook it for a zombie, and immediately fired a particle cannon at it in shock. The stone was indeed blasted to pieces, but this huge noise, that did not belong to a zombie at all, was undoubtedly a reminder to all the zombies around that something had sneaked in. Run, go forward, find the entrance to the world copy as quickly as possible, it should be nearby. Ji Qingchen's voice sounded in the chat group as soon as the other party pressed the trigger. Since it was exposed, there was no need to be cautious anymore. Looking at the pearl in his hand, which was as bright as a small light bulb, and the dense zombies in the mental network, Ji Qingchen was sure that the entrance to the world copy would not be far from here. In this case, let's take a gamble, whether the entrance will be found first, or these dense zombies will drown them first. Chapter 109. Are you sure it's in this direction? Yang Wanquan looked at the people behind him with a sinister look, dozens of them. Yes, when other shelters chose to go simple, and only pick the elite as much as possible. Yang Wanquan led a team of 100 people. Yes, yes. The person he questioned answered in a mechanical voice. The voice was not like a human, and the appearance was even less like a human. He had a great temperament, his body was emaciated, and his eyes were full of red bloodshot, as if he had been drained of his mental power by using his superpowers for a long time. If he was thrown into a pile of zombies, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find him. Where should we go next? Facing his shaky subordinates, Yang Wanquan did not hesitate at all. His superpowers were activated, and an order reached his consciousness directly. The body on the other side trembled for a moment, as if he knew that if he continued to use his superpowers, he would probably die. But the mental control did not give him the right to refuse. His hand was raised almost uncontrollably, and a blood-red obscure mark was drawn in the air. The mark floated and fell to the southwest of the team. There? Let's go! Yang Wanquan raised his hand, and two people behind him moved, and a light gate appeared. It was a supernatural power similar to the shrinking technique. It could reduce the distance by 10 kilometers with one use, but the consumption of this spatial ability was also huge. It seemed that the two supernaturals had obviously overdrawn their mental power. However, they were not worried about their lives. But the previous one did not have this blessing. Plop! It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. While the symbol determined the direction, the man was drained of the last bit of strength. The whole person turned into a shrunken corpse, falling to the ground and breaking into pieces. Waste, you've only used it a few times. Yang Wanquan frowned in disgust, but didn't pay too much attention to the man, and only picked up a person from the back. From now on, you will take his place. As long as you help me find the location of the world copy, you will get the benefits. Yes. The person answered with the same mechanical voice as the dead one. The people behind were not surprised at all, not only because their minds were completely controlled by Yang Wanquan, but they had also witnessed similar incidents no less than 20 times along the way. Yang Wanquan brought 100 people here, but he didn't treat them as human beings. To him, these guys who had been controlled by him early on were just tools that were convenient to use. If it breaks, just replace it. When passing through a dangerous area, just throw one out to explore the way. If you encounter a sneak attack by zombies, what is safer than a wall of 100 people? If he was not afraid of too much mental load, he would have wanted to bring all the people in the shelter here, so that he could walk sideways in this place. There are more and more zombies in this place. After passing through the portal 3 more times, the two who opened the door finally couldn't hold on, and were about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, something rushed straight over in the sky. It's just a good use of waste. Yang Wanquan showed a satisfied smile, and the two shaky bodies bounced up in an instant, blocking the zombie's attack. The zombie was stunned for a moment, and before he could figure out what was happening in front of him, under the cover of the debris in the sky, the black laser muzzle had already aimed at it. The silent ray burned it to ashes, and the controlled 614 survivors rushed in other directions, and all kinds of supernatural powers greeted the startled zombies. Which direction should we go next? After more than 10 minutes, everything was settled. The more than 100 people brought out were the best of 614. They were not like the other shelters, because Ji Qingshan had done something wrong, and they dared not use the energy core to improve their abilities. No matter what their previous talents were, the improvement of their abilities was huge under the demand of the energy core to overdraw their lives. Yang Wanquan built a qualified puppet army completely according to his own wishes. After killing the zombies in front of them, only 5 of the remaining people died. The rest, no matter how seriously injured they were, would continue to follow Yang Wanquan as long as they could move, until they burned their lives and exerted their last bit of warmth. That direction. The person in charge of deducing the direction already had the answer. There. Boss, are you sure the entrance is really here? Several huge monsters struggled hard in the sticky mud, but they were sinking deeper and deeper. But when the mud was about to cover the top, a monkey with sharp teeth and claws suddenly jumped out from the corner, piercing Siyi's neck with its claws. At the critical moment, the compressed air blocked the monkey's way. Under the vacuum, its body suddenly exploded in just 5 seconds. On the other side, the zombies in the mud also completely lost the chance to get out. Not sure, but is there any other choice now? Yes, Miss G was really unsure this time. The world copy was also a new thing for her, and it was impossible to know in advance. To be more precise, the brightness of the pearl was related to the location of the copy, which was a speculation, and the so-called verification was only from Bondi's ability. Although the two parties' testimony can guarantee that the success rate of this matter is more than 90%, she is still gambling this time. More importantly, Ji Qingshan doesn't dare to use the big move now. If there are more zombies here, she can't guarantee that she can protect everyone. Fortunately, the people brought this time are strong enough to escape smoothly even if they are chased by several zombies, and they can also find time to get rid of 1 or 2. Wait, being chased by several zombies? Isn't this right? This place is clearly surrounded by zombies, and the number is far more than the humans who came. Why don't they just divide and surround and get rid of the invaders, and make a chase? The rose vines just drained the lives of 10 lost ones, and the willow branches behind Ji Qingshan stretched out, cooperating with peas and bitter melons, which are less noisy plants, to quickly harvest the zombies around. These are not controlled by Ji Qingshan himself. At this moment, Miss G is just observing quietly. In a radius of 100 meters, zombies that kept falling from the sky, emerging from the ground, and jumping out of the cracks in the buildings, attacking everyone, slowed down their movements in her eyes. 5 seconds later, Ji Qingshan got the answer. The zombies seemed to rush at them from all directions in a disorderly manner, but if you look closely, you can divide them into 2 groups. One group is like ordinary 3rd-level zombies, who only want to quickly solve the problem of the humans in front of them swallowing them. But the other group is interesting. First of all, there are not many of them, and they are pretty. Secondly, these zombies seem to attack humans, but in fact, the attacks on the survivors are not painful. But every time, the first type of zombies are about to cause heavy damage to humans, this type of zombies will often attack their companions first. Make sure the companion's attack is interrupted. When the opportunity to seriously injure humans is over, they will pounce on humans with their fangs and claws, and chase them in the same direction. Realizing this, Ji Qingshan quickly issued this command in the chat group. They came here to find a copy, not to fight a zombie. Since someone showed them the way, let's see what road he was pointing to. Seeing this, she restrained her attack and only focused on the situation on the other side to prevent them from getting into trouble. I followed this sudden help to see what was going on. People who were closer to Ji Qingshan also noticed this. Sister Mingming, what is Sister Ji doing? Why did she leave a few zombies undealt? Su Yang virtualized his own and Lan Ming's bodies at the same time, dodged the attack of a zombie covered with spikes, and nailed the micro-compressed explosives to its epidermis when it was not prepared. Then the two of them virtualized again, and with a bang, half of the zombie's body was blown off. With the help of the virtualization, they only suffered a slight concussion. Lan Ming gave Su Yang a sip of water, and with her abnormal recovery ability, the injury would disappear in less than a second. I don't know the specific reason, but it seems that the zombies don't seem to have the desire to hurt her. They just chased her. Be careful. A super-fast blade flew from the side, and seeing that Su Yang had no time to dodge, Lan Ming reached out and grabbed the blade. With her ability to recover from such injuries quickly, but Su Yang's position was enough for the blade to cut off one of his arms. Don't use your body to block the knife at every turn. Who taught you this bad habit? A second before the blood burst out, a rope deflected the blade's trajectory, so that it only brushed Lan Ming's hair. City Lord Ji doesn't look like someone who would be chased by zombies. What did she find? Qin Erbai recalled the rope and jumped down from the 3-story-high broken wall. Looking in the direction of Ji Qingshan, his eyes were full of confusion. I go help her. Obviously, some people have different brain circuits. Qin Erbai stopped and his eyes went dark again and again. Stop, stop, what are you doing? Didn't you see Miss Ji? All the other zombies were killed. Did you leave those few untouched on purpose? I guess she must have found something. After all, we seem to have a few unusual zombies here. Among the other survivors, there are smart people who observe carefully, but they don't dare to gamble, especially on these naturally antagonistic groups. Why not follow from a distance and wait and see? If the result is good, she will tell us. Qin Erbai said, and began to move in the direction where Ji Qingshan left. Others who had the same idea followed quietly. Some people didn't understand why, but they didn't want to fight the zombies alone. As for the remaining militant stubborn elements, if you can't enter the dungeon at that time, I won't help you. Provoking is the best. Has the speed slowed down? Rather than saying that Ji Qingshan was chased by the zombies, it is better to say that she consciously took the path that the zombies wanted her to take. It was easy to deal with a few ordinary zombies on the way. After all, Miss Ji dared to play like this, relying on her strength. She also saw the group of people who followed behind. They were very smart and knew to stay a little further away from here so that they could run away as soon as there was a problem. Now, the zombies have slowed down, which means that no matter whether it is a dangerous place or a world copy, she is almost close to where the zombies want her to go. What will it be? If you only use your naked eyes, the scene in front of you is not much different from before. It is still endless ruins, and zombies constantly attacking the survivors from the ruins. But Ji Qingshan's mental power gave her another answer, the barrier. Chapter 110. Ji Qingshan was not an expert in enchantments and space abilities, but after flying in the interstellar for so many years, it was easy for him to see through this elementary enchantment. It was not used to resist external enemies, but a kind of sleight of hand to protect something specific. Looking at the scale of this enchantment, it was self-evident what it was protecting. If people outside were not aware of the existence of the enchantment, it would be impossible for them to get in. Everyone come here. The others were already moving in her direction. After hearing this, many of them had guessed the reason and attacked the zombies following behind them, and came towards Ji Qingshan. Ji Qingshan did not choose to break the enchantment. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he did not give others time to think and stepped in first. Are you going in or not? Some people were hesitating, but more people were just on high alert and followed into the enchantment. They came here for the world copy, and how could they give up when they saw the target in front of them? They didn't feel any discomfort when they passed through the barrier. They just felt that they had broken through an invisible barrier, and then saw another world. There is such a place here. I don't know whose side. Indeed, the scene in front of them was too shocking. It was a processing plant with a mechanical appearance. The large and small gears and mechanical arms on the wall were constantly running, putting parts and pouring liquids into the production lines and raw material pots. But if you look closely, you will find that these gears are covered with mottled rust and various strange connections. It should be completely inoperable. The environment of the entire factory is even more so. Compared with the ruins outside, the decay here is even worse. What do you think this factory makes? There were more than one person who had this question, but it was obvious that this abandoned factory would not answer their questions. Compared to this, I want to know whether this is a dungeon or not. There are less than 10 hours left. If we can't find a dungeon, the shelter will be in big trouble. Maybe we still need to find the entrance here. After all, if we were new to the dungeon in the past, the electronic sound would have jumped out long ago. I agree, but this world should have some connection with the dungeon entrance. Oh wait, are there a few more people? Why are there more than 30 breathing sounds here? The ordinary-looking man frowned suddenly. His ability was related to sound, so he was more sensitive to these. He noticed something wrong and began to quickly look at the people around him with his peripheral vision. 1, 2, 3. 29, 30, 31. A total of 33 people. After counting the people around him in various ways, the man broke out in a cold sweat. 1, 2, 3. 31, 32, 33. He counted again in disbelief. But it was still 33 people. Where did these 5 extra people come from? He wanted to verify it in the chat group, but he didn't know whether Ji Qingchen closed the chat group again, or what. He could only feel his voice now. What should I do? What should I do? There were only a dozen people whose faces he could see clearly from this angle. There was no problem with those dozen people, but the rest. Should I shout? Or just run? Whether they sneak in, they will be deadly, whether they are humans or zombies. Kai Lin's face was pale. Hey! Accompanied by a sudden sound, a hand was placed on his shoulder lightly, and Kai Lin was so scared that he almost screamed. Fortunately, the other party quickly covered his mouth and turned the person towards him. Greyas, it's you? Seeing someone from the same shelter, Kai Lin breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, why is the number on your head? Wait a minute, could this person be fake? The day before you came, I just stuffed you with a small bread that Tugger had just produced. Did you believe it? Greyas guessed the other party's reaction at the first time and took the initiative. Kai Lin's heart was finally at ease. I believe it, he said. If you believe it, follow me. Don't be nervous. Don't let the guys around you see anything wrong. Greyas pushed Kai Lin to the side with a gesture that looked a little intimate, and chatted with him about all sorts of things while walking. Of course, it was basically a one-man show by him. Kai Lin was too nervous, and could only utter monosyllabic interjections. Those may not be human. Until the two of them were far enough away from the crowd, Greyas lowered his voice, and said to Kai Lin, I felt something was wrong when I first came in. I should have been the last one to come in, but there were only 5 people in front of me. So I used this guy. The chubby hamster was picked up from his shoulder by him. It turns out that I was right. I asked it to find the only living person around, and it led me to you. None of them? Where did the others go? Are we being teleported randomly here? Kai Lin is not stupid. When the fear disappears, his thinking ability naturally returns. Not sure. Grey shook his head. I only know that those guys are all zombies, and they seem to have discovered us. What's going on? Why do we still have to fight zombies when we get inside? The earth element firmly pressed the zombies in front of him onto the ruins, squeezing them into a pile. He also found something wrong after he came in, but he was unlucky. A zombie noticed him early in the morning and rushed straight at him. And these guys seem to have become more powerful. They are all in human form. Mu Chu's shield blocked the zombies that attacked from the side, and the sharp edge swept across its neck. She and Ce happened to be very close, so Ce's bad luck also affected her. They have always fought side by side. Although they don't like each other, they have developed some tacit understanding. Oh no, it seems that more zombies are surrounding us. Can we contact Sister G? Is this a copy? The boss didn't come back, so I can't contact him. But my intuition tells me that this is very much like the entrance to the copy. Ce's hand was pressed on the ground. This place was originally flat, and the mud came out faster, trapping the zombies rushing towards them from all sides firmly on the ground. Your intuition is a miracle. This happened to every survivor who entered the barrier. The lucky ones met their companions, while the unlucky ones had to face the zombies alone. But everyone felt that the zombies here were more than twice as strong as those outside. It was already close to the threshold of level 4. And they were no match at all. After all, it was not so easy to improve the superpowers that were forcibly catalyzed. Using energy cores was the only way to take a shortcut. If you only rely on your own perception, the time is calculated in years. After Ji Qingchen's previous deception, these people dared not use energy cores, so most of them could only fight against level 3 zombies. But there are more than one level 4 zombies around. The only ones who can calmly deal with it are Ce and the 2 people with spatial abilities, who can avoid risks as soon as they realize the problem. Of course, there is another person in this group, but this lady has other worries now. Are you sick? You are afraid that I will not be exposed quickly enough, right? Ji Qingchen almost crushed the walkie-talkie in his hand. Sorry. The other side knew that he was in the wrong and could only smile. Are you inconvenient now? Nonsense, I gave you so much time to prepare before. And don't go to the bar in the future, go with DDO. Then I will do it another day? The person decided to run away tactfully. What the hell, won't you ask your apprentice when you are ready? She has a backup. Ji Qingchen blew away the zombies that rushed over. Hey, okay, I give you a copy first. It can probably be used 3 times, so take it easy. The intercom returned to silence, and Ji Qingchen had time to take care of the mess around her. There were dead zombies all around her, and she was the punching bag for someone's interstellar phone call. Ji Qingshan didn't know about this random transmission, but seeing the scene in front of her, she was almost certain that this must be the location of the world copy. However, isn't it a bit too blatant to use this place as the entrance to the copy? However, let's take care of other people first. The chat group cannot be maintained for a long time because of the chaotic magnetic field here, but it doesn't mean that she can't communicate with others. No matter what the situation is now, rush into the factory as much as possible. If it's not unexpected, that factory is the real entrance to the copy. As soon as these words came out, the survivors who came in were all excited. It is true that they could not kill a large number of level 4 zombies with their strength, but they could hold on for an hour or two, as long as they knew which direction to work hard. Ji Qingshan's words undoubtedly gave them great motivation. The factory entrance did not seem too far away. Charge. Qi Nihei said a word concisely and clearly, holding up his spear and stabbing at the zombies blocking the direction of the factory. Qi Nihei shook his head helplessly, but also rushed along the road opened by Qi Nihei. Sister Ming Ming, this way. Su Yang and Lan Ming were also lucky. They saw each other when they came in, and they were also the few people who were not noticed by the zombies. The two carefully observed the movements of the zombies, mixed in with them, and moved towards the factory little by little. From the naked eye, they did not seem to be far away from the factory. If there were no zombies blocking the road, it would only take 2 minutes to sprint at full speed. But when they really walked up, they found that the journey was not as short as they had imagined. Not only that, they had to face zombies rushing from all directions. Mu Chu and the others don't have to worry. Xiao Ming is with Su Yang, Greyas, and Kai Lin, and the two from the Qin family are also. I'm afraid that my brother has found 2 companions. The chat group is not there, but as long as the daughter is on them, Ji Qingshan can already feel the status of everyone. It's all okay. They now have sufficient ammunition reserves. Even if they have abilities that cannot be used in combat, they will not be timid under the blessing of various firepower. Anyway, there is still a lot of time, so there is no need to rush. At this moment, Ji Qingshan has stood in front of a door of the factory. The factory is large with a total of 8 doors, but Ji Qingshan did not choose to enter, but stood in front of the door. If this is really the entrance to the dungeon, no one knows what will happen after entering. Compared with the unknown that has not yet arrived, it doesn't take much effort to deal with these zombies. In the feedback from daughter, Ce and Mu Chu followed closely to the factory gate, and then Greyas brought Kai Lin and Mu Song, who met on the road. Lan Ming and Su Yang were the next group to arrive. An hour later, 27 people had arrived one after another. Everyone tacitly gathered at the door where Ji Qingshan was, confronting the zombies and waiting for the last one, who was still on the road.